Kim Il-sung. Works. Working people of the whole world, unite. Kim Il-sung. Works. 1. June 1930 to December 1945. On the occasion of publication of Kim Il-sung's works. Respected and beloved comrade Kim Il-sung is a great thinker and theoretician. The great leader comrade Kim Il-sung started his revolutionary career in his early years, created the immortal Jich idea and, by applying this idea, has led our revolution along the straight road to victory. In the dark years of colonial rule by Japanese imperialism, the great revolutionary leader comrade Kim Il-sung set forth the revolutionary line of Jich, organized and led the heroic anti-Japanese armed struggle and achieved the historic cause of national liberation. Since liberation, he has led the party and the masses of the people to carry out the democratic and socialist revolutions with success in a very short period of history and vigorously further the building of socialism. He has thus turned our poor and backward country into a rich, strong, and developed socialist country. Comrade Kim Il-sung, the great thinker and theoretician, has evolved and enriched the Jich idea and the theories on the revolution and construction and brought about everlasting ideological and theoretical achievements in the grim but magnificent practical struggle for the revolution and construction. Through his tireless, energetic ideological and theoretical efforts, the great leader comrade Kim Il-sung has produced many a classic which will shine forever in history. His elaborated works are permeated with the Jich idea and contain ideas and theories on politics, the economy, culture, military affairs, and all other fields. They provide comprehensive answers to questions raised by the revolution and construction and brightly illuminate the path of the people. The classical works of the respected and beloved leader comrade Kim Il-sung are widely read by the people and the demand for them is growing daily. In compliance with the people's great demand for his immortal works and to meet the new requirements of revolutionary development, the Central Committee of the Workers' Party of Korea publishes Kim Il-sung's works to commemorate his 70th birthday. Kim Il-sung's works contains many of his works so far unpublished, along with those already put out. The great leader comrade Kim Il-sung has revised the works compiled in this edition. Kim Il-sung's works is the library of Jich idea and a textbook on the revolution. The Central Committee of the Workers' Party of Korea is convinced that Kim Il-sung's works will contribute greatly to the historic cause of modeling the whole of society after the Jich idea. The Central Committee of the Workers' Party of Korea. April 1979. 1. Contents. The Path of the Korean Revolution. Report to the meeting of leading personnel of the Young Communist League and the Anti-Imperialist Youth League held in Cologne, June 30, 1930, 1. Let U.S. repudiate the left adventurist line and follow the revolutionary organizational line. Speech delivered at the meeting of Party and Young Communist League cadres held in Minjao-egu, Yanji County, May 20, 1931. 11. On organizing and waging armed struggle against Japanese imperialism. Speech delivered at the meeting of Party and Young Communist League cadres held in Minjao-egu, Yanji County, December 16, 1931. 25. 1. On organizing an anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army. 29. 2. On establishing guerrilla base. 31. 3. On laying a mass foundation for armed struggle. 35. 4. On forming an anti-Japanese united front of the Korean and Chinese peoples. 37. 5. On strengthening the work of the party organizations and the Young Communist League. 40. On the occasion of the founding of the Anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army. Speech at the ceremony to found the Anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army, April 25, 1932. 45. On spreading and developing the armed struggle into the homeland. 2. Speech at the meeting of chiefs of underground revolutionary organizations and political workers in the Onsong area, March 11, 1933. 54. On the tasks for improving the work of the Young Communist League. Speech delivered at the meeting of the workers of the Young Communist League held in Wangqing, March 27, 1933. 65. Let U.S. wipe out factionalism and strengthen the unity and cohesion of the revolutionary ranks. Treatise published in pamphlet form, May 10, 1933. 77. 1. Let us have a correct understanding of the factionalists' crimes. 78. 2. Let us see through the factionalists' methods. 83. 3. Let us further strengthen the struggle to eliminate factionalism. 85. On relinquishing the guerrilla zones and advancing over wide areas. Speech delivered at the meeting of military and political cadres of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army held in Yeogu, March 27, 1935. 90. 1. On correcting the leftist mistake in the struggle against the Minsengan. 90. 2. On relinquishing the guerrilla zones and advancing over wide areas. 96. The tasks of communists in the strengthening and development of the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle. Report at the meeting of the military and political cadres of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army held in Nanhutu, February 27, 1936. 100. 1. On moving the main force of the KPRA to the border areas and gradually extending the theater of our struggle into the homeland. 101. 3. 2. On further expanding and developing the anti-Japanese National United Front movement. 107. 3. On actively stepping up preparations for founding a Marxist-Leninist party. 111. The 10-point program of the Association for the Restoration of the Fatherland. May 5, 1936. 115. The inaugural declaration of the Association for the Restoration of the Fatherland. May 5, 1936. 117. Let U.S. inspire the people with hopes of national liberation by advancing with large forces into the homeland. Speech delivered at the conference of the military and political cadres of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army held in Saigon, Fuzhong County, March 29, 1937. 122. Proclamation. June 1, 1937, 130. Let U.S. fight on staunchly for the liberation of the motherland. Speech addressed to the people of Pokonbo, June 4, 1937. 131. The tasks of Korean communists. Treatise published in Sogwang, organ of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army, November 10, 1937. 135. 1. The character of the Korean Revolution at the present stage. 137. 2. Immediate tasks of Korean communists. 150. 4. Let U.S. continue to strike powerful counter-blows at the Japanese imperialist aggressors and advance to the homeland. Speech delivered at the meeting of officers of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army held in Baidatingzi, April 3, 1939. 170. Let U.S. raise high the torch of revolution in the homeland. Speech delivered at the meeting of officers of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army held on Pegai Hill in the Musan area, May 20, 1939. 180. Let U.S. rise up vigorously in the anti-Japanese struggle to hasten the liberation of the homeland. Address to the people in Sinsadong, Musan area, May 22, 1939. 185. On preparing for the great event of national liberation. Report to the meeting of military and political cadres of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army held in Zio-Air Bailing, Dunhua County, August 10, 1940. 192. The Korean revolutionaries must know Korea well. Speech addressed to the political cadres and political instructors of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army, September 15, 1943. 204. 1. On the need to study the homeland well. 206. 2 on some pressing tasks. 218. On founding the party, state, and armed forces in the liberated homeland. Speech delivered to military and political cadres, August 20, 1945. 227. 1, 228. 2, 235. 5. 3, 239. The building of a new Korea and the immediate tasks of communists. Talk to the political workers to be dispatched to local areas, September 20, 1945, 244. On Progressive Democracy. Lecture delivered to the students of the Pyongyang Worker Peasant Political School, October 3, 1945. 254. 1. The building of a new Korea and democracy. 255. 2. The characteristic features of our democracy. 259. 1. Independence. Our democracy is characterized by independence. 260. 2. Coalition. Our democracy is characterized by coalition. 262. 3. Freedom. Our democracy guarantees the masses of the people freedom and equality. This is one of the major characteristic features of progressive democracy. 264. 4. Prosperity. Our democracy aims not only at independence and sovereignty, national unity, and democratic freedom but also at the building of a prosperous country. 266. 5. Revolution. One of the major characteristic features of our democracy is that it aims at revolution. 268. 6. Peace. Our democracy aims at peace. 271. 3. Let us step up the work of establishing a people's power. 273. On founding a Marxist-Leninist party in our country and its immediate tasks. Report to the inaugural Congress of the Central Organizing Committee of the Communist Party of North Korea, October 10, 1945. 275. 1. On forming the Central Organizing Committee of the Communist Party of North Korea. 276. 2. On the party's organizational line. 280. 6. 3. On the party's political line. 288. On the building of a new Korea and the National United Front. Speech delivered to the senior officials of the provincial party committees, October 13, 1945. 297. Let us unite and build a new, democratic Korea. Speech delivered at the welcome party given by representatives of all social strata in Pyongyang, October 13, 1945. 305. Every effort for the building of a new, democratic Korea. Speech delivered at the Pyongyang Mass Rally of Welcome, October 14, 1945. 311. Decision on the land problem. Adopted at the first enlarged Executive Committee meeting of the Central Organizing Committee of the Communist Party of North Korea, October 16, 1945. 318. On launching the party paper. Talk to the officials in the Information Department of the Central Organizing Committee of the Communist Party of North Korea, October 17, 1945. 321. Our task for building a new, democratic state. Speech delivered at the welcome party given by the People's Political Committee of South Pyongan Province, October 18, 1945. 324. The present internal and international situation and the tasks of women. Lecture given to women officials in Pyongyang, October 25, 1945. 327. On forming the Democratic Youth League. 7. Concluding speech delivered at the meeting of Active Democratic Youths, October 29, 1945. 335. On founding a university. Talk with educational workers, November 3, 1945. 343. Talk with participants in the nationalist movement. November 5, 1945, 347. Let U.S. surmount the difficulties standing in the way of nation building. Speech delivered before the workers of the Pyongyang Railway Factory, November 10, 1945. 352. For the establishment of a genuine people's government. Speech delivered at the Second Enlarged Executive Committee meeting of the Central Organizing Committee of the Communist Party of North Korea, November 15, 1945. 359. On establishing the Pyongyang Institute. Talk with the officials of the Pyongyang Institute and local party organizations while designating the site for the Pyongyang Institute, November 17, 1945. 367. Tasks confronting intellectuals in nation building. Speech delivered before teachers and intellectuals in Pyongyang. November 17, 1945. 375. The present tasks of the South Korean youth movement. Talk with youth workers from South Korea, November 19, 1945. 382. 8. Patriotic youths, unite under the banner of democracy. Speech delivered at the meeting to form the Democratic Youth Organization of South Pyongan Province, November 26, 1945. 390. Which path should liberated Korea take? Speech delivered at the mass rally in Sinuihua, November 27, 1945. 399. Let U.S. create the Air Force of the New Korea. Encouraging speech delivered at the Sinuihua Aviation Association, November 29, 1945. 408. Students should actively help in building a democratic country. Speech delivered at a large lecture for students from middle schools and schools of higher levels in Pyongyang, December 7, 1945. 413. On the work of the organizations at all levels of the Communist Party of North Korea. Report to the Third Enlarged Executive Committee meeting of the Central Organizing Committee of the Communist Party of North Korea, December 17, 1945. 422. 1. On improving the composition of the party. 423. 2. On strengthening party unity and discipline. 425. 3. On strengthening our ties with the masses. 426. 4. On guidance of the trade unions. 427. 5. On the training of cadres and allocation of party forces. 429. 6. On the work of issuing party membership cards and keeping membership statistics. 430. 7. On the question of the United Front. 431. 8. Our tasks. 432. 9. For the consolidation of the party. Concluding speech delivered at the Third Enlarged Executive Committee meeting of the Central Organizing Committee of the Communist Party of North Korea, December 18, 1945. 434. To M.R. Ho-Han. December 20, 1945. 436. On the question of the National United Front. Lecture delivered at a political forum sponsored by Democratic Youth Organizations, December 22, 1945. 441. 1. The character of our revolution. 442. 2. The historical experience of the United Front movement. 445. 3. The immediate task of the Korean Revolution and the National United Front. 448. 4. Two United Fronts. 452. On the tasks of the party organizations of South Pyongan Province. Speech delivered at the first conference of South Pyongan Provincial Organizations of the Communist Party of North Korea, December 27, 1945. 457. On merging the Students' Union into the Democratic Youth League. Answer to a question put by students, December 28, 1945. 465. Answers to questions raised by Seoul Sinmun reporters. December 29, 1945. 467. 1. The Path of the Korean Revolution. Report to the meeting of leading personnel of the Young Communist League and the Anti-Imperialist Youth League held in Cologne June 30, 1930. Comrades. We, Young Communists, are now faced with the important task of leading the Korean Revolution along the right path in conformity with the prevailing situation. The current internal and external situation is very complicated and tense. Fearing the growing might of the Soviet Union and the ever-increasing revolutionary struggle of the oppressed peoples, the imperialists are frantically maneuvering to stamp them out. Moreover, finding themselves in the vortex of a worldwide crisis, they are faced with severe political and economic difficulties, and in order to overcome them they are strengthening their aggressive and predatory policy with regard to other countries. At present, caught up in the worldwide economic crisis, the Japanese imperialists are trying to find a way out by accelerating war preparations to invade the Asian continent and, at the same time, further intensifying the colonial repression and plunder of Korea. In order to crush the Korean people's anti-Japanese spirit and stamp out their desire for independence once and for all, the Japanese imperialists are covering the whole of Korea with police and soldiers. 2. As well as intelligence networks, and are enacting various evil laws to arrest, imprison, and slaughter Koreans at will. Our fellow countrymen thrown into prison by the Japanese imperialists number tens of thousands. The Japanese imperialist marauders are intensifying more than ever before economic plunder as well as political repression in Korea. By seizing Korea's key industries, the Japanese imperialists are putting a brake on the development of the national industry and without restraint are robbing us of our rich resources, including gold, silver, coal, and iron ore. In particular, the aggressors are making desperate efforts to ruthlessly exploit Korea's cheap labor. As a consequence, the Korean workers are leading a wretched life as wage slaves, as colonial slaves. The Japanese imperialists are exploiting the countryside even more ruthlessly, while maintaining feudal land ownership in Korea. They have not only seized vast tracts of land by force, but last year alone, while pursuing a coercive, predatory policy to obtain grain in the name of the increased rice production plan, shipped off as much as 7 million sak of rice. Owing to the cruel expropriation of the Japanese imperialists and feudal landlords, our peasants are barely subsisting on grass roots and tree bark. The Korean nation is facing a question of life or death today. It either perishes forever under the colonial yoke of the Japanese imperialists or rises up in a fight to survive. If it merely laments over its ruined land and tolerates the unheard of Japanese tyranny, our nation will fall never to rise again, but if the whole nation rises up and fights, defying death, it will greet the dawn of liberation. Across the country the Korean people, who have been pushed to the wall by the harsh colonial rule of the Japanese imperialists, are now waging a vigorous mass struggle against them. Following the dock workers' general strike in Wonsan last year, the workers of the Pusan textile mill went on strike this year, and there were solid May Day strikes by workers in Seoul, Pyongyang, Daegu, Incheon, Hangnam, Kongjin, and all other parts of the country. 3. More recently the workers of the Sinhung coal mine came out on strike in force. Together with the struggle of the workers, the struggle of the peasants is growing in intensity. Last year alone there were scores of tenancy disputes, and the peasants fought against the Japanese imperialists and pro-Japanese landlords in various places. The students in Gwangju and other youths and students throughout the country are also fighting resolutely against the Japanese imperialists' policy of colonial slave education, their policy of obliteration of national culture and their policy of obscuration and assimilation. As mentioned above, The mass struggles of workers, peasants, and students against the Japanese imperialists and their lackeys take the form of uprisings everywhere. But due to a lack of leadership based on a correct line and policy, they meet one setback after another in the face of brutal armed repression from the Japanese imperialists. After the Korean Communist Party was dissolved in 1928, most of the factionalists, the self-styled leaders of the Korean Revolution, gave up the revolutionary movement and turned snobs for their own comfort. On the other hand, some factionalists, prompted by political ambition and a desire for higher positions, have driven the people into reckless uprisings, only to shed blood in vain. A typical example is the recent May 30th uprising in eastern Manchuria. Without correctly analyzing and assessing the revolutionary situation, the factionalists forced the peasants to join the reckless uprising. As a result, the bare-handed rebels were brutally mown down by the bayonets of the Japanese imperialist army, the police, and the reactionary warlords. Consequently, the revolutionary forces suffered tremendous losses and the revolution faced overwhelming difficulties. The uprising exposed and destroyed many revolutionary organizations. The revolutionary spirit of the anti-Japanese masses was lowered as well, and we experienced bitter trials in our revolutionary struggle. All this was due to the lack of correct leadership in our revolution. Comrades. 4. This situation urgently demands that our revolution be led along the road to victory on the basis of a correct revolutionary line, strategy, and tactics. We are young communists who have set out on the road of sacred struggle with the single purpose of saving the country and people. Therefore, we should meet this pressing demand of the times. In order to lead the Korean Revolution to certain victory, we must learn serious lessons from the stern reality that our people's mass struggle against the Japanese fails time after time and our revolution undergoes ordeals. Those who professed to guide our people's anti-Japanese national liberation movement were divorced from the masses. They gathered together a few high-ranking officials solely to indulge in empty talk and quarreling, instead of mobilizing the masses of the people for the revolutionary movement. It is true that large numbers of people have so far taken part in various anti-Japanese movements. But they were scattered and unorganized. The masters of the revolutionary struggle are the masses of the people. Only when they are organized and mobilized can they win the revolutionary struggle. Therefore, the leaders of the movement must go among the masses and awaken them so that they themselves can wage the revolutionary struggle as masters. But the self-styled leaders of the communist movement merely indulged in a war of words harmful to the revolution, and gave no thought to awakening the masses and mobilizing them for revolutionary struggle. Without organizing the masses for revolutionary struggle, is it possible to achieve the sacred cause of liberating the country from the vicious Japanese imperialist colonial yoke? The so-called leaders of our people's anti-Japanese national liberation movement not only failed to mobilize the masses for revolutionary struggle, but being infected with worship of great powers, did serious harm to our revolution. Since our aim is to carry through none other than the Korean 5. Revolution, we should solve all problems arising in the course of that revolution by our own efforts, proceeding from the specific conditions in our country. But the factionalists who have infiltrated the ranks of the communist movement are so imbued with worship of great powers that they have solved none of the problems facing our revolution, rather, they have put obstacles in its way. Let us see how the factionalists acted in connection with the problem of party building in our country. This problem concerns the correct fulfillment of the Korean Revolution, so Korean communists have to solve it by themselves to suit their actual conditions. We do not need someone else's approval for our revolutionary movement. Whether anyone approves or not, we will succeed if we conduct our revolution properly. Nevertheless, the ML Group, the Tuesday Group, the North Wind Association Group and other factions, each insisting that it was the only orthodox and genuine Marxist group, approached the Comintern for approval, instead of building up the party. Thus the KCP failed to strike its roots among the masses deeply enough to overcome Japanese imperialist oppression and, in the long run, was expelled from the Comintern. After the KCP was dissolved, the factionalists put up the signboard of party reconstruction but were engrossed solely in expanding their own factions and in the scramble for leadership. Then each of them without any foundation fabricated the party center and again tried to get approval from the Comintern. This clearly shows how completely saturated the factionalists were with worship of great powers. The losses worship of great powers inflicted on our revolution are indeed serious. As mentioned above, the May 30th uprising was merely the brainchild of the factionalists to satisfy their political ambitions, and from beginning to end took an ultra-leftist direction under the instigation of the left adventurists. This put big obstacles in the path of our revolution. Experience shows that in order to lead the revolution to victory, 6. One must go among the masses of the people and organize them, and solve all problems arising in the course of the revolution independently on one's own responsibility and in accord with the actual conditions, instead of relying on others. Drawing on this lesson, we regard it as most important to take the firm standpoint that the masters of the Korean Revolution are the Korean people and that the Korean Revolution should by all means be carried out by the Korean people themselves in a way suited to the actual conditions of their country. Only when we adopt this standpoint towards the revolution can we map out a correct line and policy, and achieve the sacred cause of national liberation. In order to guide the Korean Revolution correctly, we must understand clearly what the character and tasks of the Korean Revolution are at present. How, then, can we define the character of the Korean Revolution in its present stage? This question should likewise be solved on the basis of our specific situation. Korea today is a colonial, semi-feudal society occupied by the Japanese imperialists. It is a society where the normal development of capitalism is retarded and feudal relations are predominant. The Korean people are not only subjected to all sorts of national contempt, exploitation, and oppression as Japanese colonial slaves, but also suffer untold hardships in the shackles of feudal relations maintained by the power of the Japanese imperialists. Unless we overthrow the Japanese imperialists, the foreign aggressors, we can neither free our nation from the yoke of colonial slavery nor abolish feudal relations. For this reason, our people's first and foremost task is to fight the Japanese imperialists. The problem of launching an anti-Japanese struggle has already been advanced as the immediate task when forming the Down with Imperialism Union. While combating the Japanese imperialists, we must struggle to abolish feudal relations. Only then can we free the peasants from the chains of feudalism and succeed in undermining the foundation. 7. Of Japanese imperialist colonial rule. Our people's urgent demand is to carry out the tasks of both the anti-imperialist revolution and the anti-feudal revolution, the former being to fight the Japanese imperialists and the latter, to fight their accomplices, the feudal landlords. These two revolutionary tasks are closely connected with each other. The main task of the Korean Revolution, therefore, is to overthrow the Japanese imperialists and win independence for Korea and, at the same time, to liquidate feudal relations and introduce democracy. In view of the main task of the Korean Revolution, its character at the present stage is anti-imperialist, anti-feudal, and democratic. Broad sections of the anti-imperialist forces such as workers, peasants, students, intellectuals, petty bourgeoisie, non-comprador capitalists with a national conscience and religious communities can participate in this revolution. By mobilizing all the anti-Japanese patriotic forces, we must strike down the Japanese imperialists and their accomplices, landlords, capitalists, pro-Japanese Koreans, and traitors to the nation, and win national liberation and independence. After defeating the Japanese imperialists, we must establish a government that will protect the interests of the workers and peasants as well as other broad masses of the people. Only when we set up a people's government can we liquidate completely the remnant forces of imperialism and all the other reactionary forces, and successfully carry out the tasks of the anti-feudal democratic revolution. We must not just mark time after carrying out the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution, but press on with the revolution to build a socialist and communist society, and, further, carry through world revolution, too. To complete the Korean Revolution in a responsible manner is tantamount to being faithful to and accelerating the world revolution. In order to guarantee success in the Korean Revolution, we must, first of all, organize and wage an armed struggle against the Japanese imperialists. As the historical experience and lessons of the anti-Japanese 8. struggle show, independence will not be brought to us on a tray. We can never vanquish the Japanese imperialists and win national independence by peaceful means. Moreover, the present situation urgently demands that we wage an organized armed struggle against the Japanese imperialists. Since they are heavily armed and intensifying their suppression as never before, we must gradually build up the violent mass struggle into an organized armed struggle. Armed struggle against imperialism in colonies is the lawful demand of the development of the national liberation movement. Owing to its intrinsic aggressive and predatory nature, an imperialist country will never withdraw from a colony of its own accord. It always resorts to brutal violence to maintain its colonial rule. So the imperialist forces of aggression must be smashed by revolutionary armed forces. We must overthrow the Japanese imperialist aggressors and achieve national liberation and independence by our own efforts. Therefore, we must rapidly build up our strength by making good preparations for organizing and waging an anti-Japanese armed struggle. To prepare ourselves properly for armed struggle, we must first organize the Korean Revolutionary Army. We must form the Korean Revolutionary Army, a revolutionary armed organization, out of young communists who have been educated and trained in revolutionary organizations, including the Young Communist League and the Anti-Imperialist Youth League. We must thus accumulate the all-round experience necessary for armed struggle. In order to make the Korean Revolution a success, we must also arouse and unite all the anti-Japanese patriotic forces and marshal them for the sacred struggle against the Japanese imperialists. In essence, revolution is a struggle to liberate the masses of the people, so it cannot triumph without the participation of the broad masses. Moreover, since we intend to defeat the Japanese imperialists and free the whole nation by relying on the efforts of the Korean 9. people themselves, we must unite as one all the forces opposed to the Japanese imperialists. That is why we must rally under the anti-Japanese banner all the forces with anti-Japanese tendencies, including men of religion and righteous non-comprador capitalists, as well as workers and peasants. Next, in order to guarantee success in the Korean Revolution, we must step up the work of founding a party. For the Korean Revolution to be victorious, there must be a Marxist-Leninist party as the general staff of the revolution. Only a revolutionary party can formulate a correct line, strategy, and tactics, mobilize the broad masses for struggle against the Japanese imperialists, and build a socialist and communist society. We must derive serious lessons from the dissolution of the KCP and make an effort to found a party on a sound basis. To do this, we must neither try to proclaim the founding of a party right away without any preparation nor try to gain the approval of the Comintern, as the factionalists did. We cannot by any means build a revolutionary party in the way the factionalists do. Even if we did set up a party in that way, it would not be able to discharge its mission properly or continue to exist in the face of a counter-revolutionary offensive. We must not fail to found a new revolutionary party for ourselves. We must make ample preparations for this purpose. If thorough preparations are made, the approval of the Comintern is a foregone conclusion. In going ahead with the formation of a party, we must, for a start, set up basic party organizations. This is of great significance not only for making the general preparations for party building more substantial, but also for striking deep roots among the broad masses when the party comes into existence. We must form the party not by proclaiming the party center first, but by setting up fully prepared basic party organizations and then steadily expanding them. We must closely link preparations for forming a party with the 10. struggle against the Japanese imperialists. Only when we combine preparations for party founding with revolutionary practice can we refine communists tried and tempered in struggle to carry out the Korean Revolution successfully. Comrades, Whether we lead the Korean Revolution to victory along the right path or not depends on how we implement the revolutionary tasks before us. Since we are having to deal with difficult revolutionary tasks never before tackled by anyone, we must be ready to encounter numerous obstacles and hardships. We will have to overcome whatever stands in the way by ourselves, as the masters of the Korean Revolution. Let us all fight stubbornly to hew out the path of the Korean Revolution. 11. Let us repudiate the left adventurist line and follow the revolutionary organizational line. Speech delivered at the meeting of Party and Young Communist League cadres held in Minjao-egu, Yanji County, May 20, 1931. Comrades, the chaotic world economic crisis which started in 1929 stirred up a frantic arms race among the imperialist powers and added fuel to the fire of their wild ambitions of foreign aggression. The Japanese imperialists are seeking a way out of the economic crisis through a war of continental aggression. They are openly preparing for the invasion of the vast land of China with its inexhaustible underground resources and huge labor force, infringing upon the vested interests of the British, US and French imperialist powers. The Japanese imperialist aggressors, hell-bent on war preparations for continental aggression, are further intensifying their colonial suppression and exploitation of the Korean people for security in the rear. With the strengthening of Japanese imperialist colonial rule, the plight of the Korean people is getting worse and the contradictions between the Japanese imperialists and the Korean people are becoming sharper daily. The Korean people's resistance to the colonial rule of the Japanese imperialists is growing stronger, and the people themselves are becoming involved in a more active, mass struggle against Japanese imperialism. 12. The struggle of the workers, peasants, students, and other young people against the colonial oppression of Japanese imperialism is growing fiercer in all parts of our country. It is beginning to take the form of mass violence. The present situation and the high revolutionary spirit of our workers, peasants, students, and other young people call for the Korean Communists to lead the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle onto a higher plane. Armed struggle is the only way to advance the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle to a higher stage. This is in conformity with the requirements of the present subjective and objective revolutionary situation in our country. The Japanese imperialists, the robbers, are ruling our country and imposing colonial slavery upon the Korean people by dint of the counter-revolutionary armed forces. Without weapons we cannot defeat the Japanese imperialists, who are armed to the teeth, nor can we achieve the liberation and independence of the country. However, we cannot launch an armed struggle right now, when we are unprepared. No revolutionary struggle can be won without adequate preparation of the revolutionary forces. Only when the revolutionary forces are fully prepared will it be possible to wage an armed struggle and defeat the Japanese imperialists. We must gather our own revolutionary forces and go on increasing them if we are to wage an energetic struggle against the Japanese imperialist aggressors. A blind and badly prepared revolt would be useless. Instead of strengthening the revolutionary forces, it would do the revolution untold harm. Today we are drawing serious lessons from the May 30th uprising. This is because we must make a decisive move in the preparation of the revolutionary forces to develop the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle to a higher stage. The factionalist sycophants rose in reckless revolt on May 30th in eastern Manchuria to serve only their factional ends. They had neither 13. A detailed plan nor organizational preparation for the revolt. They merely set up the uprising headquarters, rousing peasants in every village to attack towns. As a result, a violent struggle began on May 30, 1930. In the major areas of eastern Manchuria such as Longjing, Tudaogu, Erdaogu, Nanyangping, Jamandong, Yanji, and Tongfasi they destroyed or set fire to the Japanese consulate, the office of the Association of Korean Residents, the financial agency of the Oriental Development Company, public schools, power stations, and railway bridges, and liquidated fellow travelers of the Japanese, landlords, and capitalists. In the streets there were bloody struggles between the Japanese imperialist army and police forces and the unarmed rioters. Our numerous comrades were killed and the masses bled under the bayonets of the enemy. Meanwhile, the Japanese imperialist police and their minions ransacked every village, rounded up many Korean youths, jailed them, subjected them to cruel torture, and murdered them barbarously. The reactionary Chinese warlords, hoodwinked by the national estrangement policy of the Japanese imperialist aggressors, and at their instigation, massacred many people under the pretext of arresting Korean communists. The Jilin provincial government appointed Wang Shutang, commander of the 7th Regiment stationed in Dunhua, the commander of the punitive force, and sent out thousands of troops to arrest, imprison, and kill innocent Korean peasants indiscriminately. Last year alone the number of young and middle-aged Koreans arrested and imprisoned by the Japanese imperialists and Kuomintang warlords amounted to tens of thousands, of whom those shot on the spot numbered hundreds. In addition, hundreds of Korean communists who had been arrested were transferred to Sodamun prison in Seoul. The total casualties of young and middle-aged Koreans, if those killed in action on the day of revolt, those who died under enemy torture and the wounded are combined, number several thousand. 14. As a result, today in eastern Manchuria the Korean villages are stricken with terror. Revolutionary organizations have been destroyed, some comrades who narrowly escaped are at their wits' end, and the peasant masses shrink under the enemy's terrorism. We must save this critical situation promptly, restore the revolutionary organizations and heighten the revolutionary spirit of the masses so as to revitalize the Korean Revolution. To this end, it is important to analyze and sum up correctly the rash and adventurous May 30th uprising, and to draw correct lessons from it. What, then, was the main reason for the failure of the May 30th uprising? First, it lay in the dogmatism and petty bourgeois heroism of the factionalist sycophants. The factionalists demolished the Korean Communist Party, founded in 1925, by indulging in factional strife. Instead of learning the right lessons, they hung out the signboard of party reconstruction even in Manchuria, and were engrossed in the mere expansion of their own factions, only to split the revolutionary forces. When their factional activities were criticized by the Comintern, they rose in the adventurous and foolhardy May 30th uprising with the preposterous ambition of fostering trust through what they called struggle and thus joining the Communist Party of China on the principle of one party for one nation. The factionalist sycophants who had wormed their way into the leadership of this movement did not care whether the revolution failed or the masses perished, but attempted to win the trust of the Comintern and guarantee their faction's hegemony, acquiring fame for individuals or their own groups in the uprising. Blinded by fame-seeking and worship of great powers, the factionalists unavoidably fell into the dogmatic error of dancing to others' tunes. They had seen the temporary predominance within the party of another country of the left adventurist line of revolt, and without a clear idea as to whether the line was correct or relevant to the specific. 15. Reality of our revolution, they incited great numbers of the revolutionary masses to revolt, thus causing useless sacrifices and harming the revolution greatly. Second, the uprising progressed in an ultra-leftist way. The factionalist sycophants had neither a correct understanding of the present stage of the Korean Revolution nor any scientific strategy and tactics. But out of a mere subjective desire, they started the revolt under an infeasible, ultra-leftist slogan of struggle. Regardless of the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic character of the Korean Revolution, the organizers of the revolt used the ultra-leftist slogans, "Let us build a worker-peasant Soviet power," and "Down with the branches of the Gyeonggi Bulletin," the Singin Association and the Kunu Association, and forced the masses to smash all the landlords and capitalists, whether they were pro or anti-Japanese. Even in some areas the leftist error was committed of setting fire at random to the grain stacks of those who were landlords and rich peasants only in name, and liquidating even the waverers who could have been won over, labeling them minions. These leftist acts prevented the masses in revolt from displaying their revolutionary enthusiasm and participating voluntarily in the struggle. These acts caused confusion particularly among many of the anti-Japanese masses who could have been won over to the side of the revolution, and instead made them waver. Third, the uprising was an adventure, inadequately prepared and without scientific calculation. A revolt is only successful when the subjective and objective situations mature and the revolutionary forces are sufficiently prepared for a determined attack with an elaborated plan and correct strategy and tactics. However, the organizers of the May 30th uprising did it in a risky and reckless way, without correct analysis and judgment of the revolutionary situation, without taking proper account of the balance of forces between friends and foes, and without correct plans and adequate arrangements. At that time, the revolutionary organizations in eastern Manchuria 16 were young and still weak. The masses lacked organizational training. This notwithstanding, the masses were goaded to revolt without sufficient revolutionary education. Therefore, some of them, who were not awakened, joined in the revolt without a clear understanding of its purpose and significance. Even in some areas the revolt did not enjoy positive support from the revolutionary masses, since mass organizations had only just been formed and the uprising was organized through intimidation and threats. In these areas, therefore, the uprising organizations could not withstand the enemy's white terror and were soon dissolved. Thus, the reckless leftist May 30th uprising ended in failure, causing numerous deaths, under the armed suppression by thousands of crack troops of Japanese imperialism and the reactionary Kuomintang warlords. What, then, have been the consequences of the May 30th uprising? First of all, it weakened the relations between the revolutionary organizations and the masses, and separated the latter from the former. As the revolt was put down and the enemy intensified suppression and widespread massacres, the rioters, who lacked organizational training and had insufficient ideological preparation, lost confidence in victory and regretted having been involved in the struggle. Some of them even went so far as to believe that the Communist Party is to blame for our ruin, as the enemy's pillage of innocent people became intolerable. This damaged the reputation of communists among the masses and had such a serious impact that quite a few people, seized with fear, quit the revolutionary organizations. Furthermore, as the struggle was waged in a leftist way, large sections of the masses who could have been involved in the anti-Japanese national liberation revolution fighting side by side with us, went over to the enemy. Next, it resulted in the collapse of fledgling revolutionary hardcore, especially of the revolutionary leadership hardcore in different regions. In eastern Manchuria, revolutionary organizations emerged and 17 young communists were brought up amidst the mass struggles of various forms against Japanese imperialism and its lackeys. On this basis, the revolutionary leadership hardcore began to emerge in every region. It was just then that the reckless revolt was organized. As a result, dozens of fine young communists, the leadership hardcore of revolution, were killed, and hundreds of our revolutionary comrades and thousands of the anti-Japanese masses were arrested and put in prison. Because of this loss of a number of communists, particularly revolutionary leadership hardcore, the revolutionary organizations in eastern Manchuria found it difficult to regroup the wrecked revolutionary forces, extend the revolutionary organizations to untouched areas, and revive the revolutionary struggle. The loss of many revolutionary leadership hardcore brought up in the years of the socialist Enlightenment movement and struggle cannot but be a serious setback to the revolution. Another consequence was that most of the local revolutionary organizations were destroyed. In all parts of eastern Manchuria, the socialist Enlightenment movement had developed earlier than in other places, so that many revolutionary vanguard and other mass organizations were formed and grew in scope and strength. However, since the uprising led the revolutionary organizations here to their destruction or exposure, they suffered tremendous losses from enemy suppression. Thus the organized masses have lost their organizations and tremble with fear, not knowing which way to turn. Moreover, the May 30th uprising gave the enemy the pretext for an evil propaganda campaign and bestial suppression, and it particularly benefited the Japanese imperialists' policy of national estrangement. The ultra-leftist organizers of the uprising incited people to set fire to schools run by the Japanese imperialist aggressors and to grain stacks belonging to the landlords. These rash acts caused the enemy to intensify its propaganda to the effect that the Korean communists are murderers and arsonists, and the Korean Communists are 18. Burglars who set fire to the grain stacks of the Chinese. The Japanese imperialists thus found a good excuse to urge the Kuomintang warlords to kill Koreans mercilessly. Meanwhile, under the plea of protecting Japanese citizens and ruling the Koreans in Manchuria, the Japanese imperialists are carrying out the movement for dispatching Japanese troops to Manchuria. The reactionary Kuomintang warlords, fooled by the Japanese imperialists' national estrangement policy, killed the Korean people at random, slanderously accusing them, saying that the Koreans are the cat's paws of the Japanese imperialists. This worsened the relations between the Korean and Chinese peoples. Comrades, the reckless and blind leftist May 30th uprising brought extremely grave consequences to our revolution. However, we must never be defeatists swaying or giving way in the face of these temporary difficulties. On the road of revolution it is not unusual for there to be turns and twists, temporary failures and sacrifices. Though our revolutionary struggle now faces a bitter trial owing to the left adventurist and misguided May 30th uprising in eastern Manchuria, if we draw up a correct line and policies, and rely on them in our struggle, then the revolutionary organizations will be restored, the revolutionary forces will be stronger and the revolutionary struggle will lead to a new upsurge. Then, what line and policies must we take in our struggle? Above all, we must prepare ourselves to meet a greater event of the future by opposing the leftist blind adventurism of the factionalist sycophants and strengthening our mass organizational and political work. In other words, we must make better preparations for advancing the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle to a new stage based on armed struggle. Success in revolution is dependent upon the preparation of one's own strong revolutionary forces. At the moment it appears that Japanese imperialism is strong and 19. The revolutionary forces of the Korean people are sadly insignificant. However, our homeland will certainly be liberated if we, the communists, steadily boost and strengthen our revolutionary forces, take advantage of the contradictions between Japanese imperialism and the Soviet Union, between Japanese imperialism and its colonies and between Japanese imperialism and the rest of the imperialist powers to drive the Japanese imperialists into a tight corner, and deal a decisive blow at them through armed struggle with the support of the working class and of the oppressed nations all over the world. The most important task for the Korean Communists at present is to follow the revolutionary organizational line which makes it possible to unite the basic sections of the masses of the revolution firmly and, around them, the anti-Japanese forces from all walks of life, thereby building up the whole nation into a political force. To this end, we must form, first of all, strong revolutionary leadership hardcore and strengthen their independent roles. For the skillful organization and development of revolutionary struggles in keeping with the demands of the ever-changing situation there must be in every region leading hardcore who are conversant with local conditions, politically prepared and having organizational abilities. What is more, since our revolutionary activities have to be done underground and our work carried on almost independently to fit in with the characteristics of each respective region, it is imperative to have revolutionary leadership hardcore. If we have at least one or two capable leadership hardcore in every region we shall guarantee success in educating and rallying workers and peasants, and thus laying the mass foundation of revolution. Therefore, we must form leadership hardcore in every region with competent comrades who have high class consciousness, a revolutionary fighting spirit, organizing ability, popularity among the masses, and enterprising mettle. It is important in shaping leadership hardcore to arm them firmly with Marxist-Leninist revolutionary ideas. Only when they are fully equipped with these ideas can the core 20 elements fight consistently for the revolution in any distress or adversity and infiltrate deep into the worker and peasant masses to share their joys and sorrows, and train them into ardent revolutionary fighters by arming them with revolutionary ideas. Leadership hardcore must be active in their work and spearhead any difficult and dangerous work for the benefit of the revolution, so that they can educate the masses by practical examples. The revolutionary leadership hardcore must correct all the rightist and leftist tendencies which have cropped up in the work of organizing and guiding the masses in the past and thoroughly implement a new revolutionary organizational line, thus bringing about a great change in preparing the revolutionary forces. They should discover and register on the list of core elements men of high-class consciousness and strong will to fight. They should train them and rely firmly on them in their energetic organization and guidance of the masses. The ranks of core elements should be firmly built up with those comrades who have fought bravely in the past years of struggle, especially those who strictly kept the organization's secrets recently in defiance of arrest, imprisonment, and cruel torture. At the same time, it is particularly important in developing our revolutionary movement to expand and strengthen the YCL ranks with the young communists tested in revolutionary practices. There are now large numbers of Korean peasants in eastern Manchuria. The young people form the majority of peasant activists who are politically awakened and have a high degree of anti-Japanese revolutionary enthusiasm. In actual fact, the YCL organizations composed of the select young people are revolutionizing the countryside. Only when these organizations carry out their work properly can a sound basis be laid for establishing party organizations in the future. Attention should, therefore, be paid first to expanding and strengthening the YCL organizations, in which many fine, enterprising, revolutionary and sensitive young men and women should be enlisted. In particular, we must absorb in these 21 organizations the young activists working in the Anti-Imperialist League, the Peasants' Association and the Women's Association who have done well in their assignments, defying the enemy's recent savage suppression and turning the lawful possibilities for struggle to good account. Second, we must restore and put in order the wrecked mass organizations, and educate and rally the broad masses so as to lay a solid mass basis for the revolution. No revolution can be made by a few communists alone, without the active support and participation of the majority of the people. For the masses to be involved in the revolutionary struggle and to be turned into a strong political force, they should be armed with a revolutionary consciousness and organized in large numbers in mass organizations. Therefore, we should restore the mass organizations quickly, expand and strengthen them still further and enhance their role. This is very important today in educating and uniting the broad anti-Japanese masses and thus consolidating a mass basis for the revolution. The enemy's wholesale roundup has now led to the destruction of mass organizations and dismayed the masses. In this situation we must organize and carry on more energetic political work among the masses to raise their dampened spirits and range them in the revolutionary organizations in a big way. In order to restore, readjust, expand, and strengthen the mass organizations, above all, competent leadership cadres should be dispatched to every region. There they must get a good grasp of who the excellent core elements are among the workers and poor peasants, and rely on them to restore the smashed branches of the Peasants' Association, the Anti-Imperialist League, the Women's Association and the Children's Corps and to expand their ranks. At the same time, many of the best leading cadres must be sent to the untapped areas where no organization exists, to form various anti-Japanese mass organizations, the Peasants' Association, the Anti-Imperialist League, the Revolutionary Mutual Aid Society, the 22 Women's Association and the Children's Corps. Peasants, with the landless and poor ones at the core, should be enlisted in the Peasants' Association. The men of strong national consciousness among the former participants in the Independence Army and the nationalist movement should be incorporated in the ALE, those who are friendly towards us and maintain neutrality, the revolutionary sympathizers and the aged should be recruited into the RMAS, women in the Women's Association, and children in the Communist Children's Corps. In this way all the anti-Japanese masses can be made members of revolutionary organizations. Besides, in order to defend the revolutionary organizations and the revolutionary masses against the enemy's incursions, the Red Guards, a paramilitary organization, should be formed with young and middle-aged people who have acquired organizational training through mass organizational life, and who are brave and have a strong will to fight. The Red Guards should be progressively trained in military knowledge in preparation for becoming a revolutionary armed force. Third, It is important in building up a strong revolutionary force to temper the masses in the struggle, to say nothing of organizing them. Revolutionary practices only foster the revolutionary cause and train the revolutionary forces militantly. However, it is too dangerous to drive the masses to a reckless, leftist and adventurous riot as was the case with the May 30th uprising. A revolutionary struggle should be based on a correct understanding of the balance of forces between enemies and friends, and on scientific strategy and tactics. This alone can mature the revolutionary situation, develop the revolutionary leadership corps and train the broad masses organizationally and in a revolutionary fashion. The principles we are to abide by in our tactics are gradually to develop each struggle from a small to a big operation and from an economic struggle to a political one, and skillfully combine the legal struggle with semi-legal and illegal ones. We must strictly keep the secrets of revolutionary organizations and maintain a high revolutionary vigilance in our activities too. 23. Safeguard the organizations from the enemy's suppression, subversion, and sabotage, and protect the revolutionary masses. Today the Japanese imperialist aggressors are making every desperate effort to stifle the anti-Japanese revolutionary forces of the Korean people growing under the impact of the communist idea. They are smuggling their minions into our ranks and trying to take advantage of any possible indolence and slackness on our part to discover the secret of our organizations. The enemy is wicked and sly. There could be serious consequences to our revolutionary work if secrets leak out because of some slightest indolence or carelessness of a few people. The secrets of the organization are tantamount to the life of a revolutionary, and it is his first and foremost duty to keep the secrets. We are waging a hard struggle to rally the masses around the revolutionary organizations by educating and awakening them, and lay a mass basis for the revolution by steadily enlarging the organizations in defiance of the enemy's barbarous repression. So we must always be highly vigilant and disciplined, and work flexibly so that secrets will not be leaked. Particularly, the members of the YCL and other revolutionary organizations ought to keep, at the cost of their lives, the secrets of their organizations without submitting to the enemy's appeasement, deception, menace, or blackmail. Fourth, energetic endeavors should be made to expose the national estrangement policy of the Japanese imperialist aggressors and to strengthen militant friendship and revolutionary solidarity between the Korean and Chinese peoples. The Japanese imperialists are following their stereotyped national estrangement policy while fanning by hook or by crook discord and enmity between the Korean and Chinese peoples caused by the left adventurist and misguided May 30th uprising. They are seeking to realize their aggressive ambitions more easily by keeping the anti-Japanese forces of the two peoples apart and pitting them against each other. We must reveal and condemn before the Korean and Chinese. 24. Worker and peasant masses the harmfulness of the left adventurist May 30th uprising and the diabolical murders perpetrated by the reactionary Kuomintang warlords, and thoroughly expose the Japanese imperialists' underhand plots to incite xenophobia, through which they are busy furthering a temporary antagonism between the two peoples. Particularly we must get them to distinguish clearly genuine friends from foes so that they can firmly unite in the struggle against the Japanese imperialists and their puppets, the common enemies of the two peoples. Since the enemy is stepping up its white terror against the revolutionary forces and large sections of the masses are still to be awakened, we expect to meet many difficulties and hardships in our work. However, with wholehearted determination to save our country and people from the tyranny of the Japanese imperialist colonial rulers, we must overcome all difficulties, trials, and dangers, and exert every ounce of our strength to implement the new organizational line. We must thoroughly put the revolutionary organizational line into effect and thus build a solid foundation for leading the revolution to an upsurge within a short space of time in eastern Manchuria and, further, in the whole of Korea, and developing the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle into an organized armed struggle. 25. On organizing and waging armed struggle against Japanese imperialism. Speech delivered at the meeting of Party and Young Communist League cadres held in Minjiuegu, Yanji County, December 16, 1931. Comrades, The present situation demands that we immediately organize and wage armed struggle against Japanese imperialism. At a time when they are launching aggression against the continent, the Japanese imperialists are intensifying their all-round reactionary offensive against the Korean people for the security of the rear. These scoundrels are now suppressing the Korean people's revolutionary advance by force of arms. They are wantonly arresting, imprisoning and murdering our innocent people in every part of the country. This greatly aggravates the national and class contradictions between Japanese imperialism and the Korean people. The anti-Japanese struggle of workers, peasants, and the broad masses in general to resist the Japanese imperialists' barbarous suppression is growing stronger, and is gradually turning into violent conflict. The general strike by dockers at Wonsan, the strikes by workers at the Sinhung coal mine and the Pyongyang rubber factory, the peasant uprising in Tangkon, and the peasant struggle on the Fuji farm of Ryongchan all show that the workers and peasants in our 26 country have begun violent opposition to Japanese imperialism, which is armed to the teeth. A youth and student resistance is also rapidly growing, inspired by the Gwangju student incident. In keeping with the violent resistance of the people in the homeland, the Korean peasants' struggle is rapidly gaining momentum in eastern Manchuria, too. Under the leadership of the Korean Communists, a large-scale, well-organized autumn struggle took place involving more than 100,000 peasants there. This developed into a violent struggle and struck a great blow against Japanese imperialism and the reactionary landlords, and a brilliant victory was won. It has become obvious to the Korean working class, peasants, youth, and students and other patriotic-minded people, that they cannot escape ruination as a people nor even subsist without resorting to revolutionary violence. Under these conditions, it is vital for the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle to channel the surging violence of the masses into armed struggle. Organizing and launching armed struggle is the only correct method for liberating the country and liberating the people from Japanese imperialist colonial enslavement. The Japanese imperialists, those burglars, have occupied our country by force of arms and deployed counter-revolutionary forces to maintain their colonial rule in Korea. In order to suppress every patriotic struggle of the Korean people through violence, they have permanently stationed more than 2 armed divisions in our country, and have established over 2,000 police stations and military police institutions, and dozens of prisons. They have passed all kinds of evil fascist laws to deprive the Korean people of freedom of speech, the press, assembly, association, and demonstration, and to prohibit all political activities. The Japanese imperialist aggressors are using all possible means and methods to reduce the Korean people to permanent colonial slavery. They will not retreat one step until their aggressive forces are crushed. 27. It is a naive illusion to expect the Japanese imperialist scoundrels to leave our country meekly. The experience of the past 20-odd years of the anti-Japanese national liberation movement confirms this. From around the time when the Japanese imperialists occupied Korea to this day, our people have never ceased their anti-Japanese struggle in one form or another. But each time, Japanese imperialism mobilized its armed forces and barbarously suppressed these protests. Patriots have grieved over the ruin of the country and fervently appealed for independence, but in vain. Bigoted nationalists have foolishly tried to attain independence by submitting petition, disregarding the people's will, and Japanese imperialism has answered this with bloody suppression. Armed uprisings by the righteous volunteers and the Independence Army have also taken place. But these struggles were foiled one after the other by the counter-revolutionary forces of Japanese imperialism, because they, too, failed to be guided by Marxist-Leninist strategy and tactics and were sporadic. Experience clearly shows that our nationwide desire for the liberation of the country can never be achieved without crushing the aggressive forces of Japanese imperialism. In order to smash these forces and liberate the country, it is imperative that we launch an organized armed struggle based on Marxist-Leninist strategy and tactics. It is self-evident that we cannot depend upon nor beg anyone for our country's liberation. We must achieve the liberation of our country and nation by our own efforts through armed struggle. Comrades, the present tense revolutionary situation, brought about by the Japanese imperialist occupation of Manchuria, urgently demands that we take up arms. Now is the best time to launch an anti-Japanese war on a mass scale by waging armed struggle. First, because the whole of Manchuria is in a state of anarchy, as Kuomintang rule has 28. Disintegrated and the Japanese imperialist ruling machinery is not yet established. Second, because the Chinese people have risen up en masse in their anti-Japanese struggle, thus opening up a great era of stormy revolution. Broad sections of the Chinese people are launching an anti-Japanese Save the Nation movement throughout their country against the imperialist occupation of Manchuria. Among the armed units so engaged, the progressive sector, led by the Communist Party of China, is small as yet. But we can turn it into a more vigorous struggle when we fight in unity with all the anti-Japanese armed units. The time has come when all should come out, weapon in hand, and dedicate themselves to struggle to liberate their country. Let us fully mobilize all the patriotic forces opposed to Japanese imperialism irrespective of wealth, partisanship, and religion, whether nobles or commoners. We must guarantee that the whole nation participate to the full in the anti-Japanese armed conflict, those who possess weapons offering weapons, those who have money donating money and those who have strength dedicating strength. We must support the national liberation struggle of the Chinese people against Japanese imperialism, our common enemy, and form a united front with them. In this way, we shall enjoy mass support not only from the Korean people but also from broad sections of the Chinese people in Manchuria. Thus we shall successfully develop the anti-Japanese armed struggle, enjoying as we shall be the active support and encouragement of the two peoples. From now on we must begin to organize armed units, and expand and strengthen our own armed forces, by arming ourselves with weapons seized from the enemy. If we use to our advantage the natural and geographical conditions of the Korean border and the wide expanses of Manchuria, we can be victorious by weakening and smashing the enemy forces one by one even with small forces. This means that we must organize and wage armed struggle with guerrilla warfare as our major tactic. 29. Guerrilla warfare is a method of armed struggle which will enable us to deal heavy political and military blows at the enemy while preserving our own forces, and to defeat the numerically and technically superior enemy even with small forces. Only when we organize and launch armed struggle using guerrilla warfare, while relying on the active support and encouragement of the masses and on the favorable conditions of nature and terrain, will we be fully capable of defeating the piratical Japanese imperialist aggressive forces. 1. On organizing an anti-Japanese people's guerrilla army. Comrades, if we want to organize and wage armed struggle, we must create our own revolutionary armed forces with sufficient strength to smash the enemy's counter-revolutionary armed forces. In order to be victorious over the Japanese imperialist robbers, it is essential that our revolutionary armed forces shall be fully capable of preserving and expanding our own strength, and of continuously weakening and destroying the enemy's forces in a long drawn-out struggle. We must organize such a revolutionary armed force as an anti-Japanese people's guerrilla army. This army must be fundamentally different from the nationalist armed forces, the righteous volunteers and the independence army which strove for Korea's independence. It must become a genuine people's army, made up of the fine sons and daughters of workers and peasants. It must become a genuine revolutionary army equipped with Marxist-Leninist ideas, and fighting for the country's liberation, the people's freedom and happiness. Our guerrilla army must become a political army which not only fights for the people's interests but 30. Educates, organizes, and mobilizes them in revolutionary struggle, and it must become a working-class army which is true not only to the Korean Revolution but to the world revolution. We are not starting from scratch in organizing a revolutionary armed force now. In the past we nurtured communists of a new generation in the Young Communist League of Korea and the Anti-Imperialist Youth League. Thus we have established the core around which we can organize a revolutionary armed force. Furthermore, last year we gained some experience and learned some lessons by organizing the Korean Revolutionary Army and by carrying out political and military activities. On the basis of these successes and experiences, we must first push ahead with organizing the anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army with the fine young communists seasoned and tested in the crucible of the hard-fought underground revolutionary struggle as the core. By closely combining the organization of the guerrilla army with the masses' revolutionary advance, we shall admit progressive workers and peasants as well as patriotic youth, trained and tested in actual revolutionary struggle, and strive to expand the ranks continuously. In order to guarantee that the anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army properly discharges its mission as a genuine people's army, a revolutionary army, we should work to consolidate its ranks politically and militarily, while fully ensuring communist leadership. Obtaining arms is another important task to be carried out at the same time as founding the guerrilla army. Men and weapons are the two elements of the armed forces. Being well armed is one of the basic factors for the success of armed struggle. How, then, should we equip our guerrilla army? We have no source of weapons, nor anyone to give them to us. Therefore, we have no alternative but to get them by our own efforts. The only way is to capture them from the enemy. True, this is a dangerous and difficult task. But if we attack the enemy bravely and 31. In a self-sacrificing spirit with a high degree of revolutionary determination, and if, at the same time, we surprise them, skillfully making them vulnerable or making the most of their weaknesses, then it will be entirely possible for us to seize their weapons and arm ourselves. Weapons are our life and soul. Oppose armed force with armed force. This must be our fighting slogan at present. With this slogan we have to display the revolutionary spirit of self-reliance. Thus, we shall take weapons from the Japanese imperialist aggressive army, from the Chinese Northeast Army which surrendered to Japanese imperialism, from the Japanese and Chinese Northeast Police, and from the evil, reactionary landlords and bureaucrats, and so obtain arms for the anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army which we shall soon organize. While seizing enemy weapons and arming ourselves, we must not neglect to make spears, swords, clubs and the like, for without these primitive weapons, it will be impossible to capture enemy weapons. We have to begin by organizing small guerrilla units in different areas and arming them, and then gradually expand them to become large units of the revolutionary armed force. When we organize the anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army, taking in the fine sons and daughters of workers and peasants, with us, young communists, as the core, and when we strike repeated political and military blows at Japanese imperialism by waging swift and flexible guerrilla warfare everywhere, the scoundrels will be rendered powerless and will surely be driven out of Korea and Manchuria. 2. On establishing guerrilla base. In order to organize and wage armed struggle through guerrilla warfare, a guerrilla base must be set up. A solid guerrilla base will make it possible to expand the armed ranks continually and wage 32. Protracted guerrilla warfare, even when besieged by the formidable enemy. It will also make it possible for us to protect the revolutionary masses from the barbarity of the enemy. In particular, as we have to carry on armed struggle with no state backing and no aid from outside, we badly need our own firm military base, a rear base. Furthermore, this base is absolutely necessary in order to go ahead with preparations for the founding of the Communist Party and for the revolutionary movement as a whole, while waging armed struggle. A guerrilla base can take different forms according to the prevailing subjective and objective situation, that is, the environment, the conditions under which we carry on the struggle and the degree of preparedness of the armed force. Our present situation demands the establishment of guerrilla zones, bases in the form of liberated areas. Only when guerrilla zones, completely out of reach of the enemy, are set up, will it be possible to protect the young revolutionary armed force and the revolutionary masses and make successful military and political preparations for carrying on the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle as a whole, while concentrating on armed struggle. To establish guerrilla zones we should, in the initial stage, work to revolutionize the broad rural areas. The revolutionized rural areas will, on the one hand, serve as provisional centers from which the guerrilla army can conduct operations until the guerrilla zones are established and, on the other hand, they will provide a firm basis for establishing the zones. Moreover, in the course of revolutionizing the countryside, valuable experience will be gained for setting up such zones. From now on, therefore, we must make every effort to revolutionize the rural areas so that the anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army, the moment it is organized, will be able to rely on these areas to wage guerrilla warfare and constantly expand its military and political strength. We will have to set up secure guerrilla bases or liberated areas in favorable zones of the revolutionized rural areas, as conditions shape up over time. 33. The establishment of a guerrilla base or liberated area must presuppose the following three basic conditions. First, there must be an economic base and a mass foundation to ensure protection and support from the revolutionary masses. Second, it must be geographically advantageous for the guerrilla army to defend itself even with a small force, and difficult for the enemy to attack even with up-to-date weapons. Third, it must have an armed force of its own which should at least be capable of self-defense. The mountainous area along the Tumen River, the northern border area of our country, satisfies these conditions fairly well. This is an area where more than 80% of the population are poverty-stricken peasants who immigrated from Korea, unable to endure the oppression and exploitation of Japanese imperialism, and where socialist ideas spread early on, so the national and class awareness of the masses is comparatively high. In particular, it is here that revolutionary organizations rapidly expanded and gained a great many followers after the Minjioegu meeting of last spring, and that the mass movement grew swiftly in the course of the recent autumn struggle. Moreover, this area is full of steep mountains and deep valleys and dense forests, and so forms a natural fortress difficult for the enemy to attack even with their modern weapons, but easy for a guerrilla force to defend. Also, as it adjoins the Hamgyong and Rangneam mountains of our country, this area is conveniently placed for our future revolutionary movement to advance into our homeland. For these reasons we must set up guerrilla zones, guerrilla bases in the form of liberated areas, in the mountainous and revolutionized rural areas along the Tumen River. In each guerrilla zone, we must not only train the guerrilla army politically and militarily, we must also expand and reinforce paramilitary organizations, such as the Red Guards and the Children's Vanguard, and arm everyone in defense of the guerrilla base. At the same time we must actively nurture qualified cadres for the Korean. 34. Revolution and unite the broad masses to form a single revolutionary force through the intensified work of all the revolutionary organizations, thus energetically organizing and mobilizing them for victory in the armed struggle. In each zone we must also establish a revolutionary government, enforce democratic reforms, build a school, a hospital, an armory, a publishing house, etc., and so bring about a new revolutionary order. Only by accomplishing these tasks can the guerrilla zones creditably perform their role as bases for armed struggle, bases for the Korean Revolution. A guerrilla zone can be only consolidated when it is closely connected with the revolutionized rural areas. If it is not, it will not be in contact with the broad masses in the enemy-held area and will consequently be isolated, and hemmed in by the enemy. Therefore, we must concentrate on revolutionizing the rural areas even after the establishment of the guerrilla zones. To this end we must deploy the revolutionary organizations in the rural areas around them, and educate the masses in revolution. We must also make sure that our comrades become village heads and sub-county heads, positions at the lowest levels of the enemy's ruling institutions. If the broad masses are revolutionized and our men take these posts, then the areas are under enemy control only in name, but actually, it is, like the guerrilla zones, under the jurisdiction of the revolutionary government. When these revolutionized areas expand, they will clearly favor the establishment, consolidation, and expansion of the guerrilla zones, and also guarantee very advantageous conditions for guerrilla operations. In order to stamp out by arms the Korean people's national liberation struggle, which is daily intensifying over the entire northern border area of our country, the Japanese imperialists are now harshly suppressing the revolutionary organizations, even massacring the Korean people, especially revolutionaries. Therefore, unless we rapidly expand the revolutionized rural areas and successfully establish guerrilla zones, we may run the 35. Risk of losing the revolutionary masses. So we have to push ahead energetically to set up guerrilla bases in close combination with the organization of the anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army. 3. On laying a mass foundation for armed struggle. In order to organize and wage armed struggle, there must be a solid mass foundation on which the guerrilla army can depend in its operations. Guerrilla warfare is, in essence, people's warfare that presupposes the active participation of the masses. The energetic participation of the people and their support and encouragement provide the basic condition for guaranteeing the constant reinforcement of the guerrilla army and the success of guerrilla warfare. Only when there are a solid mass foundation and close ties of kinship with the masses can the guerrilla army break through bottlenecks, overcome difficulties, and win final victory, however protracted and arduous the struggle. Therefore, we must firmly unite the broad sections of the people under the banner of the anti-Japanese armed struggle by strengthening organizational and political activity among them. The present situation favors the promotion of the movement for the anti-Japanese National United Front embracing all sections of our people. With the Japanese imperialist invasion of Manchuria, the anti-Japanese sentiments of the Korean people of all social strata have grown more than ever before, and the anti-Japanese struggle of the masses is rapidly gaining momentum. In the homeland, violent protests by workers, peasants, youth, and students are on the rise, and the anti-Japanese movement of 36. Nationalists with a conscience and patriotic men of religion is growing rapidly. In particular, the revolutionary spirit of the Korean peasants in eastern Manchuria is higher than ever before. When we give full play to this mounting revolutionary spirit and the anti-Japanese sentiments of the masses and organize and mobilize them properly, we can form an anti-Japanese united front on a nationwide scale and lay a solid mass foundation for armed struggle. In the past we infiltrated workers, peasants, and all other sections of the Korean people in central and eastern Manchuria, formed mass organizations, such as the Trade Union, the Peasants' Association and the Anti-Imperialist League, uniting the broad masses around them, and carried out mass political work. In the course of this, the mass foundation for armed struggle was gradually built, and we accumulated rich experience in mass political work. In particular, we brought about a radical change in mass political work in accordance with the correct organizational line laid down at the Minjioegu meeting of last spring. As a result, we revolutionized many rural districts all over the northern border area of our country and in eastern Manchuria and, basing ourselves on this success, led the recent autumn struggle to victory. On the basis of these successes and this experience we must in future go among the broad sections of anti-Japanese masses, workers, peasants, youth, and students, intellectuals, petty bourgeoisie, non-comprador capitalists and men of religion, and strengthen the work of educating, awakening and uniting them in the revolutionary organizations. In this way we shall lay a solid mass foundation for the anti-Japanese armed struggle. In order to do this, it is of great importance to get the majority of the people from all walks of life to join the Anti-Imperialist Youth League, the Peasants' Association, the Revolutionary Mutual Aid Society and various other revolutionary organizations, and strengthen their revolutionary education. To do this educational work well, we must first arm ourselves with proletarian revolutionary thoughts and adopt the revolutionary work attitude of 37. Relying on the masses. If we fail to do this, we cannot enjoy the trust of the majority of the working people nor develop the mass movement. First of all, we must go among the masses basic to the revolution, the workers and peasants, and do active information work by speech and pamphlets to suit the given situation and audience. In due course we must bring the progressive elements among them to class awareness and train them to be revolutionaries. And we must ensure that they revolutionize their families and villages and wider rural areas. While nurturing revolutionary leading core elements in each district and constantly enhancing their leadership role, we must form basic party organizations on an experimental basis, reinforce the YCL organizations and expand and strengthen numerous mass organizations. In the rural areas, in particular, it is necessary to strengthen the Peasants' Association, the Revolutionary Mutual Aid Society and the Anti-Imperialist League, actively draw the peasant masses into the organizations and give them organizational training. To lay a firm mass foundation for armed struggle, we must also continue to build, train and expand the revolutionary forces in the course of revolutionary struggle. While constantly encouraging the revolutionary advance of the masses, we must, in the course of this, expand the revolutionary organizations and develop and train the revolutionary forces, so as to lay a more solid mass foundation for the anti-Japanese armed struggle. 4. On forming an anti-Japanese united front of the Korean and Chinese peoples. A successful armed struggle against Japanese imperialism also requires the formation of a broad anti-Japanese united front of the Korean and Chinese peoples. The Japanese imperialists' occupation of Manchuria has stirred up 38. The Chinese people's indignation. The mass of the Chinese people have launched an anti-Japanese Save the Nation movement, and some units of the Chinese Northeast Army have risen in mutiny under an anti-Japanese banner. It is a matter of urgency to form an anti-Japanese united front of the Korean and Chinese peoples in the struggle against their common enemy, the Japanese imperialists. Only when we accomplish this will it be possible to join to the utmost the efforts of the Korean and Chinese peoples and deal greater political and military blows at the Japanese imperialist aggressors. Today, the most urgent need in organizing the United Front, is to ally ourselves with the soldiers of the Chinese Northeast Army who have risen up holding the anti-Japanese Save the Nation banner. Overawed by the Japanese imperialist aggression in Manchuria, the Chinese Northeast warlords wavered, did not resist and finally retreated into China proper or surrendered to the aggressors. Chief of the Northeast warlords, Zhang Suiliang, fled to Jinzhou the moment the Japanese invaded. Then, in October, he left Manchuria and crossed the Shenhaiguan over to China proper. Many other warlords in the military areas under the control of the Chinese Northeast Army knelt down before the Japanese imperialist aggressors without even firing a gun and became their puppets, so betraying their homeland. But many Chinese soldiers and some officers with a national conscience have mutinied in protest against their warlords' surrender and have gone into the mountains. In eastern Manchuria alone, there is a growing tendency to refuse to surrender among the army units stationed in Heilong and Yanji. Thousands of soldiers, in groups or individually, have already risen up in Wangqing, Antu and other districts. We, therefore, should form an allied front with the Chinese nationalist anti-Japanese units that separated from the Chinese Northeast Army after mutinies under the banner of anti-Japanese national salvation. Then the anti-Japanese armed forces will rapidly grow in scope and strength and deal greater political and military. 39. Blows at the Japanese imperialist aggressive forces. Although they have rallied under the anti-Japanese banner, some units of the Chinese anti-Japanese National Salvation Army that have mutinied and the peasants' armed units are being duped by lying Japanese propaganda and by attempts to set the nationalities against each other. They are taking a hostile attitude towards the Korean people, towards communists in particular, saying that they are the puppets of Japanese imperialism, and that they are going to communize Manchuria. Unless we make them see how wrong they are and lead them in the right direction, it will be very difficult to unite the anti-Japanese forces, and it will be impossible to concentrate our efforts on the struggle against Japanese imperialism. Therefore, in order to expose the Japanese imperialists' lying propaganda against us Korean communists and their stratagem of pitting the nationalities against each other, and to cement the militant unity of the Korean and Chinese peoples, we must do our utmost to form the allied front with the Chinese nationalist anti-Japanese units. To do so, we must, first of all, make bold approaches to the Chinese nationalist anti-Japanese units and strengthen the work among the soldiers. Though these units of a nationalist army are not steadfast because of the vacillation and class limitations of the upper ranks, they constitute big anti-Japanese forces. We must help them to overcome their vacillation and dual character through struggle, while actively encouraging their anti-Japanese element. At the same time, we must bring the rank and file, the basic masses in the anti-Japanese units, to national and class awareness and thus actively lead them in the anti-Japanese struggle. In forming the Allied front with the Chinese nationalist anti-Japanese units, our basic principle must be to form a united front with the rank and file and, firmly relying on this, a united front at the top. The top ranks of the anti-Japanese units are made up of warlords of landlord and capitalist origin, and so they constantly waver in the 40 anti-Japanese struggle, whereas the absolute majority of the rank and file are from the worker and peasant masses, and they can play an active part in that struggle. Therefore, we must first direct our serious attention to going boldly among the masses of anti-Japanese soldiers and to forming the Allied front with them. Only when we base ourselves on a united front with the rank and file in forming a united front with the top ranks will it be possible to help them to overcome their vacillation and irresolution and soundly push forward the movement for an anti-Japanese Allied front as a whole. However, we should not neglect contacts at the top. An army is a group with a strong esprit de corps, commanded by superiors. So, if we boldly contact the high-ranking officers of the anti-Japanese units and win them over first, this will be a great help in forming an anti-Japanese Allied front. As an organizational step for winning over the Chinese nationalist anti-Japanese units, we must organize special detachments in Wangqing and Untu where they are concentrated. These detachments must strive to win over the anti-Japanese units so as to expand our armed forces and, at the same time, must step up organizational and political activity so that the units can take an active part in the anti-Japanese struggle. As we have said before, we must strive to form an allied front with the Chinese nationalist anti-Japanese units and, at the same time, organize the anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army unit in each county. If we do this, we shall be able to forge ahead with the armed struggle against Japanese imperialism, the common enemy of the Korean and Chinese peoples. 5. On strengthening the work of the party organizations and the Young Communist League. Comrades, for the successful implementation of our important tasks it is 41. Imperative for us to establish basic party organizations in all areas and strengthen the work of the YCL organizations. We achieved no small success in improving and strengthening the leadership of the YCL and of other mass organizations in accordance with the decisions of the Minjiuegu meeting held last May. On the basis of this success, we must continue to pay careful attention to forming party organizations and strengthening the work of the YCL. Only when the vanguard role of party organizations is enhanced and the work of the YCL further strengthened, can we successfully carry out all the tasks that will arise in organizing and waging armed struggle and make sound organizational and ideological preparations for the founding of a unified Marxist-Leninist party. To establish the cadre of the guerrilla army and the organizational backbone of the future Korean Communist Party, we must strengthen the life in party organizations. The organizational backbone of the revolution can only be formed through hard organizational training in practical struggle. Therefore, we must accept into the party at the grassroots those fine workers and peasants and progressive intellectuals who have been tempered in mass political struggle, and give them even harder party training. In this way we shall bring them up to be communist cadres who have a revolutionary world outlook, know no vacillation in adversity, and can be equal to any revolutionary task. At present, a very important task is to strengthen the work of the YCL together with that of party organizations. Since party organizations are still weak, it is imperative to do good YCL work and keep on expanding its ranks. Only then can we ensure that we have a group of fine, new young communists who are not poisoned by factionalism and the filth of various kinds of opportunism, and establish the organizational backbone for party building more soundly. Not only that, but only when we reinforce these ranks can we found the anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army with fine young communists at the core and energetically organize. 42. And launch a mass movement to support and help the guerrilla army. To enlarge the YCL ranks we need a good knowledge of the characteristics of young workers and peasants and all other sections of the youth, and we must adapt our organizational and political work to suit them. Some YCL cadres, who have little knowledge of the specific features of youth from various walks of life, do poor work with the young workers and peasants and other youth of working class origin, saying that these young people cannot play a vanguard role because of their poor education, and that they cannot keep secrets, they also keep them at arm's length instead of educating them, and fail to enlist them into the YCL ranks. As a result, staunch young workers and peasants who are imbued with strong class hatred and a lofty fighting spirit stand outside the ranks for one reason or another. If we are careless about influencing the worker and peasant youth and do not actively draw them into the YCL ranks, we will be unable to create young communists of worker and peasant class origin. The YCL must attach the highest importance to working among young workers and peasants. Being young proletarians, young workers have a stronger revolutionary spirit, esprit de corps and sense of unity than their counterparts in any other class. Moreover, owing to their wretched plight, the absence of political rights and unbearable hunger and poverty, they have a vital interest in the revolution and naturally take the lead in the revolutionary struggle to overthrow the old society. For this reason, even if they lack knowledge, they can all be brought up as staunch young communists when they are educated in a revolutionary way and recruited into the YCL ranks. Peasant youth, who account for the majority of our youth, are suffering from the most outrageous oppression and harsh feudal exploitation under the torture of the Japanese imperialists and landlords. Therefore, even though they are still backward politically and do not have enough organizational training, when their class 43 consciousness is awakened and they are drawn into the YCL and other revolutionary organizations where they will receive a good political education, they will go hand in hand with the working class youth and creditably discharge their duties as the main force of the revolution. Also of importance in YCL work is to rally progressive students into the YCL organizations by working effectively among them. For they not only have a strong sense of justice and are receptive to progressive ideas and the trend of the time, they also have a very strong feeling for the social reform and anti-feudalism which will strike off the shackles of the old society and be needed to build a new one. In particular, since students are subjected to the Japanese imperialists' suppression of and discrimination against the Korean nation, their anti-Japanese sentiments are strong and their national awareness high. So, if they are given a good education and organizational training, they will successfully play the role of pioneer by disseminating progressive socialist ideas, and educating and awakening the majority of workers and peasants, thus guiding them into the revolutionary movement. In reinforcing the YCL ranks, it is important to cultivate leading cadres from among the most progressive of the young workers and peasants in each locality. With the enemy intensifying their suppression, it is only these leaders in different areas that can educate the majority of young people well, expand and develop the YCL organizations to suit the demands of the advancing revolution and lead them to play their vanguard role creditably. The YCL members must be pioneers in educating the masses and organizing and mobilizing them. Revolutionary work always begins with mass political work, which is a revolutionary's basic duty. The YCL cadres must acquire the revolutionary method of work, i.e. putting confidence in the strength of the masses and relying thoroughly on them and activating them in carrying on the revolutionary struggle. 44. Comrades. Whether or not we can realize the historic cause of our country's restoration by organizing and waging armed struggle and wiping out Japanese imperialism depends entirely upon how we discharge our assigned revolutionary tasks. We are revolutionaries who are determined to devote our very lives to our country's restoration and to the victory of the cause of socialism and communism. Whatever the ordeals and difficulties that stand in our way, we will fulfill our duty as communists, as revolutionaries, by accomplishing our revolutionary tasks. Let us all pool our strength and go forward in armed struggle to destroy Japanese imperialism. Victory will surely be ours, and our country will be liberated without fail. 45. On the occasion of the founding of the anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army. Speech at the ceremony to found the Anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army, April 25, 1932. Comrades. Today we are organizing the Anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army in order to crush the brigandish Japanese imperialists through an armed struggle and achieve the historic cause of national liberation. It is over 20 years since the Japanese imperialists occupied our homeland. Our country, a golden tapestry of 3,000 ri, has now become a complete colony, under the hooves of the Japanese imperialists. Our people with their 5,000-year-long history and brilliant culture are harshly exploited and oppressed as colonial slaves. The misfortunes of our country and people are multiplying as Japanese imperialism becomes more and more ambitious in its continental invasion. Last September the Japanese imperialists occupied Manchuria by provoking an aggressive war. Hell-bent on spreading their aggression across the continent, their white terror against the Korean people is becoming even more outrageous. In an attempt to turn Korea into a solid rear for their continental aggression, the Japanese imperialists have gone so far as to deprive 46. Our people of all their elementary political freedoms, freedom of speech, the press, assembly, and association, and are blocking their revolutionary advance at the point of the bayonet, indulging in the wholesale arrest, imprisonment, and massacre of innocent people everywhere. The brutalities of the Japanese imperialists against the Korean people have reached the extreme in the east and other parts of Manchuria. For the purpose of thwarting our people's anti-Japanese struggle, they raid the Korean settlements every day, running amok to kill all, burn all, and plunder all. Thus, our compatriots, deprived of their country, are being slaughtered even in this alien land. The situation demands that our people face the alternative, to die on their knees or to rise up and fight to survive. Our people have now risen with determination and are fighting everywhere in the teeth of the Japanese imperialists' barbarities. The workers and peasants are responding with violence to counter the fascist repression of Japanese imperialism, and groups of active patriotic youths are seeking a new way of struggle. Today in this lean spring season more than 100,000 peasants, led by young Korean communists, have begun fighting the Japanese imperialists, their lackeys, and the reactionary landlords in Yanji, Wangqing, Heilong, Hunchun and many other places along the Tumen River. The Chinese people, too, are putting up a vigorous struggle against Japanese imperialism. They have launched an anti-Japanese national salvation movement against the seizure of Manchuria by the Japanese imperialists. They have formed the Anti-Japanese National Salvation Army, Anti-Japanese Volunteers, and other nationalist anti-Japanese units in eastern Manchuria and many other places. All these developments testify to the correctness of the line of armed struggle we put forward in Kowloon, Changchun County, 2 years ago. In fact, now is the best moment, the most appropriate time for us to organize massive revolutionary armed forces and wage a full-scale armed struggle. We, young communists, and the revolutionary people have laid the 47. Groundwork for the formation of a people's guerrilla army through a long bloody struggle. In July 1930 we formed the Korean Revolutionary Army as the first step in preparation for the armed struggle. The KRA was the first Marxist-Leninist armed organization in our country. Members of the KRA went to many urban and rural areas and conducted vigorous political and military activities among the workers, peasants, youth, and students, preparing to form the guerrilla army. Later, we formed the Young Communist League and many other revolutionary organizations in various localities. We also organized the Red Guards everywhere, a paramilitary organization, as well as guerrilla teams, though not large, in many parts of eastern Manchuria. By speeding up preparations for founding a guerrilla army in this way we have laid a solid basis for the formation of the anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army. We have made great efforts to train the organizational backbone of the AIHCA. We tightened organizational life among the members of the KRA, YCL, and AIYL to temper their minds and willpower more firmly in a revolutionary way and to encourage them to accumulate the valuable experience needed for revolutionary struggle. One of the important questions in preparing the organization of the AIHCA was to improve relations with the Chinese nationalist anti-Japanese units. As a result of the May 30th uprising engineered by the left adventurists and the Wonbase-Han incident framed by the Japanese imperialists to play off the Chinese people against the Korean people and provide a pretext for invading Manchuria, some of the Chinese people and nationalist anti-Japanese units in Manchuria had misunderstood the Korean people and communists at one time. They were hostile to the Korean people and communists and did harm to them, while in Korea some hooligans, at the instigation of the Japanese imperialists, launched an anti-Chinese campaign. This aggravated relations between the Korean and Chinese peoples most critically. Nevertheless, we went to the Chinese nationalist anti-48 Japanese units and worked there patiently, showing them at the risk of our lives practical examples of fighting resolutely against the Japanese imperialists. Thus we considerably improved relations between the Korean and Chinese peoples and helped some Chinese nationalist anti-Japanese units, once hostile to us, dispel their misunderstanding and join us in the anti-Japanese struggle. We have endeavored to awaken the masses politically and unite them organizationally. In this way we have laid solid foundations among the revolutionized masses for armed struggle in many rural areas along the Tumen River. Drawing on the successes achieved in preparing to form a People's Guerrilla Army, we are now organizing the Anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army, the first Marxist-Leninist revolutionary armed force in our country, and proclaiming its foundation. The APGA is made up of the workers, peasants, and young patriots who oppose the Japanese imperialists and their stooges and love their country and people. It is a revolutionary armed force which will dedicate itself to protecting the interests of the people. The aim and mission of the People's Guerrilla Army is to overthrow the colonial rule of Japanese imperialism in Korea and bring national independence and social emancipation to the Korean people. The foundation of the APGA provides us with the motive power which will directly undertake and push forward the armed struggle, the mainstream of the anti-Japanese national liberation movement in our country, and with the possibility of dealing decisive blows at the Japanese imperialist aggressors, and advancing the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle to a higher stage. The foundation of the APGA will open up a new phase of implementing the line of the anti-Japanese United Front and the policy for founding a Marxist-Leninist party by greatly invigorating and encouraging the Korean people, who are groaning under the colonial yoke imposed on them by Japanese imperialism, and by inspiring them to engage in the anti-Japanese struggle. Comrades. 49. We must apply ourselves to the armed struggle and launch it on a full-scale basis, as required by the prevailing situation. To this end we must first build up the strength of the APGA. Only when it is strengthened to the point at which it becomes a large revolutionary armed force can the People's Guerrilla Army give a decisive blow to the counter-revolutionary armed forces of the Japanese imperialists, develop the armed struggle in scope and strength, and increase its influence so as to further promote the Korean Revolution as a whole. In order to consolidate the guerrilla army, all its commanding officers and men should be boundlessly loyal to the revolution. A high degree of revolutionary determination and infinite loyalty to the revolution are the source of the strength of the People's Guerrilla Army and a decisive guarantee of its triumph over Japanese imperialism. So all its commanders and rank and file must equip themselves thoroughly with Marxism-Leninism and the strategy and tactics of the Korean Revolution through diligent political studies, and constantly temper themselves in the struggle. In this way they will acquire a firm revolutionary world outlook and be faithful to the revolution in any adversity. In addition, they should cherish each other, secure unbreakable unity of ideology and purpose, and defend the vital interests of the masses, maintaining close ties, as their own kin, with them. They must also observe iron discipline, so as to give full play to their excellent political and moral character as soldiers of a true people's army, a revolutionary army. If we are to win our battle against the Japanese imperialist marauders, we must expand the guerrilla ranks as quickly as possible. In order to do this, we should first enlist large numbers of progressive young patriots tested in practical struggle. This is the way to make the People's Guerrilla Army a true people's army, a revolutionary army. While expanding the guerrilla ranks, we must obtain more weapons. Patriotism alone will not be enough to defeat the Japanese imperialists armed with highly effective modern weapons. In order 50. To vanquish the armed enemy, we must arm ourselves. We must constantly improve the weapons and equipment of the guerrillas by capturing weapons from the enemy through surprise attacks, as well as by making them for ourselves. To further strengthen the APGA, its commanders and men must acquire adroit guerrilla tactics and apply them with skill. Mastery of these tactics will enable them to cripple with a small force a numerically and technically superior enemy, destroy them and also capture their weapons. At present, the commanders and the rank and file of the guerrilla army are not well versed in guerrilla warfare. Worse still, we have no experience of guerrilla warfare that can be of use to us in our fight against the Japanese imperialists, having no home front and no regular army support. Therefore, we have to accumulate combat experience and create one guerrilla tactic after another through ceaseless battles. We should make it a basic principle of guerrilla warfare to wipe out as many enemy troops as possible while preserving the guerrilla force to the maximum. To do this, we should correctly assess the situation and the balance of forces between friend and foe and, on this basis, engage the enemy only when we are sure of victory. While taking the initiative in carrying on active battles, we must manage to get the proper combination of preserving the strength of the guerrillas and destroying the enemy. In order to wipe out large numbers of enemy troops while preserving its own forces, the guerrilla army should correctly grasp the enemy's weak points and use them to its own advantage. The Japanese imperialist troops have weaknesses inherent in aggressors, and many other vulnerabilities and limitations. For instance, they are unfamiliar with the geographical conditions of this area. By actively exacerbating these weaknesses and making the best use of them, we must keep the enemy on the defensive and destroy their forces ceaselessly, ambushing and attacking them everywhere. Next, we must strive to establish guerrilla zones along the Tumen 51 River on the northern tip of Korea and in eastern Manchuria, to facilitate the operations of the People's Guerrilla Army. The guerrillas need bases to fall back on for combat operations. Under the present circumstances, I think, the Tumen River area is best suited for guerrilla bases in view of the geographical conditions and the makeup of the population. We must work out a policy on further expanding the guerrilla bases and developing guerrilla actions in future, in close coordination with the Korean Independence Army active in the area along the Amnok River and in southern Manchuria. Meanwhile, we must gradually bring the revolutionary bases nearer to the homeland, maintaining closer organizational ties with revolutionary bodies at home. In addition, we must work harder to form an anti-Japanese united front with the Chinese people. For this purpose, we must form an anti-Japanese allied front with the Chinese nationalist anti-Japanese units. They are an armed force which can join us in fighting against Japanese imperialism, the common enemy of the Korean and Chinese peoples. The nationalist anti-Japanese units make up a considerable armed force. They are engaged in military activities, holding wide areas of Manchuria. That is why an allied front of the People's Guerrilla Army and the Chinese nationalist anti-Japanese units is very important for further isolating and weakening the Japanese imperialist forces of aggression and for assuring the definitive ascendancy of the anti-Japanese armed forces. We have already improved our relations with them to a certain degree through tireless and patient work. However, the relationship between the People's Guerrilla Army and the nationalist anti-Japanese units has not yet reached the stage at which a full-scale anti-Japanese allied front can be formed. Some officers and men of these units, deceived by the Japanese imperialist scheme to alienate nations from each other, are hostile towards the Korean Communists and the AHK. We must, therefore, continue to work on the nationalist anti-Japanese units with patience and persistence. 52. In order to step up our activities among the Chinese nationalist anti-Japanese units, we must first of all form more special detachments of Korean communists and enhance their role. Since the guerrillas are not yet strong enough and some officers and men of the nationalist anti-Japanese units are antagonistic to the Korean communists and the People's Guerrilla Army, we must improve our relations with the anti-Japanese units through the activities of the special detachments and prepare step by step for a full-scale anti-Japanese allied front by building up the People's Guerrilla Army. The special detachments must penetrate the nationalist anti-Japanese units and fight together with them, and convince their officers and men through persuasion and practical examples that the Korean Communists and the anti-Japanese People's guerrillas are genuine patriots and fighters who are courageous in battle against the Japanese aggressors, so as to help them to have a correct understanding of the Korean Communists and take an active part in the anti-Japanese struggle. With a view to improving our work with the nationalist anti-Japanese units, we must also enhance the role of the Committee of Anti-Japanese Soldiers. Our work with the nationalist anti-Japanese units is expanding every day, so it is a matter of the utmost urgency to elevate the role of this committee, which is engaged exclusively in work with these units. The Committee of Anti-Japanese Soldiers must coordinate efforts to grasp and solve problems arising in the work with the nationalist anti-Japanese units and promptly correct possible deviations. If we are to succeed in our work with these units, we must actively involve all the people's guerrillas and the broad sections of the revolutionary masses in this work and conduct it as a great mass movement. This will dissipate prejudice against the Koreans and the Korean communists. Further, the People's Guerrilla Army must work well with the masses so that it can strengthen its ties of kinship with them, and 53. Enjoy their active support and encouragement in battle. We are now fighting against formidable Japanese imperialism under difficult circumstances, with neither a home front nor foreign aid. We must believe only in our united strength and have the firm conviction that we can defeat the enemy by our own strength. By our own strength I mean the organized and united masses of the people. We must believe precisely in the strength of the organized and united people, and carry on guerrilla warfare, relying on their strength. The ties of kinship with the masses of the people and their active support and encouragement are the source of the strength of the People's Guerrilla Army and a major guarantee of victory. The People's Guerrillas, therefore, must firmly establish in their ranks a correct revolutionary viewpoint and attitude towards the masses, and a discipline of zealously protecting the lives and property of the people. They must fight, at any place and at any time, relying on the strength of the masses of the people, and firmly protect the people's interests. In addition, the AHPA must apply itself to organizational and political work among the masses of the Korean and Chinese peoples so that it will win every support and encouragement from them. It must vigorously develop political struggle against Japanese imperialism everywhere, along with armed struggle. Comrades, we are the first contingent of the proud anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army, with the mission of shaping the destiny of the country and the people. The future of the country and the people depends entirely on how we fight. We must carry out our duty to the country and the people with credit, surmounting whatever difficulties and obstacles may arise. Let us all raise higher the red banner of the revolution and launch a vigorous armed struggle against Japanese imperialism in order to win the historic cause of national liberation. 54. On spreading and developing the armed struggle into the homeland. Speech at the meeting of chiefs of underground revolutionary organizations and political workers in the Onsong area, March 11, 1933. Comrades, we are gathered here in the homeland with the chiefs of underground revolutionary organizations and political workers to discuss measures to win the historic cause of national liberation as soon as possible. This meeting bears great significance. You have done a great deal of work, inspired by the founding of the guerrilla army and the establishment of the guerrilla bases. In the first place, you have worked hard to step up anti-Japanese information work among the people at home and unite them into revolutionary organizations. As a result, the anti-Japanese spirit of the masses is rising every day and the membership of these revolutionary organizations is increasing rapidly. You have also striven to support the guerrilla army. Despite the enemy's strict watch, the revolutionary organizations in the homeland have sent a large amount of cloth, footwear, paper, medicine, and other supplies to the guerrillas. This has encouraged them greatly. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to you for this moral and material support. Comrades, it is 23 years since the Japanese imperialist aggressors occupied 55. Our beautiful country, a golden tapestry of 3,000 RI. The Japanese imperialists are intensifying their colonial rule with each passing day. Particularly, they are making the most frantic efforts to extricate themselves from the general economic crisis of the capitalist world which has lasted for several years. They are trying to find a way out of the economic crisis, above all, by harshly exploiting and plundering the Korean workers and peasants. The living conditions of the Korean workers and peasants are worsening because of the ruthless exploitation and plunder by the Japanese imperialists and their stooges. The Korean workers, who had been forced to engage in cheap slave labor since the Japanese imperialists' occupation, were deprived of their jobs during the economic crisis and are hovering on the verge of starvation. The peasants are barely subsisting on grassroots and tree bark due to high farm rents, onerous taxes and a severe slump in the prices of agricultural produce caused by the colonial rule of Japanese imperialism and the economic crisis. They are deprived of their dearly loved children by the landlords and capitalists because of debts or have their property seized. Tragedies of this sort are increasing daily. Having lost their jobs or been deprived of their land, many workers and peasants are leaving in droves for Japan and Manchuria to seek a livelihood. But, wherever they go, they find no solace and poverty stalks them like a ghost. The brutal exploitation and oppression by the Japanese imperialist blackguards and their lackeys is precipitating class fragmentation in our country. In towns the middle class is sinking into the proletariat, and in the countryside landed peasants are becoming tenants. The Japanese imperialists have embarked on aggression in China in order to free themselves from the economic crisis. The Japanese imperialists, who have occupied Manchuria by force of arms, are making frenzied preparations for continental aggression, maintaining an extremely tyrannical, medieval rule to turn Korea and Manchuria into their solid rear. They have reinforced their 56 troops and police on a large scale and deprived our people of all their rights. They do not tolerate the slightest expression of freedom. They are running amok to stamp out the anti-Japanese struggle of our people and erase any aspiration for national independence. In Manchuria, under the pretext of maintaining public peace and mopping up the communists, they are engrossed in atrocities, arresting, imprisoning and murdering Korean and Chinese anti-Japanese fighters, setting fire to villages inhabited by Koreans and slaughtering innocent people at random, irrespective of age or sex. As the fascist suppression by the Japanese imperialists has been intensified and the possibility of any legal political or social activity ruled out, many of our workers, peasants, youth, and students have risen up resolutely in the struggle against the Japanese imperialists all over the country, and in northeast China the Chinese people have turned out in a violent mass struggle against the armed Japanese imperialists. We have achieved no little success in the last 1 year of struggle since the foundation of the anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army. Through this struggle our IHCA has been rapidly expanded and strengthened. We have steadily enlarged the ranks of the guerrilla army with the vigorous youth who, at the inspiring news of the founding of the guerrilla army, joined the guerrillas, resolved to take part in the armed struggle, with the young people in the guerrilla bases, and with the workers, peasants, and young intellectuals tested and tempered in the struggle against Japanese imperialism. While wresting weapons from the enemy and arming ourselves with them, we worked energetically to make other weapons by our own efforts. As a result, the ranks of our guerrilla army have been expanded and its armament base further strengthened. The guerrillas have accumulated a wealth of experience and have been further tempered in the course of bloody battles against the enemy. While waging hard battles to smite the Japanese imperialist robbers, our guerrillas have experienced the rigors of revolutionary 57 struggle and have been further trained mentally and physically to overcome any difficulties or trials. The guerrilla army had had no instructive experience of guerrilla warfare, and started the struggle from scratch. But in the course of battle it acquired diverse guerrilla tactics to make large numbers of the enemy vulnerable and crush them with small forces. The advance into southern and northern Manchuria which we guerrillas made for half a year since last summer holds an especially important place in strengthening the IHCA into a revolutionary armed force. By that march we guerrillas demonstrated the might of the IHCA to many people in the vast areas of southern and northern Manchuria, convincing them of victory and exerting a revolutionary influence on them. In this way, we drew many compatriots into revolutionary organizations. Meanwhile, we were successful in forming an anti-Japanese allied front with the Chinese nationalist anti-Japanese units which had been hostile towards the Korean communists owing to their own political backwardness and to the Japanese imperialist policy of alienating nations from each other. Another major success we have achieved in the past year was the establishment of guerrilla bases and, relying on them, the conduct of active military operations and political work, thus giving a heavy blow to the enemy. Starting last spring, we have established reliable guerrilla bases across the vast area along the Tumen River. These bases have revolutionary organizations, revolutionary governments, people who support the guerrillas devotedly, as well as weapons repair shops, hospitals, and other facilities serving the guerrillas in the rear. Thus, we guerrillas, who have to fight the Japanese imperialist blackguards without any home front and without any regular army support, now have a military, political, and logistical base, and our people the strategic base of the Korean Revolution. Relying on the guerrilla bases established in the vast area along the Tumen River, we have dealt heavy political and military blows at 58. The enemy along the border, thus exerting a revolutionary influence on the people in the homeland and inspiring them to anti-Japanese struggle. As a result, various forms of anti-Japanese struggle are being waged ceaselessly in all parts of the homeland, under the impact of the anti-Japanese armed struggle. Alarmed at the intensified political and military activities of the guerrillas, the Japanese imperialists are making frantic efforts to destroy them and their bases while they are still in their formative stage. They have set up the Jeondeo Task Force with infantry, cavalry, artillery, and engineering units, and thrown them into eastern Manchuria. Last January, especially, the top brass of the Japanese imperialist army and police held a joint conference to consult about intensifying the punitive offensive. The enemy is now frantically making punitive attacks on our bases, mobilizing massive numbers of troops. While intensifying their military offensive in this way, the Japanese imperialists are making a vicious attempt to blockade the bases economically. With the sinister design of cutting off food and munitions supplies to the guerrilla units, they are burning down all the villages around our bases, keeping an eye on people's movements and strictly controlling provisions of food, cloth, salt, matches and other consumer goods. The Japanese imperialists are also constantly infiltrating spies, wreckers, and saboteurs into the guerrilla bases to disorganize the guerrillas from within. At the same time, they are making desperate efforts to reinforce the guard along the border, concentrating huge armed forces there, in an attempt to stifle the revolutionary influence of the anti-Japanese armed struggle before it can reach the people in the homeland. While peppering the whole border area with police installations, they are building all sorts of defenses and keeping a strict watch. This situation urgently demands that we frustrate the frantic moves of Japanese imperialism, and expand and develop the anti-Japanese armed struggle, holding the red banner of revolution still higher. In this connection, the guerrillas' advance into the homeland is of great significance. By marching into the homeland, we guerrillas can 59. Consolidate the achievements already made and deal crushing political and military blows at the Japanese imperialists who have occupied our beautiful country and are forcing all sorts of misfortune on our people. In this way we will enable the anti-Japanese armed struggle to exert a strong revolutionary influence on the people in the homeland and rouse them vigorously to a sacred war against Japanese imperialism, thus finally liquidating the bulwark of colonial rule by Japanese imperialism. Therefore, we must expand and develop our anti-Japanese armed struggle to the homeland, however vicious the enemy's moves and however difficult the situation. To do this we should wage a more forceful struggle to establish and consolidate more semi-guerrilla zones over a wide area of the homeland adjacent to the guerrilla bases along the Tumen River. By a semi-guerrilla zone we mean a revolutionized area which, though under the colonial rule of Japanese imperialism in form, is controlled and guided by the guerrillas in practice. The establishment of more semi-guerrilla zones and their consolidation at home have a tremendous bearing on creating political and military strongholds and rear bases to expand and develop the anti-Japanese armed struggle deep into the homeland and on rapidly enlarging and strengthening the ranks of the AHCA. Once we establish and consolidate more semi-guerrilla zones at home, we can train our basic masses to be dependable reserves of the guerrillas through the revolutionary organizations, and rapidly expand and strengthen the ranks of the AHCA with these masses. By sending armed teams of the Korean Revolutionary Army to different localities in the homeland we laid mass foundations for the revolutionary struggle and exerted a revolutionary influence on our people. We dispatched a large number of political workers to Onsang, Hoeryong, Musan, Gyeongwon and other places in the homeland, and, in keeping with the prevailing situation, have actively promoted the work of forming various revolutionary organizations in which the broad masses have been embraced and educated in the aims of the 60 revolution, to turn the areas into semi-guerrilla zones. So, in the Unsang area, 2 underground revolutionary organizations have been formed, and the transformation of the masses in a revolutionary fashion is being conducted vigorously. Basing yourselves on the successes already achieved, you should further build up the Unsang area into a semi-guerrilla zone. Here the class composition of the population is good, and quite a few people have been awakened to the aims of the revolution. Moreover, the area is near the guerrilla bases or liberated areas and has very advantageous terrain conditions. You can go deep into the homeland from Mt Wangji along the Hamjiang Mountains via Mt Yung. In addition, you must set up semi-guerrilla zones in many other parts of the homeland and consolidate them. In order to form semi-guerrilla zones, the guerrillas must conduct combat activities more energetically along the border. Meanwhile, the underground revolutionary organizations at home must launch a powerful struggle to rally and revolutionize the broad masses opposed to Japanese imperialism. Only when we have the revolutionized masses can we strengthen our revolutionary forces by relying on them, paralyze the ruling machinery of Japanese imperialism, and develop various forms of anti-Japanese struggle. Therefore, we must thoroughly revolutionize the great majority of the masses in the areas intended for semi-guerrilla zones. To form the semi-guerrilla zones, it is necessary to establish secret communications places and various other places for activity wherever necessary, by using the favorable terrain of the wooded areas. If semi-guerrilla zones are built up in this way all over the homeland, we will be able to expand and develop the anti-Japanese armed struggle deep into the homeland, using these zones. What is necessary next is to firmly rally the whole nation as a single political force in the struggle against Japanese imperialism. In order to expand and develop the armed struggle into the homeland and win the historic cause of national liberation, we must firmly unite all sections of the masses with anti-Japanese inclinations. 61. Under the banner of the Anti-Japanese National United Front based on the Worker-Peasant Alliance. This is a correct step in the light of the character of our revolution, which is designed mainly for national liberation from Japan, and the actual situation in which the reactionary offensive of Japanese imperialism against the Korean people is being intensified more than ever before. In fact, only when we unite the broad sections of the anti-Japanese forces and fight relying on them can we isolate and weaken the counter-revolutionary forces, completely smash the reactionary offensive of the Japanese imperialists, and achieve the historic cause of liberating the country. A broad section of the petty bourgeoisie, to say nothing of the workers and peasants, are taking part in the struggle against the Japanese imperialists. Even some manufacturers are now harboring anti-Japanese sentiments as they become impoverished, and more of them go bankrupt with each passing day because of the predatory colonial policy of Japanese imperialism. We should rally all those who hate the Japanese imperialists and truly desire the country's liberation under the banner of the Anti-Japanese National United Front, irrespective of property status, education, residence, or sex. We must set up many mass organizations of different types in order to rally the whole nation into a single political force. In my opinion, we will be able to form legal and illegal revolutionary organizations under various names to suit the specific features of the given areas and localities. We must set up numerous mass organizations in various forms in the northern border area and in all other parts of the country, too, so as to rally the broad masses. The Worker-Peasant Union, now active in the Unsang area, has failed to unite the broad sections of the anti-Japanese masses. I think it had better consider changing its name so as to draw more revolutionary members of the masses into the organization in the future. We must not only unite vast numbers of anti-Japanese people in organizations, but also constantly educate them in a revolutionary way. 62. There are various forms of giving the masses revolutionary education. We can heighten the revolutionary ardor of the masses through secret reading sessions or press activity, and educate them in the aims of the revolution through night schools or informal explanations. We must educate the masses constantly and actively, through a proper combination of these diverse forms. The educational work must be subordinated to the solution of the tasks arising from our revolutionary mission. Therefore, we should explain to the masses the aggressive crimes of the Japanese imperialists, the exploitative nature of the landlords and the pro-Japanese capitalists, our people's struggle against Japanese imperialism, and the ways and means of struggle against the enemy. This will give them a clear understanding of the enemy and spur them to take an active part in the revolutionary struggle. Also, the education of different sections of the masses must be conducted, taking into consideration their specific features and levels of consciousness, and be carried out actively and prudently, in conditions of illegality, as the Japanese imperialists are engrossed in a savage reign of terror. By uniting the broad masses under the anti-Japanese banner and educating them in a revolutionary way, as I have mentioned, we should create revolutionized areas all over the country, where large masses of the people will be able to participate actively in various forms of anti-Japanese struggle. From now on, we should closely combine mass movements with the preparatory work for the expansion and development of the armed struggle into the homeland. The expansion and development of the armed struggle into the homeland will play a decisive role in exerting a revolutionary influence on the people at home, strongly inspiring them to take part in the anti-Japanese struggle and finally eradicating the colonial rule of Japanese imperialism. The mass struggle is very important in dealing blows at the colonial rule of Japanese imperialism, tempering the masses in a revolutionary way and creating favorable conditions. 63. For expanding and developing the armed struggle. However, this alone is not enough to overthrow the system of the colonial rule of the Japanese imperialist marauders and win the historic cause of the country's liberation. That is why we raise as an important matter the linking of the mass struggle with the work of expanding and developing the anti-Japanese armed struggle into the homeland. Underground revolutionary organizations and political workers must actively organize and wage in towns, farming, and fishing villages at home diverse forms of anti-Japanese struggle of the masses in coordination with the anti-Japanese armed struggle. In this way, we will give a decisive blow to the Japanese imperialist aggressors, expand and strengthen the mass foundation of the revolution and accelerate the destruction of Japanese imperialism. The revolutionaries and the populace at home must make all possible efforts to aid the guerrillas and the people in the guerrilla bases. First, they should provide the guerrillas with timely information about the enemy's situation. With a view to guaranteeing the combat activity of the guerrillas, they should accurately reconnoitre and inform them promptly of the disposition of the repressive facilities and government organizations of Japanese imperialism, such as gendarmeries, police stations, border customs posts, police substations at ferries, county and sub-county offices, and the movements of the Japanese armed forces. For the present, they must reconnoitre and send in information related to the maneuvers of the Japanese imperialists, so that we may attack the enemy's strongholds along the border. Meanwhile, the revolutionaries in the homeland should organize and give more positive aid to the guerrilla units and the people in the guerrilla bases. As in the past, so also in the future, they should rouse the revolutionary organizations and the people at home to action to secure greater amounts of necessary war supplies and consumer goods, and send them to the guerrilla bases by various means, using 64. Vantage points and natural conditions. This will inspire the guerrilla units and the people in the guerrilla bases, and contribute greatly to the advancement of the anti-Japanese armed struggle. Comrades, we must mobilize the efforts of the whole nation and wage a long and bloody struggle to crush the brigandish Japanese imperialists in order to achieve the historic cause of the country's liberation. If we are to be successful in this difficult and complicated revolutionary task, we must have a general staff of the revolution. That is why the founding of a Marxist-Leninist party is the most urgent and important task for us communists. To found the party we should train and expand the ranks of the communists who have been thoroughly armed with Marxist-Leninist ideas and have been tried and tested in actual struggle. Only then can we firmly rally the revolutionary masses around them as the backbone and correctly carry out complicated revolutionary tasks. We must give the factionalist idea and other hostile ideas no chance to gain a foothold in the revolutionary organizations. Through these organizations also, we must make energetic endeavors to train cadres who have been armed thoroughly with Marxist-Leninist ideas. I hope you will make a great contribution to expanding and developing the armed struggle into the homeland and hastening the day of national liberation. 65. On the tasks for improving the work of the Young Communist League. Speech delivered at the meeting of the workers of the Young Communist League held in Wangqing March 27, 1933. Comrades, it is already almost 1 year since we founded the Anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army and launched an organized armed struggle against Japanese imperialism in line with the policy defined at the Minjiuegu meeting. During this period we have set up guerrilla zones or liberated areas in the vast expanses along the Tumen River. This has provided us guerrillas with a base for lively military and political activities. Relying on the guerrilla bases, we have dealt heavy political and military blows at the Japanese imperialist aggressors, powerfully inspired our people to struggle against them, strengthened our own military and political forces and steadily developed the whole anti-Japanese national liberation struggle around the armed struggle. Meanwhile, Young Communist League organizations and their members have indeed accomplished a great deal of work. YCL organizations have enrolled many young people by doing organizational and political work among the broad sections of youth, and have got them to contribute actively to the anti-Japanese armed struggle. The YCL members and other young people in the guerrilla army have displayed unparalleled bravery, boldness, and self-66 sacrificing spirit in battle, and those in the guerrilla zones have built up the base and solidly defended it from enemy invasion. Despite the enemy's cruel repression, the YCL members and other youth in the enemy-ruled zone have fought against the Japanese ceaselessly and in various forms, giving strong moral and material support to the guerrilla army. Alarmed by the growing military and political activities of the guerrillas and our people's multifarious anti-Japanese struggle mounted under the former's influence, the Japanese imperialists are now making frantic efforts to destroy the guerrilla army and its base. The situation urgently requires us to heighten the ideological awareness of the broad masses who are opposed to the Japanese, and organize them to thwart the frenzied moves of the Japanese imperialists and advance the armed struggle. In particular, arousing many young people for the anti-Japanese struggle is very important in view of their role in the revolutionary struggle. It is the young people who are the bravest both in guerrilla actions and in organizational and political work in the area under enemy rule. It is also the young people who will carry the future of our revolution on their shoulders. At present, however, YCL organizations at all levels are not working actively enough to cope with the requirements of our developing revolution. The report and other speeches, too, confirm that there are serious shortcomings in their work. They do not recruit the many young people who are eligible for membership, nor do they properly train the young people of all strata. I should like to comment on some problems related to the steps to be taken after this meeting so as quickly to rectify the shortcomings in YCL work, expand and strengthen its organizations and improve information work and education among the broad sections of youth. First, you must expand and consolidate YCL organizations. This is the most important task confronting YCL organizations today. Only by building them up to be broad in scope and strong can the YCL increase its militancy, satisfactorily implement its revolutionary tasks and successfully strengthen the guerrilla army. At 67. Present, however, YCL organizations are not being properly expanded and consolidated. The major defect in their organizational work is leftist closed-doorism. This tendency is expressed in refusing to accept even qualified youths as YCL members by demanding a too high level. True, it should be a principle that the best young people be chosen for YCL membership. But it is a serious mistake to deny membership to those youths who have been trained and tempered in several years of underground activity because they have some defects in their attitude to work, to young workers and peasants because they lack certain knowledge, and to young students because they are too young. You can correct the defects in their attitude without difficulty, if you educate them. And in the same way you can raise the level of those who are not good at work due to a lack of knowledge. And it is not right to regard people of almost 20 as too young. General Namai, a warrior in Korean history, said, "If a man at 20 fails to command the national situation, who will call him a man in the years to come?" This is what he said in olden days, so why should people in their late teens nowadays be disqualified as too young? Fearing that too many recruits would divulge their secrets, some YCL organizations do not admit even qualified young people now. This is harmful. We should, of course, strictly guard against leaks and keep secrets even at the cost of our lives. But if you hesitate to expand YCL organizations for the sake of secrecy, you will not be able to build up the revolutionary forces. The point is that you should admit young people to the YCL and then teach them to keep secrets for the sake of the revolution. At the moment, the leftist tendency towards closed-doorism is doing great harm to the growth of YCL organizations. I was told that in some enemy districts the YCL recruited only 3 or 4 out of 100 young people who had been active for over a year in the Children's Vanguard and in 3 other organizations, the Peasants Association, the Anti-Imperialist League and the Revolutionary Mutual Aid Society. This is the result of a leftist mistake. We 68 cannot tolerate this type of error any longer. We should thoroughly eliminate this leftist tendency and actively enlist in the YCL the young people tested in the struggle against Japanese imperialism. YCL organizations should first admit youths who are in the guerrilla army and those who have been tested through actual struggle in the anti-Japanese Self-Defense Corps and other revolutionary organizations in the guerrilla zones. Meanwhile, they should penetrate deep into the enemy-ruled area and recruit awakened progressive youth. At present the young people living there make up the overwhelming majority, and the YCL organizations have suffered considerably from the enemy's destructive activities. In this situation YCL organizations at different levels should work efficiently among the youth there and recruit as many of them as possible. They should, above all, strive to win as members young peasants as well as young workers with a strong revolutionary spirit, a sense of organization and unity. The vast majority of the young people in our country are peasants, most of whom are virtually rural proletarians. It is highly important to admit peasant youths with class awareness and train them to be the main force of the revolution together with the working youths. YCL organizations should never neglect accepting progressive young students. Our students have a very high degree of national consciousness and patriotism because they suffer racial oppression and humiliation by Japanese imperialism. And students in general, regardless of their class origin, are receptive to the trend of the times and zealous in their pursuit of truth. Consequently, they can grasp progressive communist ideology better than anyone else and pioneer the movement for socialist enlightenment. This is illustrated by the Gwangju student movement of November 1929. While striving to eliminate the leftist tendency towards closed-doorism from the organizational work of the YCL on the one hand, we should, on the other, guard strictly against the rightist deviation. The rightist deviation finds expression in the unprincipled 69 recruitment of even unknown and unqualified young people, allegedly to expand YCL organizations. Some YCL organizations both in the guerrilla zones and in the enemy-ruled areas are now planning to enroll politically unprepared youngsters at random, giving them neither class education nor anti-Japanese patriotic education. How can we afford to admit young people whose class consciousness and anti-Japanese patriotic thought are not firm into the YCL organization, the vanguard of the masses of young workers and peasants? If this is allowed to continue, alien and chance elements can infiltrate into the YCL ranks, weaken its militancy and destroy the organization itself. We must completely reject both the leftist tendency towards closed-doorism and the rightist deviations, conduct efficient organizational work among the youth wherever they are and draw in more brave and progressive young people so as to steadily expand and consolidate the YCL. Secondly, all YCL organizations should improve ideological education for broad sections of young people. If we are to strengthen YCL organizations and get many young people to join, we must improve their ideological education. Only when their consciousness is enhanced through extensive and intensive ideological education can the role of the youth be increased in the revolutionary struggle and the historic cause of national liberation be furthered. Terrified by the anti-Japanese armed struggle which is growing day by day, Japanese imperialism is now bent on vicious political stratagems to wreck our revolutionary ranks from within while strengthening punitive military offensive against the guerrilla army and its base. Unless under these circumstances the ideological education of young people is improved, we shall be unable to smash the enemy's military and ideological offensives and keep advancing the armed struggle. At present, however, YCL organizations are not properly conducting ideological education among broad sections of young people. 70. The major defect in their ideological education is that it lacks clear content and objectives and is not suited to young people. This sort of ideological education might be even less effective than a Christian preacher's sermon. YCL organizations are now bragging of propagating Marxism-Leninism, but their speeches are often too empty and ill-adapted to the audience to attract them. Young people have their own characteristics. They are enterprising, revolutionary, heroic, ardent in their search for the truth and in their aspirations for an ideal society, and more sensitive than anyone else. However, YCL organizations are working in a stereotyped manner instead of adapting their information and agitation work and individual education to the specific features and aspirations of the youth, and to different local conditions and customs. The YCL's main effort in ideological education at the present moment should concentrate on imbuing broad sections of the youth with hatred for the Japanese and love of the country and on increasing their class consciousness so that they will actively join in the sacred war against the Japanese and for the liberation and independence of their country, and take the lead in the struggle. YCL organizations should constantly expose to broad sections of the youth the insidious colonial policy of Japanese imperialism, its craftiness, and its brutal slaughter of our people, so as to instill in them strong anti-Japanese sentiments. Besides, YCL organizations should work harder to convince many young people of the exploitative nature and treachery of the pro-Japanese landlords, capitalists, and other stooges of the Japanese imperialists. Stepping up education in patriotism is important at the present moment. This is the way to imbue our young people with a sense of national pride and self-respect and with burning hatred for the Japanese imperialists who are occupying our beautiful country, that silk embroidery of a land of 3,000 ri, and encourage them to be zealous in the anti-Japanese struggle. We must always teach them. 71. To nurture an infinite love for their country and acquire good knowledge of the history of our people's struggle and of our brilliant national culture, so that they will value these and heighten their desire for national independence. In order to encourage broad sections of young people to rise up in the sacred war against the Japanese, we must intensify education in revolutionary optimism. YCL organizations should be tireless in exposing the weaknesses of Japanese imperialism and the inexorability of its downfall, and in explaining the righteousness of our revolutionary cause and the inevitability of its victory to the young people so as to inspire them to fight unyieldingly against Japanese imperialism, and overcome all difficulties and obstacles in their way. Further, ideological education to enhance militant solidarity with the Chinese youth should be stepped up among broad sections of our young people. This is essential in the struggle to thwart the Japanese imperialist plot to create bad blood between nations and to reinforce the anti-Japanese revolutionary forces. Through improved ideological education among the young people, YCL organizations should form a united front with the Chinese youth in opposition to Japanese imperialism, the common enemy of the Korean and Chinese peoples, and vigorously push forward the work with the Chinese nationalist anti-Japanese units in particular. YCL organizations must conduct ideological education effectively in close combination with the young people's activities to carry out their revolutionary tasks. Only then will ideological education cease to be lip service and actually contribute to the revolutionary cause. For the immediate period ahead, YCL organizations should combine ideological education with the effort to implement the policy of anti-Japanese armed struggle. In this way they will imbue the young people with firm confidence in the victory of the revolution, inspire them staunchly to defend the guerrilla zones, wholeheartedly to support the AHCA and actively to participate in various actions against the Japanese. 72. Ideological education of young people must adopt diverse ways to suit their characteristics. If this work is done in a humdrum way in disregard of their special features and character, the desired results will not be attained. YCL organizations should organize lectures, roundtable talks, motivational speeches, political seminars, and other forms of oral information, as well as different literary, art and sports activities in keeping with the mental qualities and other characteristics of the youth. Ideological education can be successful only when it is adapted to the levels of those to be educated. This requires, above all, a full understanding of the people concerned. A doctor examines the physical qualities and characteristics of his patient before giving him treatment. This is because different characteristics and different physical qualities give rise to different symptoms even with the same disease, and this in turn necessitates the prescription of different kinds and different doses of medicine. Likewise, YCL organizations must be clear about the class positions and ideological awareness of the young people and suit the education to them. In addition, ideological education must be given in a language understandable to everyone. If you use borrowed words or difficult expressions in your speech, regardless of how they are understood by the young audience, you may produce an adverse effect far from the desired results. Suppose you gather together for information purposes peasant youths with a low level of consciousness and address them in an affected manner, putting forward incomprehensible propositions. For instance, you say we must destroy bourgeois society and win proletarian hegemony, we must establish a Soviet, or speak about proletarian internationalism. Then the audience will say, that young man is crazy. Not knowing even the Korean language and using only foreign terms, he is clamoring for the Korean Revolution. We've listened to him all day and yet heard not a word about Korea's independence. Such 73. Information will not only be sterile, but may disappoint the young people. So YCL organizations should educate the young people not in a presumptuous manner, but in plain words understandable to them. Remolding the ideology of young people and organizing them for revolutionary struggle cannot be completed by conducting a couple of educational projects. The objective can only be attained through tireless and persevering inculcation. If explaining once is not enough, do it twice, and if twice is not enough, do it 10 times and even 100 times. In this way, YCL organizations will persuade the young people patiently until all of them participate zealously in the sacred struggle to wipe out Japanese imperialism. Thirdly, YCL organizations should take on responsibility for guiding the work of the Communist Children's Corps. This provides an important guarantee for strengthening the YCL and, further, for reinforcing the anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army. The members of the CC represent our future. Unless the CC is strengthened, there can be no strong organization of young communists, and without politically qualified, staunch members of the YCL, it will be impossible to found a revolutionary working class party on a sound basis. Improving the work of the CC now will result in reinforcing the YCL and laying the groundwork for the party. That is why the CC, the YCL, and the party are called the Alliance of Three Generations, and even a song about strengthening it has been composed. YCL organizations should foster in the minds of children an ardent love of their country and hatred for the enemy. They should clearly teach the children about our beautiful land, rich mineral resources, the proud history of our people's struggle and our brilliant national culture. At the same time they should bring home to them that Japanese imperialism, the landlords and capitalists are our enemies. This is the way to educate children from childhood to love their country and people and hate the enemy. YCL organizations should urge the children to be devoted to the life of their organization. In this way the children will hold the 74. Organization dear from their early years, rely on it in their daily lives and carry out its assignments responsibly. The instructors of the CC play a very important part. They are teachers and guides who are directly in charge of organizing and guiding the children's studying and life. YCL organizations at all levels must enhance the role of the instructors and, at the same time, select fine YCL members and assign them as CC instructors, so as to guarantee responsible guidance to the work of the CC. YCL organizations should give efficient guidance to the members of the Children's Vanguard. YCL organizations should first impart some military knowledge to CV members, assign them military duties such as guard duty, reconnaissance, liaison, spy hunting, and other missions, as well as tasks for political study, and help them to carry out their assignments correctly like the CV members they are, with a keen sense of national pride and class consciousness. In this way they will be led to contribute actively to the anti-Japanese struggle and constantly undergo revolutionary training. Fourthly, YCL workers should radically improve the way they work and their attitude to work. We have already emphasized on many occasions the need for YCL workers to have a correct viewpoint on the masses and become true leaders of the young people. But many of them still throw their weight about, using words of foreign origin and hurling abuse at the young people. They cannot educate and unite young people this way. True, they will come across many complicated and difficult problems in their work, since they have to deal with different sections of the youth. But they will be successful, despite the difficulties and complexities, if they approach the young people with the heart of a real brother and with true revolutionary comradeship, firmly trust them and rely on their strength and wisdom in work. So it is the primary task for YCL workers to acquire the revolutionary viewpoint on the masses. YCL workers should also acquire the revolutionary style of work. 75. That is, depending on the strength of the broad masses. They should go deep among broad sections of the young people, explain their tasks and teach them how to carry them out, while sharing board and lodging with them, so that the young people should understand their tasks and apply themselves fully to the tasks. Persuasion and education is a style of work inherent in communists. A revolution will triumph only through the struggle of awakened and conscious people. You can never awaken young people to consciousness by coercion or command. Especially now, when we are fighting against the enemy on all sides to liberate the country, the only way for us to extensively mobilize the young people in the anti-Japanese struggle is by persuasion and education. This does not mean, however, that YCL workers should never criticize comrades who made mistakes. YCL workers must combine persuasion and education with principled criticism. Nevertheless, we must bear in mind that criticism can be effective only when it is given in a truly comradely manner and to suit the character and awareness of those criticized. If you ignore these factors and rebuke comrades, saying this is serious or that is wrong, allegedly to sharpen the edge of criticism, it will produce an adverse effect. If you are to give criticism correctly, you must first have a correct understanding of the shortcomings of the comrade concerned, clearly point out his faults one by one, explain to him where he is wrong, and show him specific ways and means to rectify them. This is precisely the way to give comradely and principled criticism in the true sense of the word. Criticism lacking comradeship will not really move people to deep repentance. YCL workers should always give young people advice and help so that they can fulfill their tasks without making mistakes. They should make it a rule to go among the young people to teach and help them. YCL workers must have a correct attitude to work. The communist attitude is to love and respect the masses at all times, to work devotedly in their interests and share life and death, joys and 76. Sorrows with them. This is precisely the communist attitude YCL workers must acquire. They should always be modest and simple, learn humbly from the masses and live frugally. Only then will they be able to go deep among broad strata of the young people and unite with them, sharing joys and sorrows with them. They should lead the young people whenever they are confronted with hard tasks, braving the difficulties and guiding their fellows by providing practical examples. Comrades, extremely difficult and grim is the armed struggle against the Japanese imperialists, who are desperately trying to stamp out the anti-Japanese spirit of our people and put down the armed struggle. But the Korean people will without fail defeat Japanese imperialism, achieve the country's liberation and independence and build a new society in their beautiful land of 3000 Ri, where everyone will live equally in happiness. Looking forward with confidence to the day of victory, the Korean people are advancing under the unfurled banner of anti-Japanese armed struggle. If this struggle is to grow and triumph, the broad masses of young people must take an active part in the struggle and play a leading role. Now, I firmly believe that YCL organizations at all levels will improve their work as required by the development of the revolution, knit the broad masses of young people closely around themselves and train them to be young communist vanguards who can devote all their bloom of youth and lives to the struggle for the Korean Revolution. 77. Let US wipe out factionalism and strengthen the unity and cohesion of the revolutionary ranks. Treatise published in pamphlet form. May 10, 1933. In order to successfully achieve the historic cause of national liberation, the Korean Communists should get rid of factionalism and firmly guarantee the unity and cohesion of the revolutionary ranks. Factionalists have done tremendous harm to the communist movement and the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle in our country. Our people are now waging a bloody struggle with arms in hand against the Japanese imperialist aggressors, a band of robbers. Even at this moment, while insidiously seeking personal fame and political ambition, the factionalists are undermining the unity and cohesion of the revolutionary ranks and obstructing the advance of the revolution in every way. Today we are confronted with the urgent task of purging the factionalists from the revolutionary ranks and completely eliminating factionalism. All revolutionary comrades should come out actively in the struggle against factionalism, bearing in mind that the liquidation of factionalism is a prerequisite for the consolidation of the unity and cohesion of the revolutionary ranks and successful development of the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle. 78. 1. Let us have a correct understanding of the factionalists' crimes. When we recall the communist movement and anti-Japanese national liberation struggle waged over 10-odd years in our country, we curse the crimes committed by the factionalists. All the bitter failures and sacrifices in the communist movement and anti-Japanese national liberation struggle in the past were, without exception, related to their criminal deeds. Factionalism is a product of bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideologies, particularly of self-glorification, fame-seeking and careerism. It has nothing in common with the revolutionary ideas of the working class. Factionalism raised its head in the communist movement of our country because this movement was not guided in its early stage by genuine communists with a steady class stand and deeply imbued with Marxism-Leninism, and the upper strata of its ranks consisted of self-styled Marxists and petty bourgeois intellectuals. As Marxism-Leninism was spreading and the labor movement was surging forward rapidly, the self-styled Marxists and petty bourgeois intellectuals who joined the communist movement in pace with the trend of the times talked about the revolution, but, in fact, they were engrossed in their plots to achieve fame and their political ambitions. From the very first days they wormed their way into the revolutionary ranks. They tried, by hook or by crook, to form factions and snatch the leadership, each posing as a leader of the communist movement, seizing the opportunity of the lack of a communist nucleus with an unswerving class stand. Thus, factions of every shade and hue, among them the Tuesday Group, Seoul Group, ML Group, and Seoul Shanghai Group, came into 79. Being in our communist movement, and sordid factional strife took place. Factions denounced one another and made desperate efforts to expand their own influence, each insisting that it was the orthodox group. They employed every despicable means, such as abuse, slander, and terrorism, to remove other groups and secure the predominance of their own groups, and did not stop at drawing even snobs and hooligans into their maneuvers. One of the gravest crimes committed by factionalists in the Korean Communist movement was that they split and wrecked the Korean Communist Party. Under the impact of the October Socialist Revolution in Russia, Marxism-Leninism spread rapidly and the labor movement grew in strength in our country. During this process the KCP was founded in 1925. Its foundation marked an important landmark in propelling our communist movement and anti-Japanese national liberation struggle. Ever since its birth, however, the party was not able to perform its mission because of the activities of factionalists in the leadership. Only when a party, the vanguard organization of the working class, is united organizationally and ideologically can it rally the masses of the people around it, and organize and mobilize them properly for the revolutionary struggle. But, because of the foul strife among the factionalists the KCP could not guarantee the purity and organizational and ideological unity of its ranks or lay a firm mass foundation. As a result, it could not correctly organize and lead our people's anti-Japanese national liberation struggle. Inevitably it ceased to exist as an organized force 3 years after its formation, unable to withstand the brutal repression of the Japanese imperialists. The factionalists not only disorganized and destroyed the KCP, but also committed such crimes as dividing and wrecking mass organizations in the initial stage of their formation in our country. Engrossed in expanding the influence of their groups and in seizing hegemony, they wormed their way into the leadership of mass organizations and triggered off detestable factional strife to place them under the influence of their own groups. Although in the past a great number of workers, peasants, young peoples, and women's organizations were formed in our country, they failed to accomplish their missions mainly because of the factionalists' divisive activities. Even after the dissolution of the KCP, the factionalists continued their despicable factionalist feuds in Manchuria under the cloak of party reconstruction, thus creating great difficulties in the work of rebuilding the party. The dissolution of the KCP taught all communists a serious lesson. Nonetheless, the factionalists continued to indulge in feuds, crying for an immediate reconstruction of the party without any organizational and ideological preparation. Completely obsessed with worship of great powers, they in turn formed a preparatory committee for party reconstruction, a working committee and the like, and maneuvered to establish a party around their own groups, vying for the approval of the Comintern. Consequently, the communist movement was further divided and the party reconstruction movement ran up against grave difficulties. Another factionalist crime was that they caused enormous sacrifices and racial dissension by organizing a foolhardy mass struggle. No sooner had the movement for immediate party reconstruction failed than the factionalists in Manchuria staged a left adventurist May 30 uprising on the plea of reconstructing the party through struggle. The result was that many revolutionary people lost their lives, revolutionary organizations were destroyed and national antagonism was created between the Korean and Chinese peoples. Even now the factionalists persist in their factionalist activities and greatly hinder the development of the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle through right and left opportunistic maneuvers. They utter the false cry, because the factionalist sycophants no longer exist, the question of opposition to factional strife should not even be brought up for debate, and if this subject were broached. 81. Again, it would be equivalent to causing factional strife. The purpose behind this is to stamp out the struggle against factionalism and carry on factional activities under cover. They are opposed to the struggle of the Korean communists for the liberation of the Korean nation. Posing as ardent proletarian internationalists, they assert that to talk about the Korean nation's liberation at the present stage is a step contrary to the line of the Comintern. If, as they claim, it is a mistake for the Korean communists to fight for the liberation and independence of the Korean nation, for whom should we, the sons and daughters of the Korean people, shed our blood? This claim of the factionalists is nonsense that can only be uttered by those who shut their eyes to the misfortunes and tribulations of our compatriots groaning under the barbarous colonial rule of Japanese imperialism. The factionalists in particular objected to the line of armed struggle, the most active line of struggle against Japanese imperialism. They babbled that taking up arms against the Japanese imperialist aggressors was premature and an act of rashness standing no chance of success. This revealed the factionalists as cowards panic-stricken in the face of the Japanese imperialists' might and as right capitulationists preaching to the people not to fight against the Japanese imperialist aggressors but to submit to them. Even when their claims have been utterly refuted, they continue their underhand scheming to hamper the political and military activities of the anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army. The factionalists fear and oppose building up the core ranks of the Korean Revolution with youths of worker and peasant origin. Obstinately they scheme to place petty bourgeois intellectuals and ostensible Marxists in the leading positions of our communist movement. Moreover, they obstruct in every way the work of uniting all sections of the anti-Japanese forces and mobilizing them in the sacred war against Japanese imperialism. They ostracize patriotic non-comprador capitalists, religious communities, and intellectuals who 82. Should be drawn into the anti-Japanese National United Front, branding them as a reactionary class, two-faced persons and waverers. The factionalists committed serious crimes in the struggle to build guerrilla bases, too. In some guerrilla zones they advocated that a Soviet government be established, which does not correspond with the character and basic tasks of the Korean Revolution at the present stage, and that socialism be built all at once. They also rashly abolished private ownership of every kind and organized collective life, collective production and collective distribution. This gave rise to considerable unrest and confusion among the people in the guerrilla zones and caused many people in the enemy-controlled areas to get a wrong impression of the communists. While insisting on the establishment of guerrilla zones, guerrilla bases in the form of liberated areas, the factionalists hindered the conversion of vast farming areas around guerrilla zones into semi-guerrilla zones. On purpose, these elements pit the people of the two districts against each other, defining the guerrilla zones as Soviet areas or red areas and the enemy-controlled areas as white areas. They give the inhabitants of the enemy-held areas a wide berth and are hostile to them, stigmatizing them as unreliable, lackeys of the Japanese imperialists or as two-faced. Furthermore, alleging that revolutionary organizations in the enemy-ruled areas are unreliable, they want to give up working with these underground organizations. In this way, they are maneuvering to have the guerrilla zones isolated, cut off from the outside. Unless these criminal acts of the left opportunists and factionalists are exposed and dealt with promptly, the entire anti-Japanese national liberation struggle, to say nothing of the guerrilla bases, will be beset with serious difficulties. Fawning upon and tailing behind the left opportunists, the factionalists are now resorting to vicious, harmful measures designed to disrupt the revolutionary ranks under the plausible excuse of fighting against the Minsengen to the end. In a bid to disintegrate the revolutionary ranks, they persecute large numbers of communists. 83. And revolutionary people faithful to the revolution and go so far as to torture and murder them, arbitrarily labeling them members of the Minsengen. Thus they are creating great uneasiness and disorder within the revolutionary ranks. In this way the factionalists have committed and are still committing such unpardonable crimes as obstructing the unity and cohesion of the revolutionary ranks and the strengthening and development of the revolutionary struggle. To let us see through the factionalists' methods. The factionalists hide their true colors by various cunning methods. In order to make a clean sweep of factionalism, therefore, we must clearly understand the factionalists' methods. They conceal their cloven hooves by deceptive and hypocritical words and deeds, and disguise themselves as ardent revolutionaries or steadfast communists. By doing so, they hope to win favor and popularity among the masses and to attain their factional aims. To begin with, these elements are addicted to ultra-leftist speeches and stances. They learn by heart certain propositions of Marx or Lenin and, posing as Marxist-Leninist luminaries, shout ultra-leftist slogans, worker-peasant Soviets should be set up and socialism be built right away and dictatorship of the proletariat must be established, without taking into consideration the given stage of revolutionary development and the maturity of the revolutionary situation. And they incite the masses to reckless riots as at the time of the May 30th uprising and bring the political charge of waverers or cowards against those who oppose ultra-leftist actions. The factionalists resort to all sorts of unsavory deeds to conceal. 84. Their stained past lives, behaving as if they had done something great for the revolution. As the ringleaders in factional strife, some of them did grave harm to the unity and cohesion of the party. Nonetheless, they claim that they have greatly contributed to the revolution, even fabricating their own names and backgrounds. Another method the factionalists employ to whip up strife is to win people over to their side without principle by every kind of fraud, conciliation, and trickery. They get in touch with discontented elements and encourage them, saying that their complaints and discontent are reasonable or natural regardless of the source of their dissatisfaction. On the other hand, they cajole them as if to satisfy their demands. Moreover, when they come across elements likely to complain or express discontent, they pretend to sympathize with them and support them so as to draw them into their fold. The more isolated they become from the revolutionary organizations, the more they resort to this method. The shop-worn method of the factionalists is to play a double game. Outwardly they support and approve the decision of the organization but weave a sinister plot to overrule it behind the scenes. They appear to be loyal to the organization but in actual fact undermine its discipline. What is more, they are always two-faced in relations with officials who stick to revolutionary principles. The factionalists are full of praise and respect for principled activists when they are present, but make a habit of slandering and disparaging them behind their backs. Ostensibly, they pretend to be fighting for the revolution, but, in fact they distort the revolutionary line or hamper its implementation. They do not even convey the decisions and documents of the organizations to those at lower levels. This causes serious confusion in pressing forward with the revolutionary line and obstructs the organizational and ideological unity of the revolutionary organizations. Their double-dealing also finds expression in hindering the solidarity of the Korean and Chinese peoples in their struggle against the common enemy, the Japanese imperialists. In the revolutionary 85 organizations they shout about proletarian internationalism and friendship and solidarity between the Korean and Chinese peoples. However, once they go among the masses they heap insults on Chinese friends and anti-Japanese fighters and look down on them. Looking down upon and suppressing the masses, the factionalists try to force them to do their will. They take advantage of their positions of authority to impose exorbitant demands and claims upon the masses in commanding tones. If the masses refuse to obey their orders, they threaten and browbeat them by ranting about violation of revolutionary discipline, reactionaries and such like. What they fear more than anything else is the criticism and constructive opinions of the masses, which they try to avert by threats and blackmail. The end of the factionalists who persist in their crafty feuds proves that they have no alternative but to degenerate into cat's paws of the enemy. When the leader of one faction was expelled from the revolutionary ranks after his true face had been revealed, he perpetrated dreadful atrocities. In league with the police of the Japanese imperialist consulate, he had numerous communists imprisoned, tortured, and murdered. And some factionalists, upon their arrest by the Japanese police, volunteered to write declarations of conversion and offered them information on revolutionary organizations. All these facts show that the factionalists are human scum devoid of elementary conscience and justice, and renegades of the revolution. 3. Let us further strengthen the struggle to eliminate factionalism. We should fight more actively to oust factionalists from the revolutionary ranks and to clear away factionalism. What, then, should we do to make the struggle against factionalism successful? 86. First, all the guerrillas and the members of the Young Communist League and other revolutionary organizations should develop a revolutionary world outlook. Those who do not have a firm revolutionary world outlook cannot combat factionalism properly and prevent its infiltration. Factionalist ideas always penetrate the minds of those who are not possessed of a firm revolutionary world outlook. But no counter-revolutionary ideology can seep into the minds of those who have a correct understanding of the objectives and justness of the revolutionary struggle and an attitude faithful to the revolutionary cause to the end. Therefore, we must conduct with greater energy the work of arming the guerrillas, YCL members, and revolutionary masses with Marxism-Leninism and the correct line for the Korean Revolution. Thus, all guerrillas and members of the YCL and other revolutionary organizations will be fully prepared to judge all matters correctly from the revolutionary viewpoint at all times and fight for the interests of the revolution without vacillation in any adversity. Second, it is necessary to actively mobilize all guerrillas, YCL members, and the broad revolutionary masses in the struggle against factionalism. The revolutionary masses possess the greatest strength to smash factionalism. Nobody can throw dust in the eyes of the revolutionary masses. No matter how slyly they may try, the factionalists will not hold out if all the guerrillas, YCL members, and revolutionary masses keep a sharp lookout for their factional activities and rise as one in the struggle to eliminate factionalism. Therefore, In order to ensure success in the struggle to wipe out factionalism, all guerrillas and members of the YCL and other revolutionary organizations must be fully acquainted with the harmfulness of factionalism, the methods of the factionalists and the significance of the anti-factionalist struggle, so that they will take an active part in this struggle. On the plea of combating the Minsengen, the factionalists are now viciously committing factional acts. Under these circumstances, their cunning methods and crimes should be clearly made known in 87. Combination with the anti-Minsengen struggle. Thus, it will be made certain that while correctly struggling against the Minsengen, the broad revolutionary masses can ferret out in no time the insidious acts of the factionalists committed in the name of the anti-Minsengen struggle and put up an uncompromising struggle against them. Third, the struggle against factionalism should be organized and unfolded in close combination with the strengthening of the revolutionary ranks. The main reason why factionalism was not done away with in our communist movement and factional acts continued in the past is that the communist ranks had not been properly built up. If we learn a lesson from this bitter fact and consolidate the revolutionary ranks still further in terms of class consciousness and reinforce their backbone, we will be able to conduct the struggle for the liquidation of factionalism more successfully. Therefore, we should definitely enlist fine people of worker and peasant origin, particularly, fresh young folk immune from factionalist thinking, in the AHK and the YCL, so as to constantly improve the composition of the revolutionary ranks and strengthen the backbone forces of the revolution. Simultaneously, we should take a thorough look at the antecedents and social origins of people, and correctly assess and examine their day-to-day activities. On this basis we can select cadres for the revolutionary army. We should not be deceived by those who make a show of enthusiasm or admit their faults in words only, but should entrust the task of leadership to excellent people of working class origin and poor and hired peasant origin who sincerely participate in the revolution, and boldly select them as cadres for the revolutionary army through persistent education and training. We should temper and foster large numbers of cadres of worker origin and of poor and hired peasant origin and make sure that they are successful in combating factionalism. Fourth, it is essential to guard against the rightist and leftist deviations in the fight against factionalism, and conduct this fight in a 88. Principled manner in the interests of the revolution. Incidentally, leftist errors should not be committed. It will not do to regard those engaged in the past socialist enlightenment movement or communist movement in the same light, on the grounds that factionalism has to be opposed. Among those who were implicated in the previous communist movement are quite a few people who failed to see through the factionalist activities of the ringleaders of factions in good time, and under their influence got involved temporarily in factional strife in spite of themselves. If we lump them together with the factionalists, we will lose many people with whom we could unite. We should also draw into our ranks and educate the people who truly repent of their crimes and are determined to do their stint for the revolution to the end, even though they have been involved with factions. And we should not discard officials on the charge of their being factionalists by putting momentary errors committed in their work on a par with the counter-revolutionary acts perpetrated by factionalists. It is also necessary to take every precaution against rightist errors in combating factionalism. The practice of neglecting the struggle against factionalism manifests itself in some revolutionary organizations and YCL organizations. Failing to see through the sly methods of the factionalists, they believe the assertion that the factionalists have already been purged, or they think as though the anti-factionalist struggle weakens the unity of the revolutionary ranks. This is an intolerable rightist error. We should correctly understand that such errors found in the anti-factionalist struggle are also related to the factionists' craftiness, keep a close watch on the manifestations of factionalism, and actively organize and wage the struggle against it. We should also sharpen vigilance against the enemy's sabotage aimed at splitting and destroying the revolutionary ranks from within. Whenever an ideological struggle is unfolded in the revolutionary ranks, the enemy resorts to crafty and malicious ruses in order to 89. Disorganize the revolutionary ranks from within. Therefore, we should not be misled by his forged data in the struggle against factionalism. We should assess every piece of information prudently and deal with every matter with the utmost caution. We should conduct the anti-factionalist struggle in close coordination with the struggle to carry through our revolutionary line. We should subordinate all our activities to the thorough implementation of the line for the Korean Revolution and wage a vigorous struggle to root out all sorts of poisonous ideological tendencies, including feudalist and capitalist ideas, individual selfishness and self-aggrandizement and harmful work methods, which are detrimental to the implementation of the revolutionary line. We will thus prevent the factionalists from gaining ground and advance our revolution dynamically. The struggle to eradicate factionalism is a complicated and serious struggle that cannot be finished in a short time. All the communists and revolutionary comrades should wage a patient and persistent struggle against factionalism until it is eliminated completely, and should turn our revolutionary ranks into a force of true revolutionaries firmly knit with one ideology and purpose. We should successfully prepare for the founding of a revolutionary Marxist-Leninist party, accomplish the sacred cause of the country's liberation and fulfill the lofty mission assigned by the country and people. For this, we should wipe out factionalism and strengthen the unity and cohesion of the revolutionary ranks. 90. On relinquishing the guerrilla zones and advancing over wide areas. Speech delivered at the meeting of military and political cadres of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army held in Yeogu March 27, 1935. Comrades, for several days we have discussed the question of correcting the leftist mistake in the struggle against the Minsengdan and the question of relinquishing the guerrilla zones and advancing over wide areas. The deliberations at this meeting are of great significance in strengthening the unity and solidarity of the revolutionary ranks and further developing the anti-Japanese armed struggle. So I would like to express my opinion on these questions. 1. On correcting the leftist mistake in the struggle against the Minsengdan. At the Dawangwai meeting and on several other occasions, we criticized the leftist error manifested in the anti-Minsengdan struggle and pointed out principled ways of remedying it. 91. Nevertheless, some people still persist in their erroneous views and ultra-leftist actions in this struggle, causing a great loss to the revolution. By coercive methods and through the so-called confession campaign, they continue to fabricate many a Minsengdan member. Boasting of the results of the purge of counter-revolutionaries, they are persecuting and killing true revolutionaries and innocent people on the false charge of involvement in the Minsengdan. This has created an atmosphere of terror and distrust in the revolutionary ranks, alienated the guerrillas from the masses, and made a breach in the solidarity between the Korean and Chinese peoples. The situation is critical. Unless it is saved, we shall be unable to advance the revolution and may even lose the revolutionary achievements made over several years of hard-fought struggle. Therefore, drawing on the experience and lessons of the anti-Minsengdan struggle, I am now going to emphasize a few points that deserve our attention in this struggle. We revolutionaries must naturally strive to sort out and purge the counter-revolutionaries, the Minsengdan members, who have infiltrated our ranks. As we say, one enemy within is more dangerous than 100 enemies without, so a handful of Minsengdan agents could do great harm to the revolution. That is why we must heighten our vigilance against their subversion and sabotage and intensify the struggle against them. But we should not conduct the struggle improperly, allowing ourselves to be fooled and entrapped by the sinister scheme of the Japanese imperialists. For several years now, in order to destroy our revolutionary forces, the Japanese imperialists have been using the tactic of creating bad blood in our revolutionary ranks in a bid to disrupt them from within, while at the same time pursuing a policy of intensified military attacks and economic blockade against the guerrilla bases. The Minsengdan and all its variants such as the Cooperation Association are counter-revolutionary spy organizations rigged up. 92. By the Japanese imperialists to undermine our revolutionary ranks from within. The Japanese have smuggled a small number of Minsengdan agents into the revolutionary ranks in an attempt to breed distrust among our revolutionary comrades, play off Koreans against Chinese, and make Koreans fight among themselves. Under these circumstances, if we are imprudent and unprincipled in the struggle against the Minsengdan, we will not clearly distinguish friend from foe, and will fall a victim to the enemy's trick. The struggle against the Minsengan should be conducted in such a way as to isolate the enemy completely and cement the unity and solidarity of the revolutionary ranks so that the broad masses can firmly take the side of the revolution. This is the fundamental principle we consistently follow in this struggle. First of all, we must launch this struggle in such a way as to increase the unity and solidarity of the revolutionary ranks. This is the way to avoid being tricked by the Japanese imperialists, unite more of the masses in the revolutionary ranks and arouse them to the sacred war against Japan. We should handle the cases of Minsengan suspects not rashly but on the basis of ample proof and factual evidence, in order to prevent distrust and unrest and avoid hampering the unity of idea and purpose in the revolutionary ranks. Quite a few of the suspects admit against their will that they have done what they have not done and that they are guilty although they are innocent. This being the situation, innocent people may be branded as Minsengan members unless they are judged by ample proof and factual evidence. As we investigated and found out on our return to the guerrilla area from the expedition to northern Manchuria, many people had been killed under suspicion of being Minsengan members when there was no convincing evidence to prove them guilty. It was claimed that they had done harmful things everywhere, but not a paper bag of poison or a copy of a subversive leaflet was found as evidence against them. They had all suffered exploitation and oppression by the Japanese imperialists, landlords, and capitalists before they joined the revolution. Even at the moment they were 93. Killed on false charges, they shouted "Long live Korea's independence," and "Long live the Korean and Chinese people's victory in the revolution." How can we believe that such people were Minsengan members? It proves that they were true revolutionaries having nothing to do with the Minsengan. We should draw a serious lesson from this. We must also direct the anti-Minsengan struggle towards uniting all people with anti-Japanese tendencies so as to increase the revolutionary forces. Therefore, we must never approach people with prejudice. It is not a communist work attitude to ignore the present ideological tendencies even of people with somewhat blemished records and suspect them of involvement in the Minsengan, assuming that they are still bad. We should not be prejudiced against people who participated in the nationalist or communist movement in the past. Now some people trace the origin of the Minsengan to those who joined these movements and blindly stigmatize them as Minsengan members. This is a subjective error. The former nationalist campaigners should not be considered all bad. True, some of them degenerated into stooges of Japanese imperialism, but many of them fought against it to win Korea's independence, and others are still bravely fighting together with the communists in the anti-Japanese armed ranks. Why, then, should we treat them all in the same way? Those who participated in the communist movement in the 1920s, too, should not all be regarded as factionalists. Communists must see things correctly based on facts and fight together in the revolutionary ranks if they want to join the revolution, rather than take issue with their past records. Even those who are affiliated with the Minsengan should not be tarred with the same brush. Needless to say, the tiny handful of pernicious Minsengan agents who have worked viciously against the unity of the revolutionary ranks must be crushed. But those, who were cheated 94. Into joining the Minsengan unawares and have not had a hand in wicked acts, should be brought to national and class consciousness through education and enlisted in the fold of revolution. This alone will isolate once and for all the vicious agents of the Minsengan, disintegrate it from within and direct our main spearhead against Japanese imperialism. Our struggle against the Minsengan should never be an excuse for us to suspect people for no reason. We should test them in practice. Vigilance in our work does not imply prejudice, suspecting people, or trying to find fault with them. If we are suspicious of everyone and engrossed in fault-finding, we shall end in distrusting even ourselves. If everything appears fearful, suspicious, or dangerous, one will not even be able to breathe freely, never mind carry out a revolution. Over-suspicion may finally be caught in the trap laid by the Japanese imperialists to split the revolutionary ranks and inflict serious harm on the revolution. Communists must not suspect people but treat them with a good deal of magnanimity. When there is no factual evidence, we should boldly trust even Minsengan suspects and test them through practical struggle. The battlefield against the Japanese imperialists is an excellent place for testing people. We should not hesitate to provide even the Minsengan suspects with guns to fight the Japanese. We will thus be able to try them out in do-or-die battles to find out whether they are Minsengan suspects or not. We once tested a guerrilla in practical struggle in the same way when he came under suspicion. We sent him to the enemy area on a mission to capture a Japanese agent, even allowing him to carry a rifle. If he had been a Minsengan member, he might have harmed us and gone over to the enemy. But he did not flee. He returned after fulfilling his mission with credit. We let him take part in a battle, and he fought bravely. And although he was seriously wounded in the battle, he never left the battlefield. Thus he convincingly proved his innocence. As you see, the struggle against the Minsengan 95 should be closely combined with the practical struggle by all means. If the Minsengan is to be combated without deviation, the issues should be judged not by a few persons but by the will of the broad masses. Only when we rely on the broad masses can we fight the Minsengan correctly and smash all their schemes, no matter how crafty. In dealing with the Minsengan cases, therefore, we must listen to the voice of the broad masses, intensifying ideological and political work among them so that they will participate actively in the struggle. In order to thwart the Minsengan stratagems hatched by the Japanese imperialists, we must completely overcome chauvinism. Certain chauvinistic persons are pushing the anti-Minsengan struggle to the extreme, raving, 80 to 90% of the Korean revolutionaries active in eastern Manchuria are members of the Minsengan or collaborators. These people are weakening solidarity between the Korean and Chinese peoples, and greatly jeopardizing the revolutionary struggle. Firm solidarity between the two peoples is a major guarantee of victory in their common struggle against Japanese imperialism. That is why the Korean communists have always valued greatly their solidarity with the Chinese people in the anti-Japanese armed struggle and will continue to join hands with them in the struggle. We should also be on the alert against the counter-revolutionary moves of the factionalists. Some of them who did immense harm to the Korean communist movement in the past are still lurking in our revolutionary ranks, inflicting serious losses on us. Under the guise of the anti-Minsengan struggle, they are seeking to attain their factional aim. Their maneuvers are directly responsible for the critical development in the struggle at present. So our efforts to correct the leftist deviation in the anti-Minsengan struggle must be closely linked with the struggle against them. By combating the factionalists without the slightest compromise, we will not leave any room for factional acts or hostile ideas in the revolutionary ranks. 96. We must rectify the leftist deviation in the anti-Minsengan struggle, fortify the unity and solidarity of the revolutionary ranks, and rally all the anti-Japanese forces. In this way we will intensify the armed struggle against Japanese imperialism. 2. On relinquishing the guerrilla zones and advancing over wide areas. Our revolutionary struggle has now entered a new stage of development. Our strategic task defined at the time of the formation of the anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army in 1932 was to create the guerrilla bases and, based on their strength, to preserve and increase the revolutionary forces, and to make adequate preparations for further development of the armed struggle. This task was imperative at the time because our armed force was only in the fledgling stage and the Japanese imperialist aggressor army was determined to exterminate the revolutionary masses. In order to carry out this strategic task, we established the guerrilla bases in the form of liberated areas on the Tumen River, and used them as a springboard from which to wage a bloody armed struggle for 4 to 5 years. In the flames of hard-fought battles, the AHCA has grown into a powerful armed force, politically and ideologically tempered, and capable of waging big battles to defend the bases or to attack the walled towns of the enemy. In these battles it has accumulated a wealth of experience. Many young communists have been trained in the practical struggle, and the unity of the revolutionary ranks strengthened in the struggle against factionalism and right and left opportunism. The mass foundations for the armed struggle and party building have been solidly laid by uniting the broad sections of the masses for the revolution. Further, we have frustrated the Japanese imperialist policy of driving a wedge between nations, and succeeded in setting up a common front with the Chinese. 97. People against Japan and cemented solidarity with the oppressed peoples of the world. Indeed, the guerrilla bases or liberated areas have played an excellent role as strategic bases for the armed struggle over the past years. Now we have the urgent task of following up these valuable successes and experience so as to further the revolutionary struggle. This task requires that we leave the limited guerrilla zones and launch into wider areas for large-scale guerrilla operations. Carrying our struggle to a more active stage is the only way to deliver heavy political and military blows at the enemy with the support of broad sections of the Korean and Chinese peoples and press forward dynamically with the work of founding the party and with the United Front activities. Quitting the guerrilla zones and fanning out over vast areas is also a requirement of the present situation. More than ever the Japanese imperialists are stepping up their offensive against the guerrilla bases at present. Having encircled the guerrilla bases with rings of tens of thousands of crack troops, they are launching punitive operations every day and enforcing a medieval collective culpability system by establishing internment villages. In addition, they are intensifying pernicious propaganda against the guerrillas and communism, and also scheming to induce the people in the base areas to surrender. Under these circumstances, preoccupation with the defense of the fixed guerrilla bases would prevent us from preserving the revolutionary forces trained over many years and leave us passive in our fight against the enemy. So we must leave the limited bases for a wider theater of guerrilla warfare. At present, some people insist on defending the guerrilla zones at any cost. This is the sort of military adventurism which could mean disaster for the revolution. We keenly felt the great danger of this when defending the guerrilla bases in 1933–34. At that time some people insisted only on frontal resistance to defend the bases. 98. Opposing the policy of combining such an effort with harassment operations behind the enemy lines. If we had persisted for long in frontal confrontation with an enemy who attacked with a force outnumbering us scores of times, we might have failed to hold out, and the revolution would have suffered greatly. But we undertook an active offensive by properly combining defense with harassment of the enemy from the rear, so we were able to bind him hand and foot, effectively neutralizing him and frustrating his punitive attacks, and maintaining the guerrilla bases. If we choose active military operations over vast areas, the Japanese imperialists will be forced to disperse their punitive forces accordingly, and then the initiative will definitely be ours while the enemy will be put on the defensive. The argument for the defense of the guerrilla zones at any cost might appear to be revolutionary. In the present situation, however, it is a preposterous one, tantamount to preaching a strategy of sitting and waiting to be destroyed. It is a mistaken view contrary to the development of the revolution. We should not vacillate in the least in the new strategic task of dismantling the guerrilla zones and launching into wide areas to cope with the prevailing situation and the tasks of the revolution, and should carry it out with success. From now on, the units of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army should move into the vast expanses of Manchuria and the northern part of Korea and conduct large-scale mobile guerrilla operations to deliver crushing political and military blows at the enemy, and at the same time demonstrate the Revolutionary Army's increased power. In addition, the KPRA units should conduct vigorous types of organizational and political work among the broad masses wherever they go. We should undertake the evacuation from the guerrilla zones not as a matter of routine but as political work, as a revolutionary step to cope with the new strategic task. First of all, we must explain the situation to the people in the 99 guerrilla bases at great length so that they understand the evacuation correctly and willingly participate in it. The young people and children from among the masses in the guerrilla bases, educated and tempered in the revolutionary organizations including such paramilitary organizations as the Red Guards, Anti-Japanese Self-Defense Corps, shock brigades, and Children's Vanguard, should be enlisted in the KPRA to reinforce the army now that it is to be deployed over wide areas. Besides, we should send into the enemy-ruled areas people who have been educated, awakened, and revolutionized in the guerrilla bases. They will thus be able to exert a revolutionary influence on the people there and rouse them to vigorous anti-Japanese struggles. Let us all fight more gallantly for a fresh upsurge of the Korean Revolution, overcoming all difficulties and trials in our way. 100. The tasks of communists. In the strengthening and development of the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle. Report at the meeting of the military and political cadres of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army held in Nanhuta February 27, 1936. Comrades. Today the internal and external situations are developing in favor of the Korean people, who are fighting to defeat piratical Japanese imperialism and win the liberation and independence of their country. An acute struggle is in progress on the international arena between the forces of fascism and those opposed to it. Through this struggle, international fascism is becoming more and more isolated from the world's people, and the anti-fascist democratic forces including the Soviet Union are gaining in scope and strength with each passing day. In particular, as a result of the powerful anti-fascist Popular Front movement launched in many countries following the 7th Congress of the Comintern held in Moscow last year, the fascists have suffered heavier blows. The Japanese imperialists are being further isolated also from the peoples of Asia and other parts of the world. They are now stretching out their tentacles of aggression to China proper in a sinister attempt to dominate the whole of Asia. This has provoked sharp protests and denunciations from the freedom-loving 101 people of Asia and the rest of the world. Especially since they launched preparations for aggressive war on the continent, the Japanese imperialists have been stepping up as never before their fascist repression and plunder of the Korean and Chinese peoples. Consequently, hatred for the Japanese imperialist aggressors among the Korean and Chinese peoples from all walks of life has grown bitter in the extreme, and they are waging a fierce, widespread anti-Japanese war of resistance. This is driving the Japanese imperialists into a tighter corner. In this favorable situation, the Korean communists are faced with the important task of further developing the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle by building up the revolutionary forces of our people and mobilizing all their efforts. The masters of the Korean Revolution are none other than the Korean communists. Today, it depends entirely on us whether or not our people's anti-Japanese national liberation struggle is stepped up. We must have a deep sense of responsibility for the Korean Revolution, apply ourselves to this revolution, and advance the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle in our country to a higher stage. 1. On moving the main force of the KPRA to the border areas and gradually extending the theater of our struggle into the homeland. In order to bring about a great upswing in our anti-Japanese national liberation struggle at the present stage, we must shift the main force of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army to the border areas and gradually extend the theater of struggle into the homeland. When the scene of struggle is moved to the border areas and the homeland, we will give hope of national liberation and confidence in 102. Revolutionary victory to our people groaning under the vicious colonial rule of Japanese imperialism. We will also give more active guidance to the various forms of anti-Japanese mass struggle waged by the people at home. We are now going to advance to the border areas and homeland in order to carry out better the tasks assigned to us by the Korean Revolution. Above all else, the communists of each country must successfully carry out the revolution in their own country. Those who are not faithful to the revolution in their own country can never be faithful to the world revolution, nor can they be true internationalists. Over the past few years, the Korean communists, as true patriots, have struggled with arms in hand and shed their blood for the liberation of their country and, at the same time, as proletarian internationalists, have striven for the world revolution. They must continue to direct their main efforts to the Korean Revolution and carry it out on their own responsibility. By doing this, they will support the Chinese Revolution and contribute to the world revolution, too. This is our consistent principle. From the first days of the anti-Japanese armed struggle, we have worked diligently to develop the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle, maintaining close ties with the people at home, and have steadily prepared the revolutionary forces of the Korean people. We have also waged an uncompromising struggle against chauvinists and factionalists who try to encroach upon the legitimate rights of the Korean communists. In the past, Conducting the anti-Minsengan struggle in an ultra-leftist way, the chauvinists and factionalists took communists for saboteurs smuggled in by the enemy and persecuted many patriots. Thus they greatly hindered the development of our revolution, turned many anti-Japanese-minded people away from the revolution and placed a great obstacle in the way of unity between the Korean and Chinese peoples. At the Dawangwai and Yeogu meetings, under the unfurled 103 banner of the Korean Revolution, we resolutely opposed the non-Marxist, reckless leftist stand and viewpoint of the chauvinists and factionalists, and thus prevented a crisis in the Korean Revolution. Recently the Comintern also criticized the ultra-leftist, chauvinistic errors committed in the anti-Minsengan struggle, and fully supported and approved our stand and claims. It also expressed complete agreement on a number of points related to the line we proposed, that the Korean people must first fight for the Korean Revolution, that the KPRA must advance to the areas along the Amnok and Tumen rivers, and so on. Availing myself of this opportunity, one would like to stress once again that it is the natural right and lofty duty of the Korean Communists to devote themselves to the Korean Revolution. We are now capable of pushing into the border areas and homeland for vigorous military and political activities. We have the communist ranks and a most heroic revolutionary armed force that have been tempered and closely united politically and ideologically in the past few years of difficult struggle. The people in the homeland, languishing under the hitherto unheard of savage repression and oppression of the Japanese imperialist marauders, regard us as their beacon of hope and are waiting eagerly for us to lead them along the road of struggle. We should, therefore, advance quickly to the border areas and homeland for an active armed struggle, and deal military and political blows at the enemy. At the same time, we must conduct energetic political work among the broad masses of the people and arouse them to the anti-Japanese struggle. If we are to move to the border areas and homeland, and organize and wage a struggle against Japan, we must have bases along the border. That is why we are going to set up new guerrilla bases in the border areas around Mt. Paichu. In other words, we intend to form a network of secret camps in the vast forests of Mt. Paichu, on which the KPRA can depend for its activities, and organize the people in the adjoining areas so as to set up guerrilla bases in the form of a semi-104 guerrilla zone. These will serve as dynamic revolutionary fortresses invisible to the enemy. Mt. Paichu and its adjoining border areas have advantageous conditions for the establishment of new guerrilla bases. These areas are inhabited by many poor Korean peasants forced to leave their native homes in search of a livelihood because of the colonial predatory policy of Japanese imperialism, by patriots in exile and those who participated previously in the independence army movement. They have very strong anti-Japanese sentiments. Geographically too, these areas are favorable for setting up guerrilla bases. The vast expanse of virgin forests around Mt. Paichu is literally a natural fortress. In addition, this area will be of great advantage to us in future when extending the bases to the Pengmu and Kuma plateaus and the Rangneam mountains so as to widen the theater of armed struggle to the homeland. We should make strenuous efforts to establish new guerrilla bases as soon as possible in the border areas along the Amnok and Tumen rivers. If we are to advance into the border areas and homeland and develop the Korean Revolution with success, we must first wage an active armed struggle. Since the anti-Japanese armed struggle is the mainstream of the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle in our country, it is essential to step up this armed struggle. Only then, under its influence, can all forms of anti-Japanese mass struggle be promoted successfully and an upswing effected in the Korean Revolution as a whole. In order to give courage and confidence in revolutionary victory to the people at home who have lost all hope of national liberation under the colonial tyranny of Japanese imperialism, we must carry on the armed struggle energetically and show them the might of the KPRA. This is very important. The expansion and consolidation of our armed ranks is one of our major tasks at present, if we are to be successful in organizing and carrying out the projected armed actions in the homeland. 105. All the conditions are present for the expansion and development of the anti-Japanese armed ranks. There are many competent military commanders and political workers trained in the crucible of armed struggle and veteran soldiers with rich combat experience. They are the hardcore capable of building up and commanding platoons, companies, regiments, or divisions by themselves. We also have a great many reserves for our armed ranks. Large numbers of young workers and peasants and progressive students at home and abroad are coming to national and class awakening under the impact of the anti-Japanese armed struggle. They are eager to take up arms to fight Japanese imperialism. So, if we work hard on the progressive youth and students at home and abroad, we will be able to expand the anti-Japanese armed ranks quickly. Our first task in the expansion of the anti-Japanese armed ranks is to consolidate the main force of the KPRA. Only when we do this can we train continuously excellent military and political cadres through this force and send them to other units, just as we have done, and strengthen the anti-Japanese armed force as a whole. We must quickly recruit Korean youth in the areas of southern and eastern Manchuria and find young people from the homeland to form a new division and strive to increase its political and military capabilities. All KPRA units, the units to be newly formed in particular, should strengthen intensive military and political training and various other forms of political and ideological education, in order to imbue the guerrillas with Marxism-Leninism, and with the line, strategy, and tactics of the Korean Revolution. To this end, we must perfect the system of political work in every unit and select competent political personnel for the new units. We must see to it that a revolutionary habit of study is developed in the units and that the commanding officers and men make strenuous efforts to raise their political and theoretical levels. 106. However, we must not weaken our joint struggle with the anti-Japanese armed units of the Chinese people on the excuse that the KPRA units are to advance to the border areas. In the past, the Korean Communists have joined efforts with the Chinese Communists in organizing and waging the anti-Japanese armed struggle. Recently, however, the Comintern has suggested that it would be a good idea to reorganize the Korean and Chinese anti-Japanese armed forces active in Manchuria so that the Korean and Chinese units can operate separately. It is true that the KPRA will have to operate separately someday, when the situation matures. But under the present circumstances that is not feasible. As you all know, the main force of the Korean and Chinese anti-Japanese armed forces operating in Manchuria consists of the KPRA units. Moreover, many Korean communists are playing a central role as political and military cadres even in the Chinese units. Therefore, the proposed reorganization, if effected, would weaken the anti-Japanese armed forces of the fraternal Chinese people, and, consequently, would hinder the advancement of the anti-Japanese armed struggle of the Korean and Chinese peoples. We must settle this question with communist magnanimity, free from narrow-minded national selfishness. We are proletarian internationalists fighting both for the Korean and world revolutions. We should not weaken the armed forces of the fraternal Chinese people just because we are concentrating on the Korean Revolution. The environment and conditions of our struggle do not allow the immediate division of the units. We must carry on our military and political activities taking advantage of the favorable terrain conditions of large forests in southern and eastern Manchuria until we lay a solid foundation for the armed struggle in the homeland. Under these conditions we must organize and wage a joint anti-Japanese armed struggle in the name of the anti-Japanese Allied Army rather than form Korean and Chinese units for separate actions. Only this will enable us to enjoy support and encouragement from abroad. 107. Sections of the Korean and Chinese peoples. We should actively develop the anti-Japanese revolutionary struggle of the Korean and Chinese peoples by waging an anti-Japanese armed struggle alongside the Chinese Communists under the name of the anti-Japanese Allied Army. We must strengthen the KPRA units and advance to the border areas and, at the same time, positively help the Chinese units to increase their combat capabilities by dispatching qualified political and military cadres to every Chinese unit of the newly formed anti-Japanese Allied Army. Thus, we will see to it that there is a continuous upswing in the armed struggle in southern and eastern Manchuria even after the KPRA's advance to the border areas and homeland. 2. On further expanding and developing the anti-Japanese National United Front movement. We must further expand and develop the movement of the anti-Japanese National United Front for a fresh upswing in the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle of the Korean people. The expansion and development of this movement will enable us to unite broad anti-Japanese patriotic forces of different sections under the banner of resistance to Japan and further build up our people's revolutionary forces. Therefore, we must carry on this movement vigorously on a nationwide scale and achieve the country's liberation and independence by the efforts of us Koreans. The strengthening of the anti-Japanese National United Front movement in our country at present is correct also in the light of the requirements of the international situation. The greatest menace to the world at present is the rise of fascism. 108. Through bloody despotism and aggressive war, the fascists are trying to enslave not only the peoples of their own countries but all humanity, and make the whole world fascist. In this situation, the 7th Congress of the Comintern held in Moscow last year heard a report by Comrade Dimitrov and called upon the communist parties in different countries to form anti-fascist popular fronts, deeming it imperative for the working people and the broad sections of democratic forces in all countries to unite and counter international fascism. So, the communist parties in the capitalist countries are confronted with the task of launching an anti-fascist popular front movement, and the communist parties and communists in colonial and semi-colonial countries face the task of developing an anti-imperialist national united front movement. The Communist Party of China is appealing for a northern expedition against Japan and for an anti-Japanese united front of the Chinese people. All these developments demand that the scope of the united front be further expanded in our revolutionary movement as well. Conditions for the expansion and development of the anti-Japanese National United Front movement in our country are now better prepared than ever before. At present, our workers, peasants, and other sections of the masses find themselves in a more difficult situation owing to the unprecedented fascist repression and colonial plunder of Japanese imperialism, and their anti-Japanese feeling has reached fever pitch. The workers and peasants are suffering from double and treble oppression and exploitation by the Japanese imperialists and their stooges, the landlords and capitalists. They are forced to live in slavery, subjected to all sorts of humiliation and mistreatment, lack of rights, and poverty. The intellectuals and cultural workers with a conscience, too, are suffering from the national contempt and discrimination of the Japanese imperialists. They are even thrown out of jobs because of the enemy's policy of obliterating our national culture and of assimilation. Non-comprador capitalists, small and 109. Medium tradesmen and manufacturers are going bankrupt under the pressure of Japanese monopoly capital and comprador capital. The urban petty bourgeoisie, in particular, can scarcely earn a living, weighed down with miscellaneous levies and other heavy burdens and colonial plunder. Therefore, not only the workers and peasants but all the other honest people in our country are lamenting their plight as a people without a country and ardently desire national liberation and independence. This proves that the conditions are ripe for the expansion and promotion of the anti-Japanese National United Front movement in our country. In the past few years we have accumulated valuable experience in organizing and conducting the anti-Japanese National United Front movement and have prepared leading corps capable of further developing this work in the future. Making proper use of all these conditions and possibilities, we must further expand and develop the anti-Japanese National United Front movement to meet the requirements of the prevailing situation. We need a standing body of the United Front if we are to advance the anti-Japanese National United Front movement to a new stage. We have so far worked among the anti-Japanese masses in all walks of life by including them in mass organizations formed according to different classes and strata, and in the mass organizations of a united front type such as the Anti-Imperialist League. As a result, this movement could not be coordinated. We have to set up a comprehensive, integrated anti-Japanese National United Front organization that can include both the mass organizations of different classes and strata and the anti-Japanese patriots of all sections. This alone can guarantee a coordinated development of the movement. Especially in our country, which has no Marxist-Leninist party yet, there must be an anti-Japanese National United Front organization with a well-regulated structure. This is the only way to ensure satisfactory communist leadership for the United Front activities. 110. The new anti-Japanese National United Front organization we are about to form must become a mass revolutionary organization capable of organizing and mobilizing the entire nation for the National Liberation Front, with the exception of a handful of reactionaries such as pro-Japanese landlords, comprador capitalists, and traitors to the nation. This organization must, therefore, be named the Association for the Restoration of the Fatherland or the National Liberation League to reflect the common desire of the people of different strata. This will lead nationalists formerly engaged in the independence movement, patriotic religionists, righteous non-comprador capitalists and other broad sections of patriots to join the United Front organization with a correct understanding of its intent. We should work out a good program for the United Front organization. This program must include the fundamental tasks to be solved at the stage of the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution of overthrowing the colonial rule of Japanese imperialism and establishing a genuine people's government, carrying out agrarian revolution, providing people of all walks of life with democratic rights and freedoms, etc. In order to expand and develop the anti-Japanese National United Front movement with success, we must organize and conduct its work in close coordination with the anti-Japanese armed struggle. Only then can we rapidly expand and develop the organization under the influence of the armed struggle and advance the movement on a rock-solid basis. Another important task now confronting us in promoting the growth and progress of this movement is to reorganize the Young Communist League into a broader-based mass youth organization in accordance with the requirements of the development of the situation. In light of the fact that the present developments demand the enlistment of all young people of different strata in the Front for National Liberation Against Japan, the YCL, which admits only vanguard youth dedicated to communism, cannot but have certain limitations. So we are going to develop the YCL into the anti-111 Japanese Youth League of Korea, a revolutionary mass organization embracing broad sections of young patriots. We must put forward an action program reflecting correctly the demands and aspirations of the youth from all walks of life and, under the banner of the program, organize and unite all the youth workers, peasants, students, intellectuals, religious communities, etc. who love their country and their people, irrespective of differences in political views, religions, and property status. 3. On actively stepping up preparations for founding a Marxist-Leninist party. One of the essential tasks confronting the Korean communists today is to step up actively preparations for founding a Marxist-Leninist party. Preparations for organizing a Marxist-Leninist party in our country have long been made, and some successes have been scored in this respect. However, the organizational and ideological preparations for its founding are still insufficient, and this work has not been pursued actively, particularly in the homeland. We should make vigorous, nationwide preparations for building a party, and lay solid organizational and ideological foundations so that we can found the party at the opportune moment when the situation permits. Active preparations for establishing the party are urgently needed at present so as to unite the broad revolutionary forces of our people and ensure a fresh upswing in our anti-Japanese national liberation struggle. Only when the communist ranks, the hardcore that leads the Korean Revolution, are built up organizationally and ideologically by actively stepping up the preparations for party founding can the anti-Japanese patriotic forces of all strata be closely united under the banner of national liberation. 112. Important in preparing to found the party is the steady expansion of party organizations and the establishment of a thorough system of guidance for them. We must hasten the building of party organizations at the KPRA units and in all Korean settlements. In particular, we should rally the communists scattered in the homeland and at the same time actively admit progressive elements tested in struggle into the party so as to steadily expand its organizations. In building party organizations at present we must continue to implement the policy of forming them from below. Only then can we build strong party organizations with progressive elements of worker-peasant origin tempered and prepared in struggle, and found a revolutionary and militant party firmly based on the masses. While expanding party organizations, we must improve the party's system of organizational guidance. In future, we must establish a unified organizational system from the party committee of the KPRA down to local party organizations so that all party organizations may act as one. Another essential point in the preparations for party building is to train a strong organizational backbone. One of the major weaknesses of the Korean Communist Party founded in 1925 was that its ranks were made up mainly of petty bourgeois intellectuals and that it lacked an organizational backbone. Those who were engaged in the communist movement at that time set up a number of central bodies by forming only higher echelons devoid of basic organizations and divorced from the masses. Because of this, it was impossible to overcome in good time factionalism and all sorts of opportunism that appeared in the party. And finally the party fell victim to the maneuvers of the factionalists. Drawing lessons from this bitter experience, we must work hard to make party members out of the workers and poor and hired peasants so as to firmly prepare the organizational backbone for party building from the class point of view and preferentially form the basic party organizations within revolutionary organizations in various places. In the KPRA, all members of the YCL who have been 113 organizationally tempered through the life of the YCL for several years must be admitted to the party. At the same time, from among members of youth organizations and other anti-Japanese mass organizations in different places, the workers, poor and hired peasants, progressive youth, and students and intellectuals who have a firm class stand and are politically prepared must be actively admitted to the party organizations. What is important in preparing to found the party is to fully guarantee the ideological purity of the revolutionary ranks. Factionalism and right and left opportunism have now been basically eliminated from our ranks. But we cannot rest content with this. There still exists soft people among us communists. They are neither firm in their revolutionary world outlook nor brave enough to surmount hardships in the revolutionary struggle. Meanwhile, the enemy persists in his stratagems and subversive activities, in every way trying to disorganize our revolutionary ranks from within. In these circumstances we should make tireless efforts to raise our political and ideological level. We must arm all communists and members of the revolutionary organizations with Marxism-Leninism as well as the lines, strategy, and tactics of the Korean Revolution so that the unity of ideology and action of the revolutionary ranks can be fully guaranteed. Further, we must establish a cast-iron organizational discipline which does not allow the slightest manifestation of factionalism or factional strife in the communist ranks. We must also intensify the struggle to lay a mass foundation for the founding of the party. For this purpose we must give priority to uniting the masses of all strata under the anti-Japanese banner. We should, therefore, actively promote this work in organic combination with the anti-Japanese National United Front movement. Comrades, success in crushing piratical Japanese imperialism and winning the sacred cause of national liberation and independence depends totally on us communists. 114. If they organize and mobilize all the Korean people as one into the front for national liberation against Japan, believing in their strength and firmly relying on them, the Korean Communists can drive the Japanese imperialist aggressors from our country and win the final victory of the revolution. The Korean Revolution is as arduous as ever, and is likely to encounter numerous difficulties and obstacles. However, the Korean Communists will, as in the past, staunchly and unwaveringly fight with a firm belief in revolutionary victory in any adversity and certainly and triumphantly fulfill the sacred task of national liberation assigned to them by history and their people. The Korean Revolution is ever victorious. The country will definitely be liberated. 115. The 10-point program of the Association for the Restoration of the Fatherland. May 5, 1936. 1. To mobilize the entire Korean nation and realize a broad-based anti-Japanese united front in order to overthrow the piratical Japanese imperialist rule and establish a genuine people's government in Korea. 2. To defeat Japan and overthrow its puppet state Manchukuo by the Koreans resident in Manchuria through a close alliance between the Korean and Chinese peoples, and to effect full autonomy for the Korean people residing in Chinese territory. 3. To disarm the Japanese armed forces, gendarmes, and police and their agents, and organize a revolutionary army truly fighting for the independence of Korea. 4. To confiscate all enterprises, railways, banks, shipping, farms and irrigation systems owned by Japan and Japanese, and all property and estates owned by pro-Japanese traders, so as to raise funds for the independence movement and use part of these funds for the relief of the poor. 5. To cancel all loans made to people by Japan and its agents, and abolish all taxes and monopoly systems, at the same time improving the living conditions of the masses and promoting the smooth development of national industries, agriculture, and commerce. 6. To win freedom of speech, the press, assembly, and association. 116. Oppose terrorist rule and the fostering of feudal ideas by the Japanese imperialists, and release all political prisoners. 7. To abolish the caste system which divides the Ryangban and the common people, and other inequalities, ensuring equality based on humanity irrespective of sex, nationality, or religion, and improving the social position of women and respect for their persons. 8. To abolish slave labor and slave education, and forced military service and military training of young people, while educating people in our national language and enforcing free compulsory education. 9. To enforce an 8-hour workday, improve working conditions, raise wages, formulate labor laws, enforce state insurance laws for the workers, and extend state relief to the unemployed. 10. To form a close alliance with nations and states which treat the Koreans as equals and to maintain comradely relations of friendship with states and nations which express goodwill and maintain neutrality towards our national liberation movement. 117. The inaugural declaration of the Association for the Restoration of the Fatherland. May 5, 1936. Compatriots, brothers, and sisters, both at home and abroad, it is already 26 years since the 20 million Korean people with a long history of 5,000 years were robbed of their dear homeland by the enemy, the Japanese imperialists. Under the colonial oppression of Japanese imperialism, our compatriots lead the miserable life of a ruined nation, worse than that of animals, undergoing all manner of hardships and privations, and dripping with sweat and blood. No longer able to endure the Japanese imperialist tyranny, large numbers of our fellow countrymen have been compelled to leave their beloved homes and wander about in quest of a livelihood. Even in strange lands, all alone, they are subjected to every form of humiliation and contempt, and are being trampled underfoot and slaughtered everywhere they go. Our nation is, indeed, in an unheard of wretched plight. Which road should our people take now, deprived of their homeland and weighed down by a terrible misfortune? For our nation there is no alternative but to fight against the Japanese imperialist marauders. This is the only way to usher in the dawn of national liberation. That explains why tens of thousands of young Korean people, burning with love for their country, have joined the Korean People's Revolutionary Army and are fighting bravely against the Japanese. 118. Imperialists with arms in their hands. Now, in all parts of the country the struggles of workers, peasants, youth, and students against Japanese imperialist colonial rule are taking place one after another. In the past, too, the ardent patriotism of our nation was displayed fully. A great many people took part in the righteous volunteers movement and fought bloody battles for several years against Japanese imperialism's occupation of Korea. And at the time of the March 1st movement the whole nation rose in an anti-Japanese uprising in every nook and corner of the land. As a result, the spirit of our nation, ingenious and valorous, was demonstrated to the whole world. This fact proves that the Korean nation, with its earnest desire for independence and sovereignty and passionate fighting spirit, will certainly accomplish the cause of national liberation. However, the aim of national independence and liberation was not achieved, though in the past many patriots fought courageously, falling and dying. The principal cause was that none of the movements for the country's liberation was conducted according to a unified political program and a correct line of struggle, and that an unsupported struggle was waged without achieving the solid unity and cohesion of the anti-Japanese patriotic forces. Not only that, an allied front against the common enemy, the Japanese imperialists, was not built up in close contact with countries and nations opposed to Japan. This is also a major reason for failing to win the final victory. We put forward the main political program and the fighting tasks to fulfill the sacred duty of the liberation of the country on the basis of the bitter lessons and experience of the past. In accordance with this program, we are setting up the Association for the Restoration of the Fatherland as a general leading body for uniting as one all the anti-Japanese forces at home and abroad, and ensuring a unified leadership for them, and are adopting its 10-point program. On the basis of the main content of the 10-point program of the ARF, we declare to all our compatriots at home and abroad as follows. 119. 1. The whole Korean nation will fight in unity against the enemy, the Japanese imperialist aggressors, irrespective of class, sex, social status, party affiliation, age, and religious belief, so as to win back the country and establish a genuine people's government in Korea. We, the 20 million Korean people, are leading the life of a homeless race, condemned to indescribable national oppression, ill treatment and cruel exploitation under the colonial rule of predatory Japanese imperialism. The Korean nation's liberation is the supreme task facing all Koreans. If all 20 million of us, united in a body, join the anti-Japanese National Liberation Front, those with money contributing money, those with food donating food and those with skill and knowledge devoting their skill and knowledge, whether men or women, young or old, regardless of all distinctions, the Japanese imperialists will be destroyed, and our national liberation and independence will be achieved. 2. Koreans living in Manchuria will strive to overthrow the aggressive machinery of Japanese imperialism and its puppet state Manchukuo through a close alliance with the Chinese people, and to bring about genuine national autonomy for the Koreans in Chinese territory. The national autonomy of the Koreans in Manchuria we assert has nothing in common with the autonomy in Jeondeo advertised by the predatory Japanese imperialist aggressors and their agents to hoodwink and alienate the Korean and Chinese nations from each other. The Korean residents in Manchuria will achieve genuine national autonomy by resolutely opposing the deceptive enemy vaunted autonomy in Jeondeo and overthrowing the Japanese Manchurian rule in close alliance with the anti-Japanese masses in China. 3. For the liberation of the motherland, we will expand and strengthen the revolutionary armed ranks. The Japanese imperialists and their agents are villainous aggressors and hangmen armed to the teeth. We must counter the armed foes with arms. 120. We can topple the accursed system of colonial rule and achieve the independence of Korea only when we further strengthen the Korean People's Revolutionary Army and form various armed units with the revolutionary masses everywhere to defeat the Japanese imperialist aggressor army by fighting bloody battles against it. 4. In order to build a wealthy and mighty independent state, we will carry out economic and cultural policies that are genuinely people-oriented and democratic. We will unconditionally confiscate factories, mines, landed estates, shops, banks, and all other property owned by the predatory Japanese imperialist aggressors and treacherous pro-Japanese agents, promote the steady development of national industry, agriculture, and commerce, ensure our people freedom of speech, the press, assembly, and association and equality of the individual, abolish the system of slave education and introduce an 8-hour workday for the workers. In order to facilitate the cause of national liberation, we will accept special donations and other forms of active assistance from capitalists with a national conscience and from patriots and other personages with a conscience. 5. We will form a common front against the enemy, the Japanese imperialist aggressors, in close alliance with states and nations which express goodwill and maintain neutrality towards the Korean national liberation movement. We should crush the robber-like Japanese imperialist aggressors in close alliance with China and other countries hostile to Japanese imperialism, and together with the other peoples oppressed by Japanese imperialist colonial rule. We must regard as friends the countries and nations which sympathize with the Korean national liberation movement and approach it with good faith, and treat as enemies those who help the Japanese imperialist marauders and oppose the Korean nation. Compatriots, brothers, and sisters, who love your country and people and want to cast off the yoke of bestial slavery and lead a worthwhile and hopeful existence as human beings. 121. We sincerely hope that you will immediately form organizations of the ARF in the factories, mines, railway establishments, schools, newspaper offices, army barracks, shops, and elsewhere in the urban and rural areas, and will wage a vigorous struggle to win back the country through the concerted action of the whole nation under the banner of the 10-point program of the ARF. The cause of our people fighting in firm unity for the country's liberation is invincible. Let us all fight for the complete independence of the country and the freedom and liberation of the nation. Long live the Association for the Restoration of the Fatherland. 122. Let us inspire the people with hopes of national liberation by advancing with large forces into the homeland. Speech delivered at the conference of the military and political cadres of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army held in Saigon, Fujian County, March 29, 1937. Comrades. In February last year in Nanhutu we mapped out the strategic line for moving the Korean People's Revolutionary Army to the border areas and gradually extending our field of action to the homeland. We worked energetically to carry into effect the line adopted at the Nanhutu meeting, with the result that a firm foundation has been laid for developing and extending the armed struggle into the homeland in a short space of time. First of all, we spread organizational networks of the Association for the Restoration of the Fatherland far and wide inside and outside the country. Thanks to the energetic activities of the political operatives dispatched to many places following the founding of the ARF, branches of the ARF have appeared now in the northern region of Korea including Haisan, Kapsan, and Fungsan, in the central region including Pyongyang, and even in the southern areas. ARF organizations have established themselves in wide areas of China, too, inhabited largely by Koreans. This year the Chinbai County 123 Committee of the ARF has been set up, and the Korean National Liberation League has been formed as part of the ARF inside the country. The organizational expansion of the ARF is of great significance in further strengthening the mass basis of our revolution, in vigorously arousing broad sections of the patriotic anti-Japanese forces for the solemn struggle for the liberation of the country, in developing and extending the anti-Japanese armed struggle to still wider areas, and in accelerating preparations for the founding of a party. We have created a revolutionary base of a new type with the densely wooded zone of the Mt. Paikchu area as its center. Following the Nanhutu meeting we have redoubled our efforts to secure a strategic area which is to play an important role in developing and expanding the armed struggle into the homeland and in bringing about great progress in our revolutionary movement. In the vast stretch of land around Mt. Paikchu, an area advantageous for the military activities of the KPRA both in view of its geographical features and the composition of its population, we planned and conducted countless battles that have proved serious military and political setbacks for the enemy. Consequently, we gained control of the dense forests in the Mt. Paikchu area and the vast region surrounding it, and paralyzed the enemy's ability to rule there. We have built a large number of secret camps in this zone. In this way a base invisible to the enemy has been set up in the Mt. Paikchu area. It closely links up the dozens of secret camps in the vast woodland areas stretching along the Amnok and Tumen rivers, with its underground revolutionary organizations rooted among the broad sections of the population. The establishment of the Mt. Paikchu base was a milestone in implementing the line adopted at the Nanhutu meeting aimed at giving a great impetus to our anti-Japanese national liberation struggle and at carrying the armed struggle into the homeland. This base has made it possible for the KPRA to step up its military and 124 political activities in the interior of the homeland and to vigorously arouse the people for a massive anti-Japanese struggle. On the basis of the successes already achieved, we must launch large-scale operations to advance into the homeland. The present situation in our country urgently demands that the KPRA push ahead into the homeland with large troop contingents as early as possible. At present the Japanese imperialists are tightening their colonial rule over the Korean people as never before. By concocting various outrageous laws unprecedented in history and reinforcing the fascist ruling machine, They are exercising unheard of fascist tyranny over the Korean people. In order to stifle the slightest anti-Japanese manifestation by the Korean people, the vicious Japanese imperialists have recently introduced evil laws like the Ordinance on the Probation of Political Offenders and are increasing their police force considerably. In particular, they are actively reinforcing the Secret Service police apparatuses and planting their secret agents everywhere. In this way, the Japanese imperialist aggressors are cruelly suppressing the revolutionary moves of the workers and peasants, arresting, imprisoning and murdering patriots at random. Pushing ahead with the militarization of the economy to complete their war preparations for a continental invasion, the Japanese imperialist aggressors are further intensifying the inhuman exploitation and plunder of the Korean people. With a view to laying a bridgehead for the continental invasion, these scoundrels are massively expanding military installations such as railways, roads, and harbors in the northern region of Korea under the pretext of developing northern Korea, forcibly recruiting countless numbers of people for these projects and driving them ruthlessly. They are also intensifying the exploitation of natural resources, robbing our country of all the materials they can lay their hands on to use them for war. Last year vast tracts of farmland in Korea were washed away by unprecedentedly great floods and grain production dropped sharply. Nevertheless, the Japanese imperialist villains ignored this and seized 125. The whole crop to the last grain, like a band of robbers. The inhuman predatory policy of the Japanese imperialist aggressors spells hunger and destitution for the Koreans, compelling countless people to wander like beggars and to leave their native country for foreign lands thousands of miles away. In a frantic attempt to break the national spirit of the Korean people, the Japanese imperialist aggressors are clamoring ever more noisily that Japan and Korea are one and that Japanese and Koreans are of the same descent. While trying to wipe out the spoken and written language of the Korean people, as well as their good manners and beautiful customs, these knaves have built Shinto shrines and temples everywhere to instill the Japanese spirit in our people. Of late, they are intensifying false propaganda in every way to dash the expectations and hopes our people have placed on the KPRA, thus driving them to despair. Korea has now turned into a hell on earth, and black clouds are looming heavily over the heads of its people. An unparalleled dark age has descended on the land of Korea, which is enveloped in a dreary, fearful atmosphere becoming increasingly impregnated with the people's resentment and groans. Many of our fellow countrymen have even lost all hope of independence and sigh away their days in despair, deploring the accursed world around them. Comrades, as communists responsible for the Korean Revolution, we cannot remain passive onlookers to the great distress being suffered by our parents, brothers, and sisters. We should thrust into the homeland in great numbers and deal telling military and political blows to the Japanese imperialist aggressors, inspiring the people with firm confidence in the victory of the revolution. If large units of the KPRA consisting of sons and daughters of the Korean people turn up in gallant array in the country, this will give great encouragement to the people. If we only fire a few rounds of ammunition, the people will be greatly inspired. By advancing into the homeland in great strength to deliver a blow. 126. At the Japanese imperialist aggressors and set the enemy's bulwark ablaze, we should clearly demonstrate to the people that the KPRA is on the move and going from victory to victory in the solemn struggle for national liberation, and should make it known to them that so long as our KPRA exists, Korea will win its independence for certain. In this large-scale operation of advance into the homeland, we plan to dispatch the KPRA in 3 directions. The main unit will cross the Amnok River and push towards Haisan, a strong point of frontier guards of the Japanese imperialists. Another unit is to skirt Mt Paikshu and push on, by way of Untu and Helang, to the northern border area adjoining the Tumen River, and the third unit is to advance as far as the Linjiang and Chinbai areas on the shore of the Amnok River. The units moving forward to the shores of the Amnok and Tumen rivers are to launch intense military and political activities over a wider area to deal a heavy blow at the Japanese imperialist aggressors and, at the same time, to disperse and weaken the enemy forces concentrated in the Chinbai area. It will also throw the enemy's frontier guard set up into disarray, thereby guaranteeing success for the main unit advancing into the homeland. The main unit pushing forward into the homeland should make full preparations at the secret camps in Mt. Paiksha for the operation and then swiftly pierce the line of frontier guard posts. We have chosen the Haisan area this time as the main target of the offensive operation in the homeland because this area affords the best chance of success. The region is linked with the Mt. Paiksha base by vast woodlands, it gives the KPRA military and geographical advantages, it offers favorable conditions for extending the armed struggle deep into the interior of the country, and it has the Korean National Liberation Union, an organization under the ARF inside the country, and various other revolutionary mass organizations which are giving active support and encouragement to the operations of our Revolutionary Army. Many of our political operatives are active in this region. When advancing into the country, we should hit mercilessly at the 127 Japanese imperialist scoundrels and their lackeys, the pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation, by agile and daring combat actions, and burn police stations and other citadels of the enemy, thus appeasing the anger smoldering in the depths of our people's hearts. Besides, we should set free the patriots and innocent people who have been imprisoned. In parallel with military operations, we should launch intensive political activities to sharpen the people's class consciousness and rouse them vigorously to the solemn struggle for the liberation of the country. By carrying on large-scale military and political activities in the homeland, we will demonstrate to the world that Korea is not dead but alive, and that the Korean people spurn the idea that Japan and Korea are one and Japanese and Koreans are of the same descent but are continuing to resist the Japanese imperialist aggressors. This offensive operation into the homeland should not be an end in itself. We should continue to thrust forward in large units to deal the enemy a mortal blow and achieve the historic cause of national liberation. We should establish military control over the northern region of Korea and extend the Paikdasan base as far as the Rangneam Mountains, and, operating from there, engender a huge upsurge in the Korean Revolution as a whole with the anti-Japanese armed struggle as its focal point. The further intensification of our military and political offensive in the northern border area is a positive move to frustrate the Japanese imperialist aggressors' desperate punitive offensives against the KPRA and hasten the decisive victory of our revolution. For the general confrontation with the KPRA, the Japanese imperialists have recently appointed the scoundrel Minami, a notorious fascist warlord, as Governor-General of Korea and sent the main force of their aggression troops to Korea and Manchuria. They have declared the Dongbyeondeo area where our KPRA is most active a special zone and even set up a punitive operation command in Tonghua. They have thus mobilized a huge military force from the 128th Japanese Army, the puppet Manhyukyo Army, the police, and the Armed Self-Defense Corps in a large-scale offensive against our Revolutionary Army. Moreover, they are frantically strengthening the border guard line as an iron wall in an attempt to check the advance of the KPRA into the homeland. Our advance into the homeland as a great force when the Japanese imperialists are conducting all-out punitive operations against the KPRA like this, is of tremendous significance both in crushing the enemy's punitive offensive and in shaking Japanese imperialism's colonial rule in Korea to its very foundations. By making assaults into the homeland with large troop contingents and launching a military and political offensive, we will be able to unite the communists at home organizationally and ideologically and to rally the broad masses closely in the anti-Japanese National United Front, thereby strengthening our revolutionary forces as never before. Our immediate task is to prepare the members of the KPRA politically and ideologically for success in the offensive operations in the homeland. Good political and ideological preparations are the key to a victorious campaign. Such preparations are essential for the guerrillas to carry out their duties in the forthcoming operations both as combatants and as political workers. All of them should be well acquainted with the aim and significance of the advance into the homeland and be infused with a boundless love of their country, firm confidence in the victory of the revolution and a burning hatred for the enemy. In particular, it is very important to have all guerrillas get to know their country well by availing themselves of this opportunity of advancing into the homeland. Without knowing one's country well, One cannot have national pride and self-respect as a revolutionary, nor can one love it ardently. In all units the guerrillas should be taught the history and geography of our country and the lofty morals and customs of its people. In order to get the guerrillas prepared politically and ideologically, the role of the political organizations in the units should be further enhanced. The next prerequisite for success in the operation of advance into 129. The homeland is to make thorough preparations for battle. Without adequate preparations for battle it will be impossible to break through the enemy's tight frontier guard line and to launch swift combat actions everywhere in the country. First of all, it is necessary to carry out military exercises well. Military and political training should be quickly organized so as to raise the fighting efficiency of the units in every way. During military and political training in all units everybody should be equipped with our guerrilla tactics and achieve complete mastery of his weapon and combat and technical equipment, and become a crack shot. In addition, the guerrillas should be trained to abide by military regulations. In preparing for battle it is also important to make thorough material arrangements such as getting clothes, shoes, and provisions ready. In view of the fact that we are going into the homeland, we should have plenty of supplies of all kinds in reserve. We should especially get a good stock of clothes and issue new uniforms to all the men. It is my firm belief that all commanding personnel and soldiers will clearly understand the importance of their revolutionary assignments and carry out the lofty task of advancing into the homeland with honor. 130. Proclamation. June 1, 1937. Those most villainous bandits, the Japanese imperialists, have occupied Korea. Through colonial domination by the government general for over 20 years, they have trampled on and massacred the Korean people. Our compatriots are robbed by the aggressors of all their property gained by their sweat and blood, and are forced to lead the miserable life of colonial slavery. Furthermore, the Japanese imperialists are forcing the Korean people to become an advance detachment for a second war, a tool of their aggressive war against China. The destiny of our Korean nation is at stake. We are the Korean People's Revolutionary Army that is waging a struggle to open the way for the people, bring them a worthwhile life, defeat Japanese imperialism and liberate the country. It is universally acknowledged that we have dealt the Japanese imperialist marauders fatal blows in our life and death struggle of the past 6 or 7 years on the vast Manchurian plain. Relying on the firm unity between the patriots in Korea and our ardent fighters, this army has crossed the Tumen and Amnok rivers and come on an expedition to the provinces of North and South Hamgyong with the object of fighting the government general of Korea, the vampire that fattens on the blood of the Korean people. Long-suffering compatriots and brothers, step forward at once. Rally around the anti-Japanese National United Front and respond to the guerrilla warfare of this army by waging struggles in various ways. Fight on to smash Japanese imperialist rule quickly and build a genuine government of the Korean people. 131. Let US fight on staunchly for the liberation of the motherland. Speech addressed to the people of Pokonbo. June 4, 1937. Fellow countrymen, brothers, and sisters. We are combatants of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army fighting against Japanese imperialism for the restoration of the motherland and the liberation of the people. We are very glad to be holding this memorable meeting with you, dear fellow countrymen at home, on a victorious battlefield where we have crushed the Japanese imperialist aggressors. On behalf of the KPRA I wish to convey our warm thanks to you and to the patriotic people at home who have given active material and moral support and encouragement to us, the Revolutionary Army. Dear fellow countrymen, today the Japanese imperialist robbers have enmeshed the whole of our 3,000 RI land in a web of army units, gendarmerie, and police, and rigged up various evil laws. They brutally arrest, imprison, and murder countless patriots, and are forcing our people to remain disgracefully submissive as slaves. The crafty Japanese imperialists are trying to drum the Japanese spirit into our people by clamoring that Japan and Korea are one and that Japanese and Koreans are of the same descent, the aim being to break the lofty national spirit of our people. They are even attempting to trample underfoot and wipe out our beautiful language and our national culture with its 5,000-year history. 132. The Japanese imperialist robbers are further intensifying the exploitation and plunder of our people, and are seizing all our national wealth. The Japanese imperialist villains have stretched their grim predatory hands as far as the remote mountain villages here, plundering all our precious forest resources. They are bleeding you white by working you like beasts of burden in all kinds of drudgery. They even keep you from your traditional slash and burn farming. Because of this you are maintaining a bare existence on herb roots and tree bark, you are poorly dressed in coarse flax, and leading wretched lives in tumble-down mud huts. Further stepping up their moves of late for invading China proper, the Japanese imperialist robbers are hell-bent on the fascist suppression and looting of our people. Indeed, with the whole country devastated and turned into a land of darkness, into a hell on earth, the very life of our nation is now at stake. Dear fellow countrymen, where there is a tyrant, a struggle will always break out. The ardent youths and patriots of our country have turned out resolutely in the sacred anti-Japanese struggle to crush the Japanese imperialists' tyranny. The KPRA has fought valiantly with arms in hand for 6 to 7 years in Korea and on the wild plains of Manchuria against the Japanese imperialist invaders in order to work out the salvation of our nation and to achieve the liberation of the country. Our Revolutionary Army has beaten the enemy everywhere, and dealt serious political and military blows to the Japanese imperialists' colonial ruling system, thereby giving a ray of hope to our people who are living in humiliation, bowed down with the sorrow of statelessness. Our strength is increasing and the revolutionary forces of the world, too, are growing powerful. The support of progressive people the world over for our struggle is also mounting. We will achieve the historic cause of national liberation without fail and win final victory. Alarmed by the bold and fearless operations and great military achievements of the gallant combatants of our Revolutionary Army who are forging ahead despite all difficulties, the Japanese imperialist. 133. Aggressors are making desperate efforts to crush the KPRA and, of late, have been frantically building up their frontier guard line in a foolhardy attempt to hinder our Revolutionary Army's advance into the homeland. The enemy is even spreading the absurd, fictitious story that he has completely wiped out the KPRA. Dear brothers and sisters, although the Japanese imperialists are maneuvering in this frenzied manner, the KPRA is holding its own as ever, demonstrating its might to the whole world. In its latest thrust into the homeland, the KPRA broke through the frontier guard line, the much-vaunted iron wall of the Japanese imperialists. A few days ago in the Musan area it showered vengeful fire upon the enemy right and left, and today here at Pokonbo it has fully demonstrated the indomitable fighting spirit and lofty mettle of our nation. Our Revolutionary Army has just attacked the Japanese imperialists' agencies of repression and ruling organs such as the police substation and the sub-county office, and finished off the Japanese imperialist aggressors installed there, the bitter enemies of our people who had been imposing all sorts of hard toil and miseries upon you. Brothers and sisters, look at the flames over there. Those raging flames show that the enemy is doomed. Those flames show the whole world that our nation is not dead but alive, and that if we fight against the Japanese imperialist plunderers we can win. Those flames will shine like a ray of hope in the hearts of our people suffering from maltreatment and hunger, and will spread throughout our 3,000 Ri land like a torch of struggle. The Korean people are not of the same descent as the Japanese imperialist villains, and we do not acknowledge the idea noisily propagandized by them that Japan and Korea are one. We, the KPRA, will tighten our grip on our weapons of revenge and liberate our 23 million fellow countrymen suffering from hunger and poverty, ignorance and darkness. We will liberate our motherland come what may, and establish a people's country free from oppression and exploitation on the land of the independent motherland. 134. Dear fellow countrymen, liberation of the motherland is the vital demand of the Korean people today. Instead of merely sitting and sighing over our grievous and bitter lot under the colonial rule of Japanese imperialism, Let us all unite ever more firmly under the banner of the anti-Japanese National United Front and rise as one man in the lofty struggle to defeat the aggressor, Japanese imperialism, and achieve the great cause of national liberation. Struggle is the only way to secure existence and national regeneration. You should overcome all difficulties, unite and cooperate with each other with the utmost sincerity and enthusiasm, and make an all-out effort in the sacred anti-Japanese war for the independence of Korea. Those who have strength should contribute strength, those who have knowledge should offer knowledge, and those who have money should donate money. By various forms of struggle you should completely frustrate all the anti-people moves of the Government General of Korea, the bloodsucker that lives on the blood of our people. You should demonstrate the indomitable spirit of the Korean people. To do this, you should smash the false propaganda of the Japanese imperialist aggressors to smithereens and defend our language, spoken and written, and uphold our national spirit to the last. With great national pride and the unwavering confidence that as long as there is an ever-victorious KPRA our country will attain independence without fail, you should give material and moral support to the KPRA and fight on without yielding. Let us make those flames rage furiously over the whole of our 3000 RI land. Fellow countrymen, brothers, and sisters, the final victory belongs to us, who are fighting for the liberation of the motherland. Let us all advance vigorously, looking forward to the day when we will meet again in our liberated country, loudly hailing our national independence, and live in happiness. Long live the independence of Korea! Long live the Korean Revolution! 135. The Tasks of Korean Communists. Treatise published in Sogwang, organ of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army, November 10, 1937. 27 years have elapsed since the Japanese imperialists occupied Korea. During this period they have turned our country into a source of raw materials and labor, a market for their commodities and a military base for aggression against the continent. Owing to their ferocious colonial policy, the Korean people have been deprived of their national rights and freedom and are suffering untold sorrow as a ruined people. Our people are not only subjected to double and treble oppression and exploitation by the Japanese imperialists and their lackeys in a manner reminiscent of medieval times, but threatened with the danger of being deprived of their beautiful written and spoken language. The Sino-Japanese War unleashed by the Japanese imperialists is driving our people into an even more terrible plight. With an eye to ensuring safety in the rear, the Japanese imperialists have greatly expanded their fascist, colonial, repressive machinery, troops, police, prisons, gallows, and all, and concocted a new set of draconian laws. In this way, they have turned our beautiful land of 3000 RI into a living hell on earth. They are cracking down on the revolutionary forces with fury, while suppressing and slaughtering innocent people as never before. Since last summer these hangmen have destroyed the 136 lower echelons of the Association for the Restoration of the Fatherland and atrociously arrested and imprisoned a large number of underground political workers and members of the ARF in the northern border area of our country. In all parts of Korea they have seized and imprisoned countless numbers of innocent people and are wantonly slaughtering them. They have openly instituted compulsory conscription and grain deliveries in order to meet the ever-increasing demand for manpower and materials in their aggressive war against the continent. Thus, our precious young and middle-aged people are being forcibly rounded up to become bullet shields for the Japanese imperialists, and our country's abundant natural wealth is being ruthlessly plundered. Our people, known for their 5,000-year-old history and brilliant culture, are now standing at the crossroads of life and death, and the dark clouds of national calamity are hovering over our land. In these grim days of national suffering, all kinds of renegades from the revolution, national reformists, right and left opportunists and factionalist sycophants, have cast off their masks and are openly conniving with the Japanese imperialist aggressors. Time has proved that we communists are the only pivotal force of the revolution capable of guiding the destiny of the country and the people to the end, and it has set before us a heavier and more difficult task. Severe trials and difficulties stand in the way of the Korean Revolution, but the situation continues to develop in favor of the revolution. The frantic war policy and the savage fascist suppression of the Japanese imperialists are not a sign of their might, they reflect the last-minute desperation of those who are on the brink of disaster. The Sino-Japanese War ignited by Japanese imperialism is intensifying the contradictions between the imperialist powers and weakening the imperialist camp as a whole. The more the Japanese imperialists expand the war, the deeper they will fall into a bottomless pit. In the end, the flames of war will engulf those who ignited them. 137. Today the national and class contradictions between the Japanese imperialists and the Korean people are becoming extremely acute. Workers, peasants, youths, students, intellectuals, non-comprador capitalists, traders, men of religion and, indeed, all the Korean people, while cursing Japanese imperialism as their sworn enemy, wait impatiently for the day when the enemy is defeated and wage anti-Japanese struggles in various parts of the country. From ancient times, the Korean people have been known as a valiant and resourceful people who would rather die fighting than surrender. Following the occupation of Korea by Japanese imperialism, various forms of resolute anti-Japanese struggle, such as the Righteous Volunteers movement, the Independence Army movement, riots by workers and peasants and the anti-Japanese movement of youth and students, took place in our country. Now, in the 1930s, the anti-Japanese armed struggle, organized and led by us communists, is dealing Japanese imperialism a telling blow and has raised the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle to a new stage. The path traversed by our people since the Japanese imperialist occupation is the path of national salvation, one attended by bloody struggles. We, Korean communists, must take advantage of all favorable internal and external circumstances and promote the brilliant patriotic traditions of our people. We must organize and mobilize the masses of the people correctly in the struggle to fulfill the solemn task of defeating Japanese imperialism and regaining our lost country. 1. The character of the Korean Revolution at the present stage. To define the character of the revolution correctly is of the utmost significance for organizing and leading the revolutionary struggle. 138. Correctly and hastening the victory of the revolution. Only by correctly defining the character of the revolution is it possible to map out scientific strategy and tactics and, on this basis, confidently organize and mobilize the masses of the people for the revolutionary struggle. Formerly, it was asserted by some that the Korean Revolution is a socialist revolution at the present stage, and by others that it is a bourgeois revolution. Both are wrong. The character of a revolution is determined by the basic tasks of that revolution and by the socio-class relations at each stage. The view that the revolution in our country is a bourgeois revolution and the view that it is a socialist revolution are rightist and leftist deviations resulting from an incorrect understanding of the basic tasks of the Korean Revolution and the actual socio-class relations in our country at the present stage. These views are hostile to the revolution and aim to hinder the close unity of the revolutionary forces and divert the spearhead of struggle. Our country is a semi-feudal, colonial society where, because of Japanese imperialist colonial rule, capitalist development is extremely retarded and feudal relations of production are predominant. Under these circumstances, the basic tasks of the Korean Revolution at the present stage are to carry out the task of the anti-imperialist National Liberation Revolution to overthrow Japanese imperialist colonial rule and regain our lost country and, at the same time, to fulfill the task of the anti-feudal democratic revolution to eliminate feudal relations and pave the way for the country's development along democratic lines. These two tasks are closely interrelated. This is seen in the fact that the Japanese imperialist aggressors, the colonial rulers, on the one hand and the landlords and the former feudal bureaucrats, the champions of feudal relations, on the other are in collusion with each other. Japanese imperialism maintains its colonial system of rule in Korea with the help of its agents, the comprador capitalists and the feudal landlords, and the landlords retain the feudal relations of 139. Exploitation under its patronage. Therefore, the struggle against Japanese imperialism and the struggle against feudalism must be waged as an integral whole. Hence, our revolution at the present stage is an anti-imperialist, Anti-feudal democratic revolution. What, then, are the concrete targets of our revolution at the present stage? In the Korean Revolution, the main target is the aggressive forces of Japanese imperialism. Colonial rule by Japanese imperialism is at the very root of all the misery the Korean people are suffering and the buttress of all social fetters in this country. The Japanese imperialists have done everything possible to turn our country into a permanent colony and enslave our people for all time. They wantonly obliterate everything unique to the Korean nation and hamper ferociously the revolutionary advance of the Korean working class and the rest of the working masses. They have no scruples about introducing into Korea all the decadence and corruption which they think helpful to their colonial rule. The overthrow of Japanese imperialist colonial rule and the restoration of the country's independence are prerequisites for the national and class liberation of our people and for social progress in our country. Our people's struggle against Japanese imperialism is aimed at regaining their lost country and restoring their national rights in all spheres of politics, the economy, and culture and, at the same time, at removing all the obstacles to national and social progress so as to pave the way for national prosperity. So the first and foremost revolutionary task confronting Korean communists and other revolutionary people is to organize and mobilize all the revolutionary forces for the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle. Other targets of the Korean Revolution are pro-Japanese landlords, comprador capitalists, traitors to the nation and pro-Japanese bureaucrats who put themselves at the beck and call of the Japanese imperialists and serve them as faithful pawns. 140. They all actively help the colonial rule of Japanese imperialism in Korea and, in partnership with it, oppress and exploit the people. They hamper the people most viciously in their anti-Japanese struggle. In the countryside they employ feudal methods based on the feudal ownership of land to oppress and exploit the peasants savagely with the backing of Japanese imperialism, and in the towns they cruelly exploit the workers in a capitalist as well as a feudal way. They also play the role of transmitters of obsolete feudal customs and slavish mentality and of guides helping Japanese imperialism to stretch out its claws of colonial rule deeper into all fields. Consequently, if they are left untouched, the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle can never be successful nor can the way be paved for the democratic development of the country. Therefore, we must fight against Japanese imperialism and, at the same time, wage a resolute struggle against the pro-Japanese landlords, comprador capitalists, traitors to the nation and pro-Japanese bureaucrats. To be successful in the revolutionary struggle we must have a correct understanding not only of the character and targets of the revolution but also of its motive force. In any revolution an important guarantee of victory is the involvement of people of all classes and strata who are interested in the revolution. The motive force of the Korean Revolution at the present stage comprises the broad anti-imperialist democratic forces, such as workers, peasants, youths, students, intellectuals, and petty bourgeoisie. National capitalists and religious people with a conscience can also join in the anti-imperialist struggle. The working class is the leading class in the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution, not to mention the future socialist revolution and the period of building socialism and communism. This is because the working class alone is the most advanced class that champions the fundamental interests of the working masses, has the strongest revolutionary spirit and sense of organization and is able to organize and lead all working masses to victory in the revolution. 141. Our working class has a more vital interest in the anti-imperialist national liberation revolution than any other class. Under Japanese imperialist colonial rule, the Korean working class lives in abject misery. The Japanese imperialists have, on the one hand, retarded the growth of our national economy to the extreme and, on the other, have almost all industries in their grip. They are exploiting the Korean workers with unheard of cruelty. In pursuit of their aim of grinding down our workers more ruthlessly, they are using every possible method to intensify labor to the maximum and extending the working day to as many as 12 to 18 hours. Even under such terrible conditions not all workers are provided with jobs. The Japanese imperialists are pursuing the wickedest colonial predatory policy, employing cheap juvenile and female labor and continually dismissing adult workers, to secure the maximum colonial super profits. Thus, many workers are thrown out of work to form an industrial reserve army, deprived even of the elementary right to live. The Japanese imperialists pay the Korean workers less than half the wages of the Japanese workers for the same work. Worse still, they take back the greater part of this in the name of defense contribution, government bonds, fines and so on. Thus Korean workers have been reduced to such a state that they can hardly eke out a living in spite of their indescribably hard toil. The living conditions of our workers have worsened since the beginning of the Sino-Japanese War. The Japanese imperialists forcibly drag our workers to military construction sites for slave labor and do not pay them even starvation wages. Finally, they kill them in cold blood under the pretext of protecting secrets. This intolerably unfair and wretched situation our workers find themselves in has not only roused their revolutionary spirit, but also made them move forward towards organizing and tempering themselves as a class in actual struggles and stand in the forefront of the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle. An analysis of this struggle, which has gone on for more than 20 years in our country, reveals that it is only the working class that can 142. Lead the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution. The bourgeois and petty bourgeois intellectuals in our country have always vacillated in face of the difficulties that have cropped up in the course of the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle because of the weakness inherent in their class position, and they have attempted to attain the independence of Korea not in a revolutionary way but in an easy way. The Incentive Production Association, the Yeonjong Association and so on, which they created allegedly for Korean independence, were all national reformist groupings that wanted reform and compromise instead of revolution and struggle. Therefore, if we are to complete the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution, it is of primary importance to ensure the leading role of the working class, the class vitally interested in this revolution and struggling dauntlessly in defiance of difficulties. Together with the working class, the peasantry occupies an important place in the Korean Revolution. The peasantry is a dependable ally of the working class and, like the working class, constitutes a main force of the revolution. In countries like ours, where the peasantry accounts for the overwhelming majority of the population, special importance should be attached to their position in the revolution. Peasants comprise more than 80% of our population. In such circumstances, winning them over is a key to the success of the revolution. If we fail to involve the peasants in the revolution in such a country as ours, the end result will be that the working class will be isolated, its leading role weakened and, furthermore, the overwhelming majority of the population will be left to the influence of the enemy. One reason our peasantry holds an important place in the revolution is its numerical preponderance. Another reason is that it also has a most vital interest in the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution. The colonial rule of Japanese imperialism has condemned our peasants to abject poverty and starvation. In the countryside the Japanese imperialists exploit the peasants, keeping feudal 143. Land ownership intact and using the landlords as their agents. At the same time, they expropriate fertile land in the name of land survey, the organization of the Oriental Development Company, and so on. In 1914, shortly after the Japanese imperialist occupation of Korea, more than 60% of Korean peasants tilled their own land, with tenant farmers and hired hands accounting for only 35%. Today, however, the proportion of tenant farmers and hired hands has jumped to over 70%, while that of peasants tilling their own land has dropped below 18%. Thus the overwhelming majority of the Korean peasants have been reduced to the status of the rural proletariat. Driven from their hereditary farmlands, innumerable peasants are tramping alien countries begging for food or are eking out a mere existence subjected to inhuman treatment under the lash of the Japanese gangsters, the landlords, and the capitalists. As for those peasants who are still lucky enough to work on their own land, most of them are living off the bark of trees or grassroots, unable to secure enough food to live on because of heavy taxation, and they live in constant anxiety lest they be evicted. To meet their war demands, the Japanese imperialists are press-ganging rural young and middle-aged men indiscriminately for military duties or as labor for the construction of military installations. Every year they plunder millions of sak of rice, which they ship to Japan. This military burden imposed on the peasants has made their plight absolutely intolerable. In this way our countryside has been turned into a shocking famine area, the like of which has scarcely been seen anywhere in the world at any time in history. This dire distress has triggered the bitter wrath of our peasants against the Japanese imperialists and the feudal landlords. They have stepped out with determination onto the road of anti-imperialist, anti-feudal struggle, realizing that revolution is the only way to make life possible for them. Disregarding this situation, the left opportunists and factionalist sycophants have underestimated the revolutionary spirit of the 144 Korean peasantry, alleging that they are two-faced and that they can hardly stand by the revolution to the end, because they are a small propertied class and so vacillate easily. This conflicts with the realities and is in total opposition to the stand that must be taken to strengthen the revolutionary forces. Korean communists should repudiate all the prejudices against and the wrong attitudes towards our peasants and strive to win them over, so that the main forces of the revolution will be built up on a solid basis. Because of its anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic nature, our revolution requires that not only workers and peasants, but also youth, students, intellectuals, members of the small propertied classes, non-comprador capitalists, and honest religious believers be enlisted on the side of the revolution. The fascist colonial rule of the Japanese imperialists inevitably fills the youth, students, intellectuals, members of the small propertied classes, non-comprador capitalists, and honest religious believers with hatred against Japanese imperialism and leads them to fling themselves into the fight for the independence of the country and the liberation of the people. In general, the youth, students and intellectuals have a strong sense of justice and are responsive to progressive ideas and the trend of the times because they are searching for science and truth. Therefore, the progressive elements among them are the first to learn Marxism-Leninism, awaken and enlighten the workers and peasants and thus play the role of pioneer leading them into the revolutionary movement. In particular, our youth, students and intellectuals not only are directly subjected to national oppression and discrimination by Japanese imperialism but suffer the hard fate common to the whole nation caused by Japanese imperialist colonial rule, and they are more keenly aware than anyone else of the irrationality of our present-day society. This is why they have developed a national consciousness faster than others and have stronger anti-imperialist sentiments. They are 145. Participating actively in the national liberation revolution, impelled by the progressive spirit to fight for justice and inspired by the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution to drive out the foreign imperialist aggressor forces and make our backward country as prosperous as others. Many of them have been struggling resolutely against the Japanese imperialists since the first days of their occupation of Korea and have made great contributions in rousing workers and peasants and other broad masses who are against Japanese imperialism to revolutionary struggle. In the period of preparing the anti-Japanese armed struggle, too, revolutionary youth, students and intellectuals played a great role in cementing the revolutionary ranks organizationally and ideologically and in laying the mass base of the struggle. Joining the ranks of the anti-Japanese guerrillas and the underground revolutionary organizations, they are now fighting unyieldingly. All this testifies to the fact that they are playing an important role in the revolutionary struggle. But they cannot themselves become a political force or assume a decisive role in the revolutionary struggle because of their weakness, vacillation, and do-it-only halfway nature. Only under the leadership of the communists and the working class can they play a revolutionary role in the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution. As for the non-comprador capitalists, they should also be viewed analytically. Non-comprador capitalists in colonial and semi-colonial countries have certain characteristics different from the bourgeoisie of the capitalist countries. From a class point of view, the non-comprador capitalists come under the heading of the exploiting class, but their economic activities are repressed by foreign imperialists and their comprador capitalist allies and they are always exposed to the threat of bankruptcy. Therefore, they have an anti-imperialist spirit and a desire for national independence, though not steadfast. In particular, non-comprador capitalists in our country are slipping 146 rapidly towards bankruptcy as a result of the fascist colonial terrorist rule of the Japanese imperialists and the subsequent large-scale infiltration of Japanese monopoly capital. Korean capital in 1928 accounted for over 26% of the total industrial output value, but the figure today is less than 10%. Even this figure is barely maintained through sticking to such extremely secondary branches as rice cleaning, cotton ginning and so on. Since they are destined to become ruined under Japanese imperialist colonial rule, they have an interest in the anti-Japanese national liberation revolution and feel impelled to join it. The comprador capitalists are more afraid of the people's anti-imperialist revolutionary struggle than of imperialist aggression. The non-comprador capitalists, however, resist imperialist aggression and support the people's anti-imperialist revolutionary struggle. To call the non-comprador capitalists reactionary because of the acts of treachery to the country and the people perpetrated by a handful of comprador capitalists would only mean weakening the anti-imperialist revolutionary forces. Drawing them into the anti-imperialist national liberation struggle is of great importance for isolating the enemy to the maximum and strengthening the revolutionary forces. As can be seen, at the present stage of the Korean Revolution, its motive force consists of the anti-Japanese forces drawn from broad sections of society. We should assume a principled and magnanimous attitude towards all classes and strata that can join the revolution. We should accept, rally and organize them, and in this way mobilize all the anti-Japanese forces for the anti-imperialist national liberation struggle. What, then, are the tasks of the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution in our country? Needless to say, the primary and fundamental task is to overthrow the Japanese imperialist aggressors and all the reactionary forces, pro-Japanese landlords, comprador capitalists, and so on, who ally themselves with the aggressors. When this task has been fulfilled. 147. However, it does not mean that the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution will have been completed. It should be followed up by abolishing the social and economic relations on which the Japanese imperialists and their accomplices, the reactionary forces, rely in all branches of politics, the economy, and culture, and by firmly establishing a new, progressive democratic system so as to make sure that the old system will never be revived. Our foremost task following the defeat of the Japanese imperialist aggressors is to set up a democratic government. The fundamental question of the revolution is the question of power. The seizure of power is indispensable for our people's complete national and class liberation and for the building of a prosperous, independent, and sovereign state in our country. Through their bitter experience as slaves in a ruined nation, the Korean people have come to realize sharply what fate lies in store for a people as long as they are without state power of their own. Indeed, there is no more important task than that of establishing a state power of genuinely our own. In solving the question of power, it is very important to decide the form it should take to fit in with the character and tasks of the revolution and the class relationships in a given period. What form of democratic power, then, should we set up? There can be two forms of democratic power. One belongs to the category of bourgeois power, i.e., democratic power led by the propertied classes. The other comes under the category of proletarian power, i.e., democratic power led by the working class. The former champions the interests of an extremely limited section of the population, comprising the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie. It always vacillates and is not steadfast and, therefore, cannot lead the people to socialism and communism, the ultimate goal of the workers and poor peasants. In contrast, the latter defends the fundamental interests of the workers and peasants, carries out the tasks of the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution in a thoroughgoing way and can 148. Lead the masses to socialism and communism, their ultimate goal. Therefore, the power we shall establish after the overthrow of Japanese imperialism is people-oriented, democratic power coming under the category of proletarian power, i.e., democratic power led by the working class. After the establishment of this power, we must firmly rely on it in introducing agrarian reform and other democratic reforms. The most important thing here is to wipe out the remnants of Japanese imperialism root and branch. Even after the destruction of the colonial ruling machinery of Japanese imperialism, this is essential in all branches of politics, the economy, and culture for ensuring the successful fulfillment of the tasks of the anti-imperialist national liberation revolution, the complete political independence of the country and its development along democratic lines after the elimination of all feudal forces. To do away with the remnant forces of Japanese imperialism, we should first eliminate all the reactionary landlords, pro-Japanese elements, and traitors to the nation, who constitute the mainstay of the colonial rule of Japanese imperialism and actively defend its ruling machinery, and leave no room for them to maneuver. Furthermore, all the laws and rules concocted by the Japanese imperialists must be declared invalid and new ones safeguarding the interests of the broad masses formulated to establish a new order in state construction. Survivals of ideology and way of life introduced by Japanese imperialism should be abolished, public education developed in our own language, both written and spoken, and our own national culture restored. Unless we destroy the economic base of the Japanese imperialists and comprador capitalists, we cannot pave the way for the independent development of the economy, nor can we consolidate the political independence of the country. We must nationalize the major industries, the mines, factories, railways, transport, banks, communications, and home and foreign trade, held by the Japanese state and by Japanese and Korean comprador capitalists, and make 149 them the property of all the people. In this way, we shall see to it that the major means of production are used effectively to promote the independence and prosperity of the country and the people's welfare, and that the economic base is laid for building a new society, free from exploitation and oppression. Along with these anti-imperialist revolutionary tasks, we must carry out the tasks of the anti-feudal democratic revolution in a thoroughgoing way. Top priority here is to solve the land problem correctly. Solution of this problem constitutes the basic content of the anti-feudal democratic revolution, because it can deliver the peasantry, the overwhelming majority of the population, from feudal fetters and feudal exploitation, radically improve their social and political status and open up a wide avenue for social progress and the development of productive forces. We must confiscate the land held by the Japanese state and the Japanese and pro-Japanese landlords and distribute it among the peasants who till it, and put an end to all aspects of feudal land ownership, such as tenancy and the purchase and sale of land. The economic base of the feudal forces should be so completely uprooted that it will never be able to revive. Furthermore, we must see to it that the people are emancipated from all kinds of social discrimination and inequality, and, especially, that women, who make up half the population, are completely freed from feudal subjugation. Along with this, the working people must be assured of political freedom and democratic rights in all respects. Various social measures must be introduced to protect the working people, such as the 8-hour workday, labor protection, and state insurance, and conditions must be provided for all working people to participate in labor freely and work to their heart's content under the protection of the state and society. The introduction of all these social and economic reforms will constitute a profound social revolution aimed at removing the 150 consequences of the monstrous colonial rule of Japanese imperialism and all the social evils and fetters that have existed for thousands of years. The communists should be quick to realize the centuries-old desire of broad sections of the working masses to cast off all social oppression and exploitation, encourage them to actively participate in the revolutionary struggle with the utmost political enthusiasm, and lead them constantly along the road of revolution. With the fulfillment of the tasks of the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal revolution, the revolution will not have been completed. In carrying out the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution, we communists must continue the revolution and build a veritable paradise of socialism and communism in this country, free from oppression and exploitation. 2. Immediate tasks of Korean Communists. What are the immediate tasks of the Korean Communists for carrying the Korean Revolution forward to victory? To begin with, Korean Communists must broaden and step up the anti-Japanese armed struggle and lead it to victory, thus splendidly accomplishing the sacred task of regaining our country. In order to drive out the imperialist aggressors and carry the national liberation revolution to completion, we must wage armed struggle resolutely. Imperialism relies on the military power of counter-revolution to establish its class rule and dominate its colonies, and it will never give up aggression and war until its counter-revolutionary military power is utterly defeated. Nobody can expect the Japanese imperialists, the most brazen and piratical aggressors, who have tasted the sweat and blood of the 151 colonial people and boast of the might of great imperial Japan, to withdraw from Korea meekly before their counter-revolutionary military power is rooted. That is why we Korean Communists have organized and waged armed struggle against the Japanese imperialist robbers since the beginning of the 1930s, delivering heavy blows at their counter-revolutionary military power. The need to broaden and step up the anti-Japanese armed struggle has become a matter of greater urgency today. After igniting the Sino-Japanese War, the Japanese imperialists sent a large force to the front in North China, aiming to win their war of aggression against the continent by lightning warfare tactics. Meanwhile, to make their home front safe, they are desperately carrying out mopping-up operations against our revolutionary armed forces and intensifying the suppression and plunder of the Korean people. Frantic expansion of the Japanese imperialists' aggressive war only brings nearer their ruin and creates favorable conditions for the struggle of the Korean Communists to hasten the liberation of our country. Under these conditions, we must definitely broaden and step up the anti-Japanese armed struggle to defeat the rampaging Japanese imperialists and realize the noble historic cause of regaining our lost country at the earliest possible date. This is also necessary to ensure the continued upsurge of the Korean Revolution as a whole. The anti-Japanese armed struggle is the mainstream of the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle in our country and the highest form of this struggle. Stepping it up is essential for the successful development of the various forms of anti-Japanese struggle being waged by all sections of the people, including workers, peasants, youth, and students. Therefore, the Korean Communists must do this to bring about a new upswing in the entire Korean Revolution. To broaden and develop. 152. The anti-Japanese armed struggle. We must first increase the strength of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army and intensify its military and political activities. The KPRA is not only a revolutionary armed force directly engaged in the anti-Japanese armed struggle, but also a revolutionary army of organizers and information workers, whose task is to educate and organize the broad masses and in this way expand and further the Korean Revolution as a whole. Strengthening the KPRA politically and militarily is a decisive guarantee for stepping up the anti-Japanese armed struggle and increasing its influence in every way. In strengthening the KPRA, it is most important to raise the political and ideological level of all the officers and men. The source of the Revolutionary Army's invincible might lies in its political and ideological superiority. Because of its officers and men's intense loyalty to their country and class, the KPRA is invincible and is capable of annihilating any army of the exploiter classes. However, we cannot give full scope to the essential superiority of a revolutionary army unless we work steadfastly to raise the political and ideological level of the officers and men. Therefore, we must steadily equip all the officers and men with a revolutionary world outlook so that they will be able to pursue the arduous and prolonged revolutionary struggle with an indomitable fighting spirit. All the officers and men of the KPRA are revolutionary fighters ready to give their all for the restoration of the motherland and the emancipation of the people. However, if we fail to keep building up their confidence in the victory of the revolution under present conditions when our struggle is becoming more difficult and the enemy is stepping up his ideological offensive, we cannot increase the KPRA's political and ideological might. This sets us the task of continuing to strengthen political and ideological education among them. First, we must teach them Marxist-Leninist principles. At the same time, we must firmly arm them with 153. the lines, strategy, and tactics of the Korean Revolution. This will help them acquire a firm revolutionary world outlook. Furthermore, we should get them to adopt the revolutionary mass viewpoint, the revolutionary style of work, a sense of revolutionary comradeship and voluntary discipline. This is the way to turn all of them into staunch revolutionary fighters convinced of victory in the revolution and filled with the lofty revolutionary spirit to devote their youth and lives wholly to the sacred task of restoring the country. And this is the way to turn them into true educators of the people and skillful organizers of the mass movement. The political and ideological superiority of the KPRA can become ever greater when combined with powerful military technical might. The Japanese imperialist aggressor troops are the most savage and crafty invaders, armed to the teeth with modern military hardware. If we are to defeat such an enemy, the KPRA must be thoroughly prepared politically and ideologically. It must also be armed with excellent military technique and superb guerrilla tactics. While constantly expanding and strengthening the units of the KPRA, we must avail ourselves of every opportunity to promote military education and training, so that all military cadres and soldiers become expert in handling weapons and equipment and well versed in guerrilla tactics. By strengthening the KPRA politically and militarily in this way, we shall be able to train it to become a revolutionary force capable of crushing the numerical superiority of the enemy with our political and ideological superiority and his military and technical superiority with our superiority in guerrilla tactics. Strengthening the KPRA politically and militarily must go simultaneously with increasing its military and political activities. The KPRA units should launch a large-scale offensive behind the lines of the Japanese imperialist aggressor troops, who are intent on their war of aggression against China proper, put them in a passive position and create a situation definitely in favor of the Korean Revolution. 154. To this end, we should closely and actively combine large and small unit operations in keeping with the balance of forces between the enemy and our side and the changes in the situation, extend the scope of our armed struggle deep into our homeland, and, in conjunction with this, organize a nationwide war of resistance. When the vigorous military and political activities of the KPRA and the nationwide war of resistance are combined, the Japanese imperialist robbers will be defeated and the country's independence will certainly be restored. Second, Korean communists must organize and conduct more vigorously the anti-Japanese National United Front movement and unite closely a wider segment of the anti-Japanese patriotic forces on a nationwide scale, so that the revolutionary forces secure superiority over the counter-revolutionary forces. This is a powerful political movement aimed at rallying all the patriotic forces of Korea opposing Japanese imperialism around the communists so as to turn the balance of forces decisively in favor of the revolution. It occupies a very important place in our anti-Japanese national liberation struggle. Revolution is for the sake of the masses and it emerges victorious only when broad sections of the people participate in it. Winning over the masses, uniting them into a political force and relying on their inexhaustible strength is therefore a fundamental principle communists and revolutionaries must abide by in their revolutionary struggle. Winning over the anti-Japanese forces of all walks of life and forming them into an organized body has been an important task of the Korean communists from the beginning of the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle. On the basis of scientific assessment of the subjective and objective conditions created in the development of our revolution, we set forth the line on forming an anti-Japanese national united front at the beginning of the 1930s and strove consistently to implement it. At last, in May 1936, we formed the Association for the Restoration of 155. The Fatherland, the first organization of the anti-Japanese National United Front in our country. Within a very short space of time, the ARF has grown in scope and strength to become a powerful underground revolutionary organization and a broad-based mass organization, drawing a good many of the anti-Japanese masses under its wing. The masses with anti-Japanese leanings, including workers and peasants, and patriotic elements of all strata in Manchuria and the homeland widely embraced by the anti-Japanese National United Front are now waging a vigorous revolutionary struggle, upholding the 10-point program of the ARF. Its lower bodies have been formed and are active over a vast area of Manchuria and in major cities and villages at home, including those in North and South Hamgyong, North and South Pyongan and Kangwon provinces. A ramified organizational network is being formed to cover the whole country. In our country today, not only workers and peasants, but many patriotic youths, students, and intellectuals support the 10-point program and are launching determined action against Japanese imperialism. Meanwhile, they are volunteering for our army by the score. All forces who love the country and nation and aspire to democracy, including small and medium-sized entrepreneurs, small tradesmen, handicraftsmen, and nationalists, are blended into a single stream of anti-Japanese struggle under communist leadership. Particular mention should be made here of the Korean Independence Army, a nationalist armed force. This army, caught in the snare of conservatism, rejected alliance with the communists for a long time, but upon learning the declaration and program of the ARF, it earnestly supported them and expressed its readiness to form an alliance with us. Some of its units have already participated in joint operations with our units. This concerted action helps to strengthen unity and holds out the prospects of a more solid Allied front. In addition, many progressive followers of Chanduism in the 156 homeland, opposing the pro-Japanese activities of the reactionary Korin clique, have also joined the struggle for the nation's common cause. Upholding the 10-point program of the ARF and responding to its appeal, they are actively supporting and encouraging our anti-Japanese armed struggle. Dozens of their representatives came to see us and pledged that they would fight with us on the same front to win back our country. They are now offering us aid, both moral and material. The ARF has succeeded in winning over a great many Kondoists in a number of counties in the northern part of Korea, and its influence among progressive believers across the country is increasing daily. Today the Korean people see the bright dawn of national liberation in the anti-Japanese armed struggle and in the ARF movement, which is growing under the immediate influence of this struggle. They are rising bravely in the anti-Japanese revolutionary struggle, certain that victory will be theirs. The present internal and external situation urgently demands that we Korean communists expand and develop the anti-Japanese National United Front movement. Confronted with a crisis in which their colonial rule might collapse through our people's anti-Japanese national salvation war of resistance, the Japanese imperialist aggressors are intensifying their colonial suppression and exploitation of the Korean people to an unprecedented degree. A huge military force and every conceivable means of repression are geared to this end. As the enemy's suppression intensifies, the anti-Japanese spirit of the Korean people surges ever higher and their revolutionary advance becomes most active. To cope with this situation, the Korean communists must keep abreast of the upsurge of anti-Japanese spirit among the masses and strive to mobilize all the anti-Japanese patriotic forces of the people for the national liberation struggle. Pressing forward with the anti-Japanese National United Front movement is also an important task for the development of world revolution. 157. In imperialist countries such as Japan, Germany, and Italy that have embarked upon full-scale fascism, fascist dictatorship has deprived the people of democratic freedoms and all political rights, and the revolutionary movement is undergoing a severe trial. The danger of fascism is growing daily on a worldwide scale. Communists are countering this situation with an anti-fascist popular front movement and making positive efforts to organize and mobilize the broad masses in it. In this situation, strengthening our anti-Japanese National United Front movement is the way we can contribute to weakening the Allied international fascist forces and hastening the victory of all the international democratic forces, and help to turn the international climate in favor of our own revolution. Korean communists must work energetically to deepen and advance this movement in conformity with the new demands of the revolution. It is most important here to make the ARF organizations more militant and expand and strengthen its ranks. The ARF is a united front organization formed by the communists in a situation where a Marxist-Leninist party is still absent in our country. At the same time, it is a powerful underground revolutionary organization. Therefore, By making its organizations militant and expanding and strengthening its ranks, it will be possible to rally the anti-Japanese patriotic forces across the country in a unified way and, at the same time, to provide the Korean revolutionary movement with communist leadership. In order to strengthen the anti-Japanese National United Front movement, we must expand the ARF's organizational network deep into the homeland and actively organize the broad anti-Japanese masses in it. We must also intensify its organizational and political activities in every way, while making its organizations militant and skillfully employing flexible methods of work suitable to underground. 158. Activities. Under the severe conditions in which the enemy is stepping up his suppressive measures, we should not give every organization the same name, but give them various names according to the actual conditions in each locality and the characteristics and political level of the people of all walks of life. Each organization should adopt various forms of activity in accordance with the actual conditions. This will make the ARF a more powerful revolutionary underground organization of a mass character, one that is active and deeply rooted among the broad masses of people. In order to further expand and develop the ARF movement, communist leadership must be established over the entire movement. Only when this leadership is firmly ensured can the anti-Japanese National United Front movement be consistently pushed forward in conformity with the interests of all the people, including the working class, and develop successfully in accordance with revolutionary strategy and tactics. We communists, therefore, should firmly establish ourselves in leading positions in the organizations of the ARF and give them revolutionary guidance. In leading the movement, communists should clearly recognize any right and left tendencies and deal thoroughly with them. If we are to unite people of all strata, we must combine the revolutionary mass line correctly with the class line. We must guard against both left and right tendencies, such as establishing contacts only with workers and peasants, getting caught in the snare of class prejudice, and, in the name of the United Front, linking up with anyone unconditionally. If we draw only workers and peasants into the ARF organizations and exclude the rest of the anti-Japanese patriotic forces, we may lose great masses of people with anti-Japanese sentiments. On the other hand, if we accept everybody who comes along, regardless of political considerations, alien elements of different shades will sneak in. We should therefore stick firmly to the principle of winning over as many of the patriotic, democratic forces opposing Japanese imperialism as possible and, at the same time, of completely isolating. 159. Pro-Japanese elements, traitors to the nation and all other alien and hostile elements. In leading the anti-Japanese National United Front movement, it is also important to combine solidarity with struggle within its ranks in a proper manner. Proceeding from their own class interests, the anti-Japanese masses of various strata take different positions and attitudes in the struggle against Japanese imperialism. Because of their class limitations, many of them are irresolute and waver in the anti-Japanese struggle, even though they hate Japanese imperialism. If we do not help them to overcome their vacillations, they will be unable to cope with the difficulties that crop up in the course of the struggle and to keep a firm anti-Japanese position and, in the end, will become turncoats and cause grave harm to the revolution. Communists must therefore strengthen solidarity with them while unfolding a principled struggle to overcome their indecision and weaknesses. This will preserve the ranks of the United Front and bring its strength into full play even in a situation where the enemy is intensifying its military and ideological offensives. Third, Korean communists should strive to strengthen solidarity with the international revolutionary forces. This is the proletarian internationalist duty of Korean communists and an important guarantee for strengthening the world's revolutionary forces, isolating the Japanese imperialists internationally and consolidating our own revolutionary forces. Particularly now when the Japanese imperialists have occupied Manchuria, are conducting a large-scale aggressive war against China and are making desperate preparations for war against the Soviet Union, it is a matter of urgency to safeguard the Soviet Union and strengthen solidarity with the Chinese revolutionary forces for the advance of both the World Revolution and the Korean Revolution. Japanese imperialism is the enemy not only of the Korean people but also of the Chinese people. Only when militant solidarity between the peoples of Korea and China is strengthened and the anti-Japanese 160 United Front is cemented in their struggle against the common enemy, Japanese imperialism, can they deal it heavier political and military blows and hasten the victory of the Korean and Chinese revolutions. It is on this principle that we Korean communists have fought together on the common battlefront in firm unity with the anti-Japanese forces of the Chinese people from the earliest days of the anti-Japanese armed struggle and, moreover, we have made great efforts to unite with all Chinese anti-Japanese units that could possibly add up to a big force in the war against Japan. There are various Chinese anti-Japanese units. Among them are those under the influence of the Communist Party of China and remnants of the former Northeast Army under the Kuomintang, which, impelled by the Manchurian incident, rose to fight under an anti-Japanese Save the Nation banner. There are also anti-Japanese armed units formed by peasant rebels, such as the Red Spear Society and Broadsword Society. The Korean Communists long ago formed the anti-Japanese Allied Army with the anti-Japanese guerrilla units led by the Chinese Communists and have waged a dynamic joint anti-Japanese struggle. Moreover, we have striven to form an anti-Japanese Allied front with the National Salvation Army and Self-Defense Army formed out of the remnant units of the former Northeastern Army and with all other Chinese nationalist anti-Japanese units organized by peasant rebels. Right after the September 18 incident we organized and perseveringly waged an active and self-sacrificing struggle, forming anti-Japanese soldiers' committees and special detachments, dispatching political workers to these units and helping the special detachments to increase their role in every way. These steps helped to overcome their obstinacy in views, indecision and political ignorance and to form a united front. The KPRA has fought shoulder to shoulder with the Chinese nationalist anti-Japanese units in many successful joint operations, such as the attack on Dongning County Town, inflicting powerful blows on Japanese imperialism. These battles demonstrated the united 161 strength of the peoples of Korea and China and laid a firm foundation for all-round alliance and unity of action with these units. In the second half of the 1930s, when the main units of the KPRA advanced to the Mt. Paikshi guerrilla base, we also persuaded many Chinese nationalist anti-Japanese units discouraged by the enemy's punitive operations to join the anti-Japanese Allied Army through revolutionary education or successful large-scale joint operations. This raised their morale and inspired them with confidence in victory, leading them to fight actively on the anti-Japanese front. There are some among us, however, who are not successful in forming an allied front with the Chinese nationalist anti-Japanese units because of a narrow outlook. If we do not carry on effective work with these units, they will be unable to withstand the enemy's relentless punitive operations and are liable to waver, surrender, and turn traitor or take the backward step of becoming local bandits. Therefore, we must not ignore these units but strengthen our allied front with all of them, even if they do waver and are not steadfast. We must give them positive leadership, and continue to expand the anti-Japanese war so that we will isolate Japanese imperialism to the maximum and add muscle to our anti-Japanese armed forces. In our work with the Chinese nationalist anti-Japanese units, the principle we should continue to follow is that we lead them not to surrender to Japanese imperialism but to fight, holding aloft the anti-Japanese Save the Nation banner, and not to encroach upon the interests of the people but to confiscate the property of the Japanese, their lackeys, and pro-Japanese Chinese landlords and use it to obtain military supplies. On the basis of steadily consolidating unity with the Chinese Communists, we must unite with all Chinese anti-Japanese units and all revolutionary forces in China, thus forming a broader Korean-Chinese anti-Japanese united front. In strengthening solidarity with the international revolutionary 162 forces, it is also important to defend the Soviet Union, the motherland of the proletariat of the world. The Soviet Union, founded by Lenin, is the first socialist state and the first state of the proletarian dictatorship that truly champions the interests of the workers and peasants. It affords the first example of the victory of Marxism-Leninism and stands as the great bulwark of the international working class. It is the internationalist duty of the working class of all countries to protect the great Soviet Union. Revolution in each country develops and is defended on the basis of the militant unity and solidarity of the international working class. The growing might of the Soviet Union, the socialist state, is a source of great inspiration to the working class of the world and to the oppressed peoples resisting foreign imperialism and their own ruling classes. Therefore, we must struggle to defend the Soviet Union, the only state of the proletariat and the first of its kind in the world, thereby defending the world revolution and creating a more favorable international climate for the Korean Revolution. Under the slogan "Defend the Soviet Union with Arms," we must ceaselessly attack the Japanese imperialists in the rear to strike constant terror in the hearts of these bandits and frustrate their aggressive machinations against the Soviet Union at every step. In future, too, in keeping with the requirements of the newly created situation and raising the banner of proletarian internationalism, we must be active in defending the Soviet Union, consolidate the anti-Japanese united front with the Chinese people and strengthen solidarity with the international working class and all oppressed colonial peoples. We must direct the spearhead of attack at the Japanese imperialist aggressors, the chief enemy of the Korean people, and shatter their ambition to dominate Asia. Fourth, Korean communists must take energetic steps to found a revolutionary, Marxist-Leninist party in our country. A Marxist-Leninist party is the vanguard of the working class and the general staff in revolution. Only when we have a party of the 163 working class can we rally broad masses interested in the revolution, successfully organize and mobilize them for revolutionary struggle and lead them to victory with correct strategy and tactics. The communist movement began early in our country under the influence of the October Socialist Revolution. Our first communist party was founded in 1925. Our working masses, who had long languished under Japanese imperialist colonial rule and feudal oppression, welcomed the founding of the Korean Communist Party, whose mission was to defend the interests of the have-nots, and they put their expectations and hopes in it. However, due to fundamental weaknesses and limitations, it could not satisfy these expectations and hopes. The party failed to take root among the working class and other broad sections of the people. It consisted mainly of bourgeois and petty bourgeois intellectuals and show-off Marxists with a shaky class position. To make matters worse, it could not achieve unity of its ranks owing to the scramble for hegemony among the factionalists who had wormed their way to the top. Consequently, unable to overcome the Japanese imperialist suppression and the subversive activities of the factionalists, it was dissolved 3 years after it was founded. Under these circumstances, the Korean communists are confronted with the most urgent task of founding a revolutionary, Marxist-Leninist party, drawing serious lessons from the communist movement in the 1920s. However, we cannot create a revolutionary party the way factionalists did in the past, when a small number of communists got together, without any organizational and ideological preparation, set up a party center and proclaimed the founding of the party. To found a revolutionary, Marxist-Leninist party, solid organizational and ideological groundwork must be laid before anything else. We have achieved considerable success in this respect through strenuous effort. Although we have not announced the party center yet, we have set 164 up party organizations and underground revolutionary organizations of various kinds in the units of the KPRA and among workers and peasants at home and abroad and provided them with a unified leadership. In the KPRA units a system of leading party organizations based on the principle of democratic centralism is now established and party organizational life is functioning regularly. In the areas along the Tumen and Amnok rivers party organizations have also been formed among broad masses of workers and peasants, and a unified leadership is ensured for them. In particular, an active struggle has been waged to form communist party organizations in the homeland in line with the policy of making independent preparations for founding a party, and significant success has been registered. In the flames of the armed struggle and in the course of the underground revolutionary struggle over the past several years, we have also reared the finest sons and daughters of the workers, peasants, and other working people as communists, thereby building up the organizational core for founding a party. At the same time, we have waged an energetic struggle to overcome the factionalism left over from the communist movement of the 1920s, with the result that the sects have now basically been removed from our ranks, unity of ideology and purpose has been brought about and solidarity achieved within the revolutionary ranks. The Korean Communists, basing themselves on the successes achieved so far, should endeavor to found a Marxist-Leninist party as soon as possible. To this end, we should push forward organizational and ideological preparations more vigorously on a nationwide scale. The important tasks of the Korean Communists in this work are, first, to expand party organizations in the units of the KPRA and in the revolutionary mass organizations, including the ARF and the Anti-Japanese Youth League, in the homeland and in the areas along the Tumen and Amnok rivers, rally communists under a unified organizational system and steel them in militancy through party organizational life. 165. Now that a sound center of leadership has been formed for the Korean Revolution, many communists of a new generation have been brought up, and the ARF and various other revolutionary organizations have taken root among the broad masses. It is an urgent task for us to expand party organizations and unite the communists. The successful fulfillment of this task will enable party organizations to take deep root among the masses, including workers and peasants, and, on this basis, guarantee a firm unified leadership for the Korean Revolution. In strict accordance with the principle of independence in our preparations for the founding of a party, we must form party cells and groups wherever possible in units and regions and unite all communists organizationally. In particular, we should foster a revolutionary leading corps in the main industrial areas and in farming and fishing villages in the homeland and expand the network of the ARF organizations by ourselves. On this basis, we should form party groups and cells among the workers and peasants and put them under a unified organizational system. In view of the historical lessons of the early communist movement, we should strictly adhere to the policy of building party organizations from the bottom. Only then can we draw on the class consciousness of the broad working masses and accept into the party progressive elements of worker and peasant origin who have been steeled and prepared in action and establish a most revolutionary and militant party with a sound mass basis. The party organizations in the KPRA units and in the different regions should strictly abide by the principle of democratic centralism in all their activities and increase both their fighting capacity and their vanguard role. Every party member should be faithful in his organizational life and steel himself in actual struggle to become an indefatigable revolutionary fighter, a communist. Second, to train large numbers of the best elements of worker and peasant origin in the revolutionary struggle to become the 166 revolutionary corps and thus build up a sound organizational backbone for founding a party. In light of the bitter lessons of the early communist movement in our country, this is vital for the consolidation and development of the party we are going to create. We must do active work in recruiting the finest sons and daughters of the workers and peasants into the KPRA and, in the flames of the armed struggle, bring them up to be communist core elements ever faithful to the revolution, to be the organizational backbone of the party. We must accept into party organizations those who are politically aware and steeled in militancy in the underground revolutionary struggle and train them to become revolutionary core elements. Furthermore, we must unite revolutionary workers, peasants, and other broad masses of people with anti-Japanese sentiments in mass organizations, such as the Association for the Restoration of the Fatherland, the Anti-Japanese Youth League, the Anti-Japanese Association and the Women's Association, and train them to become ardent communists through actual struggle against Japanese imperialism. Third, to continue the all-out struggle against factionalism, prevent it from penetrating party and other revolutionary organizations and thus firmly ensure the purity of the communist ranks and unity in ideology and purpose. Unless factionalism is completely overcome, it is impossible to guarantee firm unity among the communists, achieve community of ideology, purpose, and action based on the unified line, strategy and tactics of the Korean Revolution and accomplish the historic task of founding a party. Factionalism in our country arose with intellectuals of bourgeois, petty bourgeois, and ruined gentry origin who, taking advantage of the revolutionary tide rising under the impact of the October Socialist Revolution, wormed their way into the ranks of the labor movement under the cloak of Marxism. Although they talked about communism and the emancipation of 167. The working class, the factionalists utilized the labor movement as a means of gaining fame and high position and realizing careerist, political ambitions. As soon as they had sneaked into the labor movement, they split off into parties of 5 or groups of 3 for factionalist purposes and formed factions such as the Tuesday Group, the ML Group and the Seoul Shanghai Group. Without any political views or theoretical basis, they continued factional strife to spread the influence of their own particular group and obtain hegemony. In the end, they destroyed the party. Even after the party was dissolved, they continued their factional strife here in Manchuria under the slogan of party reconstruction. Driven by the desire to spread their group's influence and gain fame and high position, the factionalists organized the adventurous and misguided May 30th uprising. This incident resulted in exposing the underground revolutionary organizations, caused the death of many communists and other revolutionary people and did great harm to our communist movement. Moreover, the factionalist sycophants, with the backing of the national chauvinists, used the anti-Minsengen struggle for their own evil factionalist purpose and committed grave criminal acts, sacrificing many fine communists and revolutionaries and creating alienation, enmity, and distrust within the revolutionary ranks, thereby weakening their unity and solidarity. If we had not corrected the leftist error in the anti-Minsengen struggle promptly through a principled struggle against the factionalist sycophants and national chauvinists, things would have come to a serious pass beyond remedy in the communist and revolutionary movement. Factions have now been removed from our ranks in the main. But former factionalists who backslid to become national reformists and even spies for Japanese imperialism are now engaged in all manner of schemes to disrupt the communist ranks from within. Therefore, we should first make party members, soldiers of the KPRA and the broad revolutionary masses thoroughly aware of the 168 crimes committed by the factionalist sycophants, who have inflicted tremendous harm on our communist and revolutionary movement. By so doing, we shall get them to maintain a constant and high degree of vigilance and hatred for the class enemy, to prevent the penetration of factionalism and to detect and smash the factionalist sycophants' subversive and wrecking activities in good time. In addition to this, we must arm all party members and soldiers of the KPRA with Marxism-Leninism and with the line, strategy, and tactics for the Korean Revolution and thereby ensure community of ideology, will and action in the entire ranks. This is the prerequisite for fully guaranteeing the purity as well as the unity of ideology and will of the communist ranks and for preparing a sound organizational and ideological groundwork for the founding of a party. The Korean Communists should carry out these main tasks faithfully in their preparations for founding a party and in this way accomplish the historic cause of establishing a revolutionary, Marxist-Leninist party at the earliest possible date. The Korean Communists should, above all, adhere to a firm independent position in order to crown their revolutionary tasks with success. An independent position means the fundamental stand of the Communists, having confidence in the strength of their own people and responsibly carrying through the revolution in their country by their own efforts. Only when they maintain a firm independent position in the revolutionary struggle can they formulate revolutionary lines and policies corresponding to the actual conditions in their country, safeguard and implement them thoroughly and fight to the last for their country's revolution no matter what the difficulties and hardships. 169. The masters of the Korean Revolution are the Korean people and the Korean Communists. The Korean Revolution must be carried out by the Korean people under the leadership of the Korean Communists. We should never forget the bitter lesson of the past when the communist and revolutionary movement in our country suffered severe damage and experienced many twists and turns because the factionalists took to worship of great powers. The Korean Communists must carry on revolutionary struggle by their own faith, build up their own strong revolutionary forces and firmly rely on them in leading the Korean Revolution to victory. Revolution in each country is a link in the chain of world revolution and a component part of it. It is carried on with powerful assistance from the world's revolutionary forces. It is the internationalist duty of the communists of each country to fight energetically for the triumph of the world revolution. Powerful assistance from the world's anti-imperialist forces is very important in our national liberation struggle against the military feudal Japanese imperialist aggressors, who are allied with world imperialism. But no matter how great the assistance of the international revolutionary forces may be, the Korean communists cannot lead the Korean Revolution to victory if they fail to map out the line, strategy, and tactics for the revolution to fit the realities of their country and, on this basis, solidly build up their own revolutionary forces. The Korean communists will continue to strengthen solidarity with the international revolutionary forces, reject worship of great powers and right and left opportunism, take a firm independent stand in leading the Korean Revolution, and fulfill the historic cause of national liberation without fail. Victory and glory belong to the Korean communists, who are fighting unyieldingly under the unfurled banner of the Korean Revolution. Long live the Korean Revolution! Long live the World Revolution! 170. Let US continue to strike powerful counterblows at the Japanese imperialist aggressors and advance to the homeland. Speech delivered at the meeting of officers of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army held in Daedaeungsi April 3, 1939. Comrades, in accordance with the policy set out at the Nanpasa meeting, the main force of the KPRA completed its more than 100 days march last winter from Nanpasa to Chonburi, and again advanced into the area adjacent to the northern frontiers. Our Revolutionary Army units' march to the border area on the bank of the Amnok River was a route of victory and glory which, in spite of all hardships and difficulties, defended the revolution against the enemy's desperate reactionary offensive and led the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle to advance continuously. In an attempt to strangle the Korean Revolution by taking advantage of the temporary setback in the anti-Japanese armed struggle resulting from the expedition to Rihe last year, the evil Japanese imperialist aggressors carried out fierce large-scale punitive operations against the KPRA and, in the meantime, wrecked the revolutionary organizations including the grassroots units of the Association for the Restoration of the Fatherland and indiscriminately arrested, imprisoned, and murdered many. 171. Communists and other patriots by mounting an unprecedented roundup. As a consequence, our people's national distress became ever more tragic and the Korean Revolution experienced severe trials. At this time of grim ordeals, we had to take action to break the deadlock in the revolution, save the country and the nation from crisis and lead the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle of our people in an uninterrupted advance. This is why the main force of our KPRA undertook the march to the northern border area. Needless to say, throughout the whole course of the anti-Japanese armed struggle there has been no easy period. And in particular, the several thousand RI march last winter, when we baffled the large-scale punitive operations of the Japanese imperialists and advanced towards the border area on the Amnok River, was beset with unheard-of trials surpassing all imagination. Under the name of punitive operations in Dongbyandao, the Japanese imperialist aggressors laid double and treble nets of encirclement, and closed in on us with leech-like tenacity from all sides by a concerted action of ground and air forces, the principal target of their large mopping-up operations being the headquarters of the KPRA. For this they mobilized hundreds of thousands of troops, comprising the bulk of the main force of the Kwantung Army, the crack unit of the puppet Manhyukyo Army, the Armed Police Force and the Self-Defense Corps. In conjunction with their full-scale military offensive, the enemy persistently used all manner of tricks for appeasement and deception to disintegrate the KPRA from within. To this end he set into motion spy organizations like the Surrender Hunting Team and scattered leaflets from airplanes. Such were the circumstances when, despite the severe continental cold, some 40 degrees below zero, and almost impassable snowdrifts owing to the heaviest snowfall in 100 years, we had to fight bloody battles against tens of thousands of enemy troops that fell upon us doggedly day after day. Indeed, our path of struggle last winter was a thorny path, every step of which was beset with indescribable suffering. 172. But the members of the KPRA were not in the least disheartened. They fought on like lions and won, overcoming all difficulties with a strong will and indomitable revolutionary spirit to beat the enemy by rising 1,000 times if they should fall 1,000 times. The Japanese imperialist aggressors made a frantic attempt to wipe out completely the KPRA, which was a cancer to them in carrying out their plan for the invasion of the continent. But they found themselves the losers in the end. The KPRA units have been tempered further as an invincible revolutionary force amidst fierce battles and trials, and our officers and men have grown into fighters as hard as steel. In the course of the arduous march we also proved irrefutably the unfailing strength of the most subtle guerrilla tactics of the KPRA. In the winter operations the KPRA units firmly held the tactical superiority over the enemy with the concentration, dispersion, and agile maneuvering of troops, and thus successfully carried out our policy of preserving our forces and beating and weakening the enemy incessantly. The combination of large and small unit activities is a tactical principle of guerrilla warfare which makes it possible to weaken and deal decisive blows to the enemy with the concentration and dispersion of troops. By correctly combining large and small unit activities in the course of the arduous march we always took the initiative firmly in the fight against the numerically and technically superior enemy. When they reached Chinbai from Nanpeize, the main force of the KPRA switched over from large unit operations to scattered activities by dividing the force into 3 groups to cope with the enemy's disposition at important points and tactics of long-distance pursuit, and this dispersed and upset the enemy's concentrated offensive. When the enemy pursued us with a large force we sent out a small unit to lure him away while the main force slipped out of the area quickly and fell on the pursuing enemy's rear and bivouacs by surprise, so that the enemy was driven into a tight corner. 173. The flexible tactics of the KPRA units were of importance in taking the initiative and maintaining it. In view of the fact that the enemy was in hot pursuit and tried to encircle and attack us with huge forces in the comparatively narrow area southwest of Mt. Paichu, our units dealt blows to the enemy while moving round and round across many hills and valleys in the Chinbai and Linjiang areas. We caused the Japanese imperialist forces of aggression to tremble with fear by using the shrewd tactic of shifting from thick timber zones to low hilly areas, and then from low hilly areas to thick timber zones to throw the pursuing enemy troops off the scent, and skillfully changing the direction and route of our march to trap and pound the enemy. The circling operations of our Revolutionary Army units in the northern border area enabled us to avert head-on clashes with the enemy's crack units and to strike a succession of blows at the enemy wherever he was weakest in the flanks and rear, and created favorable conditions for operations by other guerrilla units by luring large enemy forces into the Chinbai and Linjiang areas for containment. Our experience has clearly shown that even if our forces are small we can defeat the superior enemy forces and get the better of them, provided we assess correctly the prevailing situation, work out corresponding strategy and tactics and move ahead speedily by taking advantage of the enemy's weak points. The whole course of the arduous march was a glorious struggle in which the members of the KPRA, united firmly by a single ideology, overcame all difficulties and won the battle with both the internal and external enemies. They fought fierce battles day and night against the bristling bayonets of the enemy. This solemn revolutionary path is brightly stained with the crimson blood of the KPRA soldiers who fought sparing neither their youth nor their lives. Whatever the adversity, our officers and men, who are boundlessly loyal to the revolution, carried out the orders and instructions of the headquarters of the revolution and defended it with their lives. The 174. Heroic struggle of all the guerrillas was a magnificent example of communist fidelity to the revolutionary cause. Among them were the members of the Oh Young-Hup-led regiment who, surrounded by the enemy, feigned to be the headquarters and fought self-sacrificingly to defend the real headquarters by luring a large enemy unit into the deep mountain recesses of Chinbai. The selflessness of the KPRA soldiers who fought in defense of the headquarters of the revolution represents the revolutionary uprightness stemming from the lofty thinking and consciousness of communist revolutionaries. This exalted fighting morality enabled us to withstand the grim difficulties of the life and death struggle and to display mass heroism in frustrating the encircling offensive of hundreds of thousands of Japanese imperialist troops and to meet another spring of victory. The experience of the communist movement shows that many people plunge into the mainstream of the communist movement when the situation is favorable and the revolution is advancing victoriously, but when the revolution is in distress, the waverers and unstable elements leave the revolutionary ranks and become degenerate. With the unprecedented intensification of Japanese imperialism's military-political offensive and fascist repression following the outbreak of the Sino-Japanese War, turncoats and cheerleaders began to appear in our revolutionary ranks, too. In the difficult period last winter, Kwang Ho neglected his revolutionary duties in a support camp and maliciously tried to harm staunch revolutionary comrades and disrupt the revolutionary ranks. This counter-revolutionary behavior and the unbridled and escapist actions that have appeared within the revolutionary ranks have been caused by fear of the enemy's offensive and loss of confidence in the victory of the revolution. They have resulted from base cravings for personal comfort and the cowardly desire to preserve one's own life without caring for the revolution. The KPRA members who were educated and tempered in actual 175 armed struggle against the Japanese imperialists fought uncompromisingly against the enemy's counter-revolutionary maneuvers and all sorts of unhealthy ideological trends without losing their revolutionary faith even in the difficult conditions when renegades lurking within the ranks were engaged in underhand maneuvers. Thus, they firmly defended the line and policy of the Korean Revolution, and safeguarded jealously the unity of the revolutionary ranks. The steel-like unity of the revolutionary ranks based on a lofty revolutionary spirit and comradeship was an important factor making for victory in the arduous march with its unprecedented rigors. With a high degree of class consciousness and revolutionary awareness of the need to sacrifice themselves for the country and the people, the KPRA soldiers fought with invincible courage even in the grim ordeals of the severe battle and march, the terrible cold and hunger making it hard even to stir, urging each other, "If we collapse, our country will never rise again. Let's take courage and advance into our homeland whatever the cost." Our heroic officers and men did everything to ease the pain of their comrades in arms, and always volunteered to take the brunt in battle and on the march. Indeed, the unwavering fidelity to the revolution and the remarkable revolutionary comradeship displayed by the KPRA soldiers constituted a source of unfailing strength that ensured brilliant success in the hard and arduous march. This provides a splendid example for communists, showing them how to live and fight. The harder our struggle became and the more serious our difficulties grew, the more firmly we relied on the masses of the people to tide over all the trials. Even in the difficult situation when the enemy was making a frantic search for us, the KPRA soldiers went among the people and inspired them with hope and faith in victory. Encouraged by the military political activities of the KPRA units, the people came out to help us in our combat actions in 176. Disregard of danger, and gave us active material and moral support. The process of the arduous march provided further clear proof that the enemy's offensive, however desperate, was powerless to check the victorious advance of the KPRA, which fought on with faith in its own strength and in firm comradely unity, relying on the masses of the people. The successful advance of the main unit of the KPRA to the northern border area demonstrated to the whole world that our nation was not dead but remained alive, and that the best sons and daughters of Korea had risen in armed struggle and were fighting victoriously against the Japanese imperialist aggressors. It thus infused the people with firm faith in the victory of the revolution, and opened up a new phase for advancing the Korean Revolution as a whole with the anti-Japanese armed struggle as its pivot. Comrades, we are faced with the task of pounding the enemy and advancing into the homeland on the basis of the great success of the arduous march. The enemy forces suffered an irreparable defeat in the winter punitive operations and are widely scattered. They are now cooped up in their dens. Without allowing the enemy, the Japanese imperialist aggressors, a breathing spell, we must go over to an active counter-offensive, aim blow after blow in quick succession and advance again to the homeland. If we move forward to the border areas and farther into the homeland in an active offensive, and hit the enemy hard from the rear, this will be of great significance in spurring the broad masses of the people on more forcefully to the struggle against Japanese imperialism and to the reactivation of the Korean Revolution. For the moment we must launch the spring offensive to strike at the enemy strongholds in the border area along the Amnok River, and drive the enemy into a passive and defensive position. Thus, we must cause great confusion in their frontier guard setup and make thoroughgoing preparations for the operation of advancing into the 177 homeland by acquiring ample stocks of war materials including clothes, food, and ammunition. We must ensure success in the coming sally into the homeland by acquainting the KPRA soldiers with its aim and tasks, and by conducting political activities among the broad masses of the people. After making full preparations for the sally, the main unit of the KPRA should advance on the Musan area by breaking through the Japanese imperialists' frontier guard line and quickly crossing the Amnok River. Thus, by exploding the false propaganda of the enemy who are talking loudly of having completely wiped out the KPRA, and by fully demonstrating the strength of this army, we must infuse hope of national resurrection in our people groaning under the colonial rule of Japanese imperialism, and actively inspire them to participate in the anti-Japanese struggle. In order to develop the anti-Japanese national liberation struggle continuously, we should closely unite the broad masses of the people in the National Liberation Front. We must dispatch political operatives and small detachments to various parts of the homeland to restore and put in order the wrecked revolutionary organizations, and form new revolutionary organizations among the workers and peasants. They should unite the broad patriotic forces firmly under the banner of the anti-Japanese National United Front by carrying out underground activities in a vast zone including the border areas along the Amnok and Tumen rivers. Thus, the national liberation movement should be developed vigorously in various forms in conjunction with the armed struggle of the KPRA. We must launch new operations with large units in the area northeast of Mt. Paikshu after successfully completing the operation of advancing on the Musan area. Being a vast forest zone adjacent to the homeland, the area northeast of Mt. Paikshu is suitable for carrying on guerrilla activities and exerting revolutionary influence on people inside the country. Moreover, it is an area where we have already established a guerrilla 178 district and have been operating for many years, so it has a good mass foundation, too. Besides, this is a zone of strategic importance crossed by the Xinjiang-Rajan and Harbin-Dunhua railway lines, the military supply routes of Japanese imperialism for invasion of the Soviet Union. Therefore, vigorous military operations of the KPRA units in this area will not only have great significance in actively pushing forward the Korean Revolution but also deliver a severe blow to the Japanese imperialists' policy of continental invasion. While the enemy is concentrating large forces in the Chinbei area, we will have to move the main unit of the KPRA to the area northeast of Mt. Paikshu and launch bold military political activities, thus dealing a serious blow to the Japanese imperialist aggressors and further developing the anti-Japanese armed struggle. In order to carry out successfully all these revolutionary tasks confronting us today, we must further strengthen the forces of the KPRA from the political and military point of view. First of all, it is necessary to strengthen the political ideological education of the KPRA members in order to equip them firmly with the revolutionary world outlook. Our revolutionary struggle is as arduous as ever. Only when all officers and men are equipped thoroughly with the revolutionary world outlook can they fight to the end to achieve the historic cause of national liberation with unswerving faith in the ultimate victory of the revolution in whatever the adversity. They should fulfill their role well as true educators of the people, as organizers and leaders of the mass movement. To do so they need to be well versed in the flexible tactics of guerrilla warfare, to acquire wide military knowledge, to make a still deeper study of the realities in the homeland and to master the method of working skillfully with the masses of the people. Strengthening organizational life and maintaining revolutionary discipline voluntarily within the revolutionary ranks constitute the source of fighting power and are a major guarantee of victory. We must always carry out faithfully the organizational tasks assigned to us and must not connive at the slightest slackness detrimental to the 179 revolutionary ranks. We must in this way establish strict revolutionary discipline based on organizational fidelity and awareness in the ranks of the KPRA. Comrades, Today we are confronted with the daunting yet honorable revolutionary task of delivering the homeland and the nation from catastrophe and bringing about a new upsurge in the Korean Revolution. We may possibly meet with bitter trials and tribulations and suffer losses on the path of the revolution. But if we fight on bravely without flinching in the face of these trials and tribulations, we will surely win. We must hasten the downfall of the Japanese imperialist aggressors and further advance the Korean Revolution. For this purpose, everyone should display unmatched courage and selflessness on the march into the homeland and deal the Japanese imperialists one heavy military political blow after another. 180. Let U.S. raise high the torch of revolution in the homeland. Speech delivered at the meeting of officers of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army held on Pegai Hill in the Musan area May 20, 1939. Comrades, we have advanced into the homeland in order to deal successive blows at the Japanese imperialist aggressors and imbue in the people at home confidence in the victory of the revolution in accordance with the policy adopted at the meeting of officers of the KPRA in Bidadingze. What is the real state of affairs in the homeland as we now see it? On the first day of our entry into the homeland after crossing the Amnok River, we could see, by the way the workers of the Rymyongsu lumber station are living, that our country is in a deplorable situation with the predatory Japanese imperialists unheard of plunder and suppression rampant. In their desperation to expand the war of aggression on the Chinese mainland, the Japanese imperialists have rigged up the law on national mobilization, are robbing Korea of all its natural resources and are forcibly herding the people, including the young and middle-aged, to construction sites to build military facilities, such as railways, roads, and airfields, and to the field of battle for aggression. They are destroying the lower organizations of the Association for the Restoration of the Fatherland active in our homeland and are arresting, imprisoning and murdering. 181. Many Korean communists and patriotic people, having knocked together several reactionary organizations such as the Korean Anti-Communist Society, they are maneuvering in a vicious attempt to crush the spirit of national independence and class consciousness of the Korean people. Furthermore, recently the enemy has gone to such lengths as to spread a false rumor that all the KPRA men have frozen to death in the mountains. Thus they are trying to crush even our people's hope of national liberation. As a consequence, the homeland is filled with the resentment of the people, and for many of our fellow countrymen day after day passes in despair without confidence in national liberation. The real state of affairs in the homeland calls for inspiring the people with confidence in the victory of the revolution and rousing them to the anti-Japanese struggle. Having marched into the homeland under these circumstances, we are confronted with serious tasks, indeed. By energetic military and political activities we must inflict telling blow on the Japanese imperialists and exert revolutionary influence on the people. The people in the homeland will derive strength, courage, and confidence from the mere sight of our KPRA, which is alive and well. That is why we can exert a great revolutionary influence on the people if we demonstrate the might of the KPRA by vigorously conducting military and political activities. We should carry out military and political activities with added vigor in the Musan area. We should move in the direction of Mt-Roon to annihilate the enemy forces entrenched in the Japanese imperialists' lumber stations around Sinsadong, Singikak, and Tuji-Rock and those in Nongsadong, Hongam, Samsapyeong and Yogak. Then we should conduct energetic political work among the masses of the people and inspire them to the sacred anti-Japanese war. To inflict a military blow on the Japanese imperialists, we should advance rapidly towards Mt-Roon, taking advantage of their weak points. 182. Thoroughly bewildered by an urgent report that a large unit of the KPRA had crossed the border again, the enemy is making a frantic attempt to hold our military and political activities in check. According to information about the enemy's movements, the Japanese imperialists have activated all the frontier guards and police forces along the border areas in North and South Hamgyong provinces and posted reinforced garrison forces in the areas along the upper reaches of the Amnok and Tumen rivers, centering on Mt Paichu. They have also sent a huge military force, including the Onishi unit of the Japanese imperialist Kwantung Army and the Zhangzhou unit of the puppet man Hyukyo Army, to the Air-Shizuoga district in Chinbei County, in preparation for encirclement. At the same time, they are trying to contain us in the district of Mt. Fathi, anticipating that our KPRA units will advance to southeast of Mt. Paikshu through the Machanryong Mountains. As a result, the enemy forces rushed in from Haisan are taking up their positions in the area around Mt. Fathi, and the lane between Haisan and Fathi Ri is chock-a-block with a long procession of marching enemy columns streaming northward. Every movement of the enemy troops clearly indicates that this time, too, they are focusing their attention on mountainous areas, the southeastern part of Mt. Paikshu in particular, calculating that we shall move along mountain ridges. By massing their forces in the mountainous region around Mt. Fathi, they pay little heed to the highway. This is one of the enemy's weak points. Another weakness is that they are concerned more about night than day. They concentrate on tightening up the night watch, anticipating that we shall go into action at night to ensure secrecy and suddenness in battle. In view of the enemy's movements, we need to march along the Kapsan-Musan Guard Road, the enemy's new road for guarding the frontier, instead of climbing steep mountains, and conduct bold military activities on the march in the daytime, rather than at night. We must always know how to adopt flexible tactics in keeping 183 with the prevailing situation. This is a source of our might and a factor in victory. When the enemy is groping about in the mountains, we should launch an expedition eastward along the guard road, covering 1,000 ri at a stretch. This alone will let the enemy forces see they are searching vainly for our KPRA and petrify them with fear of a surprise attack from some unexpected place. The application of one step makes 1,000 ri tactics does not mean simply slipping out in file. We should place the enemy in a passive position by skillfully combining versatile mobile tactics as we did when moving from Chongbong to Konkang, the tactics of pretending to move far away and then turning round to slip in right under the nose of the enemy, and of suddenly shifting over to a dispersed small unit march from a large unit march in fine array. Every military action behoves one to be agile and nimble, but the military activities we are to conduct in the homeland at present make it incumbent upon us to be especially so. Therefore, we should maintain a quick pace while on the march, size up a given situation swiftly and accurately, and act nimbly and boldly. We should foresee that an encounter with the enemy is likely during the march, in which case we should throw our units into battle boldly to mete out severe punishment to the enemy. We should slip away to a place inconceivable to the enemy and strike at a vulnerable spot, just as a quick-wit wrestler takes the initiative and wins the game, deftly playing on the opponent's weakness. Just as our hearts are full of deep emotion after the advance into the homeland, so the hearts of the people will be stirred immensely when they see our dignified appearance. Fully aware of our mission as a political army, we should conduct gallant military activities and, at the same time, undertake energetic political work among the people. We should explain to the people the 10-point program of the ARF and expose the nature of the false propaganda carried on by the 184 Japanese imperialists. We should also conduct lively information activities to make them aware of the enemy's vulnerability and the inevitability of his downfall, the necessity of the triumph of the revolution and the ways and means of struggle. In this way, we should encourage the people to join in the anti-Japanese struggle with confidence in national liberation and positively support our KPRA. In the Samjiang sub-county area, including Sinsadong, lumberjacks, and slash-and-burn peasants constitute the overwhelming majority of the population. This zone was greatly encouraged by the daring military and political activities carried out by our KPRA in the border area. Accordingly, the revolutionary spirit of the people in this zone was very high before. Now they shrink back, owing to the growing repressive measures of the enemy. But if we attack the enemy and conduct political work, they will be greatly inspired and rise again in the anti-Japanese struggle. Tomorrow we must leave here and undertake a march of over 100 ri to Mufo. Some 20 to 30 ri from here at the foot of Pegai Hill, where we are now camping, there is picturesque Lake Samji. From there we must reach Mufo at a run along the Kapsan-Musan Guard Road. For the march to be successful, its purpose and significance should be explained to every soldier and thoroughgoing preparations made for it. At the same time, the entire ranks should strictly observe discipline and sharpen revolutionary vigilance, and thus expose and smash without loss of time all the insidious maneuverings of the enemy. We shall undertake the Eastern expedition at a pace as swift as one step makes 1,000 ri. In this sense, it is advisable to make tomorrow's password Eastern expedition. I am sure all our officers and men who have started to advance into the homeland with ardent patriotism and overflowing militant enthusiasm will make a great contribution to attaining the purpose of our march into the homeland by satisfactorily performing the tasks assigned to them. 185. Let US rise up vigorously in the anti-Japanese struggle to hasten the liberation of the homeland. Address to the people in Sinsadong, Musan area, May 22, 1939. Fellow countrymen, we are very glad to meet you, dear compatriots, like this after advancing again into the homeland. Like you, we are sons and daughters of the workers and peasants who are ragged, hungry, and humiliated. We are the Korean People's Revolutionary Army, fighting with arms in hand against the Japanese imperialist robbers for the restoration of the motherland and the freedom and liberation of the nation. The KPRA, who love their country and their nation, are now winning one brilliant victory after another in Korea and Northeast China in crushing Japanese imperialism. The continuous victories won by the KPRA in battles against the Japanese imperialist aggressors are due to the active material and moral support given by our people. Even though surrounded by the Japanese imperialists' rigorous guard, they run the risk of sending food, clothes, medicines, and other materials to aid the KPRA, giving it information about the enemy and shielding its members. Literally, the KPRA and people are united as one in fighting the Japanese imperialist robbers. I extend my warm thanks to you and other patriotic people for the 186 active support you are giving the KPRA. Fellow countrymen, natural resources abound in all parts of our country, from the holy Mt. Paichu to Jeju Island, and it is a beautiful land with its picturesque hills and limpid streams. So, from olden times it has been called a country of treasures and a beautiful land of 3,000 ri. Living in this beautiful land, our people are resourceful, valorous, and diligent. Nevertheless, at present the toiling masses, including the workers and peasants, do not benefit from these rich resources. In spite of their toil and moil, they are falling into still deeper misery. If the Korean people find themselves daily in a worsening plight, it is not because they are ill-starred, but because the Japanese imperialists who have seized this country step up their fascist repression and colonial plunder. The Japanese imperialist aggressors are now robbing our country of all its wealth to feather their own nest. Moreover, while expanding the aggressive war against China, Japanese imperialism enacted the law on national mobilization and various other evil laws and plunders our country of its precious resources and wealth at random. The Japanese imperialists have laid forest railways and roads and built sawmills on the spot to plunder the timber in the areas along the Amnok and Tumen rivers, and particularly in this zone around Mt. Paichu. Thus, they are recklessly robbing our country of its timber resources. The Japanese imperialist aggressors are not only plundering our wealth but also bleeding our people white. At present our workers are eking out a bare existence in an indescribable plight. The lives of the lumberjacks and raftsmen in these parts are also wretched. Working in dangerous places without any safety precautions, they become crippled and even lose their lives. They break their backs at work, but find it difficult to make ends meet. The same is true of the peasants' position. Many of them lost their land owing to the Japanese imperialists and landlords' harsh 187 exploitation, and came to this mountain recess in quest of a living, but they are now leading an indescribably miserable life, unable to cultivate even a patch of mountain land as they please. The Japanese imperialists concocted the Patriotic Labor Service Corps and draft into them old people, women, and even children under age in Korea, to say nothing of youths and middle-aged people, for slave labor in mines and at military construction sites, such as naval ports and airfields. Under cover of confidential, they commit without scruple the unpardonable crime of collectively burying alive large numbers of people who have been taken to the military construction sites. The Japanese imperialists are further intensifying the political repression of our people, too. Clamoring for security in the rear, they have covered the whole of our 3,000 ri land with a network of army, gendarmerie, and police, arresting, imprisoning and murdering brutally the revolutionaries, patriots, and innocent people. Owing to the Japanese imperialist aggressors' policy of robbery and suppression, the Korean people are indeed on the brink of ruin, and the whole country has been turned into a living hell with dark clouds looming low over it. Must our brave and resourceful people, with a 5,000-year-long history, a brilliant national culture and rich resources, become permanent colonial slaves of Japanese imperialism? No, never. We must drive out the Japanese imperialist aggressors and liberate the homeland at all costs. We are powerful enough to accomplish this sacred revolutionary cause. From olden times our people have displayed unrivaled valor in repulsing foreign invaders. If they pull together with one mind, firmly convinced of victory in the revolution, they are fully capable of defeating any wicked enemy. Our countrymen have the KPRA, a genuine revolutionary armed force never known in the history of our nation. The KPRA is an army of the workers and peasants fighting to drive the Japanese imperialists out of Korea and to liberate the country. They have traversed a road 188 of fruitful struggle for 10 years and are attacking the Japanese imperialist robbers with flexible guerrilla tactics and matchless strength. This time again, they have come back to the homeland to deal the Japanese imperialist invaders military political blows and herald the dawn of liberation for our people. They will surely wipe out the Japanese imperialist aggressors, the sworn enemy of our people, who inflict all kinds of misery and slavery on you. After the July 7 incident, the Japanese imperialists are running amok to swallow up the whole of China, but their ruin is inevitable. Since their plan for an early end to the Sino-Japanese War was frustrated, they decided last autumn that security in Korea and Manchuria, their rear bases for invasion of the continent, was the prerequisite for that end and started a large-scale punitive offensive against the KPRA. Meanwhile, they are stepping up fascist repression in Korea and northeast China as never before. But the more frantic they become, the greater will be the anti-imperialist forces mustering in resistance. With time, more and more people in Korea and China will join the anti-Japanese struggle, and on the world arena the anti-fascist Popular Front movement and the anti-imperialist National United Front movement will attain broad dimensions. Thus, the Japanese imperialists will be scathingly denounced everywhere and in the long run will perish. Fellow countrymen, the KPRA fights not only to drive the Japanese imperialist aggressors out of our land and liberate the country, but to build a new society in the liberated country, so that our people can lead a bountiful and happy life. It is an earnest desire of our people to liberate the country and build a new society. This desire of our people is clearly stated in the 10-point program of the Association for the Restoration of the Fatherland. In the ARF program we laid down as a fighting task of our people to liberate the country and build a prosperous, independent and sovereign state that will give the people genuine freedom and happiness. 189. When the program of the ARF is put into practice, a people's government will be established in the independent country where the workers and peasants will be the masters, and the masses of the people will be provided with genuine freedom and rights. The workers and peasants will enjoy a happy life free from exploitation and oppression. As masters of the factories and land, women will have equal rights with men, and children will receive free education. In order to build the homeland into an ideal people's country as specified in the 10-point program of the ARF, we must destroy the Japanese imperialist aggressors, the robbers, and win back the country. To accomplish the historic cause of national liberation, all the people must come out vigorously in the sacred war against Japanese imperialism. It is impossible to achieve the cause of national liberation by the efforts of a few people only. Workers, peasants, and all other people must be united as one man in the anti-Japanese front. If the whole nation is to unite in the anti-Japanese front as one man, the working class must take the lead in the struggle. The workers are the most advanced detachment of the Korean nation. You, the working class, must head the anti-Japanese front for the freedom and liberation of the have-nots. Unless they are rallied in revolutionary organizations, the working class cannot play the vanguard role in the anti-Japanese front. The workers, before anyone else, must be affiliated with the anti-Japanese revolutionary organizations. At the same time, they must expand the organizations, pull together with the peasants and unite intellectuals, urban petits bourgeois and all others who hate Japanese imperialism and really desire the independence of the country. As the revolutionary organizations are expanded and the broad masses of the people are united, you must constantly organize different forms of large and small-scale struggles, such as go slow and strike, and thus deal blows to the Japanese imperialist aggressors. The forestry workers of Sinsadong should wage all forms of 190 struggle, including go slow, against Japanese imperialism's looting of timber, thereby preserving the timber resources of our country and putting the enemy in difficult straits. In order to hasten the historic cause of national liberation, we need to step up the struggle against the aggressive wars unleashed by the imperialists. In recent years, fascist Germany and Italy and militarist Japan have been expanding their aggressive wars in the East and the West. In 1936, fascist Italy occupied Ethiopia. In 1937, Japanese imperialism started the Sino-Japanese War, and last year fascist Germany took Austria by force. These wars, instigated by the fascist countries, are aggressive and predatory wars to colonize other countries and make slaves of their people. That is why we must resolutely fight against the imperialists' aggressive war maneuvers. For the present, we must fight against the Japanese imperialists' attempt to expand their aggressive war. This is a struggle to hasten the downfall of predatory Japanese imperialism and accomplish the historic cause of national liberation, and at the same time a sacred struggle for actively supporting the peoples of all the countries invaded by the Japanese imperialists or marked out by them for invasion. First of all, you must explain and propagandize the objectives and true nature of the aggressive wars waged by the Japanese and other imperialists among the people by various forms and methods, so that broad sections of the people come out against the imperialists' aggressive wars. You must also categorically reject every evil law and mobilization order issued by the Japanese imperialists with a view to expanding their aggressive war and check and frustrate their maneuvers for war expansion in every way. To bring nearer the day of national liberation to the greatest possible extent, all the people should give active support to the KPRA. It does not necessarily follow that only those who are armed can. 191. Fight Japanese imperialism. If you form an organization and give every possible support to the KPRA by united efforts, this will be as great a contribution to the revolutionary work as fighting with arms in hand. Therefore, you must conduct an active information campaign among broad sections of the people about the KPRA, which is fighting for the independence of Korea, so that they will give it active material and moral support. Fellow countrymen, Japanese imperialism is making desperate efforts to strangle our people's struggle for national liberation, but it will never be able to check it. At present, Japanese imperialism is being rebuffed and driven further into a corner in Korea and China. The Japanese imperialist aggressors will perish in the flames they have ignited, and our people will surely accomplish the cause of national liberation. Let us all fight on stubbornly to hasten the day when we shall meet again in our liberated homeland and set up a new, genuine worker-peasant government, exploit the rich resources of the country and thus build a new prosperous Korea, an ideal land for the people to live in. 192. On preparing for the great event of national liberation. Report to the meeting of military and political cadres of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army held in Zio Air Bailing, Dunhua County, August 10, 1940. Comrades, we are gathered here today to discuss the policies and tasks to be carried out by the Korean People's Revolutionary Army in coping with the new, rapidly changing situation. It is nearly 10 years already since the Korean Communists founded the anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army and launched an armed struggle against the Japanese imperialist marauders. In the past decade, the Korean Communists, through an arduous struggle, gave a telling blow to the Japanese imperialist aggressors militarily and politically and laid a solid foundation for bringing about a new upswing in the Korean Revolution as a whole. First and foremost, during the 10 years of hard-fought struggle, the KPRA, the central force of the Korean Revolution, grew in strength militarily and politically. Since its founding, it has steadily expanded and strengthened its ranks with revolutionary youth, including progressive workers and peasants, and armed itself with weapons seized from the enemy, thus reinforcing its military equipment. In addition, through unremitting fierce battles against the enemy and military and political training, all the officers and men of the KPRA 193 have been tempered militarily and politically like steel and have accumulated a wealth of combat experience. The result is that the KPRA has grown and strengthened into a powerful revolutionary armed force. We have also laid a firm basis for founding a Marxist-Leninist party. Amid the flames of the armed struggle, we Korean communists made tireless preparations to found a Marxist-Leninist party. We revolutionized the workers, peasants, and other broad sections of the working people and united them around the communists, so as to lay a mass foundation for building the party. We also trained many communists of worker and peasant origin in practice, through anti-Japanese armed struggle and underground revolutionary activity. Numerous hardcore elements in particular grew out of the severe trials and the fierce flames of struggle. They are the most valuable assets of our revolution. They are now contributing greatly to our revolution, and there is no doubt that they will become the pillars of our future party. We have achieved great success also in the movement of the anti-Japanese National United Front to organize and rally broad anti-Japanese patriotic forces. We have organized and united workers, peasants, and broad sections of the masses opposed to Japan. Particularly, the formation in May 1936 of the Association for the Restoration of the Fatherland, an organization of the anti-Japanese National United Front, opened up new prospects for rallying broad anti-Japanese patriotic forces around the communists and expanding and strengthening the revolutionary forces. After the founding of the ARF, broad sections of our anti-Japanese masses who love their country and fellow people, workers, peasants, youths, students, intellectuals, small and medium-sized manufacturers and tradesmen, churchmen, and nationalists, rallied as one in the National Liberation Front and began fighting staunchly along the road of anti-Japanese struggle illumined by the 10-point program. All these are precious, valuable successes achieved at the cost of 194. The blood of our revolutionary comrades. We must not efface the successes already won but develop them further and, basing ourselves on them, fight staunchly until final victory. Comrades, the rapidly changing situation of today urgently demands that we map out a new line of struggle and fight vigorously for its implementation. The Second World War. Fascist Germany, provoked by invading Poland, is expanding rapidly with each passing day. After its invasion of Poland, Fascist Germany occupied a number of countries in Europe and some time ago completely occupied France. In the east, the Japanese imperialists are frantically trying to expand the aggressive war to the whole of Asia. They are maneuvering to spread the flames of war to Southeast Asia, despite their failure to wind up the war of aggression on the Chinese mainland, which has been going on for several years. Japanese imperialism, which depends on foreign countries for most of its major strategic materials, such as petroleum, steel, and rubber, attached vital importance to its inroad into Southeast Asia and has long dreamed of occupying the countries in this part of the world. The British, French, and Dutch imperialists are so concerned with the occupation and pressure by Fascist Germany in Europe that they have no time to pay attention to their colonies in Southeast Asia. Availing themselves of this opportunity, the Japanese imperialist blackguards are today going to occupy the countries of this area. While making frenzied attempts to expand the aggressive war, the Japanese imperialists are making the most desperate punitive offensive against the KPRA to guarantee the security of the rear. In the past 10 years, the Japanese imperialists have sustained telling blows in their colonial rule and aggressive war by the intensive military and political activities of the KPRA. They have calculated therefore that unless the KPRA is annihilated, they will not be able to conduct simultaneous operations against the Soviet Union and China or achieve their sinister ambition of Asian conquest, and they 195 are staging an unprecedentedly large-scale punitive offensive to completely annihilate the Revolutionary Army. Since last autumn they have mobilized more than 200,000 men, including crack Japanese units, troops of the puppet Manchukuo army and police forces, and thrown planes and a great amount of modern military technical equipment into the punitive operations against the Revolutionary Army. Along with the military offensive, the Japanese imperialists are intensifying their political and ideological offensive. With a view to cutting off the organizational ties between our Revolutionary Army and the masses, they are reinforcing their weapons and equipment at internment villages to prevent the people from going out freely, and are intensifying as never before the barbaric repression and slaughter of the revolutionary organizations, revolutionaries, and patriots. The savage repression and slaughter by the Japanese imperialists have reached a peak, and, because of these barbarities, numerous Korean patriots are being massacred ruthlessly. The enemy is also stepping up the policy of economic blockade against the Revolutionary Army. The Japanese imperialists are especially tightening their control over provisions. They cruelly punish the people who have salt or matches to spare, on the charge of collusion with communist bandits. However, their massive punitive offensive without precedent against the Revolutionary Army does not mean they are mighty. It is no more than the last-ditch efforts of those who are on the brink of ruin. No amount of large-scale punitive offensives and desperate efforts can help the Japanese imperialists to break the indomitable fighting spirit of the officers and men of the KPRA, tempered like steel in arduous struggle, or check the triumphant advance of the anti-Japanese armed struggle. By frantically expanding their aggressive war, the Japanese imperialists are being further isolated internally and externally, and are sinking deep into a bottomless mire politically, economically, and militarily. 196. First of all, as the front extends, the Japanese imperialists are unable to meet the rapidly increasing demands for combat forces and munitions. They have already lost more than half of their elite units in the Sino-Japanese War, but still fail to replace them. Obviously, in this situation they will be unable to meet the demands for armed forces at their front, which is extending to the whole of Asia. The Japanese imperialists are experiencing great difficulties with munitions supplies, too. In the Sino-Japanese War they have fully revealed their fatal weakness. They depend on imports for most of the major strategic supplies needed in large quantities for modern warfare. Japanese imperialism's difficulties in the supply of munitions will increase as the war expands and assumes a protracted nature. The Japanese imperialists' frenzied efforts to spread the aggressive war are meeting with strong resistance from broad sections of Asian peoples, including the Korean and Chinese peoples. Inspired by the military and political activities of the KPRA, our people are now engaged in all forms of anti-Japanese struggle to counter the brigandish plunder and despotic repression of Japanese imperialism, and the Chinese people are courageously carrying out the anti-Japanese war for national salvation, giving a telling blow to the Japanese imperialist aggressors. In addition, the peace-loving people of the whole world, including the great Soviet people, are strongly condemning the Japanese imperialist efforts for aggressive war. The Japanese imperialists are also confronted with the powerful resistance of the people in their own country. Among the workers, peasants, and other broad sections of the Japanese population, discontent with the reactionary warlords and trends against the aggressive war are growing with each passing day. By spreading the flames of the aggressive war to the whole of Asia, Japanese imperialism is further aggravating its contradictions with the US, Great Britain and other imperialist powers, which have their colonies and concessions in this part of the world. So, the Japanese imperialists are encountering strong resistance. 197. And protest and denunciation from all sides, and are heading for an irreparable quandary. All this clearly shows that the fall of Japanese imperialism is definite, that it is a question of time, and it proves that the day is approaching when our people will win the historic cause of national liberation. This situation urgently requires that we be well prepared for the great event of national liberation. Basing ourselves on the precious achievements made and experience gained during the nearly 10 years of anti-Japanese armed struggle, we must first make thoroughgoing preparations to fight a final battle to vanquish the Japanese imperialist marauders once and for all. We must also make preparations for founding a working-class party, a people's government and armed forces in the liberated homeland, and for continuing to push ahead with our revolution vigorously. Unless we do this, we cannot defend the revolutionary gains or advance the revolution. Most important in preparing for the great event of national liberation is to preserve and accumulate the forces of the KPRA, the central force of the Korean Revolution, while, at the same time, training them to be competent political and military cadres. Only by doing this, can we successfully fight the final battle with the Japanese imperialists, win a brilliant victory, and build a new Korea in the liberated motherland, with the forces of the KPRA as its backbone. Therefore, we are confronted with the most important strategic revolutionary task of preserving and accumulating the revolutionary forces on our own initiative while avoiding losses in reckless battles. In order to accomplish this strategic task successfully, our large unit operations should be switched over to small unit operations. The Japanese imperialists are intensifying the punitive offensive as never before. Therefore, if we continue to fight the enemy with large units as before, our forces will suffer inevitable losses. This will only help the enemy to realize their attempt to weaken and wipe out. 198. The forces of the KPRA at any cost and will have grave consequences for our future anti-Japanese national liberation struggle. Fundamentally, having our revolutionary forces consumed and weakened through direct confrontation with the enemy making a frenzied last-ditch stand runs counter to the demand of guerrilla warfare, the basic principle of which is to destroy large enemy forces while preserving the guerrilla forces to the maximum. As the enemy makes their desperate efforts, we should smash their designs and preserve and accumulate the forces of the KPRA by switching over to small unit operations. Also, that the KPRA halts its large unit activities and switches over to small unit activities is an urgent problem in fully preparing the revolutionary forces of our people. In order to be fully ready for the great event of national liberation, our people should be thoroughly prepared politically and ideologically, while, at the same time, preserving and accumulating the forces of the KPRA. Only by doing this, will it be possible, with the advent of the great event of national liberation, to successfully organize and conduct full-scale popular resistance against Japanese imperialism in coordination with large unit operations of the KPRA. At present the enemy is intensifying fascist repression and its reactionary ideological offensive against our people as never before, for the purpose of checking their revolutionary advance and lulling their national consciousness and class awakening. Therefore, all the officers and men of the KPRA, the nucleus of the Korean Revolution, have the pressing task of carrying out mass political work more actively than ever before. To conduct mass political work vigorously, we should form numerous small units and political work teams composed of officers and men of the KPRA, so that they can go deep among broader sections of the anti-Japanese masses, and must intensify underground activity. Only then can we achieve success in the work of organizing and awakening the broad anti-Japanese masses revolutionarily, even in the difficult situation when the enemy's punitive offensive. 199. Against the Revolutionary Army and their fascist repression of the people are becoming fiercer than ever. For the KPRA to stop its large unit activities and switch over to small unit activities at the present moment is not only demanded by the development of our anti-Japanese national liberation struggle but also advised by the Comintern. The fascist powers that provoked the Second World War in an attempt to materialize their wild ambition of world domination are making desperate war preparations to invade the socialist state of the Soviet Union, at the instigation of the US and British imperialists. Fascist Germany is busy preparing war against the Soviet Union through a general mobilization of manpower and material resources in a number of occupied countries in Europe, and in the East the Japanese imperialists are scheming to unleash an aggressive war against the Soviet Union, which they have planned for a long time. protecting and instigating each other in the West and the East. Fascist Germany and imperialist Japan have concentrated many crack divisions along the borders of the Soviet Union and in their vicinities, watching for a chance to invade the country. So the socialist state of the Soviet Union, the great bulwark of the working class and oppressed nations of the world, is now faced with the danger of being attacked by the two most bestial fascist powers from the West and the East. If the fascist powers make a pincer attack on the Soviet Union, not only its security and socialist construction but also the development of world revolution as a whole and world peace will be seriously threatened. In view of this urgent situation in which the menace of the invasion of the Soviet Union by fascist Germany and imperialist Japan is mounting, the Soviet Union is now pursuing a policy of easing the situation in the East, in order to have time to forestall the fascist aggression and, in particular, check the menace of a pincer attack by the two fascist powers and strengthen the country's defense capabilities. In this connection, the Comintern has recently sent a liaison officer, 200, to us and advised that the anti-Japanese guerrilla units operating in the area of Manchuria stop large unit operations for the time being in order to ease the tense situation along the Soviet-Manchurian border and not to give the Japanese imperialist aggressors the excuse of igniting an aggressive war against the Soviet Union. We have to take into account the advice of the Comintern, because the Japanese imperialists regard the struggle of the anti-Japanese guerrilla units as a hostile act against them by the Soviet Union and try to use it as a pretext for provoking an aggressive war against the Soviet Union. It is the lofty internationalist duty of the Communists to check and foil the attempt of the fascist powers to invade the Soviet Union and to defend this socialist state. If we suspend for the present large unit operations according to the Comintern's advice, it will give the Japanese imperialists no excuse for invading the Soviet Union and will be very helpful to the Soviet Union in carrying out its policy of easing the situation in the East, with a view to making fuller preparations to counter the aggressive schemes of the fascist powers. Therefore, we should fight for final victory with flexible tactics suited to the situation. Comrades, the new strategic policy of stopping large unit activities to carry out small unit activities is the most reasonable policy to hasten the final victory of the Korean Revolution and develop world revolution in light of the changed situation. All officers and men should accurately understand the significance and correctness of the new strategic policy and stubbornly fight for its implementation. We should form small units and political work teams by adequately combining political and military cadres, veterans, and recruits and actively organize and wage a struggle to carry the new strategic policy into effect as soon as possible. First, mass political work should be organized and conducted energetically to rally the broad sections of the masses opposed to Japan. Mass political work is of great importance in preparing for the great event of national liberation. Moreover, since the large unit 201 activities of the KPRA will cease to exist and Japanese imperialism's fascist repression of the people is being stepped up more than ever before, if we do not actively conduct political work among the people, they will lose confidence in revolutionary victory and, consequently, we shall lose the revolutionary masses whom we have won over to our side. In order to bring the broad masses into the fold of the revolution, we should conduct exhaustive work to organize and guide mass organizations. The small units and political work teams of the KPRA should go among the broad anti-Japanese masses in Korea and Manchuria and actively work to restore and consolidate, expand, and develop the revolutionary organizations, including the ARF organizations destroyed by the enemy. In this way we shall make sure that broader anti-Japanese masses are united in the revolutionary organizations. With a view to organizing and uniting the broad masses and firmly preparing them for a final battle with Japanese imperialism, all officers and men should become organizers of the masses and, at the same time, enhance their role as educators. We must fully acquaint the broad masses opposed to Japan with the viciousness and brutality of the colonial rule of Japanese imperialism, with the 10-point program of the ARF, with the strategy and tactics of the Korean Revolution, with the rapidly changing internal and external situation and with the inevitability of the downfall of Japanese imperialism. Only then can we imbue the broad anti-Japanese masses with faith in revolutionary victory and steadily prepare them politically and ideologically so that in the decisive moment of the revolution they may join the KPRA in the final battle. We are going to conduct mass political work under the harshest fascist repression by the enemy. Therefore, we must observe the principles of underground activity most strictly, always organize and perform any work with the greatest care and thoroughness and guard secrets with our lives. Second, the military activities of the small units should be 202. Conducted skillfully in the vast areas of Korea and Manchuria. At present, the military activities of the small units are a major guarantee for hastening the final destruction of the Japanese imperialist aggressors and, in particular, for successfully ensuring political work among the broad masses and consolidating its achievement. While strictly guarding against reckless military actions that might harm the general interests of the revolution, we should constantly make shrewd assaults everywhere to kill Japanese imperialist troops and police and their lackeys and destroy military installations, thus throwing the enemy's rear into confusion and militarily supporting the political activities among the broad masses. This will keep the enemy in a constant state of terror and increase our people's confidence in the victory of the revolution. Meanwhile, the small units and political work teams must correctly understand the importance of military reconnaissance in preparing for a final showdown with Japanese imperialism and intensify reconnaissance of the enemy's armed forces, fortified zones and military installations. Third, every officers and men must do all he can to raise his level of political consciousness and acquire a wealth of military knowledge. With the great event of national liberation approaching, we need many excellent cadres who are well prepared politically and militarily. Whether or not we shall be ready for the great event of national liberation depends on how firmly all the officers and men of the KPRA, the nucleus of the Korean Revolution, prepare themselves politically and militarily. So all officers and men should make the most of every condition and possibility to intensify their studies in order to more thoroughly prepare themselves politically and ideologically and in military technique. They should intensify their study of Marxist-Leninist theory and, especially, study intensely the line of the Korean Revolution, its strategy and tactics. All of them will then become competent political workers capable of undertaking and performing. 203. The duties of a higher rank and skillfully organizing and mobilizing the masses for the revolutionary struggle. At the same time, they should master guerrilla tactics and study hard the advanced military knowledge and the techniques of all arms needed for modern warfare. Fourth, we must strive to cement solidarity with all the revolutionary forces of the world. Strengthening solidarity with the international revolutionary forces is a lofty communist duty and one of the important factors ensuring victory for our revolution. We should continue to march onward, holding high the banner of proletarian internationalism. Now that the fascist states of Germany and Japan are intent on unleashing aggressive wars against the Soviet Union, we should first actively fight to check and frustrate their aggressive moves for the invasion of the Soviet Union and defend this socialist country and further strengthen friendship and solidarity with the Soviet people. Reinforcing our solidarity with the fraternal Chinese people is of particular importance in strengthening our revolutionary forces. We should expand and strengthen the fraternal friendship and militant unity of the Korean and Chinese peoples, forged already in the joint struggle against Japanese imperialism. In addition, we must cement our solidarity with the liberation movement of the working class and oppressed nations the world over and with the international anti-fascist Popular Front movement, thereby creating more favorable international conditions for readily meeting the great event of national liberation. Comrades, deeply grasping the true purpose of the switchover in our policy and valiantly repulsing the desperate offensive of the Japanese imperialist blackguards with redoubled courage, all officers and men must carry forward energetically the preparations to meet the great event of national liberation. Final victory is ours. It is the Japanese imperialist marauders who will fall. Let us all carry on the brave struggle to hasten the great event of national liberation. 204. The Korean revolutionaries must know Korea well. Speech addressed to the political cadres and political instructors of the Korean People's Revolutionary Army September 15, 1943. Today, when the great event of national liberation is at hand, I am going to talk to you about the need to intensify the study of the homeland and also about some urgent tasks. The world's situation is rapidly turning in favor of the revolution, and the great event of national liberation is now the order of the day. The fascist nations, Japan, Germany, and Italy, that unleashed the Second World War with the object of dominating the world are going downhill step by step as time goes on. Backed stealthily by the US and British imperialists, fascist Germany treacherously surprised the Soviet Union with a huge force of 170 divisions, reinforced by aircraft and tanks. They boasted that they would defeat the Soviet Union within a few months, but the Soviet people and the Red Army, led by great comrade Stalin, gradually resolved the unfavorable situation that prevailed in the first stage of the war. Single-handedly they checked fascist Germany in its frantic attack, for which it had mobilized all internal forces as well as the military force, manpower, and resources of the 14 European countries already under its occupation, and they took the counter-offensive. Early this year at Stalingrad, the incomparably brave Red Army 205 crushed fascist Germany's 30 crack panzer divisions equipped with the latest weapons, marking a new turning point in the Soviet-German war. It is evident that the fate of the fascist German army was decisively sealed at Stalingrad. The Red Army has now driven the German aggressors back to the vicinity of the Dnieper, and before long will destroy all the aggressors on Soviet territory and win a great victory. Firmly believing Germany's victory over the Soviet Union a fait accompli, the Japanese imperialists started the adventurous Pacific War, but they are also suffering one defeat after another on the vast fronts of China, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific. On the Chinese front, the Japanese imperialists are gradually getting into hot water owing to the counterattack of the 8th Route Army and the new 4th Army led by the Communist Party of China. The greater part of their armed forces sent to the Chinese front along with the puppet army was directed into operations calculated to wipe out the 8th Route Army and the new 4th Army, but one after another their punitive operations have come to grief. In North China the 8th Route Army is gradually expanding its liberated area. The Japanese imperialists plan to surprise the Americans in Pearl Harbor of Hawaii and administer a mortal blow to the U.S. Pacific Fleet and then, before the United States could recover, seize a wide area of Southeast Asia. They then plan to plunder the rich natural resources, such as oil and rubber, so that they would meet their shortage of strategic materials and cope with the protracted war. Their daydream was that this would enable them to defeat the US and British forces in Southeast Asia and in the Pacific together with Germany's victory over the Soviet Union. But they have already completely lost balance in the Pacific and are suffering defeat after defeat. Italy has surrendered and Germany and Japan have begun to retreat hastily. When we analyze the Second World War, there is no doubt that 206. The fall of the Japanese imperialists is inevitable and that the great event of national liberation is at hand. 1. On the need to study the homeland well. Today, with the great event of national liberation almost in sight, one of our most important tasks is to study the homeland well. A good knowledge of our country and our people is essential for us to discharge our duties successfully as patriots and communists and carry out the Korean Revolution with honor. In order to carry the responsibility for the Korean Revolution, we must be well versed in the history and geography of the homeland and be well informed about its brilliant cultural traditions. This is indispensable to us in fostering ardent patriotism, increasing our readiness to serve the country and the people with devotion, and in educating our people by understanding their preferences and so persuading them to become actively involved in the revolutionary struggle. At the same time, a good knowledge of our history, geography, economy, and culture is essential for us communists to apply Marxist-Leninist principles creatively to the realities of our country, take an independent attitude and form our own views with regard to the revolution in our country. Also, for the purpose of saving our fine national traditions and national riches from the Japanese imperialist colonial rulers' policy of national eradication, we must know well about our history, geography, and culture. Not only are the Japanese imperialists now intensifying their cruel colonial plunder of our people in order to make up for their successive ignominious setbacks in the war, but also, with the object of erasing our country from the map forever, they are openly pursuing. 207. The national assimilation policy, raving about the same ancestry and oneness of Japan and Korea. Distorting or deleting our time-honored brilliant history and cultural traditions and widely propagating the samurai spirit of the empire's subjects, these colonial rulers of Japanese imperialism are trying to stamp out all that is Korean. In order to prevent Korea's resurrection, they forbid the use of our language, spoken and written. Furthermore, they prohibit the Koreans from using their proper names, forcing them to change their names according to Japanese fashion, such as Ushichiro and Umasaburo. Now that the Japanese imperialists are making a frenzied attempt to erase the history and culture of our nation and Korea forever, we, the true patriots of Korea, must study our homeland well. This is one of our most important revolutionary tasks. We must study our country hard in order to reconstruct our liberated country well in the future. The commanding officers and soldiers of the KPRA are all fighters who have taken the road of revolution from a burning desire to restore the Japanese imperialist-ridden homeland and build a new society of happiness in a liberated country. Even amidst the difficult conditions of hard battles being waged against the Japanese imperialist army of aggression, we have been working to instill a sound, revolutionary world outlook in the commanding officers and soldiers of the KPRA, with particular stress on an intensified study of Marxist-Leninist principles and the lines, strategy, and tactics of the Korean Revolution. The current situation with the great event of national liberation fast approaching makes it imperative that while studying Marxism-Leninism we acquire a deep knowledge needed for the buildup of the economy and culture in a liberated homeland. As communists of Korea, how can we expect to cope adequately with the Korean Revolution without being well versed in the history, culture, nature, and geography of Korea and the good ethics and customs of its people? 208. Korean communists must know well, boast of and love ardently the 5,000 years of our people's history and brilliant culture and the physical aspects and rich resources of the homeland. They must hold to the lofty ideal and firm resolve to build a communist society, a paradise for the people, in their beautiful country. In the first place, we must make a thorough study of our history. When we say we must study the history, we mean that we must be acquainted with the history of our people's struggle and creative activities, not the history of kings or other feudal rulers. A solid knowledge of this history is indispensable to us in order to develop an ardent feeling of patriotism and foster both national pride and revolutionary self-respect. From olden times our people waged an unyielding struggle against the tyranny of the feudal rulers and foreign invaders and developed science and culture by their own creative labor and wisdom, thus making Korea famous in the East. Our people are brave and resourceful, industrious, and peace-loving. In particular, our people are highly patriotic and fight indefatigably against foreign invaders in defense of the dignity of the nation. The invasion of our country by foreign aggressors has been ceaseless since ancient times, and it has been more rampant especially during the latter part of the 19th century, and after. From olden times the Korean people rose as one man in a holy war to defend their country and they repulsed the aggressors each time an invasion occurred. They defended their country heroically as recorded in 5,000 years of honored history. The history of our people in ancient times and in the Middle Ages was a history of struggle against aggression in defense of the homeland, repulsing the invasions of Sui and Tang and those of Khitan and Yuan to the north and curbing the invasion of the Japanese to the south. In modern times it has been a history of anti-imperialist struggle, a history of national liberation struggle, fought against the invasion of the Japanese and U.S. imperialists. 209. Foreign aggressors invaded our country ceaselessly for ages, but were unable to break the patriotic loyalty and valor of our people at all, failing to bring them to their knees. Not only were the people of Koguryo resourceful and intrepid, but they regarded defending their country with all their devotion as the most honorable thing. It was considered the men's duty to learn military arts and from childhood they were trained in running, riding, archery and fencing. The military arts were the basis of all folk games and sporting contests. There is a story about Ondel, a man of obscure birth, who was taken into service after winning a hunting game and performed great feats in defending the country. This eloquently shows that in evaluating people in Koguryo, importance was attached to their military accomplishments and their wisdom and bravery. Because the people of Koguryo were educated in patriotism, received military training and were disciplined to be brave from an early age, they acquired a high sense of national pride and a stout heart and safeguarded the country's honor and the nation's dignity by repulsing the 3 million strong invading army of Sui, the largest country on the Asian continent. The people of Silla and Paikya living in the southern part of our country firmly defended their territories with great fortitude so that no foreign enemy dared to intrude. If in the period of the three kingdoms those three countries, Koguryo, Silla, and Paikya, had unitedly repelled the foreign invaders, our homeland would have been further developed. When hundreds of thousands of Khitan troops invaded our country, the people of Koryo, under the command of General Konkam Chan, dealt them a crushing blow at the Amnok River and at Kusang, thus saving the country. Under the Ri dynasty, too, our people fought courageously against the foreign invaders. The feudal rulers, however, instead of taking measures to cope with alien aggression by strengthening the national defense and training the army, only sang the praises of peace and indulged in a life of ease. Taking advantage of this, the vicious 210 Japanese samurai invaded in great force in 1592. The feudal rulers, who had been easygoing, neglecting the necessary day-to-day build-up of defense, found themselves powerless to check the invasion, so they ran away to Wihua with the king, abandoning the country and people to the mercy of Japanese intruders. The sagacious and intrepid people of Korea, however, fought the aggressors with valor everywhere, the South Sea, Jeonju, Yonnan, Pyongyang, and other places. Admiral Ri Sun Sin, in command of a meager naval force, defended the sea off the coast of Hoya province and stopped the advance of Japanese invaders. They won a great victory through annihilating the Japanese naval force off Hansan Island. The patriots, including Kwok Jae-yu, raised armies of volunteers, defeating the Japanese invaders everywhere. Peasants, lower-grade officials, and even monks living in seclusion in mountains raised volunteer armies, and even the women fought with them. The people fought for 7 years with a do-or-die spirit against the atrocious and heinous Japanese samurai and at last drove the enemies out of their territory and thus defended national honor and dignity. In the middle of the 19th century, when our country was invaded by the capitalist powers from Europe and America, the incompetent and bigoted feudal rulers indulged themselves in factional strife, greedy only for power and pleasure without any regard for the country and people, but our people unyieldingly fought against the aggressors. In 1866 the people of Pyongyang sank the U.S. pirate ship General Sherman, which intruded into the Taedong River. Our people and soldiers also repulsed an invading French ship. In 1894 the peasants of Hoya province started a peasant war directed against the misgovernment of the feudal rulers. At that time, too, the peasants and patriotic soldiers and scholars not only fought the rulers, but also waged a bloody struggle against the Japanese army of aggression that had made inroads into our country by taking advantage of its internal confusion. 211. As you can see, over a long period of 5,000 years the people of Korea fought unflinchingly against the foreign aggressors and defended their country, demonstrating their ardent patriotism, courage, and indomitable spirit to the whole world. But the feudal rulers did not try to reject the foreign forces and foster the national resources to preserve the integrity of the country. Instead, they acted as flunkies to the great powers and indulged in factional strife, fawning upon foreign forces and backed by them, and ended by committing the never-to-be-pardoned treachery of selling the country over to the Japanese imperialist aggressors. After the country was seized by the Japanese imperialists in 1910, our people unremittingly launched the Righteous Volunteers movement, the Independence Army movement, the anti-Japanese movement of workers, peasants, youths, and students, and so on. And in the latter part of the 1920s they waged a violent struggle against Japanese imperialism and its lackeys. Particularly in the early 1930s we, the communists who are true patriots, organized and pursued a heroic anti-Japanese armed struggle. We thus advanced the national liberation struggle of Korea to a higher stage, and over 10 long years we dealt heavy political and military blows to our enemy, Japanese imperialism, pushing it towards its doom. The intelligent and brave people of Korea will never succumb, and the Korean spirit will remain alive forever. The anti-Japanese national liberation struggle of the Korean people, guided by the all-conquering revolutionary ideas of Marxism-Leninism, is bound to win, and our homeland will certainly be liberated. The day is not far off when the Korean spirit will be demonstrated to the whole world. By intensely studying the glorious history of the struggle of the Korean people, we must cultivate even further ardent patriotism, national pride, and burning hatred for the enemy. The Korean people are a talented, sagacious, and civilized people who developed brilliant traditions in science and culture. Our forefathers in ancient times created a resplendent culture that 212 contributed to the flowering of the civilization of the East. In olden times our people began to produce iron. In the period of the Three Kingdoms they made and used ironware widely in their daily life and displayed a high degree of craftsmanship in gold, silver, and bronze. In the first half of the 7th century our ancestors built Kumsangdi, the world-famous astronomical observatory, thus greatly contributing to the development of meteorology and astronomy. Architecture was a well-developed art in the period of the Three Kingdoms. The 9-storied pagoda of Wangryong Temple was built in the 7th century, and the Tabo and Saka pagodas of Pulgok Temple have preserved their original appearance intact until today, over 1,000 and several hundred years later. All this proves eloquently the development of architecture in those days. The mural paintings of the ancient tombs of Koguryo, which are not discolored though thousands of years have passed, and the stone statues and reliefs of Sakaram of Silla also display the high level of the ancient art of our country. Our country also saw music and dance highly developed in ancient times. Our ancestors promoted music with the production of excellent national instruments, such as kayagam and komongo, and developed a folk dance that was outstanding in its graceful, rhythmical movement. Our advanced culture, metallurgy, and ceramics had already spread abroad during the period of the Three Kingdoms and become famous. At the same time artisans, architects, painters, and scholars sailed across the sea to Japan and spread knowledge of our literature and crafts, thus strongly influencing Japanese cultural development. The people of Koryo greatly developed the printing industry by inventing metal type for the first time in the world and manufactured the Koryo ceramics that the world values as treasures because of their distinctive colors, patterns, and models. All these made our country famous. Our people, who had used rigid characters for writing ever since the period of the Three Kingdoms, produced the Hunminjeong gum, the 213 most advanced characters, in the year 1444, and thus greatly helped to develop our culture. Even when the feudal rulers who had fallen prey to worship of great powers were idling their time away, reciting the Confucian scriptures and chanting poems about the beauties of nature, the people were putting their distinguished talents to use and producing works of art worthy of world praise. With technicians they invented the original mighty turtle-shaped armored ship, the world's first ironclad warship. Through the quoted examples we can realize clearly how talented and wise our people are and how greatly our nation has assisted mankind's development of science and culture. We communists must know more about, and learn to value, the traditions of science and culture established by our ancestors. By doing so, we shall be able to develop science that genuinely serves the people and helps to build a new society and to create a national culture, democratic and socialist, in a liberated country. A new socialist national culture never arises out of nothing. It is created by critically inheriting and developing the excellent traditions of our national culture handed down from generation to generation. In order to create a new socialist national culture we must be well aware of the fine traditions of our national culture and critically analyze and appreciate them. Ours is a homogeneous nation with 5,000 years of history. It is a valorous, ambitious nation that has been vigorously fighting against foreign invaders and successive reactionary rulers from olden times, and it is a talented nation that has contributed greatly to mankind's development of science and culture. We are communists who love the homeland and the people more ardently than anybody else. We must further heighten our national self-respect and pride as Koreans and have revolutionary self-confidence and pride as fighters who have been waging 10 or more years of bloody struggle for the liberation and independence of the country. Without such feelings one becomes a pitiable and servile. 214. National nihilist, that is, a flunky. Worship of great powers and national nihilism are, in the long run, bound to lead one to betray and ruin one's country and nation. Being most ardent lovers of the country and the people, we communists must resolutely fight against national nihilism and worship of great powers, which ignore our nation and the history of our country. If we had lacked that intense patriotism that defends the dignity of our country and loves our nation, we would not have become true patriots and communists faithful to the revolution of our country. As we had the ardent spirit of loving and valuing the country and nation more than anyone else, we could begin the struggle to liberate the Japanese imperialist-ridden homeland and people and become today's fine communists, who have been firmly armed with the revolutionary world outlook of Marxism-Leninism and tested in the prolonged revolutionary struggle. We must have a good knowledge not only of the country's history but also of its geography. The ultimate goal of our revolution is to make our country rich and mighty, so that our people will lead a full and happy life. In other words, it is to build a paradise of socialism and communism in our country. Who builds this paradise? We must do it by ourselves. We must defeat the Japanese imperialists and then construct in the homeland a socialist state like that of the Soviet Union with advanced industry and agriculture. To this end we must exploit our abundant natural resources to reconstruct and develop all fields of the economy, including industry, agriculture, and fisheries. Our country has every condition to build a rich, strong, independent, and sovereign state, whether from the viewpoint of area or population or resources. Situated in the east of the Asian continent, our country borders the continent on the north and its three sides, east, west, and south, face the sea. It covers an area of more than 220,000 square kilometers with a population of 23 million, neither too big nor too small. Among those countries known as being powerful or civilized in the world there are 215. Many far smaller than our country in both area and population. As regards natural resources, few countries are richer than ours. It has huge deposits of hundreds of kinds of valuable and useful minerals, including iron ore, a veritable treasure house with gold, silver, and jewels. Over the Pengmu Plateau, the northern region of our country, an inexhaustible deposit of magnetic iron ore is buried, and the western plain areas abound in good quality limonite. The estimated iron ore deposits already amount to thousands of millions of tons, and the figure is expected to increase. High caloric bituminous coal abounds in the northern region and anthracite in South Gyeonggi Province and in the Taebaek Mountains of central Korea. Coal supplies are inexhaustible, more than our people can consume for many generations. Our country is so rich in gold, silver, copper, lead, zinc, black lead, molybdenum, magnesite and other valuable metals and ores that the world might well be envious. Moreover, quantities of limestone can be found everywhere. We have rich power resources, particularly hydroelectric power. In the northern region, including the Kama Plateau, which is called the roof of the country, there are enough hydropower resources to produce several million kW of electricity. If we turn the flow of water to the East Sea from the Kama and Pucheon plateaus, we can find many places suitable for building power stations, thanks to its high heads. In fact, the Hokongang, Jangjinggang, and Pujongang power stations are situated there, and the Suphan power station with a generating capacity of 700,000 kilowatts, the biggest in the east, also relies on the northern hydropower resources. If we make better use of these resources, we would turn out millions more kW of electricity. This will make our country rich in electricity. Our country produces the most nutritious rice in the world. In the south there are the Mangyong Plain of Kimj, the Ryongnam and Gyeonggi Plains, where millions of sak of good quality rice are produced every year, and in the north are the Yeonbik, Namuri and 216 Pura Plains. Over 15 million sak of rice are annually turned out in more than 1 million hectares of paddy fields. If we establish a people's state someday and reclaim the tideland along the west coast, we would obtain hundreds of thousands of hectares of fertile lands to produce several million sak of rice. Our hills are suitable for fruit growing, so our country is famous for fruit, the apples of Gwangju, Taegu, Anbin, and Puchong, the oranges and persimmons of the south coast, the pears of Jeju and Togwon, and the sweet chestnuts of Pyongyang and Jungsan. Our country is surrounded by the sea on three sides and therefore abounds in marine resources. It adjoins one of the world's three major fishing grounds, the East Sea, which has various kinds of fish and yields an abundant catch. In spring shoals of mackerel and anchovy come up from the south while shoals of herring come from the north. In summer sardine comes up just off our coast and in winter pollock, Korea's special product, comes in swarms. Once these cruising fish are netted, the catch can reach millions of tons. The East Sea is rich in tasty fish, such as trout and yellowtail, and the South Sea and the West Sea also have plentiful marine resources. The natural resources of our country are really abundant, but our people do not enjoy the benefits of these rich resources. Today the Japanese imperialists, in an attempt to secure the huge military supplies needed for the aggressive war against China and for the Pacific War, annually plunder Korea of 8 billion kilowatt-hour of electricity, over 3 million tons of iron ore, over 5 million tons of coal, and over 800,000 tons of cement. They ship to Japan more than 10 million sak of rice, or over two-thirds of the total annual output, over 100,000 head of cattle and the seafoods produced in the East, West, and South Seas. Their piratic plunder has rapidly exhausted the natural resources of our country. So that these rich resources can truly serve the people's welfare, we must defeat the Japanese imperialists and establish a people's state owned by the workers and peasants. If we establish a people's state and then develop power, coal, metal, and chemical industries, agriculture and 217 fisheries, using our abundant resources, our country will become wealthy, powerful, and civilized, with advanced industries, and our people will live on rice and meat, a dream cherished by them for thousands of years. By then as many as 100 million people, not just the present 23 million, will be well off. Our country is abundant not only in natural resources, but in beautiful natural scenery. Everywhere we can see hills and mountains and clear rivers, presenting a picturesque view. Beautiful mountains, the sky-kissing Mt Paikchu in the north, then Mt Kumgang and Mt Thabike, and Mt Hala on Jeju Island. Vast plains stretch endlessly, drained by the Amnok, Tumen, Tidong, Han, Roktong, Kum, and many others that wind their way to the east, the west and the south. And the wonderful landscape along thousands of miles of coastal lines. Korea is, indeed, a beautiful land of 3,000 ri. Moreover, there are many hot springs, including those in Jewel and Yangdok, and spas are found in Sambang, Kangso, and all the other parts of the country. Our country will become a happy land if the beautiful mountains, crystal waters, and picturesque scenery all serve the people to promote their health and recreation. We must liberate our country as soon as possible, build rest centers for the working people in scenic spots, and erect sanatoria where there is clear water and fresh air to promote the health of our people. There are many countries on the globe, but ones as beautiful and good to live in as our homeland are rare. A country with picturesque mountains and rivers, its fertile land producing various cereals and fruits and with underground deposits of gold, silver and other treasures, a country where an intelligent, gallant, and civilized people are living, what a proud and precious homeland it is. Today, however, our people are leading the worst life in the world and our brilliant national culture with its 5,000 years of traditions is losing its color. They have no right to eat at will the rice produced by themselves nor freedom to travel about their own territory. Numerous compatriots, brothers, and sisters are on the brink of starvation. Unless we defeat the enemy, Japanese imperialism, and 218. Establish a people's state whose power belongs to workers and peasants. The beautiful land of Korea will not bring us joy, nor will gold, silver and other valuables, even if boundless, make our people well off. We communists, the revolutionaries of Korea, must drive out the Japanese imperialists and achieve the age-old dream of national liberation, thus building on our territory of 3,000 RI a paradise of communism that the world might well envy. For the realization of this historic cause we have been fighting indefatigably for 10-odd years, and we shall continue to fight in future, too. 2. On some pressing tasks. Today, in the Second World War, the Japanese imperialists find themselves in a tight corner and are becoming more desperate as their days are numbered. Their oppression and plunder of the Korean people have reached their zenith since the Pacific War. They have over 3 divisions of their army permanently stationed in Korea, while largely extending the machinery of fascist repression, including police and gendarmes. The enemy is engrossed in the bestial suppression of Koreans, arresting and imprisoning them without reason under the name of rebellious Koreans whenever they are considered suspicious. The Japanese imperialist policemen are beating indiscriminately even the aged under the pretext of unpatriotic persons if they fail to learn by heart the oath of the empire's subjects in Japanese, and severely punishing the children on the charge of speaking their mother tongue. The Japanese imperialists are not only making a desperate effort to erase everything Korean but also plundering a huge amount of labor forces and materials under the signboard of the successful. 219. Conclusion of war. They are forcing a number of Korean youths into the battlefields as conscripts, only to use them as cannon fodder. Besides, they have drafted almost all the able-bodied young and middle-aged Koreans for forced labor without pay in coal mines and construction sites for military establishments in Japan. Those who escaped labor requisition have been forcibly dragged into the Patriotic Service Corps and are worked cruelly and endlessly for nothing. Young pupils, too, have to undertake backbreaking labor under the pretext of working service all the year round. In order to meet the increasing demands of the war, the Japanese imperialists are intensifying their economic plunder more than ever before, thus depriving the Koreans of even brass vessels, spoons and chopsticks. Greatly inspired by the military and political activities of our KPRA, the Korean people are intensifying the anti-Japanese struggle under difficult circumstances where the enemy's fascist suppression has reached its climax. The workers continue to go on with various forms of struggle, including strikes, sabotage, and mass escape, at the factories, important construction sites, ports and munitions plants in Seoul, Pyongyang, Kongjin, Hungnam, Busan, and other principal industrial cities. The peasants are unyieldingly fighting against the forced delivery of produce, murderous war burdens and coercive mobilization. Ideological movements and school strikes by teachers and students are frequent. The young and middle-aged people combat military service, draft, and forced labor. Particularly, in response to the anti-Japanese armed struggle, the masses show an ever-increasing trend towards hand-to-hand fighting with weapons, and many youths and students are trying to get in touch with the KPRA. In defiance of the tight cordon of the Japanese imperialists posted along the borderline with the permanent marshalling of their armed forces hundreds of thousands strong, detachments of the KPRA have marched deep into the homeland and attained great victories by their smart action. The main unit is now making successful political and 220 military preparations for the great event of national liberation. Although the Japanese imperialists are desperate in their attempt to escape their doom, the internal and external situations are changing decidedly in favor of the revolution. However, no matter how mature the revolutionary situation at home and abroad may be, a decisive victory in the revolution cannot be won unless the Korean Communists, the leading force of the Korean Revolution, act as the host to organize and mobilize the masses successfully. We must put all our energies and talents into the struggle to hasten the great event of national liberation as soon as possible. In order to meet this great event with full preparation, we must further strengthen the military and political activities of the KPRA to reinforce our own revolutionary forces and thus get the whole nation ready for the general mobilization for the final battle with the Japanese imperialists. First, for this purpose we must step up the anti-Japanese National United Front movement on a nationwide scale and firmly unite all patriotic forces of the country, thus laying a solid mass basis for fighting it out with the burglar, Japanese imperialism. The anti-Japanese National United Front movement in our country has made a rapid advance since the founding of the Association for the Restoration of the Fatherland in May 1936. The lower organizations of the ARF have become widespread in the areas along the Amnok and Tumen rivers, and its networks spread deep into the homeland, uniting the people from all walks of life around this united front. Since 1939 the United Front has branched out over the northeast part of Mt. Picchu and many other places of the homeland, despite the harsh suppression of the Japanese imperialists. However, all the anti-Japanese patriotic forces throughout the country are not yet fully involved in the anti-Japanese National United Front. If we fail to firmly organize and unite all forces opposing Japanese imperialism, we cannot have a solid mass basis for a 221. Decisive battle with the enemy, which will break out at home in the near future. Therefore, we must expand and strengthen the United Front organizations all over the country and organize and rally all forces that can join hands with us. This is a key factor in deciding the fate of our last battle. We must form the lower organizations of the front in various places by sending many more competent political workers to the homeland and unite all the anti-Japanese forces, youths and students, intellectuals, conscientious native capitalists and patriotic men of religion with workers and peasants as their core. This organizational and political work must be done energetically. The objective situation in the homeland is now unprecedentedly favorable for strengthening and developing the anti-Japanese National United Front. The last-ditch suppression and plunder by the Japanese imperialists have placed all the Koreans in a dreadful predicament, irrespective of their political views, property status, knowledge, and religious beliefs. Workers are either drafted or forced to toil at munitions factories, equal to a life behind bars. They have to slave endlessly, eating only 100 grams of Manchurian defatted bean cake for each meal. It is needless to mention their low wages and the inadequate labor protection. The peasants are in a much worse plight. The crop has been sharply decreased because they till devastated lands without young men. Still worse, most of their harvests are plundered by the Japanese imperialists, the landlords and officials, with the result that the peasants find it very difficult to make a living. Curtailed statistics issued by the Japanese imperialists show that more than 50% of peasant households have run out of provisions in spring dearth. In fact, all of the peasants live on arrowroots unearthed from under the snow in winter and grass roots in spring. What is more, the enemies bleed the poor countryside of Korea dry by imposing upon the peasants all sorts of war burdens, such as the national defense donation, the arms contribution and the lottery ticket. 222. The students and intellectuals are also in the worst state of misery. The war has forced the closure of schools. All the university and college students, whose number could be counted on our fingers, have been conscripted under the name of volunteers, and the secondary schools have been turned into military training camps. Even the pupils of primary schools have to do military training, and the days spent on forced labor are more than the actual school days. The situation of workers, peasants, and all other sectors of the Korean people today is at its lowest ebb. Therefore, every Korean bitterly laments the state of this world by saying, "When will it come to an end?" and thirsts for the day when the KPRA will defeat the Japanese imperialists and liberate our nation. Under these circumstances, if we actively promote the anti-Japanese National United Front movement, the broad masses of all strata, except a handful of pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation, will vie with each other in joining it. So today, when the enemy's repression and murder are at their peak and a tight cordon is placed around us, we must acquire a proficient method of political work and underground activities and make energetic endeavors to successfully organize and mobilize the masses for the final battle. Second, we must build revolutionary bases more reliably as strong organizational centers in the homeland. The main units of the KPRA must have strong bases from which they may fight a last battle with the thieving Japanese imperialists. Without such bases we cannot rapidly reinforce the ranks of the KPRA with the youths at home, train them in a short period, or deal a decisive blow to the enemy. The building of revolutionary bases in the homeland can fully be realized when the prevailing situation and the balance of forces between friend and foe are taken into consideration. As the days go by, the Japanese imperialists will be further isolated and their forces dispersed, finding themselves highly vulnerable in our homeland. Then we shall be able to set up revolutionary bases deep in the mountains in all parts of the country and, relying on them, expand and reinforce the armed ranks and lay the mass foundation. 223. The mass foundation for building the revolutionary bases is very good. We have already established underground revolutionary organizations in the homeland. A number of young people have evaded forced labor and conscription by the Japanese imperialists and hidden themselves in the mountains, and the youths in different areas have formed secret organizations and prepared weapons and are ready to join the Revolutionary Army the moment it advances. Some of them have already got in touch with the KPRA, and others, to this end, are coming to our units, breaking through the death line. Therefore, if we set up revolutionary bases in the Rangneam and Thaibike mountains and other deep mountains in the country and call for the Korean youths, many will flock together from all quarters. If we rapidly reinforce our armed ranks with the rallied youths and train them, with those who have been tested and brought up through the anti-Japanese armed struggle over 10 years as their core, and wage a decisive battle against the Japanese imperialists, we shall certainly drive them out of our land and achieve the cause of national liberation by our own efforts. Our main units should get ready for an advance into the homeland promptly if the situation arises. Then they should occupy the mountains of various regions in North and South Hamgyong provinces, North and South Pyongan provinces, Kangwon province and Hwanghae province. Establishing contacts with the local leadership cadres we have already trained, we should enroll many patriotic youths, including those who have escaped conscription and forced labor and are wandering about in the mountains in quest of our units, and we should arm and train them in preparation for an impending decisive battle. To this end, we should form the main units beforehand according to the regions, organize the reserve units and prepare necessary weapons. We have ample opportunity to arm the revolutionary people at home, in case of emergency. There is a considerable stock of arms seized from the enemy in the past period and we have every 224 possibility of capturing their weapons and arming many more people when the great event takes place. Therefore, it is quite possible to arm our rapidly increasing ranks, as over 10 years of combat experience shows. Meanwhile, we should see to it that some of our units set up new guerrilla bases in eastern and southern Manchuria and further escalate the armed struggle so as to hold in check the Kwantung Army of Japan and assist the main units that may operate in the homeland. We have already trained our own leading cadres to liberate the country. We have not only commanding officers with combat skills and rich experience in military and political activities obtained during fierce battles and in different circumstances for 10-odd years, but also political workers possessed with the excellent art of leadership and revolutionary work method whereby they are united as one with the people, to organize and lead them. These revolutionary leading cadres are, indeed, a priceless treasure of the Korean Revolution. If we form the whole nation into a combat unit with them as a framework in time of need and launch a decisive battle against the Japanese imperialists, we shall be able to defeat these burglars. Third, the entire force of commanding officers and soldiers of the KPRA should have everything in full readiness politically and militarily in order to meet the great event of national liberation. Victory in the revolutionary struggle depends largely on the political and ideological preparedness of the participants and mainly on the political and theoretical level and the art of leadership of the commanding officers who organize and lead the struggle. However, even though the situation is favorable and the conditions are mature, these commanding officers will never lead the masses to victory without correct strategy and tactics and scientific leadership based on accurate judgment of the balance of forces between friend and foe. Therefore, in order to meet the great event in readiness, it is most important for us, the leading personnel of the revolution, to firmly arm ourselves with Marxist-Leninist revolutionary theory and possess 225. Correct strategy and tactics and the refined art of leadership. This is a pressing issue that arises before us not only to win a decisive battle for national liberation but also to build a new country after defeating the Japanese imperialists and thus liberating the homeland. Our task does not come to an end with national liberation. We should build a people's state in our liberated homeland and make it rich, mighty and independent. If we are ignorant of the revolutionary theories and the practical problems of state building, we shall never carry out this honorable task successfully. So the members of the KPRA should study more than ever before to raise their political and theoretical level. All the commanding officers and soldiers should, first of all, study more profoundly the strategic and tactical lines of the Korean Revolution and be well informed about Korea including its history and geography. Also, they should raise their military technique to a higher level. All of them are national treasures, who have gained rich fighting experience in the fierce flames of guerrilla warfare for more than 10 years. But guerrilla warfare alone will not win the coming decisive battle against the thieving Japanese imperialists. We shall have to have a showdown with the strong Japanese army equipped with modern military techniques. Accordingly, if we fail in the application of various modern tactics, offensive, landing and airborne operations, we cannot expect a successful battle with the aggressive troops of Japanese imperialism. Therefore, we must combine up-to-date military techniques with our wealthy experience of guerrilla warfare, and modern tactics with the swift and peerless guerrilla tactics, and then annihilate the enemy, overwhelming them by strategy and tactics. For this purpose, it is essential for us to study and master the offensive and defensive tactics of a regular army and intensify tactical training, practicing modern tactics such as amphibious and airborne operations. It is, of course, not an easy job to finish in a short span of time the 226 political and theoretical studies and the military studies equivalent to the several years courses of study in a regular college and military academy. However, we are not mere students going to school but revolutionary fighters carrying on the bloody revolutionary struggle. Our study is not a private affair for improving merely our own qualifications. It is our duty as those responsible for national liberation and the future destiny of the country, a militant task assigned to us by the beloved motherland and the revolution. Revolutionaries are iron-willed people who can do anything if necessary for the revolution. We are revolutionary fighters who have overcome all difficulties and ordeals and won one victory after another by displaying the lofty revolutionary spirit of self-reliance in any adversity whenever the revolution demanded. The present commanding officers must be prepared to command tens of thousands of officers and soldiers in the several higher ranks in future, and the present soldiers must be determined to become political or military cadres capable of commanding thousands of troops. You comrades must study for the day when the dreams of the comrades in arms fallen in the sacred struggle for national liberation, so longing for the future homeland, the people's country and the future society of socialism and communism, will have come true. If we study and train in a revolutionary and militant way with great stamina and mental attitude becoming revolutionaries, we can surely master any difficult theories and techniques in a short span of time. The dark clouded homeland and people are anxiously waiting for us, and the acute situation is urging us forward. Let us meet the great event of national liberation in full readiness by studying and training hard with all our efforts. 227. On founding the party, state, and armed forces in the liberated homeland. Speech delivered to military and political cadres August 20, 1945. Comrades. In consequence of the victory won by the anti-fascist democratic forces in the Second World War, the aggressive army of the Japanese imperialists was routed, and our people have realized their historic cause of national liberation. This great victory is associated with the precious blood shed by hundreds of thousands of the fine sons and daughters of Korea. They fought bravely in the arduous struggle against the Japanese imperialist aggressors to restore the country, to bring freedom and happiness to the people, and to build a paradise of socialism and communism in the country, free from all exploitation and oppression. Our people have finally succeeded in putting an end to nearly half a century of Japanese imperialist colonial rule. They have won their freedom and liberation. A bright future awaits them. They have now the possibility of building a new, independent, and prosperous Korea. With the accomplishment of the historic cause of national liberation, we are now faced with a fresh struggle. We must continue to advance the Korean Revolution on the basis of our triumphant success, and through our own efforts to build a prosperous, independent, and sovereign state. What must be done to carry out this enormous task? 228. First of all, we must found a Marxist-Leninist party which will be able to guide the Korean Revolution steadily to victory. At the same time, we must set up a people's government to solve the question of power, the fundamental question in the revolution, and organize the people's armed forces which will defend our country, people, and revolutionary gains. These three immediate tasks are a revolutionary duty brooking no delay in the revolution's rapid advance in our liberated homeland. We must push ahead dynamically with the founding of a party, state, and army, relying on the invaluable revolutionary achievements and rich experience gained during the anti-Japanese armed struggle. Thus we will, without doubt, fulfill the historic task of building a new Korea creditably. 1. At the present stage, the most important and historic task facing the Korean Communists is that of founding a Korean Communist Party, which will be the general staff of the Korean Revolution and the vanguard detachment of the working class. Without a revolutionary working class party, a general staff of revolution, we will not be able to rally the working people and broad sections of other democratic forces around the revolution. We will also be unable to successfully set up a people's government or form the people's armed forces by organizing and mobilizing the masses. We have already laid the foundations of a unified Marxist-Leninist party in our country. At the height of the anti-Japanese armed struggle, we fought fierce battles to frustrate the conspiratorial maneuvers and subversive activities of internal and external enemies of all colors. Thus, we surmounted the fundamental weaknesses manifested in the early years of the Korean Communist movement. 229. And laid a firm organizational and ideological groundwork for the founding of a party. In the first place, we prepared new communist core elements, who were tried and tested in the practice of the grim revolutionary struggle, enough for us to lay solid foundations today for building our party. In the early 1930s, when the destiny of our nation was at stake, our finest sons and daughters took up arms for the country's liberation and the people's honor, fighting indefatigably for 15 years. They grew to be ardent revolutionaries, dependable core communists, during this period of gory struggle. We, communists, who grew up in the flames of the anti-Japanese armed struggle, are the staunchest of all revolutionaries. We not only overcame factionalism completely, that cancer of our communist movement of the 1920s, but also armed ourselves with the progressive ideas and theories of Marxism-Leninism. We fought all adversities fiercely, unhesitatingly offering our youth and lives to implement the correct line for the Korean Revolution. That is why we have enjoyed the absolute support and love of the masses, and their great hope rests on us. We, communist core elements, who were tested and trained in actual revolutionary struggle and enjoy the people's unreserved support and love, must now serve as the main force and organizational backbone in the founding of a Marxist-Leninist party in our liberated homeland. During the anti-Japanese armed struggle, the factionalist sycophants and the narrow-minded national chauvinists maneuvered feverishly to undermine the revolutionary ranks from within, taking advantage of the Japanese imperialists' conspiratorial machinations. We got the better of their counter-revolutionary plots and subversive activities opportunely, and closely united the revolutionary ranks with one idea and will, ensuring the Marxist-Leninist purity of the communist ranks. This provides our future party with an important guarantee to promptly expose and crush any factional activities or subversive end. 230. Sabotaging maneuvers on the part of all kinds of class enemies and opportunists. It also ensures that the party will unyieldingly defend the unity and cohesion of the ideology and will of its ranks, the lifeblood of a Marxist-Leninist party. Moreover, we established a firm mass foundation for the founding of a party. To do this, we patiently conducted political work among the country's workers, peasants, and many other working people during the anti-Japanese armed struggle, despite the Japanese imperialists' rigid surveillance and brutal suppression. This was effective in arming them with revolutionary working-class ideas and training them through actual mass struggles against Japanese imperialism. We can thus have complete faith in the development of our party, as the true defender and representative of the Korean people's interests. It will develop on a sound basis, having struck deep roots among the working masses and maintaining kindred ties with the people. In this way our party will now be founded not on sand but on the foundations of the organizational and ideological preparations made during the long and hard-fought anti-Japanese armed struggle. However, we must never rest content on these assets. Our struggle to found, consolidate, and develop the party in the liberated homeland will no doubt face just as difficult and complicated problems as those we previously had to tackle during the organizational and ideological preparations for its founding. The vast majority of our workers are not fully prepared either organizationally or ideologically to be the leading class, because they have not had the organizational training and ideological education conducted by their revolutionary vanguard. In addition, because of nearly half a century of Japanese imperialist colonial rule, our workers, peasants, and other strata of the people are still considerably infected with all sorts of obsolete ideas implanted by the Japanese imperialists. What is worse, the absurd calumnies and slanders and demagogy amassed by the Japanese imperialists and their lackeys against the Korean communists made many of our people distrust. 231. Communism and prejudiced them against it. This will be a great obstacle in the path of our party's endeavors to fundamentally establish itself among the majority of the working masses, to win their support and trust, and to strengthen itself organizationally and ideologically in close contact with them. We must also expect that the factionalists and the renegades of the revolution who, eager for hegemony, were engrossed in their factional strife, finally destroying the Korean Revolution, will disguise themselves again as revolutionaries and try to deceive and toy with our honest working masses. What is more, the U.S. imperialist armed forces of aggression will be stationed in the southern half of the country, south of the 38th parallel. Taking all this into consideration, there will be many difficulties to overcome in our future activities. It is in this context that we must found a party, establish a people's government and carry out an anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution and thus build a prosperous, independent, and sovereign state. How then can a Marxist-Leninist party be built in our country? We must first found the Korean Communist Party, a unified working-class party, as soon as possible. This will center around the core of communists fostered and tempered in the grim anti-Japanese armed struggle. It is true that some of the communists who worked at home may still lack organizational training and may still feel the ideological aftereffects of the factionalists. But we have a reliable core detachment prepared for the Korean Revolution, a detachment born and bred in the long armed struggle. If we put all our trust in them and work broad-mindedly with them, they will take the correct path of revolution. Only in this way will we be able to prevent a split in our communist ranks, to defend the unity and cohesion of the revolutionary ranks, and to rally the working class and broad sections of other revolutionary forces closely around the party. The Korean Communist Party must in no way be an organization for only a few. It must be a mass political party which is deeply rooted among the workers, peasants, and other working masses. It 232 must be an experienced general staff of the revolution which organizes and leads the building of a new Korea. Therefore, we must rapidly expand the party ranks with excellent people from among the workers, peasants, and progressive intellectuals. They will devote their efforts in the interests of the working masses and will play a positive, vanguard role in the setting up of a democratic, independent, and sovereign state. Furthermore, on the basis of the organizational principle of a Marxist-Leninist party, we must ensure the identity of the ideology, purpose, and action of all our members. There must be no factions. We will arm all party members with Marxist-Leninist ideology and theory, establish voluntary iron discipline and hold fast to the principle of democratic centralism. In forming party organizations we must particularly preserve strict revolutionary vigilance against the subversive machinations and factional activities of political speculators and factionalists. We must expose them promptly and smash them. We must firmly prepare cadres of our party politically and ideologically, so that it may fulfill its mission and role as the general staff of the Korean Revolution. They are its nucleus. They will be the most influential force in determining the destiny of the Korean Revolution. Unless we organize and steadily expand the communist ranks of fine political cadres, we cannot raise the party's leadership role. Nor will we be able to repulse all our enemies within and without, or successfully build a prosperous, independent, and sovereign state. Therefore, our urgent task is to found the party and, at the same time, develop well-qualified party cadres who are armed with Marxist-Leninist ideology and theory and capable of defending and implementing the party's lines and policies. Therefore, we must start by setting up a training center for party cadres. If our party is to rally the broad masses around itself and fix its position of leadership, we must also set up mass organizations for different trades and strata. Without maintaining kindred ties with the broad masses, the party cannot become a genuine revolutionary. 233. Organization. It cannot play its part as the vanguard of the working class without their protection and support. The vital question of whether we win the masses over to the party and the revolution or not is decisive of the destiny of the party and the outcome of the revolution. Therefore, revolutionary organizational activity should always begin with mass organizational and political work. Even in the gloomiest period of the Japanese imperialist colonial rule we sowed the seeds of revolution among the people. We tended the seeds carefully despite all our difficulties and saw them bear fruit. We relied on the strength of the masses and led the revolution to victory. In other words, the leading core forces of the Korean Communists were also born out of the organized masses and developed with active support and protection of the people. Hence, the formation of mass organizations, the transmission belts that link the party with the masses, will be of great significance. They will help to consolidate and develop the party organizationally and ideologically, building up the revolutionary forces and enhancing its leadership role. In instituting mass organizations, we must, above all, organize the youth, the reserve forces of the party and the future of the revolution. A problem vital to in our country's destiny is to rally the youth around the party, the youth who are masters of a new society and who can be depended upon to build a wealthy, strong country. That is why we quickly marked their mission and role in the development of the revolutionary movement and paid serious attention to youth work throughout our armed struggle. Both the preparations of the organizational nucleus for the building of the party and the founding and reinforcement of the anti-Japanese People's Guerrilla Army were begun with the activities of the Young Communist League. We trained many youths as devoted revolutionary fighters by intensifying the work of the YCL and other youth organizations. On the basis of this experience we must now unite the broad young masses, such as young workers, peasants, and students, into a democratic youth organization to form an organized political. 234. Detachment. We must develop it into a vanguard which will fight heroically in the fore of the struggle to build a new country, into invincible, iron-disciplined revolutionary ranks. To unite and organize the women, who account for half of the entire membership of our society, is important in expanding and strengthening the revolutionary forces and accelerating the construction of a new, prosperous state. From experience gained in women's activities during the anti-Japanese armed struggle, we know we must organize a women's union that would embrace the broad sections of working women in conformity with the specific conditions of our country and the demands of the new situation. The revolutionary consciousness of our women is very high, as they were subjects of multiple maltreatment and repression under the barbarous colonial rule of Japanese imperialism and the shackles of feudalism. During the anti-Japanese armed struggle, the fine working women of Korea, in particular, fought as courageously as the men for the country's liberation and the people's honor, and for their social emancipation and freedom. The women revolutionaries, who were firmly armed with a communist world outlook and matured in strenuous ordeals, took up weapons and fought heroically, negotiating the rugged snow-covered mountains. Even the forests of bayonets behind enemy lines, the cruel tortures or the gallows did not daunt them. They held fast to their revolutionary principles and defended the honor of communists. We must carry forward this brilliant tradition of our resourceful and brave women fighters, so that all our women would play an important role in the setting up of a new country. We must also promote the formation of trade unions when building mass organizations. The role of the working class is very important in the construction of a new Korea. It must always take the lead, both in defending the revolutionary gains against subversive and sabotaging maneuvers of all enemies within and without, and in building a prosperous, independent, and sovereign state. It should. 235. Guide the masses by setting a practical example. To do this we have to unite the workers into trade unions as fast as we can, and give them organizational and ideological training, enabling the working class to fulfill its historic mission of building a new, democratic Korea with honor. To rally and organize the peasants, who account for over 80% of our population, and rouse them to the revolutionary struggle is now one of the most important tasks before our communists. Our peasants lived a subhuman life, far behind modern civilization because of the Japanese imperialists' predatory colonial policy in our countryside, and their obscurantist policy towards our nation. The sagacious Korean people with their 5,000-year-long history have a brilliant civilization of their own. They must develop it and join the advanced countries of the world in all the spheres of politics, the economy, and culture as soon as possible. Before this can happen we must fully emancipate the peasants, who form the major part of our population, but who are the most backward, from the ideological remnants of Japanese imperialism and feudal customs. It is vital that we raise their class awareness and educate them in patriotism and collectivism, so that they will be the main force in the construction of a new country, together with the working class. To do this we must form peasants' unions and unite all of them firmly within them. 2. The fundamental question in the revolution is that of power. We communists, true patriots of Korea, and the revolutionary people organized and waged the protracted anti-Japanese armed struggle to destroy Japanese imperialism, establish a genuine people's government in the liberated homeland and build a new, prosperous Korea. In the days of fierce and bloody battles we endured all. 236. Hardships, without fear of death, in order to establish the government which would bring freedom and happiness to the people in our liberated country. Our dream to build a prosperous, independent, and sovereign state, which would be governed by the people, came true at last when we accomplished our sacred task of national liberation. So, what kind of government should we set up in the liberated homeland? The barbarous colonial rule of Japanese imperialism hampered the development of capitalism in our country. It remained for long a colonial semi-feudal society. That is why the Korean people are still confronted with the task of carrying out an anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution. As far as the question of power is concerned, in the light of the character and goal of our revolution at the present stage, we should found a democratic people's republic that would represent the interests of all the Korean people. The democratic people's republic must be founded by the Koreans themselves. The Korean people are capable of setting up their own government and we have rich experience in organizing people's power. In the early days of the anti-Japanese armed struggle, we shattered the leftist line of the factionalist sycophants on settling for a Soviet power and set up a people's revolutionary government, a true people's power, in the guerrilla bases or liberated areas. We stipulated the need for setting up a people's government in Article I of the Program of the Association for the Restoration of the Fatherland and fought for a long time for its realization. If we now draw on this experience and maintain and implement the line of establishing a people's government, we will succeed in setting up a people's government of a new type in the liberated country. To build the democratic People's Republic we must first, under the leadership of the working class, form a democratic national united front embracing various strata of the democratic forces, such as the broad masses of peasants, intellectuals, and conscientious native. 237. Capitalists. We will set up a people's government on this basis. Ours is a united front to build the democratic People's Republic, so it must include the patriotic, democratic forces of all spheres and levels, workers and peasants who are the real masters of the country, working intellectuals, urban petty bourgeoisie, and conscientious native capitalists, who want to build a democratic, sovereign state, and we must see to it that no reactionary forces, such as pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation, infiltrate this front. Furthermore, we must build up a people's government around a selected core of fine patriots who will work devotedly for the country and people. We will ensure that our people's government, under the leadership of the working class party, rallies the workers, peasants, and all other patriotic, democratic forces affiliated with the Democratic National United Front around itself as closely as possible. It should isolate all counter-revolutionary forces, such as the pro-Japanese elements, traitors to the nation, reactionary landlords, and comprador capitalists, and serve as a powerful weapon in the class struggle against them. In setting up a government, we communists should neither take a passive stand nor act in a conservative way. In forming a democratic national united front or establishing a people's government, the communists must always take the initiative and play an active leadership role as front rankers and organizers leading various sections of the masses. We cannot neglect, even in the slightest, the work of establishing power in our homeland, liberated at the cost of the precious blood of our revolutionary comrades in arms. Neglect would amount to a betrayal of the wishes of our dead comrades and the long-cherished national aspiration of the Korean people. Therefore, we must do everything in our power to set up a people's government, as early as possible in our land of 3000 RI, where darkness prevailed for nearly half a century. This government will be a banner of freedom and liberation for our people and will open up the road ahead to prosperity for the motherland and the well-being of future generations. 238. The struggle for the establishment of power is a class struggle, a serious question of who will conquer whom. We must keep in mind that some will take advantage of the complicated situation created in the liberated homeland. The factionalists, who destroyed the revolution wearing the masks of communists, the nationalists who degenerated into the servants of Japanese imperialism, and even the pro-Japanese agents, will make frantic efforts to seize power and satisfy their brazen political ambitions disguising themselves as patriots. Therefore, we must keep a sharp revolutionary vigilance and expose and smash every attempt by the enemy to conspire and subvert. What then is the program of action for the people's government at the present stage? It is as follows: 1. To form a democratic national united front embracing all the patriotic, democratic forces of our country, such as the workers, peasants, progressive intellectuals, conscientious native capitalists and conscientious men of religion, and, on this basis, to establish a democratic People's Republic. 2. To ensure freedom of speech, the press, assembly, association, and religious belief, and guarantee citizens over 18 years of age of both sexes the right to elect and to be elected. 3. To confiscate and nationalize all the factories, enterprises, railways, banks, ships, farms, irrigation facilities, and all the properties owned by the Japanese imperialists, pro-Japanese Koreans and traitors to the nation. 4. To confiscate the land of the Japanese nationals and reactionary pro-Japanese Korean landlords and distribute it gratis to the landless or near-landless peasants. 5. To liquidate completely the remnants of Japanese imperialism and all the elements left by it. 6. To introduce an 8-hour workday and a minimum wage system to ensure the workers' living and provide the unemployed with jobs. 7. To make sure that men in both the cultural and technical spheres 239 are well treated in public life and their living conditions improved. 8. To revitalize the time-honored, brilliant national culture of the Korean people, develop our spoken and written language and introduce a system of compulsory education gradually. 9. To enforce a progressive income tax system based on the incomes and living standards of the people. 10. To abolish the financial agencies of Japanese imperialism and cancel all its usuries and credits. 11. To establish equality of the sexes in all spheres of political, economic, and cultural life and pay equal wages for work of equal value. 12. To prohibit infringement upon human rights and any type of inhumane punishment. 13. To promote friendship with peoples and states that have dealings with the liberated Korean people and our independent country on an equal footing. 3. For our country to become a fully sovereign state, we must organize our own powerful national army capable of defending the country and people and safeguarding the gains made in the revolution. A country without its own national army can hardly be called a fully sovereign state. We never had a powerful national army of our own. This was one of the main reasons why our country was occupied by the Japanese imperialist aggressors. In the past, the feudal rulers of the Ri dynasty kept some armed forces merely to repress the people, but they were powerless and insignificant. It was impossible with these forces to repel the Japanese imperialist regular army of aggression equipped with modern weapons. 240. If we do not form a powerful revolutionary army simultaneously with the establishment of a people's government in the liberated homeland, we will not be able to safeguard the revolutionary gains won at the cost of our blood against the armed invasion of foreign imperialists. We will again suffer the bitter experiences of a ruined nation. At present, our country is in an extremely complex situation. Though the Japanese imperialists were defeated, it is reported that the armed forces of U.S. imperialism are to occupy Korea south of the 38th parallel. Of course, the U.S. imperialists formally sided with the Allies in fighting against the Japanese, German and Italian fascists in the Second World War and directly participated in the war against Japan. But we well know how the United States came into being and has expanded. U.S. imperialism began to stretch its aggressive tentacles to our country towards the end of the 19th century. In 1905 it helped the Japanese imperialists to occupy Korea through the conclusion of a secret agreement between Katsura and Taft. The aggressive army of U.S. imperialism, which has long been looking out for a chance to invade our country, is going to be stationed in the southern half of Korea. This political situation demands a sharpening of our revolutionary vigilance. It also poses as a most urgent task to organize a powerful national army of our own to defend the country and people against foreign imperialist aggressors. We must form a revolutionary regular army through our own efforts, whatever the obstacles. We have solid assets for the formation of a revolutionary regular army. In the gloomiest days of Japanese imperialist colonial rule, the Korean Communists organized the Korean People's Revolutionary Army, the first revolutionary people's armed force in our country, consisting of advanced workers, peasants, and patriotic youth. The members of the KPRA united as one man and fought courageously for the liberation of the homeland and the honor of the nation. Through the trying ordeals of the 15-year-long anti-Japanese armed struggle for national independence and social emancipation, the 241 KPRA matured, to become an army of invincible iron ranks, an army of cadres, prepared politically and militarily. This means that firm foundations have already been laid for us, so that we can immediately form our revolutionary regular armed forces. We must organize a revolutionary army with the sons and daughters of the workers, peasants, and other working people around the revolutionary fighters who have gained experience in the trials of the anti-Japanese armed struggle. In building up these new armed forces, we must instill in our soldiers a fervent love for their country and people, a burning hatred for the enemy, a revolutionary spirit to overcome all hardships and to stand on their own feet. They must also know about the traditions of unity between officers and men and between the army and the people, revolutionary comradeship, the popular style of work, voluntary military discipline and a revolutionary way of life. All these were characteristics of the personnel of the KPRA during the anti-Japanese armed struggle. The foundation of the revolutionary armed forces is a very important problem decisive to the destinies of the state and people. We who are the cadres forming the leading corps, must participate directly and take the initiative in this work. We must do all we can to organize a revolutionary regular army, invincible people's armed forces thoroughly equipped with Marxist-Leninist ideology, as soon as possible in the liberated homeland. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Comrades. It depends largely on our role as the leading corps of communists whether the three major tasks, those of founding the party, state, and armed forces, in the liberated country are successfully carried out or not. In order to satisfactorily carry out these tasks we must first educate the workers and peasants and all other sections of the broad patriotic 242 forces and unite them firmly on the side of the revolution. We must actively organize and mobilize the masses of the people, whose political enthusiasm has increased with the joy of liberation, in our efforts to build the nation. Only on the basis of this work and with the active support and participation of the broad masses of the people will it be possible to accomplish these three major tasks. True, our struggle to realize these tasks will probably encounter numerous unforeseen difficulties and obstacles, and we will have to tackle many complex problems. But we communists do not fear difficulties. We are revolutionary optimists who believe in final victory under any adversity. We have the revolutionary trait of carrying through our tasks to the end, no matter how difficult they may be. In the days of the grim anti-Japanese armed struggle we fought solely for the independence of the country and the liberation of the people, and we were undaunted by hardships and death, or eating and sleeping in the open air. If we work with the same indomitable spirit, we will be able to carry out any difficult task successfully. We communists do not look to revolution for attaining any high rank, individual fame, or career or wealth or pomp. We are fighting for the independence and sovereignty of the country and the freedom and happiness of the people. We are fighting for socialism and communism. Whatever work we may do and wherever we may do it, the question of rank or status must be irrelevant to us. We must conscientiously carry out our assignments, regarding them honorable. We must single-heartedly dedicate all our energy and talents to the interests of the country and people, to the interests of the revolution. We must work, believing in and relying on the strength of the masses at all times and at all places. To do this we must go right among the people and teach them, and also try to learn from them. We will have to understand and satisfy their demands and wishes without hesitation and share life and death, the sweet and the bitter with them, thus winning their support and trust. We have much more to learn in order to found the party. 243. Government and People's Armed Forces. We cannot succeed in these tasks with revolutionary zeal alone. We must prepare thoroughly, politically, theoretically, and practically. To this end, we must patiently study the advanced ideology and theory of Marxism-Leninism and make a deep study of the experiences of the Soviet Union, an advanced state, while at the same time, accumulating experience after experience in the course of our actual work. True, it cannot be said that we are young when the experience we have gained in our revolutionary activities is considered. But no matter how long an experience we have in revolution, if we do not constantly prepare and train ourselves politically, we will become arrogant and indolent and fall behind advancing reality. We will thus be unable to play our part as revolutionary cadres and will become stragglers in the revolution. Therefore, we must seek and remedy defects in actual revolutionary work at every opportunity, strengthen comradely criticism and self-criticism, checking ourselves regularly. We will thus constantly prepare and train ourselves politically. Not only must we take the utmost care to advance in the right direction, but we must try energetically to prevent the emergence of careerists and bureaucrats among the cadres of a new Korea who will be engaged in all spheres of party and state activity. Experience has shown that careerists ultimately degenerate into factionalists. We must also nip any negative elements in the bud, such as arrogance, bureaucratism, subjectivism, and liberalism. We must mercilessly combat all leftovers of Japanese imperialism. In this way we will found our Communist Party, the vanguard detachment of the working class, and develop it into a powerful Marxist-Leninist party as early as possible. We must push forward steadily the establishment of a people's government, and the forming of the revolutionary regular armed forces with all the power we have. 244. The building of a new Korea. And the immediate tasks of communists. Talk to the political workers to be dispatched to local areas September 20, 1945. I would like to speak about some tasks you must tackle in the local areas. In the past we waged a fierce anti-Japanese armed struggle to liberate the country, but today we must do everything in our power to build a new Korea. In order to promote the building of the country and carry out the Korean Revolution successfully, it is necessary to found a party and establish state power and to build the economy and culture by mobilizing the broad masses of the people. If we are to carry this historic task out in the right way, we should go among the masses of people, first and foremost, and prepare conscientiously for its fulfillment. This is precisely the urgent task we have to tackle at the present moment. We decided to dispatch you to different localities for the realization of this immediate task. You should be fully conscious of your responsible duty and work in the local areas in a manner befitting revolutionaries. Above all, you must show the masses of the people the right road for Korea to take. Our people, who have greeted the liberation after groaning under 245. The protracted colonial rule of Japanese imperialism, are now highly elated and bursting with enthusiasm to build up the country. But they are at a loss which road to take and what to do. Only when they know the road Korea should take, will they be able to work industriously to build a new country with bright prospects, and to ensure success in this endeavor. Individuals representing various elements have now sprung up everywhere and, calling themselves revolutionaries and patriots, insist on their own respective doctrines and assertions and argue about the road Korea should choose. Some cry that the feudal system should be revived in Korea, while others advocate for a bourgeois system. Still others claim that our country should immediately take the socialist road. All these are erroneous assertions that contradict the realities of Korea and the demands of our people. As we have already said, our country is now at a stage of anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution. Therefore, we must follow the course of liquidating the survivals of Japanese imperialism and feudalism and of building a genuine democratic society. This is exactly the path the realities of our country demand and what the masses of the people desire. This road alone can enable our people to win the complete independence of the country, to build a prosperous, democratic, independent, and sovereign state, and to enjoy genuine freedom, rights, and happiness, and thus ensure the prosperity of our nation. You should unremittingly explain and propagate our policy for nation building among the masses. You should do this by rousing the advanced elements to activity and setting various mass media in motion including newspapers, so that they, fully aware of the right road for Korea to follow, will forge ahead vigorously along it. One of the important tasks facing us today is to be fully prepared to cope with any unexpected state of affairs. At present the U.S. troops in South Korea, the forces of an imperialist state that landed there, are enforcing a military administration and, under their patronage, the pro-Japanese elements. 246. And traitors to the nation are gradually bringing their anti-popular machinations into the open. The situation in the liberated country is very changeable and no one knows what will take place and when. That is why we must make thoroughgoing preparations to cope with any unforeseen event that might occur. Only then will we be able to defend the great victory of the country's liberation won through our long drawn-out sanguinary struggle and succeed in the great cause of nation building. In order to be prepared for any unexpected event, we should solidly build up bases in such mountainous areas as Kangai, Hwakan, Haisan, and Konma on which we could rely to fight in case of emergency. Experience gained in the anti-Japanese armed struggle shows us that it is very important to build up good bases on which we can depend in emergencies. Those of you who are being sent out to local areas must correctly understand the purpose and significance of building such bases and stint no effort in this work. You should organize many paramilitary corps and self-defense corps in the local regions, made up of fine youths, and educate and train them fully. Besides, adequate military supplies, consisting of food, clothes, weapons, and such like, have to be kept in store. You must intensify the political education of the people and pay special attention to laying a solid mass foundation we can rely upon to fight, in case an unfavorable situation arises. Preparations for founding a revolutionary party of the working class should be promoted actively. The present-day reality of our country urgently demands that a Marxist-Leninist party, the general staff of the revolution, be founded at the earliest possible date. Without a revolutionary working class party we cannot unite the masses of the people and mobilize them actively for the country's construction, nor can we carry out our revolution successfully. Its organizations should be set up in all areas for the founding of such a party. At present, Communist Party organizations have come 247 into being in some localities, but in general it cannot be said that the work of creating party organizations is proceeding well. You should delve thoroughly into the existing party organizations and consolidate them and, at the same time, do all you can to form new ones where necessary. We must be careful about enrolling new members when forming party organizations, and increasing their ranks. We should admit a large number of advanced elements to the party from among the workers, poor peasants, and farm hands, but we should not lay too much stress on the level of education of those eligible for membership. Since our workers and peasants could not afford to study in the past no matter how eagerly they wanted to, the level of their education cannot be high. It will not do, however, to consider them unqualified to join the party. The point is not the level of education but ideology. We should enlist in the party anyone who is regarded as steadfast in his way of thinking and is ready to share life and death with us in the same revolutionary ranks, even though his education is rather low. You should go among the working masses, get to know them and make a list of those workers, poor peasants, and farm hands who are strenuously striving to build a new country and admit many of them into the party to increase its membership as quickly as possible. What we should pay attention to in recruiting party members is to prevent alien elements from worming themselves into party ranks. We should not forget that all kinds of alien elements, including agents of the Japanese imperialists, seek to worm their way into the party ranks. You must keep your vigilance sharp and accept party members with care to fully ensure the purity of party ranks. Another important thing in preparing to found a revolutionary party is to foster its hardcore. Only when there are many hardcore elements can we educate large numbers of members who would join its ranks to be true revolutionaries after the party is established in the future, and also can work efficiently to strengthen it. Therefore, you should earnestly 248. Strive to rear such a hardcore. You should steadily enlarge the ranks of core elements by training them in a way that you understand and choose activists from the working masses and educate them tirelessly, testing and steeling them in the process of nation building. The ranks of cadres of party organizations should be firmly built up with core elements. According to our basic study, we cannot say that the cadre ranks of the party organizations now active in localities are built up well. Without building up the ranks of cadres properly, it is impossible to strengthen party organizations and enhance their role. Good people should be appointed to leading positions in the party organizations to be newly formed and, at the same time, alien elements and political speculators must be thoroughly purged from the ranks of cadres of existing party organizations and the vacancies filled with core elements. Further, efforts must be devoted to forming local government bodies and to reinforcing them. Only when a genuine people's power is established can we use it as a weapon to smash all maneuvers of the enemy to atoms, transform society on a democratic foundation and achieve the victory of the revolution. People's committees are being set up on the people's initiative in some local areas now, but they have not been organized as yet in many localities. You must try to set up organs of people's power in all areas as soon as you can and enhance their role. In this way you will lay a solid foundation for the establishment of a democratic central government. What is important in setting up organs of people's power is to satisfactorily build up the ranks of their functionaries. People's committees are essentially different from the former provincial or county administration offices of Japanese imperialist rule. They are government bodies serving the interests of the masses of the people. It should be vouched for, therefore, that real servants of the people, who enjoy the confidence of the masses and can work devotedly for them, are assigned to work in these bodies. 249. Along with this, it is important for functionaries of the organs of people's power to develop a proper style of work. If those on the people's committees work by shouting at the people and ordering them about like government officials of Japanese imperialism, they will not receive the support of the masses and will in the end be unable to enhance the role of the organs of people's power. You should educate these functionaries untiringly to attain a proper style of work and show them a living example of this. You should thus make certain that they acquire a truly popular style of work, always counting on the strength of the masses of the people, going among them and heeding to what they say, and sharing life and death, joys and sorrows with them. One important question that we must pay our attention to at present is to set right the confused social order and to creditably defend the security of the people. The current situation in our country is very complicated and the social order is in a state of turmoil. Taking advantage of this, Japanese imperialists, henchmen and other reactionaries, hiding among the masses, resort to every available intrigue to obstruct the building of a new country. The pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation are becoming increasingly active in their maneuverings, particularly after U.S. troops landed in South Korea. In these circumstances we must increase our vigilance and struggle tenaciously to smash the machinations of the reactionaries, including the pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation. In order to frustrate all the moves of the reactionaries, ensure success in nation building and reliably safeguard the security of the people, the power of the broad masses should be enlisted and, at the same time, people's security organizations should be formed. You must set up people's security organizations in the local areas, including security forces composed of stalwart youths in keeping with the actual conditions there. In this way, you will maintain social order and fully safeguard the successes achieved in nation building, as well as the lives and property of the people from enemy encroachment. 250. Next in importance is that we must strive for the rehabilitation and readjustment of the ruined industries and for the stabilization of the people's living standards. After their defeat, the Japanese imperialists totally destroyed our factories, mines, railways, and power stations when fleeing, so that the factories and enterprises are not operating now. This cannot but be a great disaster to our newly liberated people. But we must not be disheartened or depressed. Under all circumstances we must rebuild and operate the wrecked factories and enterprises by our own forces, thereby consolidating the economic foundation of the country. You should begin by taking possession of the industrial establishments formerly owned by the Japanese imperialists and by rebuilding and readjusting the dilapidated ones. And you must see to it that as soon as they are reconstructed and readjusted, they are commissioned to start production. In restoring and managing factories and enterprises, you possibly could suffer a shortage of manpower. The workers, therefore, must be provided with the necessary conditions to prevent them from leaving the factories and enterprises, and help settling down to their jobs. Besides, the workers should be properly educated. They should clearly understand that although in the past they worked for the Japanese imperialists and capitalists, they are now working for the country and the people and for themselves as the masters of the country and factories. Thus, they will be encouraged to make every effort to rebuild and run industrial establishments with an attitude worthy of masters. You should pay close attention especially to the question of the people's living. While the social order is chaotic and the country's economy is not managed as it should be, the people have a very hard life. Factories and enterprises should be swiftly reconstructed and put into operation to do away with unemployment and to stabilize the workers' lives. On the other hand, all manner of practices detrimental to the stabilization of the people's living should be resolutely combated. Simultaneously, measures should be taken to solve the 251 food problem, and work should be organized to rearrange the former property of the enemy and distribute among the people what they need. Another thing you have to do in the local areas is to have educational institutions rebuilt, readjusted, and operating. We should strive to completely eliminate the remnants of the colonial enslavement education system of Japanese imperialism and create a people-oriented and democratic education system. For the time being we must select and assign teachers and rebuild and readjust educational establishments so that school management would be normalized to teach our spoken and written language to the children and youth. We must not remain indifferent to education, putting off or underestimating it. It is, after all, for the good of the rising generation that we communists are engaged in the revolution, isn't it? Bearing in mind that teaching is a worthy and honorable job to train the pillars for the country who will shoulder its future, you must endeavor to ensure its success. To continue, you should wage an energetic struggle to eradicate the survivals of Japanese imperialist ideas and feudal customs. The enthusiasm of the masses for nation building cannot be increased nor can a new, democratic Korea be built without doing away with these survivals and customs. You must awaken the masses and rally them to the struggle against the remnants of Japanese imperialist ideas and feudal customs. Specifically, the young people, who are so sensitive to what is new and have a strong sense of justice, should be made to take an active part in this struggle. At the same time, education should be strengthened to arm the people with patriotic and democratic ideas. Thus, colonial servility and old feudalistic conceptions will be erased thoroughly among the masses, and all will engage in building a new life with lofty national pride and a new, democratic spirit. To carry out our historic cause of nation building successfully at present, we must firmly unite the broad sections of the people. 252. Rallying the broad masses is a decisive guarantee of the victory of the revolution. We should, therefore, exert all our efforts to unite the masses. You should never think that the question of uniting the masses is easily solved. Some people have not as yet shaken off the influence of the vile propaganda conducted by the Japanese imperialists against communism in the past, while a considerable number of people cannot exactly figure right from wrong, owing to the maneuvers of the reactionaries. This being the case, if you neglect even one scrap of work in rallying the masses, you may lose a multitude of people. You should always pay attention to work with the masses and make endeavors to knit them together. You should intensify the education of the masses for them to receive a correct understanding of communism, and should vigorously carry on work among people of all strata to solidly rally the broad masses. You must work efficiently to unite the masses, first and foremost, to enlist them in organizations. We should form mass organizations extensively with the workers embraced in workers' organizations, peasants in peasants' organizations, young people in youth organizations, women in women's organizations, and men of culture in organizations of the same interests. You have to skillfully guide the existing social organizations towards democracy and consolidate them and, where these organizations are still non-existent, to set them up as soon as possible. You should give effective guidance in the work of expanding and strengthening these social organizations in order to form unified mass organizations as fast as you can and rally broad sections of the masses. Simultaneously, the work for forming a strong, democratic national united front should be carried out satisfactorily. Only by forming a strong, democratic national united front is it possible to strengthen unity among people from all walks of life, rally all patriotic, democratic forces in a body and actively mobilize the broad masses for the building of the country. We must form a 253 powerful democratic national united front with democratic political parties and social organizations and enlist all patriotic, democratic forces who love the country and the people into its activity. Having a correct understanding of the importance of the united front, you should strive to step up work with patriotic people of all strata who desire the full independence of the country and its democratic development, and achieve the unity of all patriotic, democratic forces including the workers and peasants. A solid foundation should thus be laid for forming a powerful democratic national united front in our country. While out in the local areas you will do well to work with the main stress on implementing the tasks mentioned above. In the course of your work, you may run up against a number of difficult problems. But, whatever obstacles and difficulties you come across, you must overcome them courageously, displaying a revolutionary communist spirit, without any vacillations. I am convinced that you will carry out your honorable tasks with credit, getting the best of one bottleneck after another in the lofty revolutionary spirit you displayed in the years of the anti-Japanese armed struggle. 254. On Progressive Democracy. Lecture delivered to the students of the Pyongyang Worker Peasant Political School October 3, 1945. 5 months ago the German aggressors, who had unleashed the Second World War with the sinister aim of conquering the whole world, were defeated, and the Japanese imperialists, their allies, had to surrender unconditionally on August 15 last. Thus, the Second World War ended in an enormous victory for the anti-fascist democratic forces. Mankind has already embarked upon a peaceful life. The victory of the anti-fascist democratic forces over international fascism brought about a tremendous change in the post-war international situation. The anti-democratic forces were weakened considerably all over the world, whereas the democratic forces were consolidated more than ever before. This signifies that the history of mankind has entered a new phase of development. The present world's situation has set new, great, and glorious tasks before mankind. The most important post-war task is to wipe out the remnants of aggressive fascism and to work for peace and democracy. Today, in all parts of the world the people are making energetic efforts to carry out this sacred task. The Korean people waged a prolonged, gory struggle to crush Japanese imperialist aggressors and to regain their lost country, and have finally achieved the historic cause of national liberation. Consequently, our people threw off the yoke of colonial slavery. 255. Imposed on them by the savage Japanese imperialists for nearly half a century and have been able to advance energetically along the road to independence and sovereignty. This is a great historic event for the Korean nation. We must make every effort to build a new Korea in our homeland, regained at the cost of the precious blood of numerous revolutionaries and patriots. 1. The building of a new Korea and democracy. Today our nation is confronted with the important historic task of building a free, independent, and prosperous country by wiping out the survivals of Japanese imperialism and feudalism. In order to carry out successfully this task of building the country, we should first give Korea the right orientation. Otherwise, it will be impossible not only to properly organize and mobilize the masses of the people for nation building but also to achieve the complete independence and sovereignty of the country. Moreover, our people will be forced to live in colonial slavery again. Therefore, the road our Korea should take is a matter of vital importance affecting the destiny of the country and the people. Our liberated people are today living with boundless joy, great hopes, and excitement. They are filled with enthusiasm for nation building. However, the masses are at a loss as to the road to take. We must show them, as soon as we can, the correct road Korea should follow. The road Korea should take is the road to progressive democracy, true democracy. This road alone will give our people freedom, full rights, and a happy life and guarantee the country complete independence and sovereignty. 256. At present the reactionaries are feverishly scheming to divert our people to the road of anti-democracy. The feudal forces are making the absurd attempt to restore feudal autocracy in our country. Why should we re-establish in the new, liberated Korea that worn-out, rotten feudal autocracy which cruelly oppressed and exploited the masses of the people? It is a ridiculous, anachronistic daydream. It is only natural that our people should now unanimously condemn such a reactionary, anti-popular scheme of the feudal forces. On the other hand, some circles advocate the establishment of a bourgeois republic in our country, clamoring for what they call people's rights and democracy. Their people's rights and democracy have long been advocated by the propertied classes. We know from history that as soon as they seized power by winning the masses of the people over to their side under the misleading watchwords of people's rights and democracy, the capitalists set up a bourgeois dictatorship and began to betray the people. In the final analysis, the bourgeois republic that some people advocate means, literally, power for the landlord and capitalist classes while their people's rights and democracy are no more than a smokescreen for a handful of privileged classes to cover up their oppression and exploitation of the masses of the people, holding all state power in their hands. The advocates of setting up a bourgeois republic in our country are none other than comprador capitalists. They are pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation who, during the colonial rule of Japanese imperialism, betrayed the country and the people and worked hand in glove with the Japanese imperialists in oppressing and exploiting our people. Hardly had the U.S. troops landed in South Korea than the pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation advocated pro-Americanism and, with the backing of the imperialist forces, are plotting to set up a reactionary government in our country and to lead our people along the road to anti-democracy. We must not be deceived by their cunning moves, we must not set 257. Up a bourgeois republic in our country, embellished with the ostentatious watchwords of people's rights and democracy. However, we are not in a position to establish a socialist system in our country right now. Some people are claiming that we should set up Soviet power immediately. They do not fully understand the specific situation of Korea. In the past, the Japanese imperialists, who occupied our country for nearly half a century, pursued a barbarous colonial policy, severely restricting the development of capitalism in Korea. Therefore, our country still remains a semi-feudal society. Considerable remnants of Japanese imperialism and feudal relations still exist in our society. Feudal relations of exploitation are still prevalent, especially in our countryside. In building a new Korea, we have to take this reality into consideration. Our requirements must neither be below nor above the present level of historical development in founding a state. We must, on all accounts, set ourselves the goal of nation building which conforms to Korean reality, and correctly lead the masses to its attainment. Today the Korean people want to take the road to progressive democracy that will, not in words but in deeds, make the masses of the people the masters of their country and make everyone free and happy. We, the 30 million Koreans, who were cruelly exploited and maltreated for long years under the feudal system and Japanese imperialist colonial rule, deprived of freedom and rights, cherish the road to progressive democracy. It is a road that holds out a promise of grandeur and progress for the motherland and eternal prosperity for the people. Only when we follow this road, will the masses of the people devote all their efforts and talents to the foundation of a state and success be achieved in building a new country. We must set up an independent and sovereign state based on progressive democracy. To do this, we must found a democratic people's republic. Today, in all parts of the country, people's committees are being set up on the initiative of the masses. We must 258. Organize people's committees as rapidly as we can in all localities and, on this basis, found a democratic people's republic. The democratic people's republic is a power which accords with our people's will and is best suited to our country's reality and, needless to say, it is a people's power which embodies genuine democracy. Only this power will actively protect the interests of our people and firmly ensure the prosperity and progress of the country and the people. In order to build an independent and sovereign democratic state, we must firmly rally all patriotic forces of different walks of life under the banner of democracy. The great task of building a new Korea will be accomplished only through the efforts of the masses, firmly united as one. As long as different parties and groupings tread different ways, as at present, each insisting on its own views, the task of nation building will never be realized. Only when all fellow countrymen, who love their country and people, unite firmly in a body and set out to build the country, irrespective of political views, religious beliefs, property status, and levels of learning, will the complete independence and sovereignty of the country be effected. Particularly, the present situation in our country urgently demands a mighty struggle to rally the masses of the people closely together. Pro-Japanese elements, traitors to the nation and other reactionaries, who pretend to be patriots, are trying their utmost to draw the unawakened people into their fold by sweet words and are desperately trying to realize their political ambitions. In this situation, if we fail to unite all the patriotic forces, we will be unable to opportunely crush the activities of the reactionaries or build a new, democratic Korea. We must organize a national united front to represent all patriotic and democratic forces of different sections if we want to firmly unite the broad masses. The National United Front movement was necessary in our country when we fought against the colonial rule of the Japanese imperialists. It is needed in the same way today when the country is free. Of 259. Course, this movement is different now in content and form from what it was before. The former anti-Japanese National United Front aimed at fighting against Japanese imperialist colonial rule over Korea and emancipating our people from colonial slavery to win freedom and independence. The movement took the form of an illegal, underground movement. However, the National United Front we are going to form now is aimed at eliminating the remnants of Japanese imperialism and feudalism, and achieving the country's complete independence and sovereignty. Therefore, this movement is now legal and open. Our United Front is an out-and-out democratic United Front. We must form the National United Front opportunely on a democratic basis and unite the workers, peasants, and the broad masses of all other strata to arouse them for actively building the country. Thus, all the people will pool their efforts to construct the new Korea, wiping out pro-Japanese elements, traitors to the nation and other reactionaries. If we form a democratic national united front and strengthen and develop the movement in this way, we will be able eventually to build a unified and independent power, that is, a truly democratic state. This is precisely the road to progressive democracy that we should take. 2. The characteristic features of our democracy. The democracy we aspire to is fundamentally different from that of Western capitalist countries, and it is not a slavish copy of that of a socialist country. If we try to apply uncritically the former or the latter to our country, which has just been liberated after 36 years of Japanese imperialist colonial rule, it would be a grave mistake. Ours is a new type of democracy that is most appropriate to the 260 reality of Korea, which is now in the stage of an anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution. Therefore, it possesses a number of characteristic features. What, then, are the characteristic features of our democracy? 1. Independence. Our democracy is characterized by independence. The prime fundamental requirement of the whole nation now is to achieve complete independence. In the past, our people lost their country to the Japanese imperialists and were forced to lead the grim life of slaves. As a people without a country, they suffered dreadfully. Therefore, our people are striving to set up a completely independent state as soon as possible, now that the historic cause of national liberation has been achieved. We must build an independent and sovereign state in order to win complete national independence. An independent stand is an indispensable requirement of genuine national independence. Unless we maintain an independent stand, it will be impossible to win complete national independence, to safeguard national dignity and interests, and to achieve the prosperity of the country and the people. If we are to have an independent and sovereign state, we must attain progressive democracy. Our democracy opposes dependence on and submission to other countries and requires adhering to an independent stand and a creative attitude, which means resolving any problem arising in the building of our country by our own efforts, according to our own judgment. Therefore, only a state based on genuine democracy can become a powerful, dignified sovereign state, a fully independent state. Certain people today wait for national independence to come by itself and place their hopes on foreigners building an independent state in our country. This is quite absurd. How can any foreigner build our country for us? That is absolutely out of the question. Trying to bring about national independence through the efforts 261 of others is the flunkiest mentality to live at the expense of others. If we expect other people to build a new Korea, instead of believing in our own people's ability, complete national independence will never be effected. Korea will again be reduced to an imperialist colony. In order to build a truly democratic state, we must rely on ourselves. When we strive to solve all problems arising in the building of a state in conformity with our country's specific situation with the attitude of a master, and to overcome all hardships through our own efforts, we will succeed in building a new, democratic Korea and achieve complete and lasting national independence. We must tax our energies to build a new country by adhering strictly to an independent stand. Thus, we will eliminate the remnants of the colonial rule of Japanese imperialism and feudalism so that our country will become a truly independent and sovereign state based on progressive democracy. A sovereign state which meets the essential requirement of our democracy, characterized by independence, will not tolerate foreign interference and will not be subjected by others. Our democracy is against our being subjected by others and of subjecting others. An independent and sovereign state that embodies progressive democracy does not meddle in the internal affairs of other countries but respects their sovereignty. It is because of their intrinsic nature that imperialist states invade and subject others. Imperialist states trample grossly on the sovereignty of other countries and interfere in their internal affairs. They use all sorts of conspiratorial activities to invade and subject small and weak nations. No matter how strong it is, an independent and sovereign democratic state must never act like the imperialist states. The democratic state to be built in our country in the future should conclude diplomatic relations, and endeavor to promote friendship with the countries and peoples that respect our national sovereignty on principles of equality and mutual benefit. 262. 2. Coalition. Our democracy is characterized by coalition. Our democracy is not a democracy for one class alone, one political party, one organization, or one religion. It is a democracy for the broad masses of the people. Therefore, this democracy demands the formation of a national united front to represent all anti-imperialist and patriotic classes, political parties, and organizations and a coalition of broad sections of patriotic people, for our democracy applies the principle of attaching the greatest importance to the interests of the whole nation and subordinating everything to them. At present, some people do not duly understand this requirement of our democracy and are making erroneous claims. Some try to form a united front even with enemies of the people under the slogan of unconditional unity, while others are coming out with leftist slogans, even opposing those whom we can win over to our side. This is hindering the coalition of all patriotic forces. We must organize the National United Front properly in accordance with the essential requirements of progressive democracy and rally the broad masses resolutely. Today all the people want to carry out an anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution and build an independent and sovereign democratic state in our country. People of all walks of life, except the enemies of the people, such as pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation, long for the establishment of an independent and sovereign democratic state in liberated Korea. Our working class and peasant masses in the past were deprived of elementary freedoms and rights under Japanese imperialist colonial rule. They experienced cruel oppression and exploitation and suffered from starvation and lack of rights. Therefore, they are now enthusiastic about wiping out the remnants of Japanese imperialism and feudalism and building a new, democratic Korea. Korea's intellectuals, youths, and students, who also experienced national oppression and maltreatment under the brutal colonial rule of 263. Japanese imperialism, demand the building of a new Korea which will ensure them freedom of action and enable them to develop a democratic national culture and national education. As for the petty tradesmen and handicraftsmen, as well as conscientious non-comprador capitalists, their freedom of business was suppressed under Japanese imperialist colonial rule and they were made bankrupt economically by Japanese monopoly capital. That is why they also hope to see the remnants of Japanese imperialism wiped out and a new Korea built which will warrant the development of private enterprise. Patriotic religious communities keenly realize that unless national independence is achieved there will be no freedom of religious belief. They, too, are willing to participate actively in the building of a new country. Seeing as people of all walks of life have a vital interest in building a new, democratic Korea, the task for the whole nation now is to set up an independent and sovereign democratic state. Because of this identity of interests, all the people can form a united front on a democratic basis and effect a firm alliance and solidarity. Our democracy reflects precisely these interests of the whole nation and the demands of the masses. Therefore, it is characterized by coalition in the form of a united front and constitutes progressive democracy that serves the broadest masses of the people. We must bear in mind, however, that our democracy assures the independence of the different strata, while at the same time requiring the coalition of all the patriotic forces. Our united front is a coalition of people of all sections of life based on the interests of the nation as a whole. However, this general coalition involves specific independence for each section. While firmly united under the single banner of democracy, all classes, political parties, and organizations retain their respective freedom to exist and develop independently with due regard to politics and ideology, organization and information. We must not ignore the independence of each stratum under the pretext of a nationwide coalition. If we only stress the coalition of 264 people of all sections of life and do not recognize the independence of each section, they will not be interested in the affairs of the united front nor will they display creativity and activity in the building of a state. This will be a great obstacle to the formation of the national united front and to the fulfillment of the task of the whole nation. Hence, we Democrats must respect the independence of each section, while, at the same time, striving for the coalition of the entire nation. But we must not lay too much stress on the independence of each section. This independence must neither exceed permitted limits in the light of nationwide unity nor go beyond the interests of the nation as a whole. If we allow separate classes, political parties, and organizations to have excessive independence, we will not be able to achieve national unity or to properly organize and mobilize the efforts of all the people for the work of building a state. If things proceed in this way, it will be impossible, in the long run, to secure the interests of the people of each section, to say nothing of the fundamental interests of the nation as a whole. It is a major requirement of our democracy to achieve a general coalition while ensuring independence for the various sections. Only when we form a coalition on a nationwide scale, giving full consideration to the independence of each section, will we be able to set up a truly solid united front and rapidly build a new society where the whole of our people will enjoy a happy life. Thoroughly embodying progressive democracy, we must establish a national united front and materialize the unity and cohesion of the whole nation as soon as possible, so that we can vigorously organize and mobilize the efforts of all the people for the building of a new Korea. 3. Freedom. Our democracy guarantees the masses of the people freedom and equality. This is one of the major characteristic features of progressive democracy. Bourgeois democracy guarantees freedom and rights to a handful 265 of privileged classes and leaves the broad masses of the people without any. The freedom and equality advocated by bourgeois democracy is merely a cover-up for a cruel exercise of power by the propertied classes. Our democracy is fundamentally different from bourgeois democracy. It is resolutely opposed to a lack of rights and inequality and pledges equal rights to the people in all spheres of politics, the economy, and culture and allows the masses to exercise their freedom and equality in practice. Therefore, our democracy rules out privileged circles and ensures all equal political rights. Citizens of both sexes over 20 years of age, with the exception of quislings and traitors to the nation, regardless of class, nationality, religious beliefs, profession, property status, and education, have the right to elect and to be elected. Special people are not appointed to serve in the organs of power at all levels, but those who are elected by the people of their own free will, that is, true servants of the people who enjoy the profound trust of the masses. It is they who carry out the national policies. Thus, the masses of the people directly exercise their political rights and actually take part in running state affairs. A genuine democratic state embodying our democracy is to vouch for the people having freedom of speech, the press, assembly, association, religious belief, and residence and to reliably support the freedom and equality of the masses politically and economically. Democratic freedom must be linked with unity based on centralism. Democracy and centralism cannot be separated from each other, they form an integral whole. Unless democracy is guaranteed, we cannot expect genuine centralism and vice versa. Therefore, it is a matter of great importance to strictly combine democracy with centralism. Only centralist unity firmly guarantees democratic freedom and equality. Only with centralist guidance and discipline is it possible to opportunely eliminate violations of democratic freedom and equality and bring democracy into full play among the masses, and to actually 266. Realize freedom and equality along truly democratic lines. If there was no centralist guidance and discipline, we could not ensure democratic freedom and equality, a state of anarchy could result. In the final analysis, democratic freedom and equality will be meaningless, unless they are combined with centralist unity. Therefore, guaranteeing unity based on centralism is an indispensable prerequisite for realizing democratic freedom and equality for the masses of the people. However, we must not put a one-sided stress on centralist unity. If we attach importance only to centralist guidance and discipline and neglect democratic freedom, it will lead to the undermining of centralist unity itself. Centralist unity can be durable only when based on democratic freedom and equality. Centralist discipline is strengthened with the increase of the political awareness of the masses of the people, and as they take an active part in the nation's political life by exercising their democratic freedoms and equal rights expediently. Hence, in order to consolidate centralist unity, we must guarantee the people democratic freedom and equality and give full play to democracy among them, so that they can take an active, conscious part in the nation's political life. Therefore, democratic freedom must rely on centralist guidance and the latter must be based on the former. Only democratic freedom relying on centralist guidance is genuine democracy, and only centralist guidance based on democratic freedom is genuine centralism. By combining democracy and centralism in an expedient way, we must effect genuine democratic freedom and equality in order that the masses of the people can become full-fledged masters of the country and dedicate all their efforts and zeal to nation building. 4. Prosperity. Our democracy aims not only at independence and sovereignty, national unity and democratic freedom, but also at the building of a prosperous country. Unlike bourgeois democracy that serves the wealth and pomp of a 267 handful of privileged classes, our democracy serves the well-being and prosperity of all the people. Therefore, it is an indispensable requirement of our democracy to build a prosperous country. This alone will raise the people's material and cultural standards, substantially ensure them a happy life, and further, consolidate the sovereignty of the country and enable it to enter the international arena on an equal footing with other countries. The building of a prosperous nation is also a voucher for developing progressive democracy. When the country prospers, our democracy will be consolidated on a sound basis and will display its vitality more fully. After establishing a people's power, in order to build a prosperous country, we must rehabilitate the national economy, strengthen the country's economic foundation and develop a flourishing national culture. Unless the economy and culture are developed, we cannot expect the country and people to prosper and advance or to achieve complete independence. Therefore, we must first strive to rehabilitate and develop the country's economy that was destroyed by the Japanese imperialists and revive and develop the national culture they had trampled. The construction of the country's economy and culture should strictly conform with the interests of all sections of the people. While working hard to develop the country's economy and culture as a whole, we must take into account the interests of people of different strata and provide them with adequate conditions for improving their standard of living. We must ensure jobs for the workers, free them from all vestiges of imperialist and colonial oppression and exploitation, and steadily improve their working conditions. As for the peasants, we must abolish high farm rents and usury and, further, carry out an agrarian reform to put the principle of land only for the tillers into effect. The small and medium tradesmen and manufacturers should be given freedom of enterprise within limits that will not conflict with national interests. We must abolish miscellaneous taxes and levies, set up a 268 fair and uniform system of taxation and fix a reasonable income tax system, to free the working masses from the heavy burden of taxation. At the same time, we must give our intellectuals the opportunity to engage freely in scientific and technological pursuits and bring their talents into full play. We must enable the sons and daughters of poor families to go to school and the students to study to their heart's content. We must also see to it that patriotic people of all walks of life work according to their mental aptitude and abilities and bring their talents to full display. It is a matter of great significance in building a new Korea to improve the conditions of people of different walks of life. Only by doing this, will it be definitively possible to make the building of a new Korea a task for the masses of the people and bring their creativeness and activeness into play in order to set up a prosperous country. We must organize and mobilize all the people to push ahead energetically with the building of a new nation. Thus, we will establish a prosperous democratic state where everybody will be provided with clothing, food, employment, and education. 5. Revolution. One of the major characteristic features of our democracy is that it aims at revolution. The course of development of the history of mankind is precisely the course of revolution in which the legacies of the old society are eradicated. Without revolution it is impossible to develop society or to build an independent, sovereign state. Our democracy demands that the remnants of the wicked colonial rule of Japanese imperialism be eliminated completely and the remnants of feudalism inimical to the democratic movement be mercilessly eradicated in all spheres of politics, the economy, culture, and ideology. This emanates from the nature of our democracy that opposes reformism, in general, and aims at revolution. In order to build a democratic, independent, and sovereign state we 269. Must carry out an anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution. But in the beginning we must wipe out the remnants of the forces of Japanese imperialism and the feudal forces and completely eliminate the legacy of the fascist colonial ruling machinery of Japanese imperialism. We must establish a genuine people's government, and root out the ideas of Japanese imperialism and feudalism remaining in the minds of the people. In addition, we must carry out an agrarian reform and the nationalization of key industries and effect various other democratic reforms such as sex equality and the democratization of education and the judiciary. Only by carrying through an anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution is it possible to prevent the Japanese and other imperialists from stretching out their tentacles of aggression to our country again. And only by doing this, is it possible to achieve independence and sovereignty, national reunification, and democratic freedom and to build a prosperous, strong country. Certain people, however, are not willing to fight against the remnants of Japanese imperialism and feudalism. Some of them claim, the remnants of Japanese imperialism have already completely disappeared from Korea. There are even people who preach that only by collaborating with pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation will we be able to build an independent and sovereign state. When we say that pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation should be wiped out and that the property of the Japanese imperialists and their stooges should be confiscated and nationalized, some people wrongly sympathize with and defend the enemies of the nation, saying, it's too harsh, and everybody must join hands in building a state. Such irresolute ideas and political opinions that reject the revolution and claim unprincipled unity are a great obstacle to achieving national unity and solidarity, and are very detrimental to the building of a state. Our democracy demands that we struggle uncompromisingly against the enemies of the people, while working hand in hand with 270 anti-imperialist Democrats. Of course, if we are to build our country well, it is necessary to rally the broad masses and unite with people of different walks of life. However, we must not unite unconditionally. We should work jointly with all the patriots of different sections who love their country and people but should never do so with pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation. How can we join hands with the Messrs. Politicians who, in the past, betrayed the country and the people and worked together with Koiso and Abe, Governor-Generals of Japanese imperialism, clamoring for national autonomy and whatnot? Needless to say, cooperating with them is not a step that would benefit the homeland and the people. At present, pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation are desperately trying to recover their old position. Alleging that our country should be placed under a mandate, they are simultaneously engaged in acts of treachery that run counter to the fundamental interests of the whole nation. In the past, these fellows actively supported the colonial policy of Japanese imperialism and, taking advantage of the aggressive Greater East Asian War, freely plundered our people of lives and property, working hand in glove with the Japanese imperialists. We cannot build a new Korea if we do not eliminate them. The broad masses of the people in Korea want us not to ally ourselves with bogus Democrats pretending to be patriots, but to wipe them out and achieve true cohesion with the anti-imperialist, patriotic, and democratic political parties as well as people of various strata in order to actually carry out our revolution. Only when we resolutely oppose the reactionaries, including pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation, bring about the genuine cohesion of people of all strata who love their country and nation and push energetically ahead with the building of a state, will it be possible to build a new, democratic Korea, unified, prosperous and strong, removing the differences between North and South Korea. We must wage an energetic struggle to carry our revolution into 271. Effect substantially by getting the better of all the wrong tendencies to boycott revolution and closely uniting the broad masses of the people. Thus, we will successfully bring to a close an anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution and accelerate the building of a democratic, independent, and sovereign state. 6. Peace. Our democracy aims at peace. Bourgeois democracy is used as a means to create discord among the people and to unleash a war of aggression against and plunder others. Our democracy, however, serves to promote harmony and friendship among the people and to maintain and consolidate peace. Our democracy, a democracy for the broad masses of the people, aims at building a new society where people can lead a free and happy life. Therefore, it considers it a major task to struggle to secure domestic and world peace, resolutely opposing antagonism and enmity among nations. Hence, if we struggle resolutely to realize our democracy, it will contribute positively to ensuring domestic peace and to establishing world peace. We must direct our efforts to maintaining and consolidating peace in our country to meet the requirements of progressive democracy. In order to ensure peace in our country, we must make sure, first and foremost, that people of all strata and democratic political parties maintain good relations and press forward with the work of building a state, helping each other. There are people at present who take objectionable steps that might obstruct the harmony and cohesion among the population. Some communists frankly oppose the Democratic Party. If among the Democrats there are individuals who oppose the people, democracy, and the Communist Party, then, of course, we must fight them resolutely. However, it is wrong to oppose the Democratic Party as such because of a few bad elements. Likewise, some Democrats categorically oppose the Communist Party. This is a very dangerous tendency. 272. If this unprincipled tendency of rejecting and opposing other parties increases, it will run counter to the interests and requirements of the broad working masses and hamper our democratic movement and the cohesion of the masses of the people immensely. The wrong practice of opposing other parties, which is manifested among certain people at present, might have grave consequences, the raising of conflicts among people of different strata and the undermining of peace at home. We must pay special attention to eliminating such unsuitable tendencies to disrupt peace in the country. We must fight irrevocably against practices of all kinds that might provoke enmity and discord among different sections of the people and parties, while, at the same time, smashing the activities of the reactionaries wholly to destroy domestic peace. So, we will ensure that all patriots, whether members of a political party or not, unite firmly and work together under the banner of democracy for carrying out their duty in building the country. We must strive for world peace while fighting for domestic peace. Peace does not come of itself, it must be won through struggle. The forces of world reaction are seeking for a chance to invade other countries, and are hell-bent on disturbing peace and driving the people into the holocaust of war. Unless we struggle against such aggressive forces, we cannot maintain and consolidate the peace of the world. Only when peace-loving people throughout the world join their efforts and expose the schemes of international reaction at every step to destroy peace and intensify their struggle against them, can a lasting world peace be attained. We must promote friendship with peace-loving people the world over and, in solidarity with them, struggle vigorously against imperialism and the forces of war, thus contributing greatly to the cause of world peace. We would say that these are, in general, the characteristic features of our democracy. 273. 3. Let us step up the work of establishing a people's power. The Korean people, who have embarked on the building of a new Korea with the joy of freedom and liberation, are fighting to smash the colonial ruling machinery of Japanese imperialism and to set up a genuine people's power. We must organize and mobilize fittingly the enthusiasm of the masses to build their country in order to energetically step up the work of establishing a people's power. It is necessary to convene people's congresses at all levels for establishing a people's power. The people's congresses we are going to hold are aimed not at cajoling the masses of the people to secure certain authority but at electing people's representatives reflecting the will of the masses. The holding of people's congresses will be an outstanding event in our people's political life. Through the congresses our people will participate directly in the establishment of power for the first time in our history, and they will realize fully that they are the masters who are wielding that power. The people's congresses will not only be a magnificent opportunity to test our people's preparedness, they will also be a great political school that will help to rouse the masses of the people politically and heighten their eagerness for building the country. The people's congresses at all levels must elect representatives who are able to serve the people faithfully in the organs of power at all levels, from the RI up to the center, in accordance with the unanimous will of the people, so that people's committees can be formed at all levels and a central government set up. This power alone, created by the unanimous will of the people, can become a genuine people's power that will serve their interests. 274. Only that power, composed of people's representatives elected at people's congresses, can represent all the Korean people and become a fully qualified state power to organize and mobilize the masses of the people to build a unified, prosperous and strong country. Anti-popular, anti-democratic elements are now opposing the convocation of people's congresses and are trying to rig up a government at will. They are working to empower the leaders of some political parties to appoint or dismiss cabinet ministers as they please. This is not a genuine political movement for the benefit of the people but absurd anti-popular activity emanating entirely from their thirst for power. We must smash all the conspiratorial activities of the anti-popular, anti-democratic elements and wage a vigorous struggle to establish a democratic central government through the people's congresses. In order to lay the firm foundations for a democratic central government, we must primarily step up the work of establishing a people's power in North Korea where favorable conditions have been created for building a new country. Correctly understanding the essence of progressive democracy and fully realizing it, we must found a democratic people's republic, a genuine people's power, and build a new, flourishing and democratic Korea. 275. On founding a Marxist-Leninist party in our country and its immediate tasks. Report to the inaugural Congress of the Central Organizing Committee of the Communist Party of North Korea October 10, 1945. Comrades, we are gathered here today to found a Marxist-Leninist party, the glorious vanguard detachment of the working class. The preparations for founding a Marxist-Leninist party in our country were steadily being made all through the protracted, sanguinary struggle against the Japanese imperialist marauders. The Korean communists have waged an arduous struggle to establish a revolutionary working class party and have shed much blood in the process. We are now in a position to found a communist party that we have desired so long. The long, tireless struggle of the Korean communists is bearing priceless fruit. The foundation of the Communist Party will be a historic event of immense importance for the development of our revolutionary movement and the social and political life of the Korean people. With the foundation of the party, our working class and toiling masses will have a true representative and protector of their interests, and the Korean Revolution will have its militant general staff. We must all take an active part in the discussion on founding a Marxist-Leninist party and the weighty tasks confronting it, thereby. 276. Realizing the historic mission that the Korean Communists have assumed for the revolution. 1. On forming the Central Organizing Committee of the Communist Party of North Korea. Comrades, the internal and external situation is now developing in favor of our people's struggle to build a new country. With the Second World War ending in a resounding victory for the anti-fascist democratic camp, the balance of forces in the international arena has changed radically. The fascist states of Germany, Italy, and Japan were defeated in the war. Moreover, all the imperialist powers have been weakened and the forces of world reaction are on the decline. The international democratic forces, on the contrary, are growing in strength with each passing day. The international prestige of the Soviet Union has risen as never before and its might has increased. Many countries in Europe and Asia have thrown off the shackles of fascism and imperialism and have launched out into democratic development. The peoples of colonies and dependencies are intensifying the national liberation struggle in many parts of the world. A new phase is opening up for the revolutionary struggle of the world's progressive people for peace and democracy, national independence, and socialism. The situation in our liberated country, too, has turned definitively in favor of the revolution. With the liberation of our country on August 15, our people, who had long been oppressed under Japanese imperialist colonial rule, with no freedoms or rights whatsoever, smashed the Japanese imperialists' last maneuvers before their defeat in all parts of the country, and embarked on the creation of a 277 new, democratic life, while exposing and denouncing pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation. With the country's liberation, democratic political parties and social organizations began to spring up all over the country. People's committees, the organs of people's power, came into being under the guidance of the Communists. A struggle to eradicate the after-effects of Japanese imperialist colonial rule and to build a new, free, and independent Korea was set in motion through all the political, economic and cultural spheres of life. Today, delighted with their freedom and liberation, all of our workers and peasants and other patriotic people of different sections are bubbling with tremendous patriotic enthusiasm and are taking part in unison in the building up of the country. The revolutionary spirit of our liberated people is very high and the revolutionary forces are overwhelming the forces of reaction. However, our present situation is very complicated and many difficulties and obstacles lie ahead of our revolution. Pro-Japanese elements, traitors to the nation and other reactionaries are making frantic efforts to obstruct the building of a new, democratic Korea in tune with the intrigues and subversive maneuvers of the reactionary forces of world imperialism. With the arrival of the U.S. troops south of the 38th parallel, the reactionaries, who after the surrender of Japanese imperialism had been overpowered by the triumphant revolutionary spirit of the masses of the people, began to raise their heads, pinning their hopes on the Americans. Pro-Japanese and pro-US elements and traitors to the nation are rigging up reactionary political parties and organizations through ganging up with the forces of reaction. They are scheming to disorganize our revolutionary forces and lead the masses of the people along the road of reaction. Still worse, renegades of the revolution and political swindlers of all hues are trying to capitalize on the present confusion for political purposes and are hindering the organizational unity of the working masses in an attempt to win over the people. Though their revolutionary zeal is very high, our people still have 278. No clear idea of the road liberated Korea should take and fail to participate in the building up of the nation as an organized force. In this situation we communists must shatter the conspiratorial maneuvers of our class enemies and all opportunists. As soon as possible we must unite broad sections of patriotic, democratic forces, and lead the masses correctly. For this purpose we must, first of all, found a Marxist-Leninist party. Securing the leadership of the Marxist-Leninist party is decisive to the successful carrying out of the Korean Revolution. Without this leadership we cannot organize and mobilize the masses for the revolutionary struggle fittingly or win victory in it. This is fully proved by the history of our revolutionary struggle. We already had in our country the March 1st movement and many other mass movements struggling against the Japanese imperialist aggressors. However, because of the lack of leadership of a revolutionary working class party, coupled with the unfavorable international situation, these were spontaneous and unorganized, and ended in a fiasco. We must never forget this bitter lesson. In order to overcome the present difficulty and carry out the Korean Revolution successfully, we must found a Marxist-Leninist party at the earliest date and firmly secure party leadership for our revolution. The correct leadership of a revolutionary working class party alone will enable us to take advantage of the favorable revolutionary situation and break through the difficulty, and accelerate the building of a new Korea. We must do all we can to found a powerful Marxist-Leninist party for bringing together broad sections of the masses and rapidly advancing the Korean Revolution. In founding a Marxist-Leninist party we must take into consideration the fact that our liberated homeland is divided into the North and the South, where the situation is quite different. North Korea, where the Soviet forces are stationed, is provided with favorable conditions for revolutionary development. The Soviet forces respect the freedom and independence of small nations. Since their stationing in North Korea they have actively supported and 279 encouraged our people in their struggle to put down the activities of pro-Japanese elements, national traitors, and other reactionaries and build a democratic, independent and sovereign state. This being the case, North Korea now has broad prospects for successfully building a new country. However, the situation in South Korea, occupied by the US forces, is quite different. As soon as they landed in South Korea the US forces enforced a military government south of the 38th parallel and proclaimed that everyone must unconditionally obey the orders of the Army of Occupation. Through the military government in South Korea the US forces are hindering the revolutionary advance of the communists and other patriotic people in every way and are actively patronizing and fostering the treacherous reactionary forces. As a result, South Korea has been turned into an arena where pro-Japanese elements, traitors to the nation and other reactionaries swagger about freely. In such a situation it is impossible immediately to establish a united party composed of the communists in both North and South Korea. Yet, we should not wait with folded arms until the situation is ripe for forming a united party. The diametrically opposite political situations in the North and the South urgently demand that we press forward with the revolution and the work of building a party, in conformity with the specific conditions in the two parts of the country. Availing ourselves of the favorable situation prevailing in North Korea, we must form the Central Organizing Committee of the Communist Party of North Korea, a strong central leadership body of the party. Only by establishing the KOKMK can we unite the Communist Party organizations that have been formed in different localities, realize the organizational and ideological unity of the communist ranks and build up the general staff of our revolution. Only by doing this can we rally the broad masses and efficiently carry on with the building of the country and turn North Korea into a strong base for the Korean Revolution. 280. Through the formation of the KOKMK we must lead the masses of the people to the right road and promote our revolution with vigor. 2. On the party's organizational line. Comrades, the Communist Party we are going to found should be the true vanguard detachment of the Korean working class. It should be a mighty political general staff capable of steadily leading the Korean Revolution to victory. If we are to found such a revolutionary party we must base ourselves strictly on the Marxist-Leninist principles of party building. In Seoul and other places the heroes of various factions have come out with their respective claims, and are trying to set up parties in contravention of the Marxist-Leninist principles of party building. Some of them are even scheming to rig up a sort of third party. These are factional, counter-revolutionary activities that are aimed at destroying the cohesion of the communist ranks and causing confusion in party building. The adverse current of counter-revolution cannot prevail over the righteous current of revolution. We must resolutely shatter all the factional and counter-revolutionary maneuvers of certain elements and strictly adhere to the Marxist-Leninist principles of party building, thus founding a truly revolutionary party. In our party building we must, first of all, build up its organizational backbone. We are to form a party with the splendid communists as the core, who have been tried and tested through the long and difficult revolutionary struggle for the country's freedom and independence. Building up the organizational backbone correctly is very 281. Important in founding a Marxist-Leninist party. A Marxist-Leninist party should be set up with seasoned communists who have a firm revolutionary world outlook and a wealth of experience in fighting. Only then can it become a revolutionary party that will adhere closely to the stand of the working class, a militant party that will be able to fulfill its historic mission definitely, without flinching in the face of difficulty or adversity. The Korean Communist Party, founded in 1925, was dissolved without discharging its historical mission. This was mainly because its organizational backbone was not strong enough. At that time the KCP did not take its roots deep among the working class and other broad sections of the people. Moreover, its leadership consisted of factionalists. They scrambled for hegemony, seeking only fame and distinction. In consequence, the KCP failed to achieve unity of its ranks. It was unable to withstand Japanese imperialism's repression and was forced to dissolve 3 years after its founding. If the KCP had consisted of true revolutionaries, with the progressive elements of the working class at its core, it would have survived, organizing and leading mass struggles, in spite of Japanese imperialism's harsh repression and the unfavorable conditions in which it had to work. We must bear this historical lesson in mind and direct our attention primarily to building up the organizational backbone of the party. During the 15 years of the anti-Japanese armed struggle, numerous communists emerged who ardently loved the country and the people and who were boundlessly faithful to the revolution. In the severest days of Japanese imperialist colonial rule, the true sons and daughters of Korea fought heroically with arms in hand solely for the liberation of the country and for the freedom and well-being of the people, dedicating their youth and lives to these aims. Through the long, grim anti-Japanese armed struggle, they were armed stably with Marxist-Leninist strategy and tactics and acquired the ability and methods of work with which to educate the broad sections of the masses, and to organize and mobilize them definitely for the revolutionary struggle. Splendid communists emerged also out of the underground. 282. Revolutionary struggle at home, which was carried out under the direct impact of the anti-Japanese armed struggle. They are, literally, true patriots of Korea, the genuine vanguard of the Korean working class and toiling masses. Our Communist Party should be formed with these revolutionary fighters as its core. Only then is it possible to consolidate and develop the party into a powerful, militant Marxist-Leninist party that is capable of leading the masses. We should build the party around the fine communists tested in the long revolutionary struggle, embracing the communists who have participated in various forms of anti-Japanese struggle at home and abroad. Quite a few communists who have been active at home and abroad have failed to undergo ideological training through systematic organizational life. As a result, some of them are behaving in a way unworthy of communists, exaggerating their past services. Such cases are very few, however. We must not assess all of them negatively for that reason. As we are founding our party now, we must not be prejudiced against people, we must not mistrust or shun them without reason. We must treasure those communists who took part in revolutionary activities with the resolve to carry out the revolution during those trying days when our homeland was in trouble. We must see to it that they all join our party ranks and contribute actively to party work and the building of the country. In order to safeguard the interests of the workers, peasants, and other working masses as the vanguard of the working class and perform its role suitably as the general staff of the Korean Revolution, the Communist Party must build itself up from a class point of view by steadily improving its composition and root itself still deeper among the working masses. We must actively admit progressive workers and peasants to the party ranks, so that our party would really grow into a mass-based political party with a strong proletarian foundation. 283. The Communist Party should be organized and guided by a monolithic Marxist-Leninist guiding ideology. The Communist Party, the vanguard of the working class, must have no other idea than Marxist-Leninist ideology. Only when the whole party is equipped with, and guided by, a unitary Marxist-Leninist guiding ideology, can it secure rock-firm unity and cohesion, and proficiently pursue its mission in storm and stress. If any idea contrary to Marxism-Leninism is allowed to exist in it to even the slightest degree, the party will lose its militancy as an organized detachment and will be reduced to a mere club. The source of a Marxist-Leninist party's might lies in its unity of ideology, purpose, and action. We must strive to achieve the unity of the whole party in ideology, purpose, and action based on the Marxist-Leninist guiding ideology. Because of the unique development of the communist movement in our country, the struggle for the unity of ideology, purpose, and action is today a particularly important problem in the formation of our party. We have so far had no united Marxist-Leninist party in our country. Quite a few of our communists have been engaged in scattered activities at home and abroad. In consequence, tendencies to liberalism, individual heroism, and parochialism have become engendered in the minds of some people. Factionalism, which appeared in the early days of our communist movement, has not been eliminated completely, and the factionalists have carried on their maneuvers in various forms. To cap it all, the nearly half a century of Japanese imperialist colonial rule implanted all sorts of bourgeois ideas in the minds of our people. This shows that our efforts to guarantee the ideological purity of our communist movement can be obstructed to a considerable extent, that counter-revolutionary ideological trends can infiltrate the party, and that unorganized, undisciplined practices may still exist. We must be vigilant and resolutely combat all sorts of anti-Marxist ideological factors. In order to secure the party's unity of ideology, purpose and 284. Action, it is necessary, first of all, to root out factionalism and parochialism. Factionalism is an extremely harmful anti-Marxist idea which must not be tolerated in our party. Without liquidating it, it is impossible to bring about the party's unity and cohesion and enhance its militancy. Factionalism greatly harmed our communist movement in the past, and is today in various ways still hampering our building of the party and the country. Those infected with factionalism are only eager for fame and distinction. They slander their comrades and alienate them from each other. Outwardly they agree to everything and pretend to observe discipline, but, behind the scenes, they form factions and carry out sabotaging activities. Some of them are not yet free from their factional habits. They, acting in groups, try to make good their political ambitions. They are engrossed in random talk, claiming that not to support the Soul Center is a factionalist act, or that such and such persons must hold leading posts in the party. Parochialism does not differ in essence from factionalism. Local separatists behave arrogantly. They regard themselves as the smartest people in the world and their theory as second to none. They set their organizations, their superiors, or even the party center at naught. At present certain persons in localities, standing on their dignity, are claiming that they alone are taking the right path. They act as they please on the spot, obstructing our party building and the development of the Korean Revolution as a whole. We must well understand the harmfulness of factionalism and parochialism and direct the spearhead of struggle to uprooting them. We must never tolerate the slightest expression of factionalism and parochialism and keep a sharp eye on the activities of the factionalists and local separatists. As for the people who were earlier involved in factions, we should, of course, guide those in the right direction who deeply repent of their errors and strive to rid themselves of their factional habits. However, we must wage an uncompromising battle against those who still continue their factional activities, undermining 285. The unity and cohesion of the communist ranks. In order to warrant the unity of the party's ideology, purpose, and action, we must also combat left and right opportunism. The tendencies to left opportunism are now emerging within our communist ranks. Some people have advanced an ultra-leftist theory and are claiming that they alone are true revolutionaries. They say our revolution is a class war and only clamor for the struggle among the classes. At such a time, when we have to rally all patriotic, democratic forces, it is really outrageous to only shout about the struggle among the classes. There is no difference between the activities of the leftists and those of the imperialist lackeys designed to split us from within and prevent us from organizing and mobilizing the broad masses of the people for the building of the country. The wrong, unrealistic leftist claim shows, in the final analysis, that they are bogus communists. On the other hand, certain people are inclined towards right opportunism. On the pretext of forming a national united front, the rightists ignore the independence of the working class and try to draw even pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation into the united front who betrayed the country and the people. Our formation of a national united front is aimed solely at establishing a people's government and successfully accomplishing the Korean Revolution. Therefore, we will never propose unprincipled grand unity. The rightists' attitude has nothing to do with the attitude which the communists are to take. If they do not discard their erroneous point of view, they must leave our revolutionary ranks. These tendencies that find expression in the communist ranks are a great obstacle on the path to ensure unity of the party's ideology and purpose, and to carry out our revolution. We must intensify our struggle against all kinds of left and right opportunism and firmly uphold the revolutionary principles of Marxism-Leninism. However, we must not stigmatize people as opportunists at random just because we oppose left and right opportunism. Some of our comrades' political and theoretical level is still low, and they 286 are not able to assess problems correctly. They may even advance erroneous claims. We must not regard these people as if they incline towards left or right opportunism. We must patiently educate them to analyze all problems specifically and judge them correctly. We should sweep away factionalism, parochialism, and all other counter-revolutionary ideological trends and resolutely provide the entire party membership with the revolutionary Marxist-Leninist ideology. In this way we must see to it that the whole party thinks and acts with a single revolutionary idea and achieves rock-firm unity and cohesion. Tightening party discipline is a decisive guarantee for strengthening the party organizationally and ideologically, and successfully implementing its lines and policies. Therefore, the Marxist-Leninist Party must pay serious attention to establishing revolutionary discipline. Our party members have not yet been armed with a Marxist-Leninist theory. They lack experience in revolutionary struggle and, what is more, they are still affected with factionalism. Therefore, tightening party discipline is particularly important. The discipline of the Marxist-Leninist Party is based on democratic centralism. When mapping out its lines and policies, the Communist Party should make it an iron rule to rely on the creative views of its members. They should be encouraged to advance constructive views frankly and offer their opinions freely on the activities of the party to all its bodies, up to the Central Committee. But we must make sure that centralist discipline is not violated on the pretext of promoting democracy. Unprincipled democracy is harmful to the strengthening and development of the party. It is necessary in our party to strictly observe the principle under which the individual submits himself to the organization, the minority to the majority, the lower unit to the higher unit and the whole party to the Central Committee. The opponents of this principle of democratic centralism are violators of party discipline. We should not allow the slightest violation of the discipline of 287. Democratic centralism within the party. There is no difference between the superior and subordinate in observing party discipline. Party members are duty-bound to adhere to a single party discipline. All our party members should faithfully observe the set party discipline. What is particularly important in strengthening party discipline is that all its members should unconditionally obey its decisions. True, before the party adopts a decision on any problem, all can discuss it in accordance with the democratic principle. However, once the decision is adopted, no one is allowed to criticize it or fail to carry it out. We must see to it that party members have the revolutionary habit of adhering to party lines, policies, and decisions without reservation and implementing them. Revolutionary party discipline can be established only when party members have a high degree of consciousness. The Communist Party must intensify the education of its members in party discipline so that they will observe it voluntarily and resolutely combat undisciplined practices. We must effect a truly revolutionary party discipline and thus develop our party into a powerful integral organization which will act with one ideology and purpose under the monolithic leadership of its central committee. The Marxist-Leninist Party must have its own rules. The party rules are the standard of action for party members and organizations. Our party rules should explicitly provide for the eligibility of new party members and the procedure of their admission, their duties and rights, party discipline, its organizational principle and structure, its financial matters, etc. We must quickly prepare the party rules and make all party organizations and members act in strict accordance with them. We must thoroughly implement the Marxist-Leninist principle underlying party building and thus turn our party into an ever-victorious tempered party, into an authoritative general staff of the Korean Revolution. 288. 3. On the party's political line. Comrades, the Korean Communists are now confronted with the important task of correctly leading our liberated people to the successful building of a new country. If we are to carry out this task properly, we should, first of all, fully understand the character and duty of the Korean Revolution at the present stage. Quite a few comrades do not understand the stage of development reached by the Korean Revolution well enough and, consequently, are not fully aware of our revolutionary tasks. We should make a coherent analysis of Korea's realities and thus get a clear understanding of the character and duty of the Korean Revolution at the present stage, before conducting any activities. In the past, the Japanese imperialists, occupying our country for many years, enforced vicious colonial policies and seriously hampered the development of capitalism in our country. Although Japanese imperialism was defeated and Korea liberated, the survivals of Japanese imperialism and feudal relations still exist in our country and constitute a grave obstacle to the development of our society. Therefore, our country is now at the stage of an anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution. We should base ourselves on this character of the Korean Revolution in defining our tasks. In terms of military science, there are immediate and ultimate tasks. When hitting out at the enemy, the immediate task is to break through his front line, and the ultimate task is to strike at his stronghold. Likewise, in carrying out the Korean Revolution, we can say there are immediate and ultimate tasks. Right now, we are in the phase of fulfilling the immediate task. For the present, we must mop up the remnants of Japanese. 289. Imperialism and feudalism, achieve the country's democratic development and win its complete independence and sovereignty. To this end, we must establish a democratic People's Republic. The Democratic People's Republic is a genuine people's government capable of defending and representing the interests of the workers, peasants, and other broad masses. It is a revolutionary weapon with which to guarantee the country's complete independence and sovereignty and the people's prosperity. We should set up the Democratic People's Republic and thereby develop our country into a prosperous, democratic, independent, and sovereign state. This precisely is the basic political task facing us at the present stage. The following major tasks facing our party arise out of this basic political task. First, in an endeavor to build the Democratic People's Republic that will ensure our nation's complete independence and sovereignty, we must form a democratic national united front embracing all patriotic, democratic political parties and groupings in order to rally the broad patriotic, democratic forces. In order to set up a genuine people's government and build a new, democratic Korea efficiently, we must go all out to organize and mobilize the workers, peasants, and other broad masses of the people. People of different strata are at present not keeping in step with each other in building the country. Different political forces are working separately, each trying to win over the masses into its own fold. Under these circumstances, if we are to knit the masses together and correctly organize and mobilize them for the building of the country, we should form a democratic national united front. In forming a democratic national united front, the Communist Party should firmly maintain its independence and overcome the vacillations of the native capitalists and middle-of-the-road forces, at the same time adhering maximally to the principle of uniting all forces who love the country and the people. Only then can we isolate the handful of pro-Japanese elements, traitors to the nation and other reactionaries, win over the broad masses of the people and found a 290 democratic people's republic successfully. We must work energetically to form a democratic national united front that will embrace all the patriotic, democratic forces, including not only workers and peasants but also intellectuals, religious communities, and even honest native capitalists. We will thus firmly rally patriotic people of all strata to our side and, on this basis, launch a vigorous struggle to found a democratic People's Republic. In order to build the democratic People's Republic, we should first of all form a democratic national united front in North Korea at the earliest possible date and establish the North Korean central organ of power through the concerted efforts of the masses. Only when this organ is set up will it be possible to thoroughly carry out the democratic revolution in North Korea, actively promote our revolution and lay solid foundations for building a prosperous, democratic, independent, and sovereign state. We should set up a coalition of different political parties and groupings and rally all patriotic, democratic forces in North Korea, and thus enhance the work of setting up an interim government, such as a Provisional People's Committee of North Korea. Second, we must sweep away the remnants of Japanese imperialism, the lackeys of international reaction and all other reactionaries, the greatest obstacle to the building of a democratic state, thereby expediting the democratic development of the country. 2 months have passed since our country's liberation, but the stooges of Japanese imperialism are still there and the landlords and comprador capitalists have not yet been eliminated. Pro-Japanese elements, traitors to the nation and other reactionaries are lurking among the masses of different strata, engaged in all kinds of conspiratorial maneuvers to obstruct the building of a democratic Korea. Unless these reactionary forces are eliminated, it is impossible to establish a democratic government or carry out our revolution smoothly. We must organize the masses and activate them to waging an energetic struggle against all reactionaries, such as pro-Japanese. 291 elements and traitors to the nation. We must expose and shatter every enemy conspiratorial maneuver in time and prevent them from worming their way into the people's power organs or into the revolutionary ranks. We can then promote the democratic development of the country and build a people's state where the working masses can live happily. In order to build a new Korea successfully, we should tear out the ideological survivals of Japanese imperialism by the roots, at the same time wiping out the reactionary forces. Though the Japanese imperialists were vanquished, the virus of the obsolete ideas they implanted in our country is still deep-rooted. Their ideological survivals are in various ways hampering our building of the country. We should launch a forceful struggle to rid the people of the ideological survivals of Japanese imperialism and intensify the people's education in democracy so that they all would have a high sense of national pride and self-confidence, and would arm themselves with the ardent spirit of building the country and with a healthy democratic way of thinking. Everybody will then set out to build a new country with a fresh spirit. Third, we must form a People's Committee, a genuine organ of people's power, in each locality, carry democratic reforms into effect, reconstruct and develop the economy and raise the people's material and cultural living standards, thus resolutely laying the main foundation for the building of an independent, democratic state. If we are to set up a unified all-Korea provisional government, we should first organize people's committees in all localities. By doing this at the earliest possible date, we will enable the people to take an active part in building the country as the masters of government and speed up preparations for establishing a unified democratic government. Democratic reforms are inevitably required by the developing Korean Revolution, our people earnestly desire them. Through these reforms we would be able to liquidate the survivals of colonialism. 292. And feudalism in all spheres and open the way to the democratic development of society, and also meet our people's desire to rehabilitate and develop the economy and culture, and create a new, free, and happy life. Through agrarian reform we could put an end to the feudal relations of production, eliminate the reactionary forces of the landlord class in the countryside, free the peasant masses from centuries-old backwardness and poverty and pave the way to the development of agricultural productivity and the economy as a whole. By liberating the peasants from feudal exploitation and making them the genuine owners of the land, we must develop the rural economy and build a new, democratic countryside. We should encourage the peasant masses to join the working class, the progressive class, in its active endeavors to build an independent, sovereign, and democratic state. In addition, we should introduce a democratic labor law. This will enable us to eliminate the survivals of imperialist exploitation in the sphere of industry, radically improve the working conditions for our factory and office workers, and also the material aspects of their life. We should bring about the democratic liberation of the working class and improve their social and economic conditions so that our working class will play the part of the nucleus fittingly in the building of the country. In order to democratize society, it is necessary to realize the social emancipation of women who make up 1/2 of the population. In the past our women were humiliated and ill-treated in every way, deprived of all rights and freedoms. We must emancipate them completely from their feudalistic social status and grant them equal rights and freedoms with men so that they will creditably do their bit in the building of a new country. In order to build a flourishing, independent and sovereign state, we must lay solid economic foundations. For this, we have to reconstruct and develop our national industries. We must nationalize the factories, mines, railways, and other key industries owned by the 293 Japanese imperialists and their lackeys, and put them under the ownership of the people. At the same time, we should make every effort to rehabilitate the factories, enterprises, and railways destroyed by the Japanese imperialists, eradicate the after-effects of their colonial rule in industry and develop the national economy. We shall thus be laying the solid economic foundations of the country and stabilizing and improving the people's deteriorated standard of living. One of the important tasks in building a new Korea is that of carrying through democratic reforms in the spheres of education and culture. In education we must eradicate the survivals of Japanese imperialist education for colonial enslavement, establish a people-oriented, democratic system of education, and train the sons and daughters of the toiling people to work for the construction of a democratic Korea. We should also uproot every after-effect of the Japanese imperialist policy of obliterating our national culture and construct a genuinely democratic national culture that will serve the people and contribute to the building of a new society. We should actively organize and mobilize the masses for a vigorous struggle to lay the foundation of an independent, democratic state. We should establish a people's government quickly, carry out democratic reforms and accelerate democratic construction first in North Korea, where favorable conditions have been created for the building of a new country. Fourth, in order to realize all these tasks, we must expand and strengthen the Communist Party and dynamically promote the work of public organizations. The expansion and strengthening of the party is the primary guarantee for the successful implementation of all the tasks facing us. Unless it is expanded and strengthened, the party will not be able to plant its roots deep among workers, peasants, and other toiling people, enhance its militancy and correctly organize and mobilize the masses for the building of the country. Hence, we must strive to expand the party ranks constantly and consolidate the party qualitatively. In expanding the party ranks it is essential to recruit progressive 294 workers and peasants, who are determined to advocate party lines and policies and abide by party discipline. We should admit progressive people of worker and peasant origin into the ranks of the party, who are actively participating in the movement for democratic reforms. Particularly, we should enroll many people of working class origin in the party. They are very few as far as the composition of party members in the provinces is concerned. We should admit all the progressive workers at factories and enterprises who have basic qualifications for party membership. From now on, we should see that all the workers and poor peasants or farm hands, tried and tested in the revolutionary struggle for democratic reforms, join our party. However, we must not allow alien elements to join the party under the pretext of expanding its ranks. The stooges of Japanese imperialism and other enemies of revolution have disguised themselves cunningly and wormed their way into the revolutionary ranks. They are now clamoring for communism. We should sharpen our revolutionary vigilance to prevent alien elements from sneaking into party ranks and drive out all undesirable elements who have smuggled themselves into our ranks. While increasing the party's numerical strength, we must not in the slightest slacken our vigilance against alien elements of all hues and must fully ensure the purity of party ranks. If our party is to play its leadership role appropriately in the building of a new Korea, the whole of its membership should be firmly armed with revolutionary theory and be thoroughly steeled organizationally and ideologically. We must see that the party members have a good knowledge of the Marxist-Leninist theory and are capable of applying it creatively to the realities of our country. They should intensify their party organizational life, in order to have the revolutionary world outlook take root, and play a distinctive vanguard role as party members. To this end, we should build up the organizations of the Communist Party and decisively enhance their role. We have not yet formed them in all localities. The existing organizations are still 295. Unable to work properly or to actually lead the party life of their members. We must form Communist Party organizations as early as possible at factories, mines, farming and fishing villages and all other units. Build up party bodies at all levels with the best core elements, who have a high-class consciousness and excellent workability, and also direct the party organizations to work well with their members. We should expand and strengthen the ranks of the party, and constantly enhance its role to convincingly lead all the people along the road of democratic revolution and, further, along the path to its ultimate goal. While expanding and strengthening the Communist Party, we should increase the activity of public organizations. Public organizations are the transmission belts that link the party with the masses. Only by energetically promoting their work, can we organize and rally the broad masses of all walks of life closely around the party so that it can correctly exercise its leadership of the people. We must unite the masses of the people of all strata in the public organizations under unitary organizational systems, according to their respective social standings and trades. We should reorganize and readjust the public organizations formed sporadically in different localities after liberation, affiliate without exception youth and students with the Youth League, women with the Women's Union, workers with the trade unions and peasants with the peasants' unions. We should devote particularly serious attention to uniting our young people and students, the future masters of the country, in a single organization. Being affiliated with different youth organizations, our young people and students are not united in one organization. In some areas they come together on a factional basis because of the maneuvers of the factionalists and local separatists. We should reorganize the Young Communist League into the Democratic Youth League to rally all our working youth and students around it. We should guide the trade unions, the peasants' unions and all other public organizations in forming their central bodies and in 296. Settling their own well-regulated organizational systems as soon as it is practicably possible, and should vouch for our party's firm leadership in them. In this way, we would knit the broad sections of the population closely around our party, organize and mobilize them actively for the building of the country. We must make every effort to carry into effect the above-mentioned immediate tasks so as to hasten the founding of the Democratic People's Republic and convert North Korea into a mighty, democratic base for the building of a prosperous, democratic, independent, and sovereign state. Comrades, the Korean Revolution places a historic task before us today. The country and the people are watching the communists' activities. We must have a clear understanding of the importance of our historic task and devote all our talents and energies to pursuing this honorable revolutionary mission. It is the lofty duty of the communists to fight devotedly for the interests of the country and the people, for the interests of the revolution. I firmly believe that all our communists will consolidate our party in every possible way and take an active part in the struggle to carry out the revolutionary task facing the party. Let us all fight on energetically, under the unfurled revolutionary banner of Marxism-Leninism, for the implementation of the party's organizational and political lines and for the victory of the Korean Revolution. 297. On the building of a new Korea and the National United Front. Speech delivered to the senior officials of the Provincial Party Committees October 13, 1945. Before going into the subject of the National United Front, I should like to refer to the experience of other countries with the United Front. At the 7th Congress of the Comintern in 1935, Dimitrov made a report on the fascist offensive and the tasks of the Comintern in the struggle for working-class unity and against fascism, in which he advanced the line of forming broad anti-fascist popular fronts based on working-class unity and solidarity. At the time, Germany was under the sway of Hitler's savage fascist dictatorship, and in Italy Mussolini's fascist dictatorship was being consolidated. The fascists sought to enslave not only the people of their own countries but all of mankind, and to turn the whole world fascist. It was necessary to form popular fronts in many European countries to fight against the ruthless dictatorships and aggressive policies of the fascists. Not only the working people, headed by the working class, but also those capitalists, who were calling for liberty and democracy, could participate in the popular fronts. Some capitalists, to say nothing of workers, peasants, and other working people, also saw the urgent need to repress international fascism which attempted to conquer the whole world and enslave all of humanity. Fascist Italy's conquest of Ethiopia was a danger signal, that was a warning of the imminence of the 298th Second World War. The question of the Popular Front was raised at the 7th Congress of the Comintern to meet this crisis. The Congress recommended to the communist parties of different countries that they form anti-fascist popular fronts. The French and Spanish communist parties were the first to adopt this tactical line. In the East, national united fronts had to be formed against Japanese imperialism as its aggressive schemes to conquer the Asian peoples were becoming ever more pronounced. National united fronts were formed in countries fighting against imperialist colonial rule, and in those fighting to eliminate the danger of being colonized. Popular fronts were organized in countries like France and Spain which were in danger of becoming fascist. In essence, the Popular Front and the National United Front were similar in that both were opposed to fascism and imperialist aggression, but the specific conditions in different countries gave rise to these two forms. China affords us a good example of the National United Front. When Japanese imperialism occupied Manchuria and extended its evil hand of aggression to the Chinese mainland, the Communist Party of China proposed that the Kuomintang and the CPC should collaborate and by rallying all the forces of the nation, come out in an anti-Japanese struggle for national salvation. This proposal was not accepted for a long time owing to the obstinacy of the Kuomintang reactionary group, but the CPC's sincere and persistent efforts gradually earned the support of the people throughout China. When the Sino-Japanese War broke out, the collaboration of the CPC and the Kuomintang crystallized finally and the anti-Japanese National United Front was formed. The Kuomintang reactionary group that had been so persistent was forced to accept the CPC's proposal under the pressure of the unanimous demand of the Chinese people for national unity and resistance to Japan for national salvation. The Second World War was an anti-fascist war of liberation for the democratic forces of the whole world. Thanks to the decisive role of the Soviet Army in the war, Germany, Italy, and Japan were defeated and many countries in Europe and Asia were liberated from the fascist yoke. 299. Which road should liberated Korea take? The most important and fundamental problem we must take into account in deciding this is that Korea had been a colony of Japanese imperialism for so long. Because of Japanese imperialist rule, Korea's capitalist development was greatly retarded and its social system remained colonial, retaining many of the vestiges of feudalism. The feudal relations of exploitation are especially predominant in our countryside. The Korean people, therefore, are faced today with the task of pursuing an anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution and the building of a democratic people's republic. Who then is to lead this revolution, the working class or the capitalist class? The capitalist class of Korea, in collaboration with Japanese imperialism in the past, exploited and oppressed the Korean people and deceived them with the slogans of national reform and self-government of the nation. Of course, by this we do not mean that there were no native capitalists at all who were against Japanese imperialism. It was the working class of Korea that courageously fought Japanese imperialism to the bitter end. Though the Korean Communist Party, founded in 1925, was dissolved in 1928 because of factional strife, that did not mean the end of the communist movement. From the 1930s on, the Communists of Korea fought valiantly, with arms in hand, against Japanese imperialism. It goes without saying that the capitalist class of Korea that capitulated to Japanese imperialism and collaborated with it is not entitled to lead the revolution. Only the working class that fought Japanese imperialism courageously to the end can and must lead the Korean Revolution. In determining our course, we must also take the favorable international situation prevailing after the Second World War into consideration and, along with this, the fact that the armed forces of the United States, an imperialist country, and the Soviet Union, a socialist state, are stationed in the south and the north of our country, with the 38th parallel as the demarcation line, besides the fact that our party is not yet very strong. 300. A united front should be formed to build a democratic people's republic of all the patriotic, democratic forces, including not only the working class and the peasantry but also the native capitalists. Only in the course of struggling, not in words but in deeds, for the founding of a people's republic can we win the masses over to our side. We have to keep in mind that intellectuals, religious people, and capitalists, too, are stirring now, though not in an organized way. They are unorganized at present, but as our organization and forces grow stronger, they will gradually organize themselves. Seen in this light, we cannot ignore the nationalist forces at the given stage and should not place obstacles in the way of the formation of the National United Front by alienating them in an unprincipled manner. The Communist Party, owing to the vicious propaganda launched against it by the Japanese imperialists and the harm done it by the factionalists in the past, does not as yet have the support of the broad masses, and some sections of the masses who are not politically awakened still harbor illusions about the nationalists. Needless to say, since our united front is a front for the building of the Democratic People's Republic, a coalition with the lackeys of Japanese imperialism is utterly inconceivable. We can and should join up with those native capitalists who have a conscience and who want to build an independent and democratic state. Only the formation of a united front of this type will enable us to build the Democratic People's Republic and rally the masses of the people from all walks of life. The Communist Party must not be inert or passive in this struggle. Communists must play the most active and positive role and stand at the head of the masses, leading them forward in the struggle to set up the Democratic People's Republic. Only then will the masses follow the Communist Party. The native capitalists are always liable to waver in the course of this struggle. Experience shows that they frequently deceive the masses or betray the national interests when looking after their own narrow class interests. They are afraid of the revolutionary advance of 301. The masses and are apt to vacillate as the revolution proceeds. We should, therefore, promote unity with the native capitalists even when they fail to display enthusiasm for and vacillate in the work of building the Democratic People's Republic, but, on the other hand, we should constantly expose and criticize their criminal acts and vacillations. This is the only way by which the masses will be able to see the native capitalists clearly in their true colors and, at the same time, to understand the policies of the Communist Party to the full. The Communist Party should unhesitatingly cooperate with the parties that advocate the reunification and independence of our country, but it should under no circumstances tail after them, much less become absorbed in some other party. While working hand in hand with them, the Communist Party should always maintain its own identity. At present, the Democratic Party of South Korea is vehemently opposed to our clearing out the lackeys of Japanese imperialism. This is by no means accidental. The Democratic Party of South Korea is a grouping of landlords and comprador capitalists who, until yesterday, collaborated with the Japanese imperialists. With the defeat of Japanese imperialism, they suddenly turned pro-American and have come out seeking U.S. support in place of Japanese protection. There were only a few of Korea's landlords and capitalists who did not become minions of Japanese imperialism. The overwhelming majority of them, working at its beck and call, exploited and oppressed their fellow people. This is an indisputable fact. It is, therefore, only right that we should weed out these pro-Japanese landlords, comprador capitalists, and traitors to the nation to the very last one. The native capitalists, too, are quite alarmed at our struggle against the remnants of Japanese imperialism, for they also served this imperialism more or less in the past. It is wrong to argue that we should not expose and criticize their criminal acts while calling for a national united front. In the united front we should adhere strictly to the principle of struggling with them while uniting with them. This alone will heighten the political consciousness of the working masses and make it possible to overcome the vacillating nature of the native capitalists. 302. There is one question which we should clarify in this regard. This is the question of how to define the lackeys of Japanese imperialism. We cannot call a man a lackey simply because he worked for the Japanese. Over a period of nearly 40 long years many Koreans found it impossible to make a living without working for Japanese imperialist establishments. Needless to say, those who suppressed and murdered people deliberately in order to destroy the revolution, those who betrayed and sold out the national interests to Japanese imperialism, and those who collaborated actively and intentionally with Japanese imperialism should definitely be defined as lackeys. Such traitors to the nation must be done away with through the struggle of the masses by arousing them. But those who had to serve in Japanese imperialist establishments in order to make a living or did so under pressure, and those lesser clerks who worked half-heartedly and performed no more than a passive role there cannot be labeled as lackeys. These people should be educated and remolded, and a path for regeneration should be open to them. Our immediate task is to found the Democratic People's Republic. We cannot skip over a stage in the development of the revolution, we must work out a correct strategy and tactics for carrying out the tasks arising in the present stage of the revolution. The immediate objects of our struggle are the lackeys of imperialism who are taking great pains to reintroduce the imperialist forces, and the feudal forces, that is, the landlords that have allied themselves with them. In order to oppose the remnant forces of imperialism and the feudal forces and complete the democratic revolution, the Democratic People's Republic, a people's power led by the working class, must be built. That can be accomplished through the formation of a democratic united front, of which the working class is the core and which embraces the broad masses of the peasantry and the patriotic intellectuals, and even the native capitalists who possess a national conscience. The basic program of the party, which represents the strategic demands arising in the present stage of the revolution, is unalterable. 303. But its action program which represents tactical demands can change whenever necessary. The basic program of the Communist Party such as factories to the workers or land to the peasants is immutable, but its action program should be drawn up in keeping with the changing situation. We should, therefore, elaborate an action program best suited to the present situation and fight for it. If we are to form a united front now, we must primarily strengthen the alliance of the workers and the peasants and win the broad masses of the peasantry over to our side. To defend the interests of the peasants and win them over, we must begin with a struggle to reduce farm rents and then, while carrying on the struggle to confiscate the land of the Japanese imperialists and their minions, we must gradually develop a struggle to confiscate the estates of all the landlords and distribute them among the peasants. Thus, the struggle should gradually be extended from a small scale to a large scale one. If we want to win over the broad masses and weaken the forces of the enemy, the most important thing is to strengthen the ranks of the Communist Party. To begin with, we should fight the opportunists who have wormed their way into the party. They have no consistent principles and are seeking to destroy the unity of the party, flitting like bats from one side today to another tomorrow. They are the people we should dislike and guard against most. Next, we must watch out for those who are lackeys of Japanese imperialism but have disguised themselves as Communist Party members. They pass themselves off as ardent communists to conceal their crimes. They indulge in ultra-leftist phraseology and actions, clamoring that they would immediately overthrow the capitalist class and establish Soviet power. Their real aim, however, is to bring the revolution to naught by wrecking the Communist Party and hoodwinking the working class. We should wage a merciless struggle against these alien elements that have sneaked into the party. Moreover, we should not neglect our self-education. We must keep ourselves from degenerating and becoming dissolute. It not. 304. Infrequently happens that even a simple, upright communist is swayed by a desire for personal fame and gain. He degenerates and becomes dissolute once he has some power. This not only leads to his own ruin but also brings about the grave consequence of divorcing the party from the masses. We communists have no other objective than serving the people and working devotedly for them. If we communists truly fight for the people will open their hearts to us, and even those who were hostile towards us, not clearly knowing what kind of people we were, will come to understand us. Nowadays, I often hear words like people's rights and democracy. These are fine words in the sense that they signify a government which grants rights to the people, a government in which sovereignty rests with the people. But democracy of the US or British type does not fit present-day Korea. West European democracy is already out of date and, moreover, if we adopt it, we will fail to attain our goal of achieving the country's independence. Our country will be reduced again to a colony of foreign imperialism. It is, therefore, necessary to set up a new, progressive democratic system in Korea in keeping with its actual conditions. Our task for the present is to quickly educate the masses, who are not yet fully awakened, and lead them in the fight for their own genuine democracy. The masses are not clear as to who is defending and who is harming their interests. Therefore, we must do everything in our power to constantly publicize and explain our party's stand to the masses. We should not only educate the masses but learn from them too, heed their opinions and satisfy their demands. The building of a new, democratic Korea depends entirely on whether we succeed in strengthening the Communist Party, forming the National United Front and rallying the broad masses around it. Every communist should wage an active struggle continuously to expand and strengthen the party ranks, cooperate in good faith with the friendly parties and win over the broad masses of the people. 305. Let US unite and build a new democratic Korea. Speech delivered at the Welcome Party given by representatives of all social strata in Pyongyang October 13, 1945. Friends. For the past 36 years our nation was oppressed and humiliated under Japanese imperialist colonial rule. We have finally discarded the shameful life of a stateless people and won back our freedom and rights and embarked on the road of dedicated struggle to build a new, democratic state. Sitting together with you, representatives of all social strata in Pyongyang, today when our country is rejoicing at its liberation, I can hardly restrain my overflowing emotions. I am heartily grateful to you, representatives of all walks of life in Pyongyang, for arranging this significant gathering despite the busy life you are leading today to build a new Korea. 20 years have passed since I left my dear home with the determination to liberate the country. During these years we never forgot even for a moment the homeland trodden underfoot by Japanese imperialism and our people suffering misfortune and hardships in the shackles of colonial slavery. We took up arms and fought hard battles against predatory Japanese imperialism. Our brave and resourceful people did not abandon their national spirit even under the Japanese imperialists' harsh repression, but gave 306. Active material and moral support to the armed struggle we communists were waging. Thanks to this support, we could, even in grim situations when we were faced with manifold difficulties and tribulations, fight to the finish with invincible courage, convinced of national liberation. Friends, now that we have accomplished the historic cause of national liberation, we are confronted with the new militant task of creating a prosperous, democratic, independent, and sovereign state. Today our people are calling for a genuine democratic power representing their will and championing their interests. On the liberation of the country, they rose to set up organs of people's power, and in many localities they have already formed people's committees. In South Pyongan Province the organ of people's power is called People's Political Committee. This, in my opinion, reflects the will of the masses who desire a government for the people. We should form, as quickly as possible, a democratic national united front embracing all patriotic, democratic forces and, on this basis, set up a democratic government, so that a genuine people's policy will be pursued. We should create a new, democratic Korea, prosperous and civilized. To this end, we should establish a people's power, and rehabilitate and develop the country's economy and culture by actively enlisting the efforts of all the people. One important task in building a new Korea is to train large numbers of our own native cadres. We meet up with innumerable difficulties and bottlenecks in creating a new, democratic Korea in our liberated land. Among others, the shortage of native cadres represents one of our greatest headaches. Cadres are required everywhere, but we have not many competent officials. This puts serious obstacles in the way of our nation building. The shortage of cadres is an aftermath of the harsh colonial rule of Japanese imperialism. In the past, the Japanese imperialists made every effort to keep our people ignorant and backward and prevented. 307. The creation of cadres in our country. The rapid training of fine native cadres is the key to the building of a new Korea. To solve this problem, we must train cadres through practical activities. We should also train them by setting up numerous political schools, organizing short courses and the like, and admitting good people to them. In particular, we should promote public education with all speed and train cadres on a long-term basis. We should do away with the remnants of the Japanese imperialist system of colonial enslavement education and establish a people-oriented education system, setting up large numbers of schools at all levels, thus bringing up our children and young people to be competent builders of a new Korea. First of all, we should institute people's colleges and universities as soon as possible. In view of our present conditions, of course, this is no easy task. As a result of the colonial obscurantist policy of the Japanese imperialists, North Korea does not have a single college and, for this reason, we have no experience in directing institutions of higher learning. Although we plan to found colleges and universities, there are no available buildings, there is a hitch in preparing textbooks and laboratory apparatuses, and few intellectuals are suitable to become teachers. However, we cannot sit idle just because there are so many difficulties in this sphere. A bright future is unthinkable for the country without the establishment of institutions of higher learning and a systematic training of cadres. We must surmount all these difficulties and push ahead vigorously with the building of people's institutions of higher learning. If we organize, for example, a preparatory committee for building these institutions and solve the problems arising in the process one by one, we could have them quite soon. It is important to heighten the role of intellectuals in the building of a new Korea. Condemned in the past to national oppression and discrimination under Japanese imperialist colonial rule, our intellectuals had no opportunity to give full rein to their knowledge.